You keep talking, man. And you shut the fuck up. Huh?
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message titansdebateleague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
Different type of animal. Different type of animal. Now everybody better listen up. For my people in the struggle who never gave a what. Even when life try to press you down, turn your frown to a smile. I make styles just to lift you up. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Steady hustling, steady grinding. Getting money every time I put my time in. When they ask what I got up under my sleeve, they never gon' believe when I tell them it's all timing. Everybody want a real life attitude. Incoherent, now they mad at you. Some people can't get it, now they laugh at you. Till they see the glow, now they copying the altitude. I never was the type, it was handed to. Had to put it together like mechanics do. Now you see I got the tools to succeed. Different mindset, different breed, different view every time I play or breathe. Quantum thoughts, I evolve every week. Young Al, been wild since a young child. Still fresh to the death, no funeral style. How could you walk in my shoes? We run the town, big shoes to fill. Never been a clown. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Talking about the block, I've been around, fighting through the hard times till it spin around. Game tight, move smooth, never hear a sound. Big pressure every time we hit the town. Couldn't touch me with a yardstick. Running through the paper on that backyard business. Chasing dreams, chasing cream to the team. Rich 5'8", but I'm standing on that stand tall mindset. See these monkeys trying to pull me from the tree. Yeah, they put me down before that, just turned me to a beast. So I hopped into the streets, showed the hungry how to eat. Oklahoma on my back, now I'm bringing pressure to the beat. Cold hard world, colder in the streets. Money on my mind, barely get to sleep. Dreams feel close, still feel out of reach. Lights up ahead, I just want a little piece. Still a student of the game, don't qualify to teach. Learn lessons every day, so I evolve every week. I'm not an animal, life just got wild. So I did what I had to do, the other routes was foul. No copy, no paste, you can't get my style. Heart on my sleeve, still walk with a smile. Judge me by my past, take a look at me now. I ain't doing this for me, I just wanna make my mama proud. Quantum only is truth, yo, we bringing it out. Why y'all watching me? Better watch the crowd. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Different type of animal. Different type of animal. Different type of animal. Different type of animal.
All this knowledge on the flow. I've been goaded from the go. Let these pseudo scholars know. Baby, welcome to the show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait. Show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding leases in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light. Enlightening. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow. I've been goaded from the go. Let these pseudo scholars flow. Baby, welcome to the show. Seems only time when I'm speaking, reason, peeking. Like the truth that they all have been seeking, my logic weaken. To them that's important, show up, don't be late to the debate. Never see myself falling. Picture me falling off back to ignorant and stalling. Got the citations loaded in order, crossing every intellectual border. Hey, I could've never seen a day. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been goaded from the go. Let these pseudo scholars know. Baby, welcome to the show.
Yeah. I'm go.
I'm here with it, Brody. I'm here with it.
What's going down, my guy? Man,
You already know we here with it. That's my joint.
Yeah, that motherfucker be banging right there, man. Shout out to A1 with the
You already know. Shout out to A1.
audio right there. That nice song right there. I call it "Welcome to the Show." Shoot, man, what we doing, man? It's the morning time. We're with the hours, man. I'm supposed to go live way earlier, man. End up talking to one of my confidants, man. We just had some good conversation. And sorry I'm late to the spot, man.
You already know how it be. You know it's all good. You know, brother, humble with you. You know we here with it.
Yeah, man. We here. We just man, you know, lately I've been getting on my. Hold on, what's that right there? That might be too loud for what we got going. You know, we've been talking about Kemet, man.
Hey, you know listen, you know that's one of my favorite subjects.
I'm getting Kemet lined up. You know what I'm saying? And as you see on the stage right here, we're just going over a couple of my we was going over all of the lineup that we got within the coming months, leading into the winter season and the debates. You know what I'm saying? That was looking kind of good, man. I'm looking forward to it. Let me get back to that.
You already know. Like I said before, if I may, really fast, speaking about that really short, this is one of my favorite subjects. So if you hear this, you know, when you in that tournament, hey, look, you looking for a topic on this, hey, we in it to win it, baby. I'm letting y'all know that now.
Man, you see, we got the lineup. Mine is kind of off. Mine is October 17th at 7 o'clock. Me and Smokey the Saint. You know what I'm saying? We in there. Gideon and Ben eating.
Get it.
They got theirs on the 3rd of October. I'm tripping, my bad, my computer shaking. Coming up. You say something, humble?
No, I said take your time. We here with it.
Oh, my bad. September. We see coming up next month, we got Chaside and a special guest.
Oh, that's
What you
gonna
think about that?
That's gonna be a good one, bro. You know, whoever Kazai match up with, they better watch out, bro.
They better watch out, man.
Definitely a tough opponent.
They definitely better watch out. We got you and Big Cos. Y'all got y'all face off September 19th.
You know how humble coming. You know how humble coming. Put them Titans in there. Y'all know how I'm coming.
The Titans in the building. Dang, my bad, man. Before we continue a little bit, I better put us on the screen, man.
Hey, listen, you already know I was enjoying I was enjoying being in the back, not being on the screen. We are good. Hey, listen, we are good.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? We in this thing, man. Let me see, put me on. You know what I'm saying? Only in the building. Again, as we stated, you know what it is. No, you don't, because this is something new. This is my new show, but we'll get into that right now. We're just going over the lineup of what we got. So if you're new to the channel, make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Send the link to one of your friends, man. Get in. If you're one of those minds that's intellectual, like to debate. If you're from where I'm from, you just like to argue. But you know how to form your arguments good, man. We over here at the Titans Debate League, man. You see, we got a nice season coming up because we got a debate going on. A debate tournament, which is actually the second tournament from Titans Debate League. I wasn't part of the first one. I know I did just show that commercial, but what better than to show a little bit of it.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong? Coliseum of Argument.
Yeah, man. So we was just going over that right there, because I wasn't part of that first. You wasn't part of the first one either. What were you?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Listen, the first one was good, but when I say, listen, if you ain't never watched Jordan play basketball, hey, listen, come to this second tournament. Hey, listen, you about to see an imitation of that. Humble was most definitely going to give you an imitation of what it looked like when Jordan was hooping. Because that's how I'm be rolling all over these boys in this ring. Y'all hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, so that's your first round right there, man. Or your face-off is September 19th. So that's something to look forward to. Excuse me. My bad. You know, we always look forward to some of the new faces that come over here We got Jesus is Lord versus Kazak.
Okay.
That's the Hebrew brother again. Kazak. He been over here a time or two. I think he was actually on my last show in the morning. He came up, not the last one, but a couple of back. Anyway, so shout out.
Oh, he tough. He tough. He a Beagle brother. He tough. That's a tough one right there. I want to see that.
That
we
and
don't
Jesus
normally
is
see.
Lord.
We don't get to
Jesus.
see Kazak in too many debates. Like he take them here and there. But I would most definitely like to see that when he bring that energy.
Oh yeah, definitely. And we be happy when we get to have people like that over here because the movement that he got going down with the one West Florida is a big movement in itself. So we get people like that over here. Shit, boy. I mean, I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? And we got Jesus is Lord. He embodying the line right now. I always thought Jesus was the lamb. That's interesting in itself. I don't too much know Jesus Lord, but I've heard a lot about him. So I know that's going to be a nice little debate, and I'm sure we'll get to see him as we cam up through the day. And let me cam up, man. Matter of fact, my lighting kind of off, y'all. It's dark. I'm in another part of the house, and everybody's asleep. So forgive me, but you know what I'm saying, I'll let you see what you can. We ain't never behind. Always provide identity. So won't nobody ever get it twisted about who you is. Although
you heard what I said you was already cammed up. You see that owl right there? You see that owl right there?
Wherever you from and where we at. Let's remember we always looking out for the titans and everybody that's fighting to be enlightened. Watch out for the snakes that's striking and the dogs that's biting. They be on you, man. But back to the debates that we got coming up. Also the presentations. Hey, we got some presentations going on, man. My man's been in his little bag here lately, man. They made it.
I see.
I made him actually break down about the information. And we've been studying and making sure he get out some useful information, man. Shout out A1, Big Titan, leader of the Titans. Said before I came, one who invited me. This one is Christianity a Cult, episode 1. Oh, he gonna be diving in deep. If this just episode 1, I don't know how many episodes he got for y'all. Y'all know how it is when the Titans start digging in. So that'll be good to look at. What you think about that, huh?
Man, listen, you know where I stand. I'm gonna be up there all talking about. You know it is. You know it is.
That in my headphone fucking up.
Yeah. Most definitely, I'm gonna be up in there. I can't wait.
My headphones messing up, man. Let me see.
You can't hear me, Quantum? Mic check 1 2 1 2.
I heard you a little bit, but you sound like you kind of low.
Let me see if it's me real quick.
Let me see if anybody else can hear you. Let me see who we got in this chat right now, man. Shout out to you where you at. We got Smashing Idol. In the building. That's the first person.
Put a one if you in the building, chat.
Put a one if you're in the building. I see my man's starting my day there. Smashing Idol, man. Sorry about that. You know how the hours is, man. Big Titan in the building. What it do, Titan? Oli in the building. We always in here. BG Scorpion started out the night. Titan family. So we just now early getting started. Body artists in the building.
Body artists in the building. You know what's up.
Body artists, you see what we got coming up. I'm gonna get back to that. Humble can take care of the chat. Listen to that, boy. I don't be trying to make rhymes like that, but
you got them lines, bro. You got them lines.
We got A1 again. Another one. Was the Quran perfectly preserved? Because after
another one.
After you wonder things about Christianity, it's not like you don't unbiasedly look at another religion to see what they was talking about, especially when they seem to be intertwined. You have to get them questions answered, man. He said this is forensics analysis. That's a real good way to look at it when you're doing investigations, investigative work into worldviews. Back to the debates, we got Haru Consciousness versus Pit Rule. Shout out Haru Conscious.
Okay. Pitbull 44. Okay.
Haru Conscious. Shout out Paradigm Shift. I was just over there earlier this evening doing my thing. You know what I'm saying? They invited Oli from the Titans Debate League to come over there and do a little bit of quick debate. You know, everybody claimed they ready until you actually get into it. I was listening to them tonight. I believe I can win if I get the right questions, but I'm sure the questions ain't gonna be easy. Shout out DMG. DMG. I know they got a nice little system coming up, going over there. It's called Worldview Wars, where different people with different worldviews just come up. But the system is you get a topic at random, and you don't know which side you're gonna get. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure DMG got a mechanism that we might not see, but I'm sure it's gonna be good because guess who the first people he pulled out of the hat tonight?
Who?
Paradigm Shift World Debate League. Guess who they put? King J versus Jose.
That's gonna be crazy.
And that was over there beefing too. So that's gonna be real good, man. Shout out Paradigm Shift.
Hey,
but,
Jose, you listening to this? Oh no, you said the titles is random. I was about to say bust that, man. Listen, bust King J over the head with the I and symbol and Ray, and which one literally means sun.
Well, shoot. Well, you know how they do it over there. I think they was talking about doing another debate because I believe that Jose is a actual resident over doing what I call residencies anyway, over there for Paradigm Shift. And they got some nice things going on, man. Nice little graphics and stuff going on, just like we're doing over here. But Haru over there, and he over there big, man. You know what I'm saying? So shout out them guys. Shout out Heavy Hitters.
Listen, I never said I gotta go check out Haru on a debate tip. Hey, this boy Pitbull ain't no slouch. That's another Beagle brother right there. Hey, he get it in the ring. I mean, he get it in the ring.
He called himself the champ. Haru called himself the champ. In the parts that I be dwelling around. So, you know what I'm saying? He ain't the only one that agree with it because everybody else around them parts call him champ. So
everybody get tapped until they get punched in the face at least once.
So we definitely looking forward to doing that. But yeah, that's two more people that we got. Two new faces. Well, I don't know if they're new faces, but they're new faces. At least in the last couple of few months that I've been here, but they new to me. So they might not be new to you guys, but they new to me. So shout out Pitbull, Bull, and Haru Conscious. You know what I'm saying? And then we got another face shot for A1 busting down again. Shout out A1, different type of thing. It's Science Races. This August 16th. Oh, that's coming up pretty quick. Couple days, huh? That's what Mansa Hercules. Shout out Mansa Hercules. That's one of the mathematicians of the community. I seen him on the show the other night. Help break down somebody's Bayesian analysis of the subject, which was interesting. I liked the way he tackled it. He was able to read that formula on the screen and correlate it. So shout out Mansa Hercules. I like when they do their things like that. He did that with one of my things. Of course, he didn't take his time at first, but when he went and looked at it, he real diligent in the work that he do. Shout out Mansa Hercules. And I believe that He's actually of the something of the comedic view. Some people call him Elder. So shout out, man, to Hercules. Science races that always come up. Seem like when he on panels too. So he got to face off with A1. I'm sure they're gonna get an exact debate topic if they have a debate topic, or this might just be that, like a little face off, not too much of a debate, but just a discussion about it. More like a face off that might not lead to a debate, but just a discussion. So shout out Mr. Hercules, A1 in the building again. We got this gonna be a real good one. Cause you know my man OTK been in the building. Evolution is rather new to the building. Shout out Evolution and shout out OTK.
This gonna be a good one right here.
They got a debate, man, and I had it on my board. My daughter and her cheerleading partners of the 7th grade came and erased my board, put some cheerleading on my board, man.
That's how you gotta be with the kiddos, man. Listen.
Man. So I can't remember the exact title. I don't know if OTK or Evolution is in the chat, and they might can tell us exactly where we at when it comes to that. But I know it's a very good topic. Dang, I can't believe I don't remember that I wrote it down. But that's why I wrote it down, because I know I might not remember. Of course, so but you know that's something to look forward to, just like that. So shout out Evolutionists and OTK when they get to the debate. And then of course my man's A1 and my man GDN Capone. You know GDN.
Hey, you better stop ducking these people, GDN, bro.
GDN ain't been ducking. GDN be supporting, especially late night.
He about to kick you out the spot, GDN, bro. You terrible.
Now we ain't GDN come up. Because GDN, when we watch this little thing I got, we to get into it real quick because I know we almost to the cusp. I think you're gonna be real interested in it. So
he know what I mean when I say that. We ain't talking about YouTube. He know what I mean.
What the chat looking like, Humble? Dang, Humble, you kind of low. I don't know. Let me see if
Brother A1, we appreciate you, Brody. Brother A1 talking about he want to fix the dates. He said the dates on some of them is wrong. But you know, he ain't here having a good time, man. He ain't here having a good time for real. Shout out to the brother A1. Y'all already know.
Okay. Let me see. We got Billy Carson.
Hey, yeah.
I don't too much know who that is.
So, Billy Carson is the
Emerald Tablets.
Pseudo. He is a pseudo.
Okay.
Comedic, quote unquote, studier. He is really alienated with this thing, right? He try to attribute everything to aliens. Try to say those. He go by the Emerald Tablets of those things of that nature. And so that's what. Can you hear me, Quantum? Oh shit! Did he mute his mic or did I mute his mic?
Yeah, I can hear you. My bad. I can hear you,
okay.
but you kind of, but you ain't too loud, and my thing turned all the way up. But I can hear you, and it don't look like nobody's saying nothing about you out there in the crowd. So I was about to look on my phone to see.
A1, how my mic sound? A1, mic check 1 2 1 2. How my mic sound? But yeah, so that's who Billy Carson is. You know what I'm saying? He talk a lot about the Emerald Tablets. So he talk a lot about the Kemetic tradition, but he add a alien motif to it, right? He add an alien theme to it, which is wild. So don't you know how, matter of fact, what's important to even Even
I was
that you
just joking when I said I didn't know Billy Carson. You know I know Billy Carson.
oh yeah, but listen. But even what's so important is this is why we're doing what we're doing, like even here tonight. This is why we're doing what we're doing. Because we got people like Billy Carson, right? Who because of him, he'll have you thinking Thoth was some man from an ancient world from Nibiru coming down here on spaceships but then it's nah man, we can't be having people think that, bro. We can't be having people think
Yeah, that's him.
to Kemet, you know. But nah. So yeah. So that's why it's important that we bring the information that we bring quantum when it comes to understanding Kemet and not just understanding it for ourselves, but understanding it from their perspective as well. You see what I'm saying? So we won't fall into the traps like the Billy Carson, they aliens or they supernatural or when you get to the essence of what they really is, then you can go on ahead and like, oh nah, this guy tripping.
Well, it's funny.
Story sound nice. That's all, but the story sound nice though. But
no doubt, it is definitely something that we can look into. He gives you enough meat that you can actually go look into it to see if things are matching up or if it's just speculation. I know he had an interaction with Wes Huff. Wes Huff
did that man.
That didn't come out in the way that he wanted it to. Let me cam up when I say that. Didn't come out the way he wanted it to be. Wes Huff kind of busted him up on the Nag Hammadi and some of the things that he was saying. And so that was interesting to know. But he tries to tie different civilizations in by different things, different means. And so when you see, he says Thoth the Atlantean. Is he talking about the same Thoth?
Yeah.
Any of the Thoths that was in
that's what talking Egyptian about history? See, that's where the pseudoism come in at, because where we get Thoth the Atlantean from? What is this? Thoth the Atlantean. See, this the pseudoisms, bro.
Thoth don't ever claim to be a Atlantean. The Thoth to claim to be an Egyptian. What does Thoth claim? I'm sure we're gonna get into Thoth because we haven't got to the actual Neteru like we're going to.
No, well, see, that's the problem right there, right? When we getting into the Neteru, we ain't gonna find no Thoth. We're gonna find Jehudi. And we know Jehudi is knowledge and wisdom. But we know Jehudi is an African concept, a Nile Valley concept. That ain't got nothing to do with no Atlantis.
Right. Nothing
we
to
got
do.
in the building with it, because.
And that's when we get in there. That's when we get in there. We'll actually see the pseudoisms, and I'm pretty sure that's what A1 gonna do on that show. So yeah, man. And then tonight we got, you know who it is. It's your boy Oli. We got long story shorts. Long story shorts is me going through shorts that we can find long conversations about. And here lately, as you can see in the final few videos, we've been on Kemet. They was on Kemet in different parts of the community when we talk about the conscious community with the C. But they wasn't asking the questions that I wanted answered. When I sit there and look and have they'd have people like Jabari up there and stuff, Reggie, and they'd be able to answer different questions. And they just wasn't asking the questions that I would have been asking. Or maybe they asked them and I was just missing it. But me having a philosophical view only, on purpose, because I didn't want a biased view of anything, and these type of views would have giving me a biased look at it. I didn't ask these questions. And so now that I am in the conscious community with the C, by the way, just like the Coliseum with the C, over here where we at Titans Debate League, I got my own resident.
Quantum over here. My man Quantum over here banging, bro. His whole back.
I got my own.
You funny.
Nah, man, and then I got you over here. I got my own comedic
community with a C. Fan with a C.
And then I got my own comedic. I got my own comedic practitioners. I got my own kinetic practitioners over here that I know will be happy to tell me to see if they can help me answer my questions. Not only say, you know what, Oli, Quantum, I had that question too when I was young in the view. That's what I know. I know, and that's why I want to let Humble and anybody know, especially people like Tahuti, who part of it, Haru and Faru come up, and different people who know more about this view than I do when I ask questions that you might have asked when you was young in it. Don't hold me accountable for it, man, because my natural time and nature told me it's only been time and nature you was going to get to it. And so they put y'all in my place and in my space to be able to help me with it. So I appreciate you and everything you do. Humble been, he taught Kemet the other day, you know what I'm saying? And that's what we went on. It started with Kemet and me. This is where I started my questions and was rudely interrupted by a couple of Hebrew Israelites because they wanted to get to the bad parts of Kemet like we wasn't going to get to them. They thought we was purposely missing, and we're going to find out that Kemet as an idea may not have had the bad parts, but it might have been the people who were in Kemet doing those things, as well as the people in Kemet who could identify as Kemet. But if you ain't doing things that persistence for Kemet, means you ain't really part of Kemet. So that ain't nothing but a philosophical view, but we ain't gonna get to that. But yeah, man, that's where we've been at, man. And so Humble, you want to say anything about that? Let me see what the chat talking about, man. Let me get
pretty much, you know, you cleared everything up, you went back to it. Yeah, my little presentation on Kemet was, you know, just to give people the understanding that this thing is not so far-fetched. Like this information that we can find out about. I got you. This information about Kemet is not so far-fetched that it's like only special people can get this information. You see what I'm saying? Oh, this is locked down or this is that. No. If you study, appreciate you. Listen, appreciate the brother A1, man. Appreciate the brother A1. But this information, so this information, man, it's available. You just have to, you know, be willing to look for it. And we got some amazing teachers out here from Infodigi to Baba Haru, you know, who's now an ancestor. You know, and a lot of these people, you hear the Reggies and the Jabaris talk about. You hear them call them elders. But it's because of the work. And we can sit here and talk about this all day long, to be honest with you. You see what I'm saying? But these people have been to the land. They've led tours. Every year they go to Kemet. Every year. And it's not like they go to Kemet and a tour guide is telling them around Kemet and giving them the information, right? When they go to Kemet, they themselves, when Infodishi go to Kemet, when Ashwar Kwesi go to Kemet, they themselves are the tour guide. They themselves are reading off the walls and telling you what that stuff say. And so my presentation was just to present some of the amazing scholars and teachers and elders we do. Professor James Small, shout out, that we do have in the community. that if you wanna actually, even scratch the surface, or even if you're interested, even if you got questions like Brother Quantum, right? You can go to these brothers and these elders in the community, and some of these elders, brothers and sisters in the community, and they as well give you resources to go look up. So it lets you know that this is not something that's so mystical. You see what I'm saying? And y'all know my goal here, man. My goal is to equip my people with the understanding and the knowledge that they need to move forward. You see what I'm saying? Whether the subject is Kemet, whether the subject is ancient America, whether the subject is history. If I have any information on it, one thing I'm gonna be doing, I'm going to be fact checking everything. You see what I'm saying? So, that's my goal here, family. That's my goal here. I land my plane with that, Brother Quantum.
Gotcha. Thank you. Let me see, man. Yeah. Let me get this. So, before we get into it, show everybody exactly what we got going. This is make that bigger thing. Hey, will my screen do that? Can you show it just where it's the background, Humble? Can you make it where it's the background? This long story shorts, man. As I said, I think it might be an interesting way to ask other questions by looking at different things that's going on and find different topics that might lead into interesting conversations, long-term conversations. So instead of making a long story short for real, we're gonna make a short story long by watching shorts and stuff. And I brought my slide thing up because, as you remember, we didn't get too far in it, but I can show you everybody kind of what we was talking about. And we was talking about the pre-dynastic history and where it came through when we talk about Kemet. And so we was trying to understand the exact symbolism or literalism of what these people believe in. And we found out that the identity of what we call the Neter or the Neteru evolved over time. And it evolved because there was different people in different places who we wanted to find out more about them. And we're going to get into it. This slide deck shows when we start talking about different things like Maya and different gods and different symbolism of ancient Kemet or Egypt. The gods changed, and I started having questions about this. And I found out that once we go through this, we'll see what things remained when it comes to the evolution of the gods.
Brother Quantum, really fast, brother. Yeah, all right. Learning Kemet. First lesson. I thought I taught you this yesterday. I got first lesson. The Neteru are not gods, Brody.
Right. I think that's why. I thought I changed it when I did say gods, and I said I mean Neteru. But if I did, yeah, let's make that known. And we're going to get into that because I know some of y'all out there might actually think they Neteru. And the reason and might think that the Neteru are gods. And I'm making that mistake because at one time, which was one time not too far away, that was actually how I had my reasoning. But we're going to see that that's not it. And we're just going to get into the pre-dynastic period of what became later known as Kemet. And so I thought it would be nice to go through and watch shorts, because all of us watch shorts. And I watch shorts every day and come up with add this back to the stage. Come up with a whole lot of ideas to think about. And I'd be wondering if other people see the same short that I saw, something like that, or anything like that. And sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But as you see, all I did was type in pre-dynastic Egypt. I didn't ask if it was pseudo, if it was none of that, because this is a YouTube search bar, and AI programming we have on that just gonna bring up things that it think is interesting to me. And the first thing that came up, of course, was something about genome, DNA, and ancient Egyptian DNA. Scientists sequence oldest ancient Egyptian DNA. Oh, this ain't showing. Sorry about that. You didn't even say nothing to me. And so,
My bad. I was over on the phone. I apologize.
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep. That was my bad, Quantum. That was my bad. I was over here on the phone.
Bet. But you know, sometimes when we in here and we have discussions, it leads to DNA and people coming in asking about different DNA and ancient DNA and what people are we when it comes to the stock and breed that we come from. And that's as far as I'll take it, because everybody that's listening knows exactly what I'm talking about. And so I don't have to go there. When we talk about the citizens of the USA that I'm a part of, we have questions about where we're from, where we at, and we still try to find it. Shout out to my man Hoodoo Voodoo, or American Freedmanism, who come in and ask frequently about DNA and do people have DNA evidence of different claimed origin. And so I thought this one might be short that might lead to some good conversation. Let me get back to that page. Sorry about the wait. This comes from a young lady. It says, Till Science. You see, I ain't subscribed. It popped up. I'm probably going to subscribe after we watch it. I didn't look nothing about it, but it says scientists decoded the oldest origin. And so we're going to play that to see exactly what she's talking about. Hold on, that's
so you got unmuted at the top.
look like it's unmuted. Where's that? Right here?
I don't know. It say every time I try to click on mute screen audio, it say can't because it's not capturing, which is weird.
So, can you hear it?
No, because it's not playing.
Oh, when it's playing, can you hear it?
No, it's muted. Yeah, nah. Is your thing muted?
No.
Is the, hmm. Try to close that out and then open it back up.
Let's see. Stop the screen share.
Because it said you wasn't sending audio, so probably if you open it back up, then you probably get some audio with it. Are the natures defined as aspects of nature? If so, how are they not gods from a religious point of view? Of course, from a religious point of view, they would be gods, but a religious point of view is not what the ancient Kemetic people had. When we start to see the anthropology of the ancient Kemetic people, even pre-dynastic,
around the time when the construction
but let me finish answering this question real fast.
Was it working, Humble?
Yeah, it's working. It's working right now.
Go ahead.
And so when we start to see the anthropology from the ancient Kemetic people, we undoubtedly see that they were naturalistic, not religious. Go ahead, brother. Only.
I bet. Let me see. Can I start this over? Dang, why it seems like I can't move my.
Pyramid of King Djoser and the Great Pyramid of Giza were being built.
And the details started over.
I'll be right back, bro. I shouldn't be back. I'll be right back. I ain't going too long. I'm just putting my wife something in the air fryer.
I got you. Let me see if you're in if the chat, where the chat at. How we doing? Can you hear me in the chat? Can you hear me good? A1 Cosmon, shout out Cosmon in there. If so, how are they not gods? Oh, I think that's
you loud and clear, Brody. You loud and clear. I can hear you.
I bet. Just to play this video now, then.
Scientists have pulled out something incredible. Scientists have successfully sequenced the entire genome of the oldest ancient Egyptian DNA ever analyzed. And guess what? This guy lived when the first pyramids were being constructed. What a time to be alive, for real. Here's what they found. Meet our ancient pottery worker. This man lived well into his 60s, 4,000 years ago, which is already a feat in itself, but his genetic story is what is really fascinating. The analysis published in Nature showed that 20% of his ancestry came from West Asia. So think modern-day Iran, Iraq, and Jordan, while the remaining 80% came from North Africa. This genetic mix aligns with prior archaeological evidence. Ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia were two of the most...
What damn? I mean, sorry about that. Cosmon. Cosmon, you hear what she just said, Cosmon? I'm gonna let this play over again because I know people might not be even listening. If you oh, matter of fact, I can just move it.
Sophisticated civilizations at the time. And now we have the DNA proof that they were interacting at some level. This discovery is huge because almost everything we know about ancient Egyptian life comes from artifacts and hieroglyphics. But genetic evidence incredibly hard to come by. The hot, dry climate that preserves mummies so well actually destroys DNA over time. For context, only 3 ancient Egyptians have had their genome partially sequenced, and all are much more recent than our pottery.
Yeah. She said only 3 have had their thing sequenced for ancient. Three subjects have there's only been 3 subjects sequenced for ancient Egyptian DNA, and that's what they compare everybody else to. Humble.
Yep.
And so
the reason is because number one, really fast. Number one, mummies are typically hard to come by on these later expeditions because of grave robbers. Number two, they've already done all the research they can do on the mummies that they already have. See what I'm saying? And so, as she was saying, mummies decay over time. So, even down to the, the DNA strand. So it's really hard to get a lot of, evidence. But this is what makes this mummy so unique that she's talking about.
We're gonna play a
Pottery
little.
guy. But advances in technology have finally allowed scientists to crack the full genetic code of this man. Radiocarbon dating shows he lived between 2855 and
2855 BCE.
If we look at him, is that somebody who might be down at your church preaching somewhere today in your community?
Now, really fast, Quan, because I want to put this on the screen. It say, prove the Bible is true. This. What she say? 2855 BCE.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna get into. That's why I was about to let it play because I know it's gonna get
nothing to do with no Bible. Nothing. You see how this the issue? This the issue with the religious people. They quick to try to put something to the Bible. Oh, this mean the Bible is true. This ain't got nothing to do with no Bible.
And we're gonna show why. I mean, I think this gonna show why because it's gonna tell the time period, which is what you always emphasize. People need to understand what they're talking about when they say something or see some evidence that's talking about something. And that's why I wanted to get in depth about this.
in 2750 BCE, around the time when the construction of the first step pyramid of King Djoser and the Great Pyramid of Giza were being built. And the details these scientists were able to uncover from so little are unbelievable. Chemical signals called isotopes in his teeth told them that he grew up in the hot, dry Nile Valley, eating wheat, barley, and other plants typical of ancient.
It's the same thing we eat today.
And but that right there give you a little bit of insight into their culture, right? What did they eat? Wheat, barley, grains, right?
Cereal.
You know,
they might have been eating cereal.
Yeah.
Shit. Shout out to ancestors, man.
Mm-hmm.
Eating cereal already. Toasted.
Think about this though. Think about this. Wheat, barley, and grain really are ingredients.
Right.
So, like, yeah, we talk about they had oatmeal, but then they also had bread. You see what I'm saying? They also like they were able to create so many other things, you know, just by having these ingredients or having access to these ingredients.
Right, because they could do the same thing with the ingredients that we do today at the 10th degree, which is break it down, crush it into powder form, make, like you said, bread and other, as well as other things to consume when it comes to health and stuff, especially when you're in a civilization. And if you're in a civilization where you have time to do experimentation or build, that's what people don't understand. When I look back at these times, I understand that there was time we talk about. We're gonna get into the bad things of it, but the reason I wanted to get so in depth because I want to go through every period so I can see the times where there was peace, and in that immediate time we can see the progress that each dynasty made or the way that they tore it down. Or when we talk about the intermediate periods and things like that, where these intermediate periods, when I heard the word intermediate, that seemed to mean that it was a period where it wasn't too much war, too much hassle going on within this time period. And then maybe war or conflict came after that. But we'll see. That's one of the investigative things I'm trying to see about it, though. But back to this, about this DNA and this person that they found.
But here's where it gets really cool, and some of you might have caught this at the very top of the video, but they could tell what his job was just from his bones. Muscle markings on his arms and shoulders show he spent long periods holding his arms out in front of him while squatting down on his ankles. His skull and his vertebrae show that he spent much of his life looking down and leaning forward. His sit bones were so enlarged from sitting on a hard surface for decades. Put it all together and you get the classic posture of a potter working at his wheel. The way he was buried also tells us about his social status. He was placed in a large pottery vessel inside a rock-cut tomb, a burial style typically reserved for the upper class. So this wasn't just any potter, he was likely a...
So she said he was upper class, right? Yeah, I think she said he was upper class. He got buried in somewhere in a special place, just being a potter. So that lets you know, back then, pottery was a big thing. And who knows, he might have been making these for several other people. But the posture of him tells, because I'm sure he wasn't the only person that was buried like this.
Skilled craftsman with upper standing. Interestingly, it was this burial method that also preserved his DNA so well. Our unnamed potter is just the beginning.
Do that look like that could be King Hurt? That look mostly like King Hurt. If King Hurt get to be like 120 in about 10 more years. Yeah. Oh wait, they say he had Mesopotamia. Could that be Gideon? He had Mesopotamian and Commission DNA. Which points to something, because I believe somebody was saying that these two civilizations may have been with the within the you said prove Sapphire, you say this proves the Bible true, but don't it also prove Kemetic points of view true too?
I'm back, Quantum.
Yeah, I seen Sapphire or Sapphires.
Sapphire.
Sapphire.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna let y'all up either yet right now, because I said but we gonna let you up. We're gonna open the chat here in a minute. We just supposed to go over a few of these shorts, man, and then we're gonna come up and let y'all. But you saying this proves the Bible's true, and I don't know. I think we talked about what we said. But if this proves the Bible true, isn't it also proving the Commission point of view true too? Which means that y'all fighting for nothing.
Hold on, time out, Quantum. No. We can't even give him the benefit of the doubt, because this does not prove the Bible true, because nothing in the Bible goes back this far. Period. This man predates the Bible.
My bad, humble. I was cussing. I mean, I was laughing.
You gotta remember, Quantum, the Hebrew Israelites didn't come into existence until the 12th century BCE. This man lived in the 20th century BCE. He literally predated Hebrew Israelites.
Right, but don't that mean? But could that show? I'm just saying, and I ain't saying that this is what happened. Remember, you see my background. I'm down for the study. Could this show that? Could this logically prove that, or be a possibility that this could point to later, the same thing going on over a large period of time, and these people being more and more possible? Like, could they find more people like this? Is it possible that they might not find just him, and throughout history they could find other people?
Hold on 1 second. So this is just a short that we watch. They got way more people. Like they got civilizations. So here's the thing about excavations, right? When excavators are normally out on sites, they're looking for royalty, they're looking for priesthoods, they're looking for something to solidify certain people in history, right? You got some archaeologists that is just fixated for looking for King Tut. So while they find other stuff, you see what I'm saying? Their main mission is to look for a particular thing. So they've found many cases of these type of people, right? But it's, you know, and now this is the interesting thing about watching the short. So again, she say, okay, well, you know, they found this, but then when you go do research, you found out that they got hundreds of thousands of these.
No, it said it's only been 3 people. I thought it said it's only been 3 people with.
No. I'm not saying with this process. I know what you're talking about, the processing, James. I'm talking about the people, the mummies, the people that they found.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? And so don't you know how she's describing and breaking down how we know he was a potter? Right, because he was sitting down. You know, they found indentations in his skulls. You see what I'm saying? His shoulders. They found those other things as other mummies as well.
Right, but his just happened to have 2 different types of.
Yeah, it's the oldest. It's the oldest out of all of them.
That points to Mesopotamian and Egyptian interaction. And how many brothers and sisters did he have though? We don't know. If they could have left off somewhere and did something different. He the only one that. How many kids did they have?
So all that's just saying is this is a Kemetic person, right? Where somewhere down his line, right, there was an intermarriage between it's just
to tell us which side his mama was on and which side his daddy was on, is everything like that. Let's watch this. Let me get back into this. My bad. I probably shouldn't have stopped it so soon, but I think with the Fair Rights Act, we should anyway. But yeah, we're about to get to see all of that, ain't we? I believe it should be if it was an intense investigation. And she looked like she's doing pretty good.
Of a new way of understanding ancient Egyptian life through genetics. And what a way to start. For more stories like this, follow us everywhere at Today Learn Science at TIL Science. Scientists have pulled out something incredible. Scientists have successfully sequenced the entire genome of
that.
Scientists have pulled out something incredible. Scientists have successfully sequenced the entire genome of the oldest ancient Egyptian DNA ever analyzed. And guess what? This guy lived when the first pyramids were being constructed.
Now, you hear that? This is the oldest Egyptian DNA ever analyzed.
Yeah.
They ain't found none older than this. None with any type of Egyptian. Right? But not only.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Think about that now. Let's put that into perspective. This is talking about any of the Egyptian mummies or anything that they've ever found. They found this dude, and it's older than that. Am I hearing that right?
No. So what she's saying is this guy have the oldest traces of DNA that points to interaction between Kemet and Mesopotamia.
Nah, let's go back. That ain't what she said. I don't think.
Go ahead.
No, I don't think that's what she said. I think she said first that let me see if I can pull it back. My computer, man. I'm sorry about that. I gotta pull everything till I see it.
Real fast, Quantum. Are we still doing the back and forth thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. We're gonna do the back of we're gonna do one of yours next. I'm just trying to make sure we get the basics of this thing right. When it comes to discussions and what people talking about. Now listen to what she say about this DNA.
Right. You see what she said?
Something incredible. Scientists have successfully sequenced the entire genome of the oldest ancient Egyptian DNA ever analyzed. And guess what?
The oldest ever analyzed.
DNA.
Ever analyzed.
So here she's speaking about the span, right? And the genomes. She's not speaking about like this is the oldest mummy. What she's saying is, so basically this is like the guy or the lady, don't y'all know the lady, I can't remember her name. Who when they took her blood sample, she had like the oldest Y chromosomal thing, and they like did some experiments with her blood. Yeah, listen, we need a queen for that. Man, but this is that same type of what she's saying, right? So he had so his strand of DNA go back the furthest. They're not saying he's the oldest mummy.
Let me see. Cosmo said that's not what she said. Cosmo, what did she say? Cosmo, how do you think? What you think she was saying? Oldest analyzed, not the oldest they have. If it's the oldest they, if it's the, you gotta listen. But if it's the oldest they have they analyzed it? Because they have to know it's the oldest they have. They have to know it's the oldest they have to have analyzed it. Am I not tripping, Cosmo?
Listen to this, Quantum, real fast. Listen to this. Do the oldest ancient Egyptian DNA sequence equate to the oldest mummy?
Not the.
What am I thinking?
No, the oldest ancient Egyptian DNA sequence does not equate to the oldest mummy. In fact, the individual who provided the oldest sequenced ancient Egyptian genome was not a mummy at all. The oldest ancient Egyptian DNA NUE-001. In 2025, researchers from the Francis Crick Institute and Liverpool John Moores University successfully sequenced the first complete whole genome from an ancient Egyptian individual known as NUE-001.
So that's the guy she talking about now.
The individual lived approximately 4,500 to 4,800 years ago, circa 2,855 minus 2,570 BC, during the transition between the early dynastic period and the Old Kingdom, the age of the pyramids. Burial method. He was buried in a ceramic pot in a tomb cut into a hillside at the site of Nuweirat. Why it wasn't a mummy? His burial occurred before artificial mummification became standard practice in Egypt. Ironically, this lack of mummification,
stop right there,
dry environment, and the protection of the pottery vessel likely helped preserve his DNA better than many elaborate mummification processes.
He older than the mummies.
Chemicals that can degrade genetic material. Source of DNA. The researchers extracted the intact genetic material from one of his teeth. Why this
That's
distinction?
exactly what she said. He said.
Scientists believe that Egyptian mummies would be the best source for ancient DNA. However, the study of mummies has proven difficult for two main reasons. Chemical degradation. The substances used in the mummification process, such as resins and salts, can damage DNA over thousands of years. Environmental factors. Egypt's hot, humid climate is notoriously hostile to DNA preservation. Prior to the 2025 discovery of the NUE-001 genome, the oldest DNA recovered from ancient Egypt came from mummies dating between approximately 787
prior to this
BC, the third intermediate to Roman period. Those samples provided only partial genetic data, whereas the non-mummified individual from Nuweirat provided the first complete, high-quality whole genome from the Old Kingdom.
Prior to that, it was mummies. But they found this dude, and it's older than the
he
mummy.
wasn't even a mummy.
Exactly. He older than that.
That's the interesting part. He wasn't even a mummy.
Yeah, that's what I thought she said. I knew I wasn't tripping.
This guy lived when the first pyramids were being constructed. What a time to be alive, for real. Here's what they found. Meet our ancient pottery worker. This man lived well into his 60s, 4,000 years ago, which is already a feat in itself, but his genetic story is what is really fascinating. The analysis published in Nature showed that 20% of his ancestry came from West Asia. So think modern day Iran, Iraq, and Jordan, while the remaining 80% came from North Africa. This genetic mix aligns with prior archaeological evidence. Ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia were two of the most sophisticated civilizations at the time, and now we have the DNA proof that they were interacting at some level. This discovery is huge because almost everything.
And see, Cosma, I don't know why you don't want that to be what she said. It actually fits what you was arguing the other day, but that's what she said, though. Anyway, I don't know why I'm arguing with you. I know that's what
we know about ancient Egyptian life comes from artifacts and hieroglyphics, but genetic evidence, incredibly hard to come by. The hot, dry climate that preserves mummies so well actually destroys DNA over time. For context, only 3 ancient Egyptians have had their genome partially sequenced, and all are much more recent than our pottery guy. But advances in technology have finally allowed scientists to crack the full genetic code of this man. Radiocarbon dating shows he lived between 2855 and 2750 BCE, around the time when the construction of the first step pyramid of King Djoser and the Great Pyramid of Giza were being built. And the details these scientists were able to uncover from so little are unbelievable. Chemical signals called isotopes in his teeth told them that he grew up in the hot, dry Nile Valley, eating wheat, barley, and other plants typical of ancient Egypt. But here's where it gets really cool, and some of you might have caught this at the very top of the video, but they could tell what his job was just from his bones. Muscle markings on his arms and shoulders show he spent long periods holding his arms out in front of him while squatting down on his ankles. His skull and his vertebrae show that he spent much of his life looking down and leaning forward. His sit bones were so enlarged from sitting on a hard surface for decades. Put it all together and you get the classic posture of a potter working at his wheel. the way he was buried also tells us about his social status. He was placed in a large pottery vessel inside a rock-cut tomb, a burial style typically reserved for the upper class. So this wasn't just any potter, he was likely a skilled craftsman with upper standing. Interestingly, it was this burial method that also preserved his DNA so well. Our unnamed potter is just the beginning of a new way of understanding ancient Egyptian life through genetics. And what a way to start. For more stories like this, follow us everywhere at Today Learn Science at TIL Science.
You gonna go and
Scientists have pulled us some
information. Man, hey, listen, man. I told you I was only gonna find out. Yeah, guys, man. I don't know why you wanted me to be wrong about that anyway. Shit, it agrees with you from the other day when you said
No. See, hold on. See, this is why we have to wait a minute. See, yes, there were. So what this show is the fact that there was contact between the Mesopotamians and the Egyptians, right? He's a result of that. But what he's not a result of is Mesopotamian people, right? Being in and influencing Kemet. That's why we gotta correct that.
Ever. You said ever. Even you said none of those foreign invaders that me and you was talking about earlier. You said none of those invaders was.
But see, that's what I'm saying though. So Mesopotamian wasn't an invader. They had contact. They did trade. They went into each other's lands. They had bureaucracy with one another. That's not invasion.
That's what I'm saying. That's what the tribes. That's what I'm saying to you, home. Listen, home.
No, but this is at 26. Hold on, but this is at 26. What you say? 2656 BCE. So Kemet was an established kingdom. Then there was no tribes. We're dealing in a kingdom. This is why we gotta understand what time period we're dealing with. We're not dealing in pre-dynastic.
We ain't in pre-dynastic. When this video that me and her that evidence of that DNA that she just showed,
the DNA shows that it goes back pre-dynastic. The DNA is pre-dynastic. The human that is studied is not pre-dynastic.
But the DNA goes back to pre-dynastic.
The DNA goes back to pre-dynastic.
And that's what we're looking for. We ain't looking for what that individual.
There was no, but what I'm saying is his DNA, we know in 2026, so we know in 2600 BCE that the that the Mesopotamians and the Cometians were in contact. We know that. But that don't mean that pre-dynastically they were in contact. No.
Even though his bloodline,
most of what she say in that video, most of his bloodline, he only got like 30% Mesopotamian. He got 80% which means somewhere down his line with his mother and father, right? One of them came from Mesopotamia.
Correct.
But mind you,
not just if it's 30%, it's more than likely wasn't his if that was like a grandpa. Right.
And so that came into the mix later. That didn't come into the mix pre-dynastic.
That's what I'm saying. No, he didn't come in pre-dynastic. That mixture that was happening was because that's two generations. That's two generations. What I'm saying.
Because we can't. So then this is why we're dealing with time periods. Because when we deal with archaeological evidence and anthropology, we know when they started dealing with the Mesopotamians. You see what I'm saying?
When they started,
what she's talking about is strictly his genome. She's strictly talking about his DNA.
Right.
They've mapped the full genome of his DNA, and they're saying that this is the oldest full genome that we've been able to map. They are not saying that this human comes from pre-dynastic or he carried Mesopotamian and Kemetic DNA that goes back to pre-dynastic. That's not what she's saying.
Wait, well, let's listen to that, because hold on now.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
Let's get running back.
Long story shorts, man. I'm telling you, we got to list, because I ain't agreeing or disagreeing with you. I'm just making sure.
No. We gotta get it. Go ahead.
Exactly what she said, because I think.
And then we gonna pause it. We gonna pause it. So listen to her.
No, I think. Oh, I got to go over here. Hold on, my bad. Okay. She said
something incredible. Scientists have successfully sequenced the entire genome of the oldest ancient Egyptian.
They have sequenced the entire genome. So they're dealing with DNA here, right? Of the oldest Egyptian DNA. She's dealing with DNA. Let's get into it. Oh, go ahead. You can go ahead, Quan. We'll be right back, fam. We'll be right back. Let me go to a word from out. Oh, never mind. Here you come. He getting together over there, y'all. We're gonna go to a word from our sponsors.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message titansdebateleague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments.
My bad. Did I do that?
No, I did that, Brody.
Okay.
I was saying you can unpause it, but I see you was busy in the back, so I played.
Yeah, my headphone. I seen what was wrong with my headphones, man. It broke off into the thing. I'm done fucked up, but I can get it now. I can hear you loud and clear. Since I figured that out. But hold on now. So listen. Let's get that straight. Scientists sequenced the oldest ancient Egyptian DNA.
Yes.
So this means out of any DNA that they've ever
DNA is different than fossils, though, Brother Quantum. So she didn't say that science just sequenced the oldest fossils. She said science sequenced the oldest DNA.
Do fossils have DNA evidence in them? Isn't that why fossils are so important, because they have DNA evidence?
Well, the thing about it is DNA, literally a lot of the DNA after death breaks down due to even as what she explained. And so this is why we can't get a lot of DNA from the older fossils, because a lot of them is decayed. why this person is so special is because the way that this person was reserved allowed some of the DNA to remain intact. So not all of this person's DNA is gone or decayed. So they still have some DNA there.
Right. And when they sequenced it,
the
and
amount of DNA they had,
and so when they
go ahead.
And so when they sequenced the remains of these bones, they found that this bone contained older DNA evidence than the mummies that they had previously sequenced.
Yes, that can right.
Okay. So now, when they sequenced these bones, not only did they find out that it was the oldest Egyptian, what else did they find out about it?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. So you're not taking into account the bones they found that's older than this man. They don't have any DNA. All of the DNA in those bones are decayed, so they can't take any DNA sequence from those bones.
So you saying that they have older bones?
Yes, but they can't
have DNA, but they can't sequence those bones.
They can't sequence the DNA from those bones because of the DNA decay.
What does that prove? What does that mean, though?
So, because now, like you said earlier, right? You think that this proves what Cosmo
Wait. Huh? Don't do that. Don't say that.
You did say that. I don't know why you want me to be wrong, because this actually back up what you were saying. But
yeah, that don't mean that doesn't mean I'm right. Hold on. We're gonna get to that later. Hold on. Remember, I'm doing my investigation. I'm looking at the comments, and yeah, I was just pointing out to him that he wouldn't want her not to be saying what she's saying, because it points towards that. I never said that it proves that. I said this point toward that. That's a whole nother argument that they have to. However, it is evidence for him that there was Mesopotamian and an Egyptian interaction. And sometimes, and that's all I'm saying. And that's all I'm saying.
Right.
That's the long story for this short.
Think about that though, Quanah. Watch this. Interaction is a two-way street. It's not a one-way street. You see what I'm saying? So if me and you, right, seen each other on the street and we interacted, did I just interact with you, or did we interact with each other? See, what Cosmo was trying to say was what we have in Kemet came from Mesopotamia.
I don't think he said he came. He just said that it was evidence that he was just saying that it was evidence that the Mesopotamians was there, which was the same.
No, he said influence. When we were talking about the Narma palette, he was talking about the symbol that was on the Narma palette, and he was saying, you see, and there's other symbols on the Narma palette that got a lot of Mesopotamian influence in it too. And that
shows that he said it got a lot of Mesopotamian. Hold on,
go ahead.
Let's steel man his argument. We got to steel man his argument. He said it got Mesopotamian influence in it, which means that there was Mesopotamian interaction with Kemet at the beginning of the dynasties, because it was during the pre-dynasty. That was his argument. Now, if I'm wrong, Cosmo can come up and tell me. Let me see, because I could be wrong, but I think that's what his point was.
This is what I'm saying. So 3100 BCE, right? So Narma palette, we could say, okay, Narma palette did 3100 BCE, right? We know that
GDM Phone just said a good thing. He said, read the article. You're right, GDM.
So listen. So 3100 BCE, we know that there are city-states. Remember, we was talking about this earlier, right? Even before we went live, right? The transition between tribal and city-states, right? When he unified Kemet, we know Kemet became king. During this time, they were kingdoms, right? Now, when we're talking about pre-dynastic, right? We're talking about the wooden totem pole. We're talking about when not Ray, I apologize. When Heru was just the name for a falcon.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So those are two different time periods. That's what I'm saying.
What do you think? But do you think Mesopotamia existed at both of those time periods?
Mesopotamia didn't exist as Mesopotamia, basically. Yes, it existed, but it didn't exist. It existed like Kemet existed, right? It was there, but it wasn't unified. It wasn't a whole city state. You see what I'm saying? They were. This is why Mesopotamia. A lot of people like to put Mesopotamia before, but this is why they're contemporaneous.
So, Cosmo, type yes or no if I was right or wrong about your argument, or can you come up and tell me if that was your argument? He say, "Humble, stop the cat." No, okay, but the study marks the first time researchers successfully sequenced a full whole genome from an early Egyptian living in the early dynastic Old Kingdom, 4,000 to 50,000 years ago. 2800 to 2550 BC. But I'm saying this don't mean that I'm restate it again, that the Narmer palette and the things that you were showing that was correlated with the Narmer palette wasn't showing that Mesopotamia or specifically Sumer influenced, but that there was actually an interaction with those two different groups, which ended as Mesopotamian kin.
Mind you, you're saying pre-dynastically, right?
Pre-dynastically too, yeah, because they came in from somewhere, and I believe that if they was messing around then, like you said, it was hundreds of different tribes before pre-dynastic, and the movement of Narmer. We're gonna get there. The movement of Narmer and how he got power over everybody else. Evidence proved that people were also physically migrating, starting families across. Let me send this right here.
Okay.
We're gonna read it. This is a long story short. Man. We're gonna make sure. Oh, well, he said both of us was right, Humble. Cosmo said both. He said it gave Kemet culture as we know it also. So yeah, he said we both right, Humble. You believe what he said genetics, which is what I thought he was saying, and then you were saying, he was saying it was giving Kemet all its culture. And he said, yes, he agrees with that too. So that's his argument. I don't too much agree with that, but that's why.
And that's why I gotta give the pushback, because and see, this is why I was saying interaction is a two-way street. Well, this is why I kept telling you, Quantum, interaction is a two-way street.
Right.
So if Mesopotamia was, dealing with Kemet, right, then that means Kemet was dealing with Mesopotamia, which means they inherited some of Mesopotamian things. Well, how did they do this? Through trade. This was not through conquering, through invasion. This was through trade. See, this is why I say what I say, so I could put things in proper context. So when both of these people interacted, right, they already had their own systems. Now, the reason we was dealing with this on a Narmer palette is because that double-headed lion thing you see. During that time, that double-headed lion thing was the universal symbol for trade. Did it come from Mesopotamia? Absolutely. Absolutely, we can get at the Mesopotamia, but it wasn't just something that Kemet adopted. It was like UPS, right? If we using UPS and I UPS you something and you UPS me something, right? The label on a package is going to say UPS, correct?
Yep.
And so that's
Like
what
you
that
UPS.
symbol was. And so he's trying to say that symbol and other symbols on an armor palette, right? Which is again false because it's only that symbol. But every other symbol on an armor palette is commission. But that symbol, what he's saying is that symbol is proof that the Mesopotamians directly influenced and gave them culture. But instead, what you see when you study this stuff is the Kemetic people already had their culture. We went to it 8,000 BCE, didn't we, Quantum?
Yeah. We going back. We ain't
What did we
finished.
find out? These people use the first time we see the word nature, what is it attributed to? A totem, correct?
Yeah.
That's the first thing.
Yeah.
And so we found out that these tribes, right, named their tribes after what, Quantum?
Animals.
Thank you.
The nature. And
what's the word for falcon? What's the word for watch this? What's the word for falcon in metal nature?
Hiru.
Thank you. And what is this? We're talking what? Pre-dynastic.
Pre-dynastic. When we talking, yeah, pre-dynastic.
And so the fact that all of that what we're talking about right now came from the Mesopotamians during this time period is wild.
Yeah.
That's why I pushed back so hard on that.
Yeah.
That's why I gotta give you. That's why I had to push back so hard.
Listen, but they dumb, and I mean, I ain't gonna say that because the Hebrew Israelites are cool. But to me, it would only be safe to say that we see that this influence was early, and so might have also been the same thing when we see Joseph in the story of Joseph. But like you always say, I don't have any pushback for it. This is just my thing. So it'd be kind of different arguments and different things.
So Mesopotamian and Joseph, that'd be two different things. So Mesopotamian, so Joseph will be with the Hyksos. That'll come later.
That will come later. But
that will come later.
But within the Hyksos and Joseph coming later, there was still that belief somewhere that interacted with the majority of what we call the Egyptian community, which
that was because that during that time the Egyptian community had stockhold. It had territory set up in the Levant. Mind you, the Hyksos are Semitic people. They come from the Levant region. The Hebrews use this because the Hebrews are Semitic people. And so they try to tie every Semitic person to being a Hebrew Israelite. And so this is why they try to tie the Joseph story to the Hyksos. Because the Hyksos are Semitic, but the Hyksos were not Hebrews. They didn't worship a Hebrew God. There was no Hebrews around. See, we gotta remember that strictly Hebrew have a strict point of origin when they come into history.
So, hey, Cosmo,
when we dealing with, and I'm gonna land my plane right here, Quantum. When we dealing with 3000 BCE, 2000 BCE, 4000 BCE, there is no Hebrews, so we can't mix them in with that. The only way we get that is when the Hebrew Israelites start trying to mix them in based off what the Bible says. I land my plane with that, brother Quantum.
I got you. That's a great argument. What's up, Safari? Thank you for coming to the stage. How you doing this morning, man?
Peace and blessings. Can I be heard?
Absolutely.
I'm over I'm driving on the road. I don't know if I'm clear or not.
Yeah, you clear.
First and foremost, all praise to the Most High God. Peace and blessings to Oli. Peace and humble. To the chat.
Bless you,
Shout
brother.
out. Shout out to the Titans Debate League, Coliseum of Arguments, A1. Yeah, I'm gonna mute out real quick, but I definitely want to address a few things that was brought up. And by the way, this is a very interesting real or was it real story, whatnot. Definitely want to dive into that real quick, man. I ain't gonna be before y'all too long. Just give me a second.
Go ahead, bro. Oh, go ahead, Quan.
Well, my bad. I thought I was on mute. Bet. Yeah. Thank you, man. Because we're gonna sort it out. You know what I'm saying? We here just looking at it, making sure we get the entirety of the content that was provided right here to see if we all get the same interpretation. We see right off the bat we didn't have the same interpretation. But as we look into it, we see that to me, it seemed like she's saying that they had sequenced 3 Egyptian mummies only. And that these Egyptian mummies, oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying now when you say that they might not have did the oldest, because this 3 ain't like they picked the oldest 3 mummies.
Yeah.
So any of these other mummies could actually end up becoming older than.
But she can't sequence the genomes. They see this is the only one that they can fully sequence the full genome.
So they have tried to sequence the other mummies and they just couldn't.
But they don't have because the DNA decayed. That's what she talked about in the video.
Right. Okay. Now, with the oldest one that they was able to sequence, she fits to tell which dynasty that was in before the oldest dynasty of the mummies, and how much older is his genome, because I think she said it's like 800 years older than the oldest mummy, which means it's 800 years is 800 years long enough to build some pyramids.
800 years. Yeah, we see them built.
Now check this out, honey. Because like you say, this particular guy came in when she give a rulership, a king's name. Did she say Joseph? Okay. And so when he came, we know exactly how much of the temple was, or the pyramid was built, right? Like
well, the temple was built after him.
After Joseph?
It was finished after Joseph. Imhotep started building it during his reign. But of course he passed away before it was finished, and it was finished after him.
Right. But this particular person right here, he shows that he could have been like, it could have been like you say. It could have been his daddy came in, and this the first time his daddy was in Mesopotamia, or was in Egypt, and had a baby with a woman and left. It could have been this dude had a lot of brothers as well as cousins, because his daddy had brothers who came into Egypt with him. And so there was, and we see, because we are talking about different times, does this still show it's like the 200 years that America has been America? We know that people started in a certain place, and the travel of the United States, like we have this many states and stuff, and these people would travel to this state, and then this state would become a state and stuff. And this seems to be what was also happening back in that day when it comes to the movement of people and how people were moving about. And so, like, I know I can track family all the way to Mississippi when it comes to my great granddad's siblings, but it's because my great granddad's dad came from there. My great granddad's mom was already here in Oklahoma. So when I see that type of mechanism that could have happened, I say, yeah, this is the oldest thing that they found that they've been able to sequence, and it shows that even though it's after, it don't mean that it just started happening and that's the only individual that it happened with. And so while it's different when you're saying that that's the Hicks, that shows evidence of the Hyksos being the Hebrews, I understand what you're talking about. But let's begin with the very simple part that I'm talking about. Do we agree that this does show at least some type of evidence that Mesopotamia and Kemet had interaction, whether it was just slave trade and a quick?
Yeah, no, I never disagree with that. No,
Okay,
never disagree.
okay.
My disagreement came that Mesopotamia influenced and gave Kemet culture. That was my disagreement.
And you don't think they did it? None. You don't think they did it?
No, I'm saying they traded, and of course, so what you're gonna see is you're gonna see some cultural overlap because they had interactions. Of course, that's what you're gonna say.
Okay.
But you're not gonna see a cultural overtaking where you see a bunch of Mesopotamian culture. You know what? It's like, for an example,
I ain't gonna see the Mesopotamian guys ruling. I ain't gonna see the Mesopotamian guys ruling Egypt.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so on that level, so these people already had their own culture. You see what I'm saying? And Mesopotamia already had their own culture. And so when it came into contact, one thing that's going to be traded first is what? Culture. I'm going to give you some pottery. You're going to give me some pottery. I'm going to give you some of this. You going to give me some of it. And again, what did I say, Quantum? This is doing a transition from what? The tribal age to the city-state age, right? And so now, why do Mesopotamia want to trade with Kemet? Because Kemet is right there along the Nile. This is the only way you get in anything in and out. What is the number? And see, this is the problem. See, this is how we got to understand our civilization today. Watch this, right? What is the number one control factor?
Hold on, we're gonna get you in there. Let Humble in real quick, and then you can get
trading ports. If you control the trading ports, you control everything. Kemet during that time controlled what? The trading ports. How was you getting through? How was you getting to the Nile unless you was going through Kemet? You wasn't. So it was with that. Hey, Quantum, you ever watched Avatar: The Last Airbender? So you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I have.
When Ba Sing Se go to the town in the north, what do they do? What do you remember when Aang and them, they pretended to be Fire Nation? Right? And Aang knew all of the ways of the ancient Fire Nation, but he wasn't caught up because when he was there, he was a kid and they did things completely different. This is what we're talking about here. Right? Why do Aang know things about the Fire Nation? Because he had friends in the Fire Nation. And so you see how
I want to be fair, but I don't think I'm talking about Aang. No, I'm just
But listen, the reason it's so important is because when we're talking about how cultures interact, right? It's logical that if we're interacting, I'm going to get some of your pottery and you're going to get some of my pottery. Correct? But this is not a one-way takeover. That's what I'm saying.
And I agree with that too. I don't believe it a one-way takeover. Now, could it be that if we have statesmen and tribals, and we forming a city and we agreeing with things, we having meetings, and we meeting, and our tribes are interacting with each other, as well as tribes and people from far off, and not just Kemet. So when we come here, we got to understand what the very first trade is. It is that biology and sex. That's what they're gonna be coming to do. Anytime anybody coming to interact with civilizations like that, they definitely coming.
So you gotta understand
biology.
Right, but real fast. So you have to understand that the only way to expand into the Levant was to get through Kemet. Right? So they were right there on the Nile. The only way, mind you, this is during the time that the Sahara became a desert. So what they're trying to do, they're trying to bring goods through Kemet to take them through the Nile so they can get to the Levant. But you can't do that because there's people there. So they're not, and that's why I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to put this, so obviously agriculture don't work. Trading networks, how we see them as an example, don't work. I'm trying to put it in perspective so it's understandable that these things, like these two groups of people, did not just mingle up to one another and was like, "Hey man, hey, how you doing? Let's do this. No.
Why you wanted to be fight? Well, now go ahead.
The reason they started interacting was because Mesopotamia needed to get on the other side of the Nile. And so, of course, if you're going through a town and you're trading with the town to get your stuff through the trading post, right? Things are going to be passed and forth. But this does not mean that the people that you're trading with just to come to your culture, or it is a cultural overtaking.
Yeah, salute everybody out there, man.
What up, Cosmo?
Yeah, shout out Cosmo.
Yeah,
you know, go ahead.
Y'all kind of swinging to extremes a little bit, especially when the brother say he makes the reach that this has to be cultural overtaking. No, it doesn't have to be that, and scientifically, anthropology.
Cosmo, hold on. I yanked my headphones out of my head and I couldn't hear nothing you said. Can you please just start over from like you just came back on? Sorry about that, everybody else.
No, man. Salute to y'all, man. All praise to the present creator. You dig what I'm saying? But I don't think we got to swing to such major extremes. You dig what I'm saying? Just for truth to be told. You dig what I'm saying? There is even if you go back to 8,000 BC, right? There's the Neolithic migration of Western Asia into there 1,000 years before it. From Western Asia into Egypt. So they have been trading, not only trading, but intermixing and admixing. This is why you can prove gene flow, right? To show that the people were there and had been there, and then we gotta show that pre-dynastic Egypt, right, or the land that would become Egypt, right, is the whole period that governs it is called Nakata. Nakata is Sumerian. The word in of itself, the rulership before that is called Ubayyid. Ubayyid is also from Sumer. Also, you would never have to cross the Nile. Never, ever, 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 if you're coming from southern Sumer, right? You could walk across the Sinai Peninsula, right into the Delta region, and walk up to the Nile, right? But Sumer already had a massive sailing army, and it is on the Gulf region also, right? You got two Gulfs, one that banks the Red Sea on the other one, and the Gulf of Arabia on the other.
So you know it's trade going on. You know it's some type of commerce
it's
going
not
on.
only trade. We got agriculture. Everything, I ain't trying
Commerce.
to bash the brother, but everything that he said didn't happen is actually what anthropology and archeology has proven happened.
So hold on before you hold on humble before you go humble. I want to make sure Cosmo, because I know he put something in the chat. But so was I correct about my analysis and what you were saying the other day? Was you just showing the correlation to what this is pointing to also, or was you saying something different?
No, well, we got to put it in context. What I was going to show was unveiling the names of pre-dynastic rulers, right? That's what I was showing, pre-dynastic. You dig what I'm saying? So I was showing the Mesopotamian influence and why I'm saying what I'm saying, right? And then comparing it to that, and to show why the influence would have come from that way. And then, another thing that they never take into account is why is he saying that, and why would the people move? If you got this, lush, community going on in Southern Sumer that don't need nothing, well, why such an influx in culture, agriculture, and stuff? And we see many of the same practices that were in pre-dynastic Sumer practice in Egypt, pre-dynastically and dynastically.
All right. So here's the issue that Cosmon is having, right?
Yeah, My
hold
issue
on one second, Cosmon. Hold on, I got you.
I wasn't done.
Let him get back.
He asked me. I wasn't done because he had asked me to repeat what I was saying, and I was just saying that we don't have to swing to such extremes, right? It doesn't have to necessarily be a violent thing or domination, I'm better than you thing, especially when the people are migrating to save themselves.
That's kind of what I was thinking. That's
right.
I was wondering, like, it don't have to be what.
Second.
Go ahead, let's let Humble get on up in there.
Go ahead.
All right. So the issue is, in quantum, I want you to look this up, right?
Right now, let me help.
Was Mesopotamia, Kemet, or the Levant a thing in 8000 BCE?
Oh, you talking about
you didn't have. Hold on one second, Cosmo. I'll let you go, bro. Hold on. So you didn't have interconnected interactions. So Cosmon is saying is as if, oh yeah, well, you got Eastern Asia and you got Kemet and you got Mesopotamia and 8000 BC, those things was not there. What you had was semi-nomadic pastoralists who interacted with one another. Now and this is why quantum, when we went into pre-dynastic Kemet, what did we start off with? That totem, right?
Yeah, we're gonna get back to that. We got to
start off with the totem. Why is that so important, family? Why am I bringing that up, family? Because it shows, right, that these people had a culture, developed a culture, and they wasn't even called Kemet yet. So now, how is Kemet interacting with anybody when during in 8000 BCE, these were tribes, groups of people? Now, what you can say, and what I would agree with, was, back then, we had people from this region migrate, the semi-nomadic people, they was trade with the semi-nomadic people. Okay, yeah, we know that, right? But then we can't use that, we can't use that as been a gateway to say, you see, this is how Mesopotamia influenced Kemet. Because Mesopotamia and Kemet didn't even exist yet.
That's too much to say.
It's a really
ain't that
They're the same. You know what I mean?
Mesopotamia and Kemet didn't even exist back then.
So
we gotta look at it from that perspective, Quantum. This is why I always say, hold on, I'm gonna land my plane. This is why I always say you gotta deal with time periods. Because just like this, if you're dealing with a time period, because now your argument becomes anachronistic. Because how are we dealing with 8,000 BCE, Kemet, Mesopotamia, and the Levant region when these things did not exist?
Right. So this is why you're being anachronistic. You got to. I was just.
Levant is 8,000. Just real quick. I just could keep saying 8,000. Jericho was already a city, meaning it had, it was an urban city-state. It was short 8,000 BCE.
Oh no, bro.
Listen, that was the first thing I learned in anthropology. Well, my first year in urban studies. Okay, that Jericho was 8,000 BCE. Already a sophisticated urban, city, or like town, city. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You want me to show my screen and what it say? Let me share
was
my
there
screen.
A thing at 8,000? Yeah.
Because when
were they city states yet?
Because when I asked the questions, I formed the questions where were the people connected in the areas of Mesopotamia?
No. You see that? This is crazy. That is not what I asked you to ask it.
I know it. That's what you asked.
Hold on.
What was the name of them? What was the name of it? If it wasn't,
that's the point I'm making.
And if
there was no Mesopotamia in 8,000,
that's not a point. It's not a point because you got to call it something.
This is why
what are you calling it then?
This is why I said we got to ask the question in the correct way. And I think for me, the proper way to ask the question is, were the people in them areas that became Mesopotamia and Kemet, were they connected before 8,000 BCE? Because them the people we talking about. Forget the culture, forget the cultures and the things of that. We talking about the area because.
But now this is why this is important. Hold on, this is why this is important. So we just went over Kemet, right, Quantum?
Right.
And we know Kemet is not of one. Hold on, real fast. Kemet is not of one tribe and one place and one group. Kemet became Kemet over a period of region, right, of different tribal people. Correct.
Yep, with help from Mesopotamia.
Okay, so now if one tribal people that settled on the Levant interact with another tribal people that settled on the other side of if one tribal people on one side of the Nile interact with another tribal people that was on the other side of the Nile, can we say the Levant interacted with Kemet? No. We can say those two don't.
The Nile ain't in the.
What we can say is two semi-nomadic tribes interacted, but we cannot say these things interacted because now again that becomes anachronistic because these places didn't exist yet.
Not really, because we talking about the people, and when we say the places, we ain't talking about the actual places. We talking about the people in the place, because the place then doesn't do nothing. It's the people. But look at this. Listen to this. When you talk about geography and we talk about the exchange, the Fertile Crescent is with the Nile Valley. It ain't within the Nile Valley, but it's on the Nile River, right? The Fertile Crescent, and if them ships and things and all the trade and stuff is moving about the entirety of the Nile River, it's going back and forth. It's like we know it's going back and forth right there. I know them people is fucking. Excuse me, thanks. My bad.
Yes, we know they enter. That's not the argument though, Quantum.
Listen, the Nile Valley is part of Mesopotamia, man. It's part of the Fertile Crescent.
What I'm saying, when people grow up and they want to reps for their mama and their daddy, and they know they part of that, but they got, you know what I'm saying, they daddies and them came and they in the area and they came with a group. You know how people used to travel, and they got families and stuff, so they get to bring their little.
See us today.
Now it's just like this. We want to be part of the government and stuff and doing big things because we traveling back and forth. We good in trade. We want our whole regime to take over. That's what we see. I mean, that's how. I mean, I'm not saying that this is how it happened.
What we see, I feel. See, this is why I have to put these things in perspective, bro. Because during this time, what we see are certain groups of people interacting, right? Once these people, right, become nation and city states, we see by time 31, even 8,000, these people had their own culture. So when they're interacting, it's not like again, just like Cosmo said, oh, well, we didn't have to have such a, a cultural takeover, anything of that nature. What I'm simply saying is, of course, you're going to see stuff that Mesopotamia, stuff from Mesopotamia.
Like agriculture.
Hold on 1 second. And stuff in Kemet from Mesopotamia, right? But we really only see that when we get to those kingdoms. Before that, certain groups of people were interacting. So we was talking about Haru, the Falcon tribe. The Falcon tribe probably interacted with somebody else over here. But we can't say that that's Kemet in Mesopotamia because that's the Falcon tribe. There was no Kemet yet. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. We're not saying these people did not interact. That's not what we're not saying. What I'm saying is we have to understand the context and what we're saying when we're saying they interacted.
You ain't saying nothing.
Interacted, though. Quantum, you started off saying that the Mesopotamians influenced and all of
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Yeah, I didn't say that. Cosmo said it.
No, my bad, Cosmo, you start off by saying everything in Kemet came from Mesopotamia.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I said what we would call culture. You dig what I'm talking about?
And
like aggregation.
That's
1 second, bro. 1 second. I'm talking about major things like irrigation. I'm talking about agriculture. I'm talking about city structure building. That's what I'm talking about. Things like that. We see they come after a Mesopotamian, a long time of Mesopotamian interaction. You dig what I'm talking about? And then finally come to head at the founding of Egypt with Narmer. You dig what I'm talking about? But even Narmer, it comes from a rulership that was already put into place. My thing is, by who? These people are historically called Gersians. But we also know that they did have polities and different rules, but different people ruled different places. But they were all under the same rulership. I'm saying that rulership initially comes from Sumer. And this is why. Hold on. But I explain why I'm saying what I'm saying objectively, scientifically, historically, right? And then I show it proven through archaeology that why I'm saying what I'm saying. You dig what I'm saying? It's just not like I'm up here just bumping my thumb. You dig what I'm saying?
And so I think our disagreement comes into place when we're dealing with, like you were saying, culture, right? While these people interacted, what I'm saying is they exchanged cultures. It wasn't like Mesopotamia just came and taught Kemet these things, and Kemet didn't already have this stuff going on. You start to see an exchange of culture.
No, I'm saying something different. I'm saying it's an impossibility.
But that's what I'm saying. That's
I'm saying the possibility to become Kemet without Mesopotamia.
And that's where we would disagree at.
Well, listen, we don't have to disagree. You can disagree all you want. This is what's proven since 1,000 years. Since 1,000 years before you think Kemet. Hold on 1 second, bro. You won't even let me get it out.
Go ahead.
1,000 years before your oldest date. It's already been proven gene flow coming from Western Asia. It's not necessarily the Levant. It's more even east, right? And this is what the science that the girl just proved on the video shows. You dig what I'm talking about? A great Mesopotamian influence. Not that it wasn't indigenous Africans there, but the culture that comes out of that becomes Egypt, right, is still greatly influenced by Mesopotamian. Hold on, by Mesopotamian writing, hieroglyphics. Hold on 1 second. Hieroglyphics, writing, agriculture, dress, the wheel, all type of stuff. You dig what I'm saying?
This is where we, you know what? I ain't saying up. Next time, go ahead, finish everything you saying because I'm about to prove you wrong. Because this is where we have to disagree.
Yeah, it's okay.
And it's not about art, because what you're going to find with archaeology is Kemet already had this culture. Kemet already had the language. The Metal Neter developed independently. What are you talking about? They got language. No, they did not. Hieroglyphics did not come from Mesopotamia.
Okay, but
this is the issue we had. So when I say that these, hold on one second. When I say that these cultures interacted, they already had culture before they interacted. This is why they traded culture.
Now you agree?
No, I don't agree with you. Because what you're saying is that Mesopotamia, right, gave Kemet culture, gave Kemet irrigation systems, gave Kemet this. But what we really see in history is there was an exchange of culture. Kemet already had the culture.
Well, this is already, anybody can readily Google this and just Google Mesopotamian Egyptian relations, pre-dynastic. It'll say, and most science agrees. There's a consensus today that there was influence into Egypt one way. One way. I mean, you know, these are the boys that do this every day. They're not just up there filibustering. Because everything that I'm saying, that even the AI is agreeing with me.
She said that the
Bro,
man was an
this
Asian.
doesn't even make any sense.
Hold on.
No, called cognitive dissonance, brother.
In reference to the video, she called a man Asian Egyptian.
No, she did not. She did not call him Asian Egyptian. She said he had 80% Egyptian and 30%. You see how they be lying, Kemet? Hey, Quantum, you see how they be lying?
Hey, they said this is the oldest Egyptian.
She said he had 80% Egyptian, 30% Mesopotamian. She ain't call that man no Mesopotamian Egyptian. You terrible, bro.
That's what it is. He's the oldest genetic Egyptian ever tested.
You're talking about a Afro-Asiatic. You're talking about, so now this is why I say this is the proof of the scripture. Because when I say Afro-Asiatic, I'm talking about I'm talking about people from the Nabatean or the Sabbatean region of Kush, where Kush, the empire, actually began, and Southern Arabia, Yemen, and all through there, and that traveled into the Nile Valley. And like I said, many shows back.
After that irrigation developed independently, Quantum.
I said many shows back that Asiatics may have even lived, if not the same time, or maybe even longer in the Nile Valley before, quote unquote, Kemetics. Respectfully. But what I'm saying is the Afro-Asiatic we see, and then think about this. When you look at the hieroglyphics, we talk about a Semitic people. When you say Shemitic people, these are Semitic Shemites, you're actually talking about a phylum. Okay, we're talking about the Semitic language, which is come from the Akkadian, because we have what is called syllables. So you got your vowels and all these inflections or what have you. But these people were Afro-Asiatic. The scripture says that the first king of Cush is who? Nimrod, son of Cush. Okay, that comes from the son of Ham. Now, I know this ain't the Bible, But I'm just saying that the late, in reference to the video, she called this man an Asian Egyptian. An Asian Egyptian. A Mesopotamian, with that 20% of the Mesopotamia that was found in his genome. We talk about
She
DNA, we talk
didn't
about
say
that.
an Asian Egyptian. She didn't say
Yeah,
that. She called
okay,
him an Egyptian.
please go back to the beginning of the video. Let's just, I don't want to argue about it. You know what I'm saying? Just we go back in reference to the video. Like I said, in reference to the video, because this is what I came up here to address.
Yeah, the video agree with what I'm saying.
What a time to be alive, for real. Here.
Call him the oldest Egyptian.
Scientists have pulled out something incredible. Scientists have successfully sequenced the entire genome of the oldest ancient Egyptian DNA.
Boom! She said Asian Egyptian. Now, in my mind, this description is referred to an Afro-Asiatic people. Listen. I was debating these kind of debates with brothers.
You want to tell us in your mind?
Wait, hold on. Time out. You ain't never debated nobody about nothing like this because I'm the first one. Quantum onlyism was the first one to bring you this story. Don't act like you've been debating this.
I've been on this walk since 2011 when I was behind the federal penitentiary. I had comrades. Hold on. I had comrades. Listen, if the feds, one thing about the state pen is that this is like going to high school. If feds is like going to college. Everybody in there reading something, intelligent brothers behind the walls. Just say that first and foremost. But
I'm just saying she agreed with Cosmon though. In the end of the day,
Cosmon, you welcome. Because you didn't even notice it at first when you was first listening to it. You didn't even notice what she said.
No. I was saying that ain't what she said. What they actually said is, listen to this is what she said. This is the oldest Egyptian DNA ever sequenced. They don't say that that's the oldest mummy or the oldest body. This is just the oldest one that they have sequenced because they got the body of King Scorpion. They got the body of Erie Or. You dig what I'm talking about? They got the body of pre-dynastic rulers. So what I'm saying is,
could they sequence?
They test.
It's still a test.
God damn.
Okay.
Go ahead, man.
Okay. So
now,
with this though.
Who is that?
The Sapphire. Hello?
Go ahead, Sapphire. You said let you land with it. I'm gonna let you land with it real quick because we was kind of
okay. So, in this college dictionary, right? When I went to go look up Hebrew, it called Hebrew. I don't know how old this. This one of them thick joints, but it called Hebrew a Syrio-Chemo language. It's called a Syrio-Chemo.
Wait, I thought we was talking about Mesopotamia. We was talking about Mesopotamia, right?
Exactly, Syria. It says it calls Hebrew Syrio-Chemo, meaning it's a Afro-Asiatic, like Egyptian. Because think about this: when they got correspondence in the Amarna letters, they were written in what? Cuneiform. Okay. When we look at the Medu Neter, they sound out syllables. Okay. It's a sort of a Semitic language.
The Amarna letters was not written in cuneiform.
Now listen. Now this right here is where I start
talking about Amarna.
So that's like 4 months ago.
Hold on, let me let you land. Go ahead. Go ahead and land, Sapphire.
But like I said, she said Asian Egyptian, and I just boom, that's my point right there.
Let me listen. I want to say something because, like I said, I brought this up for a reason. I brought this video up for a reason, and what this lady said right here is just they got all kind of bodies. They found a new body that was fresher than any other body they found. Now, like Humble said, and like Cosmo said, they haven't sequenced everybody they got. Humble said that they done tried to sequence everybody that they got. I don't know if Cosmo agrees with that or not.
I don't think so. I think they be hiding stuff
She break
and they
it down for you.
Yo,
She tell you that she tell you the issue with trying to sequence genomes from bodies is the fact that hold on one second. Is the fact that DNA decays.
Yeah,
And
we not
so
debating that.
after DNA, hold on one second. After DNA decays, then you can't get a true sequence of the genome. She tell you why they can't sequence
That's what she
everybody.
say. That's what she say. But that don't mean that they tried to do all the other ones. That just means that when they tried it with some of them, they said, "Oh shit, that don't work. Maybe we better start taking our time and trying to sequence these." And then they sequence some of they sequence these, and these are at this age.
The only reason they are able to sequence these things is because they still have DNA to sequence.
Nobody
DNA degenerates. You can't.
Nobody is debating
Hold
that.
on one second.
Doesn't mean
Okay. So how can I get? Hold on one second. Hold on, Cosmo. Hold on, Cosmo.
We heard what you said.
So then how am I going to get DNA from a skeleton that don't have any DNA?
But you're not. That's the point. You're not. But that doesn't mean that they proved that they tested every single one. You're making a leap in logic. What we're saying is this is and what they're saying, you're putting words in their mouth. What they said is this one is the oldest one that they tested. Not that they tested.
That still had the G. What did they say, Quan? What did she say? There is other ones, but they can't map out the full one.
Let's listen to it. Now listen. Let's listen to it.
Older or younger. They've tested ones. And got DNA.
Let's get it. Let's listen to what she's saying, Quantum. Let's listen to what she's saying.
Yeah, because
they don't even allude to testing every single mummy.
No, I don't think they do.
That's a false equivalent.
Because they haven't. They might not have even gone into every.
Let's listen to what she say.
Yeah, but
let's
hold on.
listen to what she said.
But hold on, I'm still talking. Be quiet. Because y'all won't even let the video play all the way through.
I've been scared. I'd be scared to let it play all the way through without talking. But I think we done did it enough times that we can play it all the way through without no talking, so everybody can get the whole thing into context.
Because what they saying is this is the oldest one, and then we gotta still think about this. Djoser and Djoser's pyramid come around 2650-ish. They say this man date back to about 2800. So he would be older than the step pyramid. You dig what I'm talking about? A Saqqara built by Djoser. He would be older than that.
Can we listen to what she said?
Yep, I want y'all to listen to every word that she say. Because
that shit be hurt. You agree with Cosmon. That's crazy.
You welcome, man. You know what I'm saying? I hate to I don't be doing it like that, but
I didn't see this.
Into my evidence.
We get to this video, man. That's what I'm trying to get to. What she say?
Man, that shit be
Here
hurt.
we go.
You hate to get caught by the props, don't you, Uncle?
Let's listen to what she is saying.
Ever analyzed. And guess what? This guy lived when the first pyramids were being.
Damn, I wanted to start all over.
Scientists have pulled out something incredible. Scientists have successfully sequenced the entire genome of the oldest ancient Egyptian DNA ever analyzed. And guess what?
So right there, she say analyze, not found.
Genome. So, what did she say? She said genome. Right. Genome.
What is your point?
Yeah, she said the oldest.
The genome.
Yeah, now let's listen to what. Let's get into the video. Hold on. Let's get into the video so she can explain why it's hard to then analyze other bodies.
Because they decay. Because they're decaying. We know that. That's common. But you know what she said?
Listen, crazy, bro.
Hold on, you're adding words into her mouth. She said,
"No, I'm not." You just said what I just said. How am I adding words in her mouth?
No, you putting words in her mouth because you're saying that they test
This guy
every
lived
single
when the
one. And you're saying the only
get
reason
into a quantum. Get into a quantum.
pyramids were being constructed.
Because the people are all right. Yeah.
Yo, come on. Let's hear what she say, man. Let's hear what she
Scientists
say.
pull out something incredible. Scientists have successfully sequenced the entire genome of the oldest ancient Egyptian DNA ever analyzed. And guess what? This guy lived when the first pyramids were being constructed.
When they were being constructed, not that they was constructed, when they were being constructed.
Okay.
What a time to be alive, for real. Here's what they found. Meet our ancient pottery worker. This man lived well into his 60s, 4,000 years ago, which is already a feat in itself, but his genetic story is what is really fascinating. The analysis published in Nature showed that 20% of his ancestry came from West Asia. So think modern day Iran, Iraq, and Jordan, while the remaining 80% came from North Africa. This genetic mix aligns with prior archaeological evidence. Ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia were two of the most sophisticated civilizations at the time. And now we have the DNA proof that they were interacting at some level. This discovery is huge because almost everything we know about ancient life comes from artifacts and hieroglyphics. But genetic evidence, incredibly hard to come by. The hot, dry climate that preserves mummies so well actually destroys DNA over time. For context, only 3 ancient Egyptians have had their genome partially.
See?
So they know that it's so they know that it's
partially analyzed, right?
Only 3.
Right.
Which what did she say? She said partially. Hold on. She said partially.
Partially.
Because DNA is what? Hard to come by. Why? Because of DNA decay.
Arguing a point we're not even talking about.
This is exactly what we talking about.
No, she said that only 3 before this
arguing
guy
about it though. We ain't arguing about that though. I don't think nobody disagree with that.
That shows my point that they have not all been analyzed. Because only 3 before him had been.
And that's why it's only been 3, because they understand if they do it with the other stuff, it's either
going to Well, how do they find out? Hold on 1 second. See, this is where y'all missing the point. Yeah. She just explained to you why DNA is hard to come by. How do y'all know they know that's how DNA is hard to come by? Y'all think
they tried a few. Because they tried a few. They didn't try all of them. They didn't try all of them.
Nobody
when they found out, hold
on. Let me finish.
Because you said
you see, bro. See, I be giving him the floor, bro, but you let me finish.
Let him go for 3. Let him go for 3 minutes. Honey, you got 3 minutes. Then I'm gonna go. Then Cosmo gonna go for 5.
So
since Cosmo gonna get 5.
So the whole point she is saying, right, is the very fact that we know now. Number one, what is the whole point of all of this? The whole point of this is his DNA do not equate to his bones. Just because this is the oldest DNA they could find, why could they find it? Because it did not decay. That's the only reason they found it, is because it didn't decay. But this does not equate to him then being the oldest Egyptian that they had at that time. That don't equate. That's number one. That's point number one. Point number 2. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Point number 2. I'm not moving the goalpost because this is what we was talking about before. Point number 2, right? She said he was 20% Asian, or he had 20% Asian DNA and 80% African DNA. This does not say, I'm going to repeat it. I'm going to repeat again. This does not prove that everybody was or a cultural takeover or a cultural influx of influence. That's not what that proves. What that do show is what the sister said. Hold on. What that do show is what the sisters. Everything I'm saying is what we're talking about, bro. I don't think you're listening to yourself.
Red herring. Nobody.
Hold on,
Cosmo, let him finish.
That do point to though is the fact, like she said in this video, that During that time, Mesopotamia and Kemet, which were two of the most what did she say? Most advanced civilization, right? Interacted, which mean they had trade, which mean culture was shared. It wasn't one way. It was shared. This is why I asked Quantum to bring up the fact that farming came independently in Kemet. Irrigation came independently. The metal net came independently. These things came independently of Kemet, which means they already had a culture before they interacted with another culture.
All right.
I land my man. I don't know how y'all. That's wild, bro. That's
now let me still man your argument so you can know I know exactly what you're saying before I say what I say. You're saying that this, due to the fact that we have evidence that says that this individual is the oldest, he's the oldest that they was able to analyze, and he was in the best shape because of the way he was in it live. Now we understand that they have mummies, and they've had mummies for a long time. First, I want to ask you, Humble, would you say hundreds of mummies or thousands of mummies?
First, can I clarify the part that you misled earlier?
I ain't finished. I'm not finished. I know.
I'm not going to be long. And I would say they have thousands of mummies. Just to answer your question.
Now, do you think that? Hold on, we'll get back to you because I gave you 3 minutes, Humble. I don't want to get you off the. No, I don't want you to get up off the out of there, man. We're trying to figure this out.
Go ahead.
Now, you said they have thousands of mummies.
Yes.
Do you agree that, or do you believe that, or do you know that they have studied each and ran an analysis on a DNA analysis on each and every mummy that they have in their possession? Do you believe that?
I'm sure they would have. Yes, they trying to figure out who the mummy is, but they can't run. Now the issue is number one. Now this is where I want to correct you at. So my first point is DNA chromosomes do not equate to fossils. It don't equate to bodies. So because this is the oldest complete chromosome they found, does not mean this is the oldest body they found.
No one ever argued that. No one ever argued that, though, Humble. No one ever argued that. That is not what I just. That is not what I just said.
She said this is the oldest Egyptian.
I said just what she said. Right, that they analyzed. This is the oldest one that they analyzed.
And that's where the correction coming at. This is not the oldest Egyptian that they've analyzed. This is the oldest Egyptian that. No, listen. This is the oldest Egyptian that they were able to get DNA from.
No, a full genome.
It don't matter. It don't matter if they know some that if there's some that you believe are older. We won't know if they're older because they haven't been able to sequence the DNA yet.
Because there is no DNA.
It ain't DNA. No, you got we can't say that there is no DNA because we don't know if they've tried to sequence each and every one of these thousands because it seems that they've went through some and they said, dang, these don't have DNA. We opening up these sarcophagi, we messing up these things, and we can't even find none. So we just gonna take our time with it. We got 3 of them that we can look at, and we got good evidence with these 3. And now they done came across another body which has better DNA. Now you keep saying it's bone and it ain't. However, the ones that they've been able to sequence that have been mummified, which have only been 3, this DNA is older than that. Now, when we get into the
complete chromosome of it, they was not able to do a complete synapses.
Who doesn't agree with that? Who doesn't agree with that, Humble?
You kept saying
what I'm saying is the reason this is important. Hold on 1 second. The reason this is important is because they were lucky enough to stumble upon this person, right, who still had DNA remainings.
Exactly.
That's the only reason why
What's wrong with that? Is something wrong with that?
Yes, what's wrong with that?
Do not equate. No, but listen to what I'm saying. That do not equate to this being the oldest person that they have during that time.
We never said it was. We said this the one that they got an analysis of, and they fully analyzed the DNA which came with it.
Yeah. Now, if we're talking about the DNA, then we can clearly say that's the oldest. Because it had to be because they haven't analyzed any other.
No, you're wrong.
We're talking about the person.
They said that they analyzed 3 other ones than that, but they couldn't get full genome.
It wasn't complete.
But what we're telling you is that doesn't equate to they tested every single body.
Nobody is making that argument.
You did make that argument, and you
hold on.
Hold on before you switch it up. Hold on before you switch it up. Oli, did he say that? Did he double down on it?
I thought that's what we was actually trying to get solved right now.
Thank you. I'm not making that up. No, I'm not lying on you, bro.
What we were getting solved was the fact that okay. So I see where the miss cross up is happening, right? So Quantum, when you speaking, right, you're speaking as if she's speaking about the Egyptian itself as being the oldest. Right?
No,
is that what you're saying? You're not saying that.
I'm saying she's the oldest one. No, I'm not. I'm saying that's the oldest one that they've analyzed. When out of the 4 that they've analyzed, this one is the oldest. And it's actually older than the other 3 that they already analyzed. The different category of them is this one wasn't a mummy, this one was mummified. We can agree that all of the mummies have never been answered, but due to the fact that this one is older than the 3 that they have, and we can go back and look at the time frames of those 3, we can only assume that when they do start sequencing these, this one is still going to be older than any of those. However, the evidence that we have right now is through those 4. And with those 4 that we have evidence for, this one is the oldest, no matter how they came about it.
This is why I can't. So watch this. This is why I keep going back. Now you see how you keep saying this is the oldest?
No, this is the oldest they analyzed. This is the oldest they analyzed.
Now watch this. Watch this. This is the oldest complete genome. You keep saying oldest, but you're not putting on what record you're talking. This is not the oldest fossil or body. This is the oldest genome that they were able to find.
We're not arguing.
And that's the point.
Ever argued that. I don't think nobody ever was arguing
that. You've been on this tangent all this time trying to argue something we not even talking about.
No, I ain't never said nothing
like most definitely talking about this. Yo, Quantum just said, so there was 3 that they analyzed, right? 3 that's mummies, right? And this one wasn't a mummy. This one, now if you're speaking about the genome, the reason we could talk about the genome, now this is the interesting part about the genome. The genome is the first complete genome they have. The other ones are only half genomes. Now listen, why am I making this point so important? Right? Because DNA decay. This is where y'all keep saying, well, we're not making the argument that this is the oldest mummy. We're only saying that this is the oldest genome, right? And if we find any other
genomes, this is the only one that they analyzed. You keep on leaving out the word analyzed.
And this, of course, because we're talking about the genome.
You can't leave that out though, because if you leave that out, it makes that statement mean something totally different than what I'm arguing. And I believe so for Cosmo Cal, I'll let him speak for himself. But if you leave out the word analyze, you leaving out a whole bunch of what we actually saying. And that's why I think that you making the argument, because you don't understand that we agree with exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, and it's for those reasons we know that they haven't tested every single
one.
But nobody is saying they tested every single one. What I said was the reason they know, the words that came out of my mouth was the reason they even know that this has to be the oldest and that energy decay, or that DNA decay, is because they have had to have tested one and they couldn't get no DNA from it.
So what? But that doesn't prove that.
They've had.
Still doesn't debate or debunk the fact that his is the full and oldest one ever tested.
Nobody is saying that.
So
Nobody is disagreeing on that
nobody
point.
is arguing what you saying. What we saying is that still doesn't equate to everybody being tested. And whether you trying to deny that now and walk that back, that's exactly what you said. And then you double down on it a second time. This is the whole reason we.
How can you analyze something that's not there, Cosmo?
Hold on. Other than that, we wouldn't even be talking because we agree. We don't agree with you that DNA.
I think where the missing part come in is
you keep trying to overtalk me.
Go ahead,
stop,
Cosmo.
bro. Stop.
Go ahead.
Stop. Fact. You dig what I'm talking about? You got caught out there just mumbling, mouth mumbling. Your lips was bumping. You said that, and I told you that just because this is the and I wrote it in the chat. What it's saying is this is the oldest that they sequenced, a full sequence on, not the oldest that they have. You got to listen. It's a skill to listen. We're not debating what you saying, bro. None of that. We debating it. That's common sense and it's true. What we saying is the fact that they have thousands of bodies, thousands, right? And they only got a full DNA out of this one is proof that what you're saying is true. That DNA decays over time, but this ain't even a mummy. This is pre-mummification. And yet DNA was able to be pulled out of it. And just like I've been hitting to, there was great cultural influence in Egypt. You dig what I'm talking about? Not only through systems of what we would call culture, but also gene admixture. Right? And this man who predate the step pyramid by 150 years, you dig what I'm saying, is proof of what we've been showing or what I've been showing.
Somewhat, yep. I mean, it's pushing towards it. And like I said, I didn't have the same point. When I heard this, like I said, I'm glad that I don't have no bias because I can hear exactly what she's saying. And all she's saying is that this person has Mesopotamian and Kemetic DNA.
Yeah.
Much more recent than our pottery guy. But advances in technology have finally allowed scientists to crack the full genetic code of this man. Radiocarbon dating shows he lived between 2855 and 2750 BCE, around the time when the construction of the first step pyramid of King Djoser and the Great Pyramid of Giza were being built. And the details these scientists were able to uncover from so little are unbelievable. Chemical signals called isotopes in his teeth told them that he grew up in the hot, dry Nile Valley, eating wheat, barley, and other plants typical of ancient Egypt. But here's where it gets really cool, and some of you might have caught this at the very top of the video, but they could tell what his job was just from his bones. Muscle markings on his arms and shoulders show he spent long periods holding his arms out in front of him while squatting down on his ankles. His skull and his vertebrae show that he spent much of his life looking down and leaning forward. His sit bones were so enlarged from sitting on a hard surface for decades. Put it all together and you get the classic posture of a potter working at his wheel. The way he was buried also tells us about his social status. He was placed in a large pottery vessel inside a rock-cut tomb, a burial style typically reserved for the upper class. So this wasn't just any potter, he was likely a skilled craftsman with upper standing. Interestingly, it was this burial method that also preserved his DNA so well. Our unnamed potter is just the beginning of a new way of understanding ancient Egyptian life through genetics. And what a way to start. For more stories like this, follow us everywhere at Today Learn Science at TIL.
She said, and what a way to start. Yeah, man, I ain't gonna even say the same thing that Cosmo was saying, because that's Cosmo's claim. Right. You know what my claim is, because I think it's like the Crips and Bloods, they still over here fighting today. I think the Hebrews and the Commissions might still be over here fighting today. But we're going to get down to it because we still got to get to the netter. And But this was just interesting, man, and that was my short that I wanted to go through. We're gonna close remarks on that short. Cosmo, you want to say anything before Humble do? Because I know Humble. And then we're gonna, because Humble got some shorts he want to play too. He's supposed to go next. I didn't know it was gonna take this long on each short. And if you got a short in your arsenal, man, pull it up, come up and let it and share it with us. But Humble's short next, so who knows how long this short gonna go.
Big Hadouken. You dig what I'm talking about? We out. Listen, I just say this and we can just move on. Truth don't need no crutch. Truth never needed belief. Never needed belief.
Right. Humble, you want to say something to end on that slide? I guess since it's my slide, I said the last thing.
Oh, hold on. No. Hey, that was a good joint, bro. That was a good joint.
Yeah, y'all, you see that down there, Humble? A genome is an organism's complete set of genetic instructions made of DNA. That's what, when you were saying a genome, you were saying, yeah, his complete DNA.
Yeah.
Yeah, we agree with that's the oldest one ever found. We agree, right?
Yes.
Okay, but does that mean that that's all of them tested just because he the oldest?
No, nobody said that.
Okay, all right. Now
My claim was because DNA. My claim was on that was because DNA disintegrates, right? We can't test. We can't do this analysis on everybody we have because everybody we have don't have this genome where we can test that. That
you
was my
understand that still just because they can't, right, doesn't mean that they have.
But that was never my argument. I understand what you're saying.
All right. Now,
yeah.
I see you backing up off that now, but you did say that. I ain't gonna lie.
Let me go get to it, man. Thank y'all for making my short story long, man. My shorts. That's DNA. That's some evidence of things. And like I said, I wasn't trying to do nothing but show what the evidence was. And she said that all she said is that it shows that there was interaction between the two cultures, and that's what I wanted to show. I never said anything about the influence, and have no particular interest in trying to make a claim on that subject. But however, there's other people who might have it. Cosmo came in, and I remembered, like I said, a couple of days, it might have even been a week ago. No, it wasn't. It was just a couple of days ago. He was just showing.
A couple of days ago.
And he was showing.
The issue that me and Cosmo had on that subject matter was the fact that Cosmo. Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead. That's my fault. Go ahead.
I ain't trying to do you no way, homie. Just let me get it on now. I know the way I'm sending it, but Cosmo never said he trying to disprove anything about Egypt. Cosmo never said he's trying to prove anything for the Hebrew or anything. Cosmo simply said he found evidence.
You keep taking the Hebrew, you keep putting the Hebrew and the Mesopotamians in the same era, and they not there.
I know it, but those people, in my view, that when they correlate, the reason that they correlate is that because they believe that those people that were in that area evolved into the people who became the Mesopotamians. And I may be wrong about that, but y'all let me finish, Humble.
I'm sorry.
Y'all, dang.
Yeah, he's so defensive, man, when it comes to little
No, I'm not defensive. I'm not defensive.
Let me get it out, man. I let Cosmo go. I let you go. Both of y'all said y'all landed y'all plane. We fixed to get off this slide. I wanted to make the long story short. A nice thing, and it looked like it's doing pretty good. But let me go on and get up this slide because when I saw it and we looked at it, we saw that the woman made a claim that was backed up by DNA evidence. She said that there has been DNA in the genome of the Egyptian people that has been sequenced, and it has been older than anything else they analyzed. And in fact, even though it wasn't mummified and it was found in a certain way in pottery and things, it still proved to be older than the 3 mummified DNA sequencing that they did do. And that's it. So there's been 4, and one of them has been fully. So now they can map out of this one that's fully. Not saying that they can't. There might not be. There's a possibility that there's older. There's even possibility that the first one that they have is, you know what I'm saying, before pre-dynasty. You know what I'm saying. And so this is what we point to. I'm not making any claim about that. All I'm saying is, I remember when Cosmon was saying that Mesopotamia and Egypt had a crossover event. I wasn't listening too much when he said the thing about being the direct influence. I had to let him come up and verify that because that was Humble's thing. And so that's where my thing ends. It does show that those people interacted. Of course, that's what I always knew, especially if you're doing business. Hold on, Humble. I'm almost through. Because we're talking about the Nile River. And we ain't talking about just a part of it. We're talking about 2 things. The Mesopotamia, who was down in the Fertile Crescent part of the Nile River. And then we're talking about the Nile Valley, who was down in the other part. And so we know that these people are going to be mixed. And I don't know why to say that. And I don't think Humble disagrees that they did. It comes later in life when we have to worry about it.
All right. So, Quantum, this is why I wanted to stop you earlier. Because that's not me and Cosmon's contention. Our contention, and you pretty much said it, right? Is when you said they had interaction. Hold on 1 second. Listen. When you say they have interaction, if me and you have interaction, we're sharing something, correct?
Not necessarily.
Correct? Hold on. When cultures interact, they're sharing something. Cosmon said that Mesopotamia influence, as he came up and doubled down, right? They influence from the language to the irrigation system to the farming to the he said that. Genetics. So now the reason I have pushback on that is because when me and you was up here and we was going pre-dynastic, we saw a people who was coming up with their own culture. We didn't see people, right, who was interacting with these groups of people. Well, because early in the video, what did we establish about the early pre-dynastic Kemetic people, or who we call Kemetic? They were tribes, right? They were thousands of tribes of people, right? And so when we were hold on, Cosmon. When we were talking about these people, we were talking about people who came up with their own customs. Mm-hmm. We wasn't talking about where the event happened, where these Mesopotamians came over and they came in and then they gave these people writing and they gave these people irrigation and they gave that's not what happened. So that's where me and Cosmon's disagreement is I feel like, or I know, I'm not even gonna say I feel like, I know that Kemet developed, right, its systems on its own, its philosophical system, it developed on its own, its writing system, Metal Nurture came on his own. He's trying to say, oh, well, we know that Metal Nurture came from the Mesopotamia. No, it did not.
Nobody even said that.
You did say that earlier.
Humble, you want to bring your short up, man? Thank y'all for engaging with me in this short, man. Cosmon, I appreciate you. I'm glad I gave you something you might can load into your arsenal, man. Humble, I know you.
That's a bad video. Please don't tell him use that video to try to prove that. Do not tell him to do that.
I bet he just to go find papers and everything, though, man. You got Cosmo.
Hey, listen, he can't. I mean, that's gonna be a hard feat, bro. How do you Because you already see a people with a culture. That's like me saying, nigga, I gave you quantum onlyism. Nigga, when I met you, you already had quantum onlyism. So how did I give it to you?
Listen, what he doesn't understand.
How did I give it to you, quantum, if you already had quantum onlyism?
That's a non sequitur. What he
That's
does,
not a non sequitur, because that's what you're saying with the Mesopotamians and the Cometians. How did the Mesopotamians give the Cometians something that they already had?
Come on, man. Let's let Cosmon, since Cosmon, what our visitor, man, to the stage.
No, hold on, though, Quantum. I'm asking, no, Cosmon, you can't come in on my time, though. I'm asking you a question.
I didn't know you was talking. I thought we had.
I'm asking you a question, Quantum.
Your question.
I said, how can I give you, if me and you met, right? You had quantum onlyism before I met you, right? So now, how can the claim be made? I gave you quantum onlyism.
Well, yeah. Not if I had quantum onlyism, but what if I was forming? What if I was forming quantum onlyism at the time that we met, and I started talking to you, and you started saying things, and I started saying, you know what?
But that's not. But we clearly see that's not how that interact, and that's not what Cosmon is saying either. And that's not how that interaction happened.
Oh, that ain't what you're saying, Cosmon. My bad.
That's not what Cosmon is saying.
Listen,
that's what I'm saying. When you don't listen to what Cosmon is talking about, Quantum,
twisting up what I was saying all day.
What you was saying, Cosmon? Come on, yo, I gotta do the pizzazz now, bro. I gotta do the pizzazz now.
He hurt, y'all, because what he doesn't understand is cultural continuity. What he doesn't understand is in 2800 BC, where they say this man come from, that date is only 200 years from the founding of Egypt. It's only 200 years. He's up here babbling like they're hundreds of thousands of years apart. No, it's only 2 centuries. That would just be the 1800s for us. You know what I mean? So y'all don't get into the spookism and all that, and rely on what can be proven, right? Because he's trying to say it that I'm talking about from genes, from everything. Once we see the Afro-Asiatics move into, we see an advancement of a culture already of its own, right? But it's heavily advanced from people who are coming from the East. They got all the good stuff, the agricultural practices, the technology, animals, crops, and they got the Proto-Afro-Asiatic language. They brought it into there. Look, the Mesopotamian influence can be seen in the visual arts of Egypt, all of it, in the architecture, in the technology, in the weaponry. I'm not trying to debate that there wasn't an admixture. I'm not trying to debate that there wasn't. I'm showing you that there was.
Bet. Let's get into this next slide, man. Humble, you got that next slide? We can get on into it, man. Thank you, Cosmon. I appreciate you. Yeah. In action with that slide, man. Let me see. Humble.
He was just arguing a point I wasn't. Heavily influenced.
Let's see what Humble got for us.
I want you to understand, Somalia is ancient Puanit.
Oh, that's crazy. So I'm going to play something that that's touching on something that we already getting into, and this right here is going to touch on why I'm saying what I'm saying and why Cosmon keep trying duck and dodge. You see how he keeps saying, "Oh well, we can see the influence. We can see the influence," but he'll never touch. See when he's saying influence, he's telling you that is one way. What I'm saying, and this is our disagreement, what I'm saying is it was a cultural exchange. See, those are two different things. See, Quantum, and I understand what you're saying. You're saying, well, yeah, these two cultures interacted. And so you're staying away from the word exchange and you're staying away from the word influence, right? But you don't realize when you use the word interacted, then you're saying that these two cultures had a meeting. And when these two cultures have a meeting, right? When we see these two cultures have a meeting, what we see is a cultural exchange. We don't see just one-way influence like Cosmo.
We don't see that. We don't see
Hold on, Cosmo. Cosmo, let him get his video. Let him play the video. Take the notes, Cosmo. Cosmo, if you want to step it, take the notes so we can get in there after they finish. Is this a whole video, Humble, or is this the
nope,
short?
It's only 28 seconds. It's only 28 seconds. I only got shorts up here. You know my little thing of shorts.
Okay, I'll bet. My bet.
I want you to understand, Somalia is ancient Puanit. It is that the land where the Kemites said that they went back to visit the gods. Right now, where we are blowing up, was where Kemites sailed up happy. Puanit is the land where Hatshepsut sent an entire fleet of people to meet with her cousin, who was the ruler of Punt. Somalia today was Punt yesterday, the land of the gods.
Now,
Many
why did I
proponents of
play that?
Eurocentric Egyptology have argued erroneously that.
Now, why did I play that? Right? Because Punt is really important when we talking about these dynasties, right? And also, right, Punt is a great example that Nile Valley civilization came unto itself. It wasn't influenced by anybody on the outside. These group of people already had this natural system. Once again. Now, of course, you already know what happened when you know systems meet other systems. Of course, there's cultural exchange. But Punt is important because you see that with the regions, these people already had a unified system. And they had sister systems. So this is why when we look at Kemet, when we're talking about Kemet, and we're talking about the intermediary periods of Kemet, right? It was always a sister nation to come and restore Ma'at. And how did they come and restore Ma'at? They came and brought back, right, that naturalistic system. That's a Nile Valley system. It's not a Mesopotamian system. It's not an East Asian system. It's a Southern Central African system. How did they get there? They came there, right, through the Sahara when it was lush, when it had grass. When you look at the ancient side of Punt, before Punt turned into a wasteland, it was green. And these were sister nations of Kemet. So now Humble, why is this important? They didn't need influence from outsiders. Because they had sister nations once they formed as Kemet. And so I think that was important. That was let me get back to that short, by the way, because that just went through. But I think that's important to talk about, definitely when we are talking about how Kemet civilization formed, how it's a rise, and on an anthropological level, what did it look like? And we see that during this time, the Nile Valley system was closely linked. They didn't deal with a lot of outsiders. And when they did, it was through trade. I land my plane with that. Go ahead, Quan. You got anything you want to add, Brody? See, something quick and fast. You know I'll never be long. Where my playlist at is what I need. Hold on, so I can get back to it. Quantum. Let me play another short. I don't know where he at. I'm gonna play another short though. Hold up. Hold on. My little playlist joints. 5 little quick shorts I got right here. Yo, come on, man. What's up with this?
never called ourselves Egyptians. That's a Greek name. Our education protocol is called the Kemetic Mystery System. Scholars from around the world came to Kemet, Timbuktu, the Gold Coast, and other regions nearby to learn about astronomy, botany, pharmacology, geography, chemistry, and most importantly, geometry. But none.
So this is another reason, and this is a great video as well. So this is another thing why, I have to give a lot of pushback on when people be trying to be playing the influence game all the time, right? Because they use that to try to overlook. And I'm not even saying that Cosmon did this, but I'm saying the dangers of presenting the Kemetic culture in that fashion is sometimes that get overlooked when we talk about these things. When people came to Kemet for information, they came to Kemet, for technology and knowledge and things of that nature. And so once again, like I said, how can you give somebody something that they already had? Now, would I deny cultural exchange? Absolutely not. Somebody will be a fool to do that. But will I deny a cultural a one-way cultural influence? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because that's, again, Kemet already had a lot of the things that other advanced civilizations had. So it was really no use for them to just take something from somebody else without an exchange back and forth, right? When we're talking about Kemet, we're talking about a rich, lustrous land. Let's get into it, family.
None has ever completed the 20-year education process. You all hail the Greek Pythagoras for his theorem. However, we use that equation almost 2,000 years before his birth. You call Hippocrates the father of medicine. His teacher was a Kemite named Imhotep, who lived thousands of years before him. Our universities and temples were destroyed. Your current civilization is ran off of the incomplete wisdom of the Greeks. Those were our impatient students. The time is now for you to ascend in consciousness to receive the downloads of our technology, meditation.
And so, why is that important, family? That's important because a lot of times when we're talking about the Kemetic culture, we're getting it from a watered down Greco-Roman perspective. We're getting it from the Ptolemaic perspective. The exaggerated stories of where Kemet got his information from. The fact that the Kemetic people were Caucasoid people, they were tropical people. Like, these type of claims just don't be making sense once you do just a little bit of study into Kemet. You see what I'm saying? You have people even like, it sometimes these type of topics, right? They get a little bit wild for me, and only because this stuff ain't that hard, right? We literally witness these type of things all day, every day, right? That's why even earlier I asked Brother Quantum about, I know Quantum saw some anime. I'm a big anime dude. And so a lot of time, one reason I do, deal with anime is because you can see a lot of realism in anime. And so definitely when you go into Avatar, which take place in an ancient time, you start to get a feel for how ancient cultures move, right? You start to see when ancient cultures interact, how culture get traded back and forth between one another. And so this is what happened in the ancient times. That's all I'm saying. These people had their own culture. And so why that's important? Because now, to get back onto Quantum's thing, right, when we first started doing this, we started off with the Neteru. When we understand the true origins of what the Neteru were, which we found out what the Neteru were in the first video, which they originated as totems. You feel what I'm saying? To name clans, right? They had the Heru, They had the Ma'at clan. They had the Shekmet clan. This is what they all started off as. It wasn't until we all had a conversation about Narma, Narma came, and then Unified came, and then Kemet became a kingdom. But even that, we have to get deeper into that, because what happened in today's era, right? Trends change, right? Societies change. And so what happened in the ancient times, right? Society changed. Society was changing from a tribal period into a city-state period. And so we have to take these things into consideration when we're actually trying to understand what's going on in these time periods. What's up, Ancient Scribe? Are you back, Quantum? If Quantum ain't back, I'm gonna just play another short.
Yeah, I'm back, but
okay.
I stepped away from it for a second. I watched the first slide you showed. The first short you showed, and but I want to make a comment real quick from what you said. Kind of piggyback off it, like you said. We watched the other day. We watched some of the beginnings of the pre-dynastic period, thanks to the Namr palette. It made me start asking questions about where Namr came from, you know what I'm saying, in the things before him and what they were saying. And what you were saying, you was talking about the tribes and how it's pre-dynastic was like tribal. And so with that being said, and as I said, as I pointed out to you, the Nile River, including the Nile Valley as well as the Fertile Crescent, and the Nile being basically not just the heart of agriculture, but the heart of commerce. And when it moved, and these people moved, when they moved. Do you not think Mesopotamia then is part of these hundreds of tribes that you're talking about?
No. Because remember what we talked about earlier, right? When number one, yes, right? Mesopotamia is the Fertile Crescent, the land between the two rivers, right? They had a land so they had to cross. So to get to where we're talking about, they had to cross a river to get to where we're talking about. And so when we're speaking about the tribes that did what we're talking about, right, with the totems, and when they named the first time we can see the term attributed to the totems as Netter, that was on one side. Now, we also talked about Narma coming up from the south, right, up to the north.
I was going back right there. That's important. I mean, when they say Narmer come from the south, wouldn't you have to take into account the viewpoint of the Egyptians themselves? Because they seen the Nile and its flow, and they seen it coming from the southern region, so they called it upper. Right?
That's not why they called it upper. They called it upper because Upper Kemet is higher on the plateau than Lower Kemet.
No, that's where the Nile flow. It flows from the mountains.
Yes, we know the Nile.
I promise you, y'all saying the same thing. I promise you, y'all saying the same thing.
We talked about this earlier, right, Quantum?
Yeah, I promise you, y'all saying the same exact thing.
Yeah, so my saying is, you got to kind of be careful, even when other people are telling you that he come from the south. And if you're looking from the point of view of the Egyptian, south could be what we commonly call today Arabia or Mesopotamia.
No, See, this is why south, right? When we're dealing with southern Kemet, right? We're dealing towards the heart of the mainland, central. So he's coming from that region.
That's called upper.
And
yes, that's called upper. That's upper Kemet is southern Kemet. Upper Kemet is southern Kemet.
Mesopotamia would be upper Kemet.
No, Mesopotamia will be towards the bottom of Lower Kemet.
And south. To the,
I mean, what? You're right at that. But when we look at the map, we look at the map today, they in the north, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so,
but south to the flow of the river.
Right.
No.
Right.
The river flows.
I mean, if the north is behind, I know how we look at the map.
We all looking at it the same way. We all thinking of the same. We all saying the same thing. I promise you. We all saying the same thing.
We just taking into account. I'm taking into account. I think y'all are saying the same thing. That we taking into the account of the view of the Egyptian. Right? He would have seen. I'm asking, are we definitive that his upper wasn't his north? Because if it was, like I believe it, like I believe in his worldview, it was, right? He would have seen south as the northern delta region.
Correct. And that's where he came from. And that's where he came from, right?
That's where I
would have been where he came.
That's just another
that's what
way
I'm
to
saying. Wait a minute.
Listen, you don't have all the answers, brother. What I'm trying to tell you is that's a point of view also.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering if he coming from the lower, if he came from the lower region. Listen, if he came from the lower region,
upper region. He came from the upper region. The upper region is the south. We talked about this earlier, Quantum. The upper region of Kemet is southern Kemet.
It's southern Kemet.
The lower region of Kemet is northern Kemet. Why is it called that? Because the plateau in which we call Kemet, right? The plateau is higher in the south than it is in the north. And so because of this, the Nile flow backwards. What did I tell you? Most people say, oh, well, they get the south and the north mixed up because of the flow of the Nile. That's incorrect. Upper Kemet is southern Kemet. The south.
Why? Listen.
Northern Kemet is lower Kemet. But that's north.
That's what I'm saying. And that's exactly what I said. The Fertile Crescent is in lower Kemet.
Yes, that's north.
Which is the northern part of Africa.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I've been saying. Okay.
Narmer is coming from the south.
Right.
Coming from the south.
This is what we're trying to figure out. Huh?
This is what we're trying to tell you, man.
Narmer came from upper Kemet.
Yes, he came from upper Kemet, from the south.
It doesn't say upper.
What's confusing you, Quantum, is upper.
Nothing's confusing. Nothing's confusing me. Nothing's confusing me. I need to know where Normer. I need to know where Normer came from.
He came from south. He came from south.
The upper, which is upper Kemet.
Yes.
So what is south to the view of the Egyptian?
Huh?
What is south to the view of the Egyptian of the time?
Let's not get there. Because we know exactly what we're talking about. We learned this in middle school. In the 9th grade, I remember learning this. I know that the upper part is what we call the south part of Egypt.
Yes.
And the lower part is what we call the north part of Egypt.
Yes.
We get too far in the thing. Like we learned this a long time ago in school.
Thank you. Thank you. And so where did Narmer come from, Quantum? He came from south. He came from
the
southern
south. He came from the southern kingdom, which is really the upper kingdom.
The upper kingdom, yes.
Okay. Now, Mesopotamia would have came from
the north.
The other way, the delta.
The north.
They're in the north, which is lower Kemet. So this is who Narmer was supposed to be bringing together, right?
No, that's what I'm telling you. The Fertile Crescent, Mesopotamia. When you look at what Mesopotamia means, it's the land between the two rivers. Mesopotamia is not directly right there on the same landmass as what we would call Kemet. It's across the river. So for the Mesopotamian people,
it's on the river. Hold on, wait. It's on the river.
The river.
Yes.
The continents.
So I don't give a fuck if it's up the river. It's connected to that same river.
So what I'm saying, but here's what I'm saying though, Quantum. Is when Narmer is unifying Kemet, Mesopotamia is not a part of that.
How do you know?
Mesopotamia.
How do I know? That's what I want. That's what I'm saying. How you know that them people ain't the people? That's how they admit it. Because that's the Nile River. Think about that, humble. For you to say
Because
that them
these
people that
people
live on that river just because they across the river and that you
and
ride
Nile
up and down
Valley.
the river.
Now watch this. This is why culture is so important. The Nile Valley culture is totally different from the Mesopotamian culture.
It don't
Totally
mean that
different.
they didn't have commerce and trade and
We're not
stuff.
saying they didn't trade. See, now you're
Oh,
bringing the
okay.
trade. We're not saying they
No,
didn't
that's what
trade.
that's
But
what I'm
what
saying. I
I'm
said
saying,
commerce. I'm saying commerce and trade, as well as
yeah,
people going to stay there. I'm going to
And
live up here with these people. I stay up here for generations. I moved back. My sisters and them was down here. Like these people were
it was
no
all through there.
doubt.
All through there.
now,
Why y'all want to take that away from them?
no. Okay. So when we're dealing, and this is where we got to take
They
things slow,
they
because
dealing in
now
upper
we're
and
starting to
lower.
get.
They're not
Hold
even
on one
dealing
second.
in south or north.
Because now, Quantum,
So
are
we
you
can tell
talking
you that
about
somebody else
pre-dynastic?
outside giving you their point of view. Because Egypt didn't deal with south north. They dealing with upper lower. You dig what I'm talking about? They would if they wanted to say he came from upper Egypt, they would have said he came from upper Egypt. I
They
think this is
just said he
another
came from
way
Egypt
that
and
Egypt,
Southern Europe.
I believe this is another way for modern Egyptology to muddy up the waters on the origin of a man like Narmer.
Well, let's stick it to the way that they made us understand it. Though, let's stick to it because that's how we.
But
Why
that's
we
why
want
this
to
is
feel
so
like that.
important. Because even if when we go to before Narmer, the thing is these are tribal people. So we're witnessing a shift. And I feel like I got to do a class on how to identify
I don't
events.
think that they're just
Hold on one second. Hold on, Cosmon. See, now when I cut Cosmon off when he talking, he gonna start crying. Hold on, Cosmon. So I think I need to do a presentation on how to spot shifting events in history, because this is important, because the moment in history where the ancient people, right, before they became Kemet, pre-dynastic, right, shifted from tribal people to city state. Now, how do we know these people, right, are all the same people, right, and they're not Mesopotamian, right? After we, even before pre-dynastic, we see how certain tribes had certain interaction due to trade and things of that nature, right? Well, that's because they always had one system. They had the Nile Valley system, and we started seeing an organized version of this with Narma.
But the Nile Valley system reached the Nile River system, which went all the way to the Delta and them tribes up there. I remember doing this study.
And let me just make this point, because he keep talking about that they wasn't influenced. Well, if you saying that it was exchange,
I ain't saying that much.
what I'm talking about, that or that is this major exchange, right? Well, it goes both ways. If I can easily show you the influence from Sumer into Egypt, why don't you go show us that Egyptian influence in Sumer?
That would be easy. You see the Egyptian influence in Sumer.
Go ahead, show us.
Don't worry, I got you. And see, look, once I show him, the first thing on like, well, you run into the AI. Yo, he is crazy. But
we want to see it. 35.
I got a question while you looking that up, humble.
Uh-huh.
And
Do we
just to address, this whole that we was just tribes, all that stuff, that's cap. For prior to more than 200, 300, 400 years, there were kingships, whole kingships. This is called the Nakata 2, Nakata 3 period. A, B, C, and A, B, C, and D on the other one. All the way down.
What that say, Quantum? What that say right there?
Make that big.
Oh, don't worry about it. I got you.
You asked, did Egypt influence?
Go back. It heavily influenced what?
Did Egypt influence Mesopotamia? What's the answer to this, Quantum? Yes, matter of fact, let me see if you can hear this, Quantum. Hold on. Let me see if y'all can hear this. Let me see if y'all can hear this. Can y'all hear this?
It agree with me. heavily.
Yes, ancient Egypt did influence Mesopotamia, and conversely, Mesopotamia heavily influenced Egypt. The relationship between these two cradles
What
of
he say?
civilization was characterized by a vibrant exchange of goods, technologies, and artistic styles over millennia.
No, I
The
ain't no
primary direction of
Hadouken,
influence
nigga. I ain't
shifted
no, yeah, you
depending
right,
on
it is
the
a
era.
Hadouken on
1.
you.
Early influence.
He's crazy.
Mesopotamia on Egypt, late 4th millennium BCE, during Egypt's formative pre-dynastic period, specifically the Nikyata II and III.
So now, what he say? Oh well, since it was a double edge, we should see where Kemet influenced Mesopotamia. We do see where Kemet influenced Mesopotamia. Like I said before, it was a cultural exchange. It wasn't a one-way influence. It don't agree. You see how Cosmon be so quick to change his stance? Man, this is crazy.
Where is he showing it?
This is crazy.
Hold on, it says
Yeah, he gonna sit up here and cry. Oh, it's agreeing with me. He's always saying everything agree with him, and don't nothing be agreeing with him. It be crazy, bro.
Source agree.
He was just sitting here. He was just sitting here talking about how Mesopotamia only influenced Kemet. Was he not, Quantum?
Listen.
Was he not, Quantum?
Yeah, listen. Yeah.
And so now, what did I been saying since the Hold on, Cosmon. Hold on. You gotta let me go, bro. Hold on. What have I been saying since the beginning of the show, Quantum? That it was a cultural exchange, correct?
Yeah, it's gonna be.
And so didn't I show that it was a cultural exchange? And so what I've been saying, and what the Cosmo kept saying, no, it's a one-way exchange. It's a one-way. And then you come up, well, since it's a cultural exchange, you should be able to show it. And now I showed it.
What?
And now I showed it. But see, guess what? This goes back to, hold on, I'm gonna let you get in. I'm gonna let you get in right after this. This goes back to my point of view. Hold on one second. This goes back to the point I was making earlier. Kemet developed its culture independently.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
It brought its whole culture during the Uruk period.
That don't make. What does this say, Quantum? See, and you see how he be trying. Yo, this the disingenuous stuff that I be talking about. How do you sit up here and see that they influence one another, right? Which is letting you know right there that Kemet already had a culture.
Hey, can I read what your source say? Your source says, yes, ancient Egypt did influence. Did Egypt influence Mesopotamia? Okay.
What it say?
All right, it says yes. Ancient Egypt did influence Mesopotamia, and conversely, Mesopotamia heavily influenced Egypt. Exactly like I'm saying, the relationship between these two cradles of civilization was characterized by a vibrant exchange of goods, technologies, and artistic styles over millennia. But what we're showing is it's primarily one way.
No, ain't no problem. You see when you see the crazy stuff, Quantum. You see Captain, bro. You see how he be trying to put his own floor. See, Quantum, this why you can't trust him, Quantum. This why when you was talking earlier, I had to step in so I can give you the proper perspective. Because when you get it from him, he gonna give you a bunch of flim-flam. You see how he read, he adding stuff to the source that he reading that's not even there.
No,
he didn't add nothing. He didn't add nothing humble. He's just said it in his own way.
No, and Quantum, you turn the
Now look at the word.
Quantum. You know it's called citing a source and adding to it.
Let me read it.
Go ahead, read it.
I'm gonna read the whole thing.
Nothing to the source. Stop lying.
Let me read it, Cosmo. Hold on. Let me read it. Let me read it. Hold on, Cosmo. Let me prove it. Let me read it. What Cosmo?
What I'm saying is,
yes, ancient Egypt did influence Mesopotamia, and conversely, Mesopotamia heavily influenced.
That's the point right there. You don't even gotta read it no more.
Yeah, yes, we do. We have to. Because it gives us more information that we have to look at.
Kemet didn't influence him though. So if they did, that his point is dead.
It say the relationship. It say the relationship between. Hold on, let me finish reading, man. This is my show. Let me get this out of here. I want to read the whole thing. The relationship between these two cradles of civilization was characterized by a vibrant exchange of goods, technologies, and artistic styles over millennia. The primary direction of influence shifted depending on the era. number one. And that's what Cosmo, that's where you said when y'all said Cosmo line that that's what he was reading. He just put it in his own words. The primary direction.
He totally changed the whole narrative when he said it.
Right, the whole narrative. Because what you see, unless
you knew what he was saying, but unless you knew
we knew what he was saying. The whole point, no, he had to. Hey, Kiana, when in this whole time when me and him was up here getting it in, this whole time me and him was up here getting it in, where did he ever agree with me when I said this highlighted part right here? Now, mind you, I've been saying this highlighted part way before I even pulled this up on him, and you know I have. Right? That it was an exchange. When did he agree that it was an exchange? When did he agree with me that it was an exchange?
A couple of times early, he said, "Yeah, you can hear." I swear to God, he was saying it just like this. Humble. He was saying it just like this, Humble. But he kept saying, "I swear to God, Humble, I'm not lying. This is why I'm."
Nah, man. Then why would he ask me if it's a two-way street? Then you should be able to show us it's a two-way street because he's trying to show you it's a direct copy. Exactly, man. We know what Cosmo's saying, man. We know what he up here saying.
That was the influence. That was on 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 the influence part, though, Humble.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
what I'm saying is directly up of what I already stated before and showed proof for, and it constituted largely a one-way body of influence from Mesopotamia.
That's not what this is saying. That's not what
I've been saying.
It says dependent. Yeah, because it says dependent on error.
One way now.
What does this? What does this highlighted region say right here? No, hold up. We ain't got to do this. Quantum. What do this highlighted period say right here? They exchange. The moment you say exchange, where do you see one way?
Watch this, bro. This is what I've been showing. This is what I've been saying.
Can we finish reading the whole thing? That's what I said.
I ain't adding nothing to it, bro. I ain't adding nothing to it.
If we finish reading the whole thing that they put to the question, because that question, you got to answer the whole question, and it say that it was the one direction depending on the era. So both of y'all was.
So we talking about pre-dynastic Egypt. We're not talking later. We only talking pre-dynastic Egypt.
But this is gonna give us everything. But this is gonna give us.
I ain't talking about later. I'm talking about pre-dynastic to its
I'm trying to figure out all of it now. Go back up, Humble. Let me get right there to the top. Influence, early influence, Mesopotamia on Egypt. Late 4th millennia BCE. During Egyptians' formative pre-dynastic period, specifically the Nakata 2 and 3 phases, the Nakata the 2nd and the 3rd phases, roughly 3500 to 3000 BCE. Mesopotamia, led by the booming culture of Uruk, was significantly more urbanized and technologically advanced. Archaeologists have documented a strong wave of Mesopotamian influence flowing into Egypt, which included the cylinder seal. Mesopotamia invented the cylinder seal for stamping documents and property. This technology was adopted by early Egyptians who initially imported them or copied Mesopotamian designs before developing their own distinct style. Both of y'all point. Number 2, art and architecture. Early Egyptian monumental art. Whoa. My bad. Early Egyptian monumental art, such as the famous Narmer palette, features motifs clearly borrowed from Uruk iconography, most notably the serpopods, mythical long-necked cats, the intertwined serpents. Architectural elements like the recessed brick paneling technique used on the early tombs also mirrored Mesopotamian building styles. Writing systems. While ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs developed independently, the sudden emergence of recording system in Egypt around the time cuneiform was flourishing in Mesopotamia suggests the concept of writing as an administrative tool may have been inspired by Mesopotamian contact. Trade goods. Mesopotamian styles spouted pottery has been found in Egypt. Invaluable luxury items like lapis lazuli, which originated in modern day Afghanistan, traveled through Mesopotamian trade networks before reaching Egyptian tombs. Wikipedia. Number 2, later influence, mutual exchange, and Egyptian influence. Where we
Hold
said
on, can I have you
where you
pause
knew
real
we was
quick? Humble. What you need to do to kill him right here is to ask for a primary that show the influence from Kemet into Mesopotamia in the pre-dynastic era, because it's only right here. It's only giving you stuff from the old and mid. He act like there was no influence in the pre-dynastic, so you need to ask for a primary to show that from that pre-dynastic era into Mesopotamia, so you can just kill all this noise because he's playing the game.
Yeah.
Number two. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me get back to finish reading. Thank you, Kim Netta, and Kim Netta. Thank you for joining the panel, man. I'm sorry. I haven't got the
it agree with everything I say.
No, hell no.
Thank you for joining the panel. So let me read number 2 though. The first part did kind of push to what Cosmo said, but there's a part 2.
We ain't talking about later. I don't care about.
But you know, he changed his stance. He said it was a one-way, and now we see that it was a two-way, and now he changed his stance to it was largely one-way. He went from being one-way to largely one-way.
You ain't catch me in nothing.
Let me finish.
Hold on. As soon as he said, I'll repeat it again. And listen, the Gurgen culture of pre-dynastic Egypt, 3500 to 3200 BC, it constituted a largely one-way body of influences from Mesopotamia into Egypt. Now show me where what you just read in your source that disagrees with that.
Nowhere. And we got Wiki up. And Humble, when you ask questions, you should tell it to. You can ask it to find. I don't know what happened. I think you went to something else, Humble. Oh yeah, he did. He went to Google.
He stopped. You know, sometimes it'd be crazy. Should be stopping.
Who is that? Yeah, Chat GPT be crazy with the answers.
Just make up. Making up stuff.
It was freezing.
Why he going through
there
that?
Go right here. Archaeological historical consensus indicate that during the pre-dynastic period, roughly 4,300 BC, culture and technology contact between Kemet and Egypt and Mesopotamia moved in the opposite direction, with Mesopotamia influence flowing and Kemet. So let's hold on. Primary artifacts, evidence, commonly.
Press that Hadouken button.
The cylinder still.
Hadouken button.
No. While greater movement of people across was deeply interconnected during the 4th millennium BC, mainstream archaeology finds no evidence. So listen.
Hey, let's go back up. Archaeological and historical consensus indicates that during the pre-dynastic period, roughly 4,000 to 3,100 BC, wasn't no Kemet then, y'all. Cultural and technological contact between Kemet, ancient Egypt, and Mesopotamia moved in the opposite direction, with Mesopotamia influence flowing into Egypt rather than Egypt influencing Mesopotamia. Hadouken. Dang. Listening to Kim Netter and get you beat up every time.
So listening to me don't get you beat up. I just go to the primaries. If the primaries show it, show it. I don't deal with Wikipedia. I don't deal with none of that. I go to primaries. So listening to me don't get you beat up.
That's why I don't pull it up, Kim Netta. When I see Wikipedia, I was reading it. I seen Wikipedia.
Yeah, I don't go to Wiki.
I don't even like
none of that. So dealing with me don't get you beat up. Dealing with me get you put right where you're supposed to be.
What you got for us? What you got for us, Kim? Can you, Kim Netta? Can you introduce yourself, man? This your first time coming over here. I don't watch you. You probably don't know me, but I'm sure you know
Humble. I've been over here a few times. This probably just your first time seeing me over here, though. But y'all know I'm Kim Netta from the homies, and you know we get it in.
Yeah, that's the homie. You know Kim Netta Quana from the homies.
No, I'm saying I just had never seen him over here, and I ain't never interacted with him like this. I seen him over here the other day. I think he was on the panel with A1 and stuff, but I wasn't up here. So I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Oli the Al. I'm the trendsetter netter. If you see me right there. But
I mean, since we offering up tests and all that stuff, Kim Netter said he has a source that the land that would become Egypt before it was Egypt was influencing Sumer 4000 BC.
that's what I was about to say. I thought Kim Netter. Did you have a source or something that you wanted to pull up for us, Kim?
Now that y'all just listen to that man lie like that. Now y'all heard me here this whole time back in Humble asking, showing him how to pull his record. I never claimed that I had a record that could show you none of that. Now y'all just heard this dude sit here lie and try to just feel like he got something on me, but I never said I had a record to show nothing. Like I tell him, like I told him last time when I beat him up on here. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you like I told you last time I beat you up on here. Bet 1,000 I didn't say that.
You said it. That you just go to the source.
Bet 1,000 if you saying I said it.
Listen, I'm saying.
Here come the switch. Here
go the switch. Bet $10.
I don't want to take $10. I don't want to take $10. Give me something more than that.
Don't take it. Listen. You ain't never gonna get one up. So my thing is, you did say that. You said I wouldn't.
You lied. Didn't take
I would have just pulled the sources. So
I showed him how to pull the sources.
Of your braggadocio,
I had a source.
We assume because of your braggadocio talk that you actually had the source that could show.
So you just assumed that then, right? I didn't say it, right? You assumed that then, right?
Okay, then. So you didn't have it. You was just talking.
No. Tell me the truth. You assumed it or I said it? Which one was it?
No, you said it. But we assumed
then
that
go back and get the clip and let's make the bet then. Get the clip and let's make the bet then.
When you said that,
get the clip and let's make the bet.
Let's get back to this information, man.
There you go. 1,000. Okay, let's bet the 1,000. Let's bet the 1,000 that you said that when you wouldn't debate this, you would just go back and pull the sources.
Right. That's not saying that I have a source. I said that if you're gonna do it, you just pull the sources. Right?
That's what you said.
You're just trying to keep changing it. You keep molding every time. You like what we call it? You like ditto. You just mold to anything next.
I ain't trying to backtrack.
All right, let's get back on track, man. Let's get back on track. We seen what the AI said.
That's a knockout, GD.
That's always a good debate because I'm sure if
do this, Humble, get your ass whooped by Cosmo again.
Hey, Cosmo. Now, what I do have to admit, because y'all know my brother Humble do be standing on the square. What I do have to admit is Cosmo showed the early influence, right? That was one way. But still, what me and Cosmo would still have to agree upon was that Kemet did not influence Mesopotamia. And that's where he be trying to flim, bro. That's where he be trying to flim.
He trying to argue a point I'm not even trying to make. Yo.
Yeah, we know you going to say that, bro. We know you going to say that. He ain't trying to argue that point. You do that all the time. I'm not trying to argue that point.
I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't either.
He said, I'm not trying to argue that point. Yeah, we know you're not trying to argue that point.
So he be mad that I don't feed into his little petty argument. I stay on point. And
you do not stay on point, Cosmo.
Listen, hold on. We've been arguing for hours for you to just turn around and admit that I was right the whole time.
Yeah, listen, I had to give you an admittment, man. You admitted I was right earlier, bro. I can't do you dirty like that. That'd be petty.
A1. You got A1.
All this
arguing. You definitely got to give me my props there. Then you definitely got to give me my props there, Humble, because your article, you died by your own source.
Yep.
Your article said everything I mentioned earlier. Everything I mentioned. And
no, it did not. Yo, where did Sapphire be coming from, bro? Sapphire is terrible.
All you gotta do is hit the replay, watch the replay. I told
you. Yo, Sapphire is terrible.
That's why he got to. That's why he got to ask to pick.
Hold on. I'm the one that said that.
Be doing that boy
that the genome proves the Afro-Asiatic. And what I'm saying is, as the scripture perfectly tell us that these were a Cushitic people that was in the Mesopotamia or the land in between the river. And
who
you don't
people?
have to necessarily cross over the river. You can actually go down and around. Okay, so and that would actually be southern Babylon. That'd be southern Babylon.
You can walk.
You
Listen,
can
you
walk
can walk
straight
straight from
over.
Europe right into northern.
Mount Sinai is in the Egyptian valley. That means that Egypt really doesn't cut off until it meets the water where Yemen is. All that is Kush. The Egyptian valley is right before the Levant. The Levant holds the oldest city known in archaeology. It's the oldest city, meaning it was walled. It was a town. They had sewer systems and all that. Okay, that's what that means. Excuse me.
Go ahead. I thought you was had landed. I was about to ask a question. You know me. I got a question after you finish.
Just to say this though, that yes, actually proved everything I mentioned. I mean, and Cosby was bringing it out. You know what I'm saying? Like this is common knowledge, but pretty much you don't say y'all heard it from the Hebrews first. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I land right there.
You said we heard it from the Hebrews. Okay, I heard that because I had never even heard that argument until the other day. Like I said,
Zaya Lex was the one that actually brought that out in his book that he authored called Him and All. All right.
Yeah, humble. You know when I came in, humble. When we used to have talks and stuff, he used to always talk about how none of the Bible is true and stuff. And I thought it was
still ain't true. Hell no. Nah, bro. Don't let see this.
It's still like I ain't saying this. I'm not saying that this is proof. I'm not saying that this is proof, humble. I'm not saying y'all got to remember. Hold on.
This is crazy.
Hold on, man. Let me get big.
Go ahead.
Y'all can see my netter, and y'all can understand what I'm saying. I understood that people have different reasons and justifications for why they do or don't believe something. So me understanding that Humble was a naturalist, I simply thought that he disagreed with the Bible because of his naturalist view, which was true. But Humble has went past the incoherence of the naturalist and actually has other proofs to prove why these stories just ain't true. Besides that, namely that these haven't existed. They didn't exist. So me in my I'm just like, yeah, that's a good argument. Until the other day, I never understood about the Hyksos in the Hebrews. I never understood that the Hebrews try to make Joseph and Joseph's dealing with Egypt fit that narrative. And Josephus actually says something about it. This is how I found out about it, because GD and Capone brought that in perspective. So for me, it's something that's gonna be disputed for a long time. I don't dispute neither way, because like I told you, when it comes to incoherence on either side, I found incoherences that won't even allow me to get that deep into the information to try to dispute it. But that's another story about quantum onlyism here. It's another here or there, because right now we're talking about the Hebrews and the Kemites. Because if both these people existed, then we might just be fighting for nothing. But I understand why you wouldn't want them to exist, kind of. But then when it comes to the Hebrews, I don't understand why they would want to exist and be cursed in such a manner. And then if all of us people are interacting and we know that,
what do you mean cursed,
my brother? Different in things, but in the end, some of us was brought over here and some of them stayed over there. We don't know why they stayed. We don't know if they sold us, if they got beat out of us, if they didn't, you know what I'm saying? But one thing we do know, that it might be both of these groups over here. there's a possibility, me and my philosophical mind. I'm not saying there is 100% or nothing. It's a possibility. And we keep pointing to these possibilities whenever Oli do shows and do investigations. So this is what I want y'all to remember. And so, and what makes me so happy about these findings and things is that I'm looking into it with a commission, it's Hebrew Israelites coming in, having they input of what they done said. My man Cosmine, who is a follows, I'm gonna just say create a gang. I just don't know what to say, a waspy, a faithist. I get it together in the future. But right now we're just gonna say create a gang, because everybody know the create a gang. Shout out to create a gang.
Gang.
He don't have a certain bias. I don't feel when he came with the information he came with the other night. And that's why I never did understand that he was saying that they had full intention and was the reason for the commission view. Humble, who is my comedic practitioner on residence, he saw a different argument. So today, when I was going over my shorts, because this long story short, I found a short that showed DNA evidence and of a person who had both these bloodlines could be found in it. Both these cultures, Egyptian and Mesopotamian. And so that's where I stopped at. I was just like, these two people coexisted together. They actually pointed out their name. But there's more arguments that come with that. So I see Humble's bias and stuff. But just remember that. I just want everybody to remember that. You see I got commission symbolism on my thing. At the same time, I'm arguing a point that ain't this right here is for me. It ain't for everybody. I don't have no view on anything, but we're gonna get the facts right with an unbiased tone when I'm doing my investigation. So go ahead.
I think it's a misrepresentation that I was ever biased. You dig what I'm talking about? For anybody who knows and have seen me do this presentation before, because it's old. And you dig what I'm saying? I've been brought this stuff out years ago. And I got a little thing for Egypt. I study it. You dig what I'm talking about? I do. I study it. I go well in depth with it. I'm not trying to always put the same old little weird twist that they put on it all the time, because it was much more grander than most people think. It was much more dynamic, and more things were going on than you could possibly believe. You did what I'm talking about. There's a science that they had, right? A science where they were literally carving mountains up. Don't nobody know what they were doing or how they was doing it. Right? But if you don't believe somehow that played into their cultural practices, you got to be crazy. Because when they die out, it dies out. Well, sort of, because we see Greece pick it up. We see Rome pick it up. And when they kind of peter out, it kind of goes with them. You see what I'm saying? So we see the influence, right? Because we see Egypt go on to, with that same style, influence everybody else after them. You did what I'm talking about, but before them, primarily, what I was saying was there was a one-way influence, and it was coming from more east. Look at my documentation and document breakdowns on the Sun Kingdoms, and how it seems, just how it seems. And I break this down in the breakdown, how it seems that super high dumb civilizations kind of followed the path of the sun, right? They're going east to west. And today, the Sun Kingdom is the United States, in a sense. You dig what I'm talking about? It's the highest form of culture in the world. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's just at different times, different cultures in different places were the highest. Egypt was one of them. You know what I mean? 5,000 plus years later, it's in America. That same influence.
Man.
You know what I mean? And that's why I think a lot of people get mixed up when they get the America, you know, is Egypt stuff mixed up. No, Egypt is Egypt. It's its own thing.
America. Man, I be so tired of them pseudo ass people. Egypt is America. Look in the Grand Canyon. All this weird, crazy ass shit. People
America had its own thing going, bro. You know what I mean? And it's just as grand and older.
See, you willing to say that because you want to believe we was always here.
I don't believe that. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know, science shows that we've been here older than what they thought. See, they thought at one time it was like 60,000 years ago for the dispersal of man out of Africa. Well, they've been showing historical stuff and presence of people in here much older than that in the Americas. So, you know,
Black Americans?
Huh?
Black Americans?
Yeah, Aboriginal ones.
So you're talking about First Nations people?
No, I'm talking about the First Nations are Native Americans. They migrate into America.
Everybody migrated to America.
I'm talking about the Aboriginal man who comes from America. They commonly call them blacks, Negroes, colored.
So wait, you saying that those people didn't migrate from somewhere else? Did they sprouted up here in America?
Yeah, just like they would have sprouted up in Africa, in Europe, in Asia. Wild. Southeast Islands, they sprouted up, yeah.
That's wild. And what
so
I'm saying, you're saying that the Black Americans in America got a separate origin story?
I'm saying that I've never seen an Aboriginal who wasn't brown.
All right, I hear you on that. What I'm asking you is, are you saying that Black Americans have a separate origin story for mankind?
No, I'm saying the story.
Well, if we sprouted up here, then we have to.
No, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is the story that they tell about quote unquote Black Americans.
I ain't talking about they. I'm asking you.
Listen, you can't even let me get it out.
But you telling me what they think. I'm asking what you think.
Point. Go ahead.
No, you telling me what they think. I don't know who the they is.
I'm asking you regurgitating it.
No, I'm asking you what do you think.
I'm saying, but you regurgitating
I'm asking you a question. I'm not regurgitating nothing. I'm asking you a question.
You are.
Then what am I regurgitating? Unless somebody asked you this question already before, then I guess.
Out of Africa.
No, I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you what is the evidence that we sprung up here and didn't migrate here.
What is the evidence that we sprung up in Africa?
No. See, now you're trying to flip it on me. I'm asking you a question.
Listen, what I'm trying to tell you is there has never been there's an Aboriginal everywhere. Everywhere.
And they all came from somewhere.
Could live, man does.
But they all came from somewhere. No,
they don't. That doesn't mean that.
In that land.
That's an assumption.
No.
And you're assuming you're making the same assumption.
No.
Guess what?
Okay, well, I'm gonna just ask you this then. Can I ask you this?
What you don't understand is even in your out of Africa theory.
I'm not even talking about out of Africa.
Right? Okay, you are, because you're trying to say we all come from Africa.
I'm not. I'm focused on America.
Okay.
You jumping the gun because you think I'm going there next. I'm trying to focus on this. You jumping the gun.
Because you don't have a theory of your own if you're not regurgitating theirs.
Oh my God. So, I'm not even there. You're jumping the gun.
Like I was saying, even in your so-called
I love how you beat around answering my question.
The people who come up out of Africa meet people who are already there and interbreed. So what I'm telling you is there isn't a place where there are people today that there hasn't always been people. So what
are you going to answer? So now all different ethnic groups.
What I'm trying to say is objectively, we don't see Aboriginals who are brown, who are not brown, right? Even the Aboriginal to Europe is brown.
And they sprung up in Europe too?
Yes. Why wouldn't
it? Oh my God. So now all ethnic groups have their own origin story of how humans came to be.
No, it's only one origin.
Then how is they springing up in different places?
Because man can live there.
Living there don't mean you sprung up there. You can travel somewhere and live there.
Why doesn't?
Because if you're telling us it's only one origin
I mean,
of
there
mankind,
has to be an initial
hold on. If you're telling us it's only one origin story of mankind, then people can't be sprouting up in other countries. They have to migrate to those places.
Yes, they can. Man can
No,
be.
they cannot.
Have you ever heard of
Give
the
me an
regional
example.
theory? That hurt?
Oh,
Did that hurt?
Yeah.
Right. Have you ever heard of the multi-regional theory that man was made everywhere that man could possibly live? He was made there.
This is wild.
Yeah. It's
So
just
are
as
you gonna
wild
give me?
as
Are you gonna
it's
give me
just
the
as
source?
wild as two people in
Are you gonna give me
a
the source
cave in
for
Africa
the
producing 8.6 billion people today.
Okay,
That
that's
is
cool. Now, are you gonna give me the source that showed Black Americans sprung out the ground here in America?
Can you give me the source that anybody?
I'm asking you that. I'm asking you that. Don't deflect.
I'm saying,
just tell me yeah or
where
no.
do Aboriginals come from?
No, I'm asking you a question. Just tell me yeah or no.
So that's what I'm saying.
You're not answering my
Aboriginal
question.
people are the oldest people in a country.
Okay, but you're still not answering my question. You're telling me everything
come
else.
From anywhere. They come
but
from
you're telling me
where they
everything but the answer to the question.
I'm answering your question. You're just not
You're
able
really
to
not.
understand. Listen,
I asked you, can you show me a primary source
of
that
what?
showed Black Americans sprung out the ground here in America? Where's the archaeology? Where's the work, the evidence?
Okay, listen, that is idiotic to even ask the question to prove an American, right? An American,
a Black American.
Hold on. And first of all, an Aboriginal is Aboriginal to the world.
Oh my God!
Right. So in every place,
Aboriginals wasn't born in every place in the world. It's only one origin.
Yes, they were.
It's only one origin.
No,
you just agreed that it's only one origin.
There's an origin in Africa, an origin in America,
so
an
now
origin
you're saying
in
it's
Europe,
different origins.
An
I
origin
asked you
in
at
Asia.
first, is there
No,
only one origin for
different.
mankind? You
They're
said no, it's only one. Now you're saying it's different ones.
How can you prove that? And we're all living at the same time.
I'm losing brain cells.
Yeah, 99, and the proof that what I'm saying is correct, that 99% of our 99.9% of all human genetics are exactly the same.
And do you know why? Because we have one origin.
Duh. So
that
kills your silly
multi-origin.
Gosh,
this is so dumb.
You were arguing for multi-origin.
No, that's what you're doing. I'm telling you, we have one origin. You're telling me people are springing up in different countries.
I said, and we only have one.
That's giving them a separate origin from the rest of us.
Not. You just
how? This nigga is crazy.
You just made that up.
Hey, humble. Am I tripping, or is this dude telling us that
one of y'all people have human origin started in America?
Let me ask you the question first. Wait, let me ask you the question first. Am I tripping, or is this dude saying that these other people have origin stories in the countries that their ethnic groups are from, or is he saying that we all have one origin story, like I'm saying? And these people migrated and populated these other places.
He's saying, I think Cosmo is saying
these people sprouted out the ground and they all got different origin stories.
I don't know why y'all asking around me instead of just asking me what
I'm asking somebody else first. This not in the argument because they just listening.
Yeah. Right. So I think Cosmo is saying that life started from America, and I think you're saying that life started from Africa.
No,
he said everybody have their own start. That's what he said.
No.
He said Europeans got sprouted up in Europe. He said Black Americans sprouted up in America. He's talking about Russians sprouted up in Russia. He said everybody sprouted up where they are.
And Americans come out of America.
That's what he said.
So you saying everybody got a mixed origin story there?
No, he said that everybody sprouted up.
Got a multiple origin story. Yeah, so that's a multiple origin story.
That's what he's saying. I'm saying it's one.
Listen. Everybody can have a different stories. You're gonna have different languages, different cultures. But what we're saying is the source for humanity would be the same.
And where did that source originate?
It wouldn't. The way it popped up in Africa.
Where do the source originate?
Up in America.
Where do the original source originate? On what landmass do the original source originate?
Everywhere.
Oh my God! Pseudo alert. Somebody fucking
Yeah.
ring the bell.
Hey, listen. I know I'm over his head right now. He doesn't obviously know about panspermia.
Ow. Am I tripping, Al, or am I tripping?
Hey, look, you're tripping. You're hallucinating. You're off
Ow.
dope.
Hey, Al, am I tripping, or is he
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
what I think he's
On that
saying?
hair, you smoking
No,
on that hair root pack.
He's saying that even though everybody had different places of beginning, they all are the same origin of man.
Okay, now let me ask you this. How can he be saying that when I asked him, where's the original origin of all mankind on what landmass? He said everywhere. So how is he saying what I'm saying if he's saying everywhere?
Because that one event that you saying is one landmass, he's saying that one landmass is actually the whole earth.
No, you can't have an origin story for humans all across the earth. Humans have
you can have. There's a possibility it could have happened. I'm not saying it's true.
Now you arguing possibilities. We talking about what we can prove through facts.
Prove
that we're not arguing on possibilities.
These are called logical facts when you go walk it down, because it hasn't been proven fact. People have put forth, and it's a consensus. But
well, no, what haven't been proven is an origin outside of Africa. That hasn't been proven.
Origin in
Africa. That is a fact. Hold on, time out.
That is a
fact.
Not been proven.
So what the dispute in academia is there another origin place other than Africa? And right now it stands as no.
So y'all making that shit up?
No, ain't nobody making it up. It's always been an argument. You trying to tell me that ain't an argument within
No,
academia?
you telling me that it's a possibility. Yeah. We talking about facts.
That's what we talking about. And
no,
the fact is due to possibilities. That's why it's not 100% fact.
So we're not talking about that. We're talking about the facts that
that's
we can
what
prove.
we're talking about. You thinking it's a fact, but you trying to overstate.
No,
what
y'all
you're
think that's a fact. I'm saying that's not a fact.
You're overstating what you're claiming. Okay, we disagree. Yes, we disagree.
I'm telling you, it's one origin place for all of mankind. That's Africa.
That's your belief, and you overstating.
Yeah. That's a scientific fact.
That it could have been.
No, that's a scientific fact.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's a scientific theory.
No, it's not. It's a scientific fact. Do you understand
the theory? It's called the out of Africa theory.
Okay, and this is where you just.
Do you know what disagreement is?
Hold on, let me talk. Hold on, let me talk.
Do you know? No. I want to ask you first. I want to ask you first. First, I want to ask you this. No, I'm not going to let you get done. I'm going to ask you a question. We're on my show, but I want you to. I want you to ask a question. I want you to. Okay, you're not going to forget. Just be quiet and let me ask you.
I'm not going to answer that question. I'll listen to it and I'll respond to it after I respond to him. That's what I'll do.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm gonna show you what you're gonna do then, real quick.
You can kick me off if that's what you want.
I ain't gonna kick you off for nothing. I'm gonna show you what we're gonna do to you.
Be quiet.
I'm gonna kick you off because this don't make no sense right here. And you trying to come on and be a teacher and stuff. If somebody asks you a question, teacher, you should be able to answer that question.
But do you understand? You jumping over?
You understand
to him to ask me a question?
I'm not. No, I don't understand that. I understand that this is my show, and I've been asking the question. The problem is you thinking that you have some type of authority in pushing something. When I need to understand if you understand what disagreement is.
That's a simple yes. Now, can I?
If you understand what disagreement is, then stop trying to tell somebody how they're wrong if they disagree with you.
I can prove how he's wrong.
You can't prove
that's
it.
The thing.
You're gonna bring facts, and then he's gonna bring the same type of sources and things.
No, he's not, because he can't refute what I'm saying.
Okay,
he can't refute what I'm saying with a fact.
And that's called a disagreement. That's what we disagree.
No, he can't refute what I'm saying with a
fact.
Yes,
he can.
Or a primary.
That's why you're delusional. But go ahead with your thing. Yes, you can.
So now, like I was trying to get to before you tried to derail me, right?
I wasn't trying to derail you. You derailed yourself.
What he is saying is that people sprouted up all in every one of these continents. Those are separate origin stories. If people sprouted up in all of these different continents and not one, those are separate origin stories. 2, he said that the out of Africa theory is just a theory. And this is where he's fucking that up, because he's just using the word theory colloquially, which just means a hypothesis. But when it's a scientific theory, it's based on a body of facts that has been repeatedly tested and proven. So do we have to pull up the source to show you that a scientific theory is based on a body of facts?
No.
Not just something that somebody is thinking?
We already know that.
We already know.
So then why is he saying it's just a theory then?
Because he has the right. Because he has the right to say that.
So he's just lying then. Yeah, he can say it, but that don't make it a fact.
He actually isn't lying because I'm sure he'll find sources that actually agree with him, and that's where you don't understand.
Oh my God, that's wild. A source can disagree with it, but did they prove it the way that
it doesn't matter? It doesn't matter.
No,
they disagree.
Somebody can make a claim, but did they substantiate the claim?
They did
I don't
exactly.
care if made a claim.
Wait. Don't go back. Don't go back to now. You're trying to argue our point. Now you're arguing our point. Yes, you are. That's exactly the point that we're arguing. That's exactly the point that we're arguing.
No, I'm not. No, y'all not, because I'm saying that somebody can have a claim, but that doesn't make it a fact just because somebody make a claim. You have to substantiate your claim with evidence. Just because somebody claimed that people popped up in all these other places, you have to substantiate that the way that the Out of Africa theory has substantiated their claims through facts.
Listen, aboriginals come from everywhere.
No, they don't.
No, that's no. Time out though, but that is a valid point.
First
if
people
he is saying that he believes in the Out of Africa theory, and are you able to at least give some type of evidence, Kim Netta? Like, are you able to share your screen?
That's what I'm saying. That's what we're supposed to do.
What evidence? What evidence you asking me for?
Like,
we can look it up.
You're gonna show the first people in every continent are not aboriginal to it. That's what you're gonna show.
No, I'm asking Humble what he asking me.
Yeah, so like if you could like bring, like, for example, what is the updated consensus on the fact that the Out of Africa theory is the leading consensus, and where
you can just pull your screen up and ask that. I'm on my phone.
It's really a moot
you
point.
Can share your screen.
It really don't matter,
and that'll prove them wrong easily. That's not even something people even really argue about. That the origin of all mankind is in Africa.
Well,
that's a scientific.
That's what science is gonna say.
And this is why I hate people who just be making claims and saying things when you know it, like when you logically know for a fact that everybody don't agree. And let me share my screen real quick, because I mean, just to say
you don't have to agree with it for it to be a fact. You can disagree with it and it still be a fact just because you don't understand it.
Let me show you. Well, let me show you what this says, and you don't have to. Of course, you're not going to agree with this, but I'm gonna just show you something, and we can look up some of the things. You know what I'm saying? I'm just never going to be delusional like that and make claims that I just know just from simply sitting here and thinking about life. That everybody, the Out of Africa theory is widely accepted as a leading. It's widely accepted as a leading explanation for the origins of modern humans, suggesting that all humans descended from a common ancestor in Africa before migrating to other parts of the world. However, ongoing research continues to refine and challenge aspects of this theory, indicating a more complex narrative of human evolution and migration. So,
what is the challenge? I understand that they challenge it to see where the migrations went to, but they understand.
Okay. So you understand what we said. So you understand what we saying. You understand what we said.
What is the challenge?
Did you just say you understand? I thought you just said you understood that. Did you just say you understood that?
Oh my God!
Did you just say you understood that first?
You be trying to double talk.
I just want to know, did you say you understood that?
I highly understand this.
Thanks for your concession. Go on with your next point.
Now, what y'all messing up is you won't tell me what they're challenging. You read that they're challenging it, right?
Well, let's go into it. Let's go into it.
Hold on.
Let's go into it.
Cosmo,
you said, what are they challenging? No, you asked me a question. Over here when you asked the question. Don't ask no questions. No, over here when you ask the question.
It's your show.
Yeah, because over here when you ask the question.
Go ahead.
Over here when you ask the question, you shouldn't ask the question if you don't want to answer.
It wasn't. I wasn't done with my question. See, you want to act like a kid and try to jump. Oh well, since you asked the question, I'm gonna just jump in now. Obviously, I was still talking, but it's okay. It's your show. Do what you do.
Questions if we don't want the question answered. Until you want the question answered, save the question. Otherwise, we're gonna go into the question. Now, you said, what kind of things do they have challenges of? There's several aspects. Let's understand It says understanding the out of Africa theory in the first place. Out of Africa theory has significant implications for human history, common ancestry. The theory posits.
Can we get this source? What is this theory? Source? Tell us what this source is while you're reading it, please.
Yeah, I'll go to another source.
No, don't go to another. I want to know what this one is.
This one is the Britannica. Encyclopedia Britannica. Out of Africa Theory 1. The other one was
already
just
proved what I said, even when you started reading to show that what I said is the
quick summary from Google.
That beat y'all up right off the bat, but somehow y'all
nobody said you didn't say it was the leading consensus. No, that don't beat us up because you're trying to make an argument that that wasn't what you was arguing. We was arguing that
y'all haven't shown anything to the contrary. Y'all haven't shown no source of origin outside of Africa.
That's a lie. We just showed this big word, however. We just showed this big. We just showed this big word, however. We just showed this big word,
argument with evidence to show another origin outside of Africa. Y'all never showed that. When did you show that?
We get into it. We get into it.
So. But you said you showed it.
Okay, I said we're getting to it. Well, I did. I showed you this right here. You asked me what was this. I told you that it was a summary. I was showing. Okay, can we get to the source? Let's get to the source. Let's get to the source. Let's get to the sources why this came. Let's get to the sources why this came.
You still haven't showed us a source to show that there's
that's what we're about to get to. We get to that.
Origin story of humans outside of Africa. You haven't showed that. You've yet to show that.
Yeah, I mean, it is the out of Africa theory. If you really knew the theory that you're touting, it says it in the theory.
What it say?
Listen, man.
What it say?
First of all,
don't just say it says. Tell us what the
let's debunk its multiple versions.
Wait, no, you said it says it in the story, in the source. So what is the it first? Don't just say it.
You don't know the out of Africa theory.
Oh, see, I bet. That's your thing. You
now
say it says
know.
It in the source. What is the it? Let's get some clarity. What is the it that it's saying?
Hold on. It says in the first one that's already been debunked, it gave a strict replacement methodology.
No, it did not.
Yes, it did.
What was the replacement?
Yeah, it was called It's called the strict replacement model. Look it up, genius.
And that overturned the out of Africa theory?
No, that was part of it. And it got overturned. You laughing while you getting punched.
This is wild.
How it debunked, pioneered by scientists like Savante Pablo.
I'm just waiting on the evidence to the second origin story. Don't drag that out. Give us this evidence for the second origin.
DNA from ancient bones inside sterilized clean rooms. Researchers use high throughput DNA sequencing alongside specialized
and don't skip past asking if the out of Africa theory built on the body of facts, because y'all said it wasn't.
Modern microbial.
Can we also double check that while y'all pulling up shit?
And then they apply comparative genomic
because he said it's just a theory
to check for shared mutations.
So let's not run from that.
Modern human genomes, Neanderthals, and other hominins. The findings in 2010, the sequencing of the Neanderthal genome revealed that non-African modern humans carry from roughly 1 to 4% Neanderthal DNA. Shortly after, which debunks out of Africa
against the out of Africa theory.
That debunks it right there. That debunks number one. That debunks right there.
We ain't looking for art.
I said we're not looking for arguments against the out of Africa theory. We're
looking
for the primary evidence that shows a second origin outside of Africa. That's what I'm looking for. That y'all have yet to show, but you say you keep
ain't nobody ever. There's nobody ever said that they was gonna show that. What you said, and you lied.
You was getting to
you lied. I know it, but that ain't what you. But that ain't what we said.
Source to show the second origin.
Listen. I love the way you dance, but it's trash.
You literally said we get into it. I told you 1,000 that you said that.
That ain't what I said we was getting to. That ain't what I said we was getting to.
It's okay.
Homo sapiens did not.
This nigga right here done came up here and got himself into a talked into some
These niggas
bullshit.
is so
Got you
bad.
This nigga done talked himself into some bullshit.
So if y'all don't have
I'm gonna
no
show y'all what the
sources to show a
trendsetter. I'm gonna
second
show y'all what the
origin,
trendsetter.
then what is
I'm gonna
y'all
show y'all what the
argument?
trendsetter netter. I'm gonna
Wait,
show
if
y'all what
y'all
the
don't have a
trendsetter.
source to show a
I'm gonna
second
show y'all what the
argument, I mean a
trendsetter
second
nigga.
origin, what is y'all argument
Can
here?
you be quiet? You
Because
know
y'all
what the
was saying that
argument
there's
is.
other proof
You
out there to show a second origin.
you're a
So
lie.
if y'all don't
That is
have
not
that
what
proof,
said.
what is y'all
Yeah, he
argument
That's
now?
not what said. That's not what said. Stop trying to move the goalposts.
Y'all
You
literally said that y'all
disingenuous.
had
I didn't see
sources
you.
that can show you a second origin
That's
that
not what.
defeat the
That is not what
auto-African
anybody
theory.
said. Because second origin has never came out my mouth. Have
So,
you ever
so,
said
so what
anything
was you
about second
arguing
origin?
then?
Have
So,
you ever
so
said
what
any?
was you
Wait, time
arguing
out.
then?
See what I'm saying? Have you ever said anything about second origin, Cosmo?
No.
Did you ever say anything about second origin? Did second
He
origin ever
said
come
these
out your
people
mouth?
sprouted
No.
up in other countries.
No.
That's talking
Okay.
about other.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Now, Cosmo.
Oh my
When you
God! I've
said
never
this,
seen
this is
shit
why I
so
hate
pseudo in my
bringing people
life.
come over. No, ain't nobody slow. What you doing is you
I didn't
making
say
yourself
slow. I
look
said pseudo.
stupid. What you
I
doing is
didn't
you
say
making
slow. I
yourself
said
look
pseudo.
stupid.
You
What you
making
doing is you
yourself
making yourself look
bad.
stupid.
Yeah, you look
Oh,
bad.
this is
You
wild.
just be
Well,
quiet.
why
I
haven't
know
y'all
it's
showed me
wild.
any
You
sources to
never
the
did.
contrary then?
We tried to because you keep talking
Y'all
while we trying
not.
to explain. Why we
not.
trying to explain? Because you trying to move the goalposts.
Once y'all already lied and said the
What the thing?
auto-African theory is
See what
just a
I'm saying?
theory.
It
That's
is.
what I'm
Y'all
saying.
lied on that.
It is just
Then
that's what
y'all
we
said
getting
It
that
to.
is
it's
a theory.
That's what we getting to. And we've never
Theory.
moved from that. And we've never moved
so
from
why
that
won't
point.
you
That's what we
ask?
going to.
So why
That's
won't
what
you
we're
ask
doing.
if the
That's what we're
auto-African theory
doing.
is
You
built on a
keep
body of
talking.
facts?
You
Why won't
keep
you ask
talking, and
that?
you keep talking, and you won't let nobody do
Because y'all
nothing
running
because you
from the
keep trying to
truth.
move because you keep trying to move the goalposts and
Y'all,
say you're saying
I'm
one
staying
thing
on the
and that we're
subject. How am I
arguing about
moving the
nothing.
goalposts? I'm on the
You aren't
subject of
staying on
the
the subject.
human's
You aren't
origin.
staying on the subject because the
I am. I've been
subject
talking
was
about
this.
human
Can you show
origin.
that there's
Because this was
more
the
than one
I
origin?
haven't stopped
this
talking
was the
about human
Can
because
you
origin.
this
show
was
that
the
there's
story.
more than
Because
one
this was the hold on, Cosmo. Let me get this dude because
I never stopped
he's
talking
trying to
about the
mislead
human
the people, and
origin.
we haven't either. But what you did was
So
you
why you
moved
saying I'm getting off topic or
because you get
something?
because you can still talk about the human origin and be off topic on the specifics we was talking about on human origin.
Ooh,
Okay, and
wait.
what was the specific that I was off on? Name it.
Shut up and
The
listen.
specific that you were off on when you was talking about human origin. When you
Yeah, what was
said
the
that.
specific?
Hold on, I got something for you. I just got one question I need to ask you real quick. Just real quick, man.
You keep talking, man. And you shut the fuck up. Huh?
Well, that was two questions.
Can you answer it? Can you shut the fuck up? Yes or no?
No, I can quietly wait.
All right. Well, this ain't gonna get us nowhere because you don't know what disagreement means. Because what the question
Now
was
you back to
initially,
disagreement.
because that's what. Yeah. You didn't want to go back to what the original thing was. That's why I'm telling you, you moving the
The
goalpost.
original thing was origins of humans.
Was the disagree that wasn't. That wasn't.
Yes,
You
it
just
was.
said what it was. It wasn't. It was disagreement. The word disagreement. You said
You brought
everybody
that up
agreed.
after we
You
was
said
already arguing about the origins of mankind. Then you brought in and you said, "Do you understand the word disagreements?" And I said, "Yes." But that was after. That was already after we was arguing the origins of humans.
when you
So you
argue,
just
do you
made that up.
disagree? When you argue, do you disagree?
Oh my God!
How
Not everybody
fucking dumb are
disagrees.
you?
That boy slow.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you
slow
dumb.
as
Forgive me for that, man. Forgive me for
My
that.
bad.
Dang, man. If
You
you
done said
having
other
a
shit too that I just didn't respond to. I
Relax.
just got more decorum than to call you names. I ain't gonna do it with you, but I can.
This slow gas.
The person that's saying slow gases is wild for saying that other people popped up, sprouted out the ground in other countries, and you saying I'm working with slow gases. That's wild.
That's what evolution.
Wild. That's
Because what
hella
you-
wild. And
what-
then you
because
said
what
you're
you-
not
that's what
saying that these
evolution
people
said.
have separate origins. How do
I
they
ain't
not have
saying nothing
separate
but what
origins if
evolution
you're
say.
claiming?
Evolution say we
Wait, how
come
do
out
they
of
not have separate
primordial soup.
origins if you're claiming that these
Popped
people are
into
sprouting out of the
pigtail,
ground
and
in
popped
these
out
other
the ground.
countries? How is that not a separate origin then?
No,
How is they sprouting out the
evolution
ground but
say it's
also
only
coming
one
from
origin.
one source?
Evolution say it's only one origin.
Exactly. So how are they sprouting up out the ground in other countries then?
That's what they say is the origin.
So now everybody got their own origin.
It's only one origin.
Then how is everybody sprouting up in different places?
Because they're in different places, sprouting up.
So that means they have separate origin stories.
Have
then,
you
right?
ever heard of panspermia?
Oh,
If something sprouts up, in the same year, is it sprouting at the same
this
time?
is wild.
If
Right. So
something
are
sprouts
you
up in
saying trees can't grow in
the same
America?
year, is it sprouting up at the same time? If something
So
sprouts
now
up in the
humans
same
grew
year,
out the ground in these countries. Is that what y'all saying?
I'm just asking you, if something sprouts out of the
something
ground in the same year, is it growing out the ground at the same time?
That has nothing to do with you saying people have separate origins.
I never said they had separate origins. You
You
said
agreeing
that.
with him?
I'm not agreeing with. No, I'm not. I'm showing you his argument. I'm telling you his argument because you don't know how to steel man people's arguments and understand what a disagreement is. And so
I understand what a disagreement is. That's why I disagree with him. What do you mean?
No, he disagrees with you. He disagrees because if you did, then you say, yeah, well, we just disagree. But you insist on trying to argue that we don't disagree and that we can't disagree.
I never said we didn't disagree.
You said we couldn't. You did say we can't disagree with you because it's a fact. This is what I hope.
You can't argue against
the whole
fact,
argument
is what
about.
I said.
All right, man, I'm done. I don't.
You can't.
Another concession. Thank you for two. Thank you for two concessions. Thank you for two concessions. I don't know who
you can't bring a summary to a fact to overthrow the fact with a summary.
I'm talking.
Y'all didn't show me no proof, and
I don't think I'm the
definitely didn't
smartest
show me
man
no proof to what he was
in the
saying. When
world.
people sprouting up out the ground, I would love for him to prove that.
He never said he could prove it. He gave you another proposition.
So why is he making a claim
because people have
prove?
because you asked if people proposed it and people have proposed it. And this is possibility when we talk about
ask if people proposed it.
Because
I said, give me a source that showed that
Hold
there's
on,
separate
evolutionary
origins.
scientists.
Other people
That's what's
that ain't what we was. That ain't what we was doing. That ain't. Now you ain't. You moving the goalpost. That ain't what we was doing. You said that nobody disagreed. You said nobody disagreed. You said nobody disagreed. Our dispute was you said nobody could disagree. Our dispute was stop moving the goalpost. The goalpost was you said nobody could disagree with you.
I was just debunking out of Africa.
I said you can't disagree with
you said right. And then I showed you that the science debunks out of Africa.
No, you did not. No, you did not. No, you did not.
I did.
No, you did not. What was the source?
Right here. Hold on.
And what the source said?
I'll pull it up again.
Because y'all still are running from the fact that the outer Africa theory is built on a body of facts. Y'all still want to search and ask that.
Yeah, it's built on some facts, but some of them.
No, you haven't. When did you search that? You never asked that question. Go through your history and show me where you asked that question.
Hold on. Early versions of the outer Africa theory relied on a flawed methodology. They used specific isolated modern groups like the Mbuti and the San Foragers as an ancestral baseline to construct their linear evolutionary trees, assuming a single point of origin within Africa. The methodology, modern population geneticists shifted away from simple linear trees toward sparsely connected hominin graphs and demographic coalescent modeling. By sequencing high coverage genomes from highly diverse, geographically widespread African populations and utilizing computer simulated evolutionary scenarios, they tested whether the single regional population could produce modern human diversity. The findings, landmark genome studies, such as the major 2023 study led by researchers at McGill University and UC Davis, demonstrated that a single linear branch in East or South Africa could not account for modern genetic diversity. Instead, the database best fit a model of contiguous gene flow between at least two distinct, weakly structured stem populations moving across the African continent over hundreds of thousands of years. The verdict, the single point origin pillar, was debunked. This is part two of the outer Africa theory. The first one that was debunked was the strict replacement model.
Are you sharing your screen? My bad.
Out of Africa two was the where they was using the
all you doing is showing the early trial and error portion. That's what science do. They try to figure it out and they upgrade the science. That's
brother. This is 2023.
Okay, all you just showed is the trial and error.
They
Again,
debunked
all
it
you
in
just showed is the trial and
2023.
error. Even listen, even your
They was
own
wrong from
source,
the get-go.
even your own source still
Hold on, yo.
concluded that the origin of humans still came out of Africa.
No,
yes,
does.
it did. It said that at the end. Go read your conclusion again.
No, it doesn't. It
read
said
it again.
It couldn't.
Read it again. It said for 2 regions it couldn't. See, now you're lying. Read it again. Read it again. Read the conclusion again.
I sure appreciate you coming and being a punching bag this morning, Kim.
Yeah,
In
landmark.
your opinion, that's funny. But read the conclusion again.
Okay. The findings were landmark genomic studies, such as the major.
Hey, Kaz, I think you ain't sharing the page that you had. You sharing your I was wondering
I ain't
if it
tripping.
was
I just
me.
want him to read it again. Just he don't gotta show it.
No,
Just read it again.
I'm sorry, Kim. I like to read though, but too.
I ain't mad at you, but he
long.
already went through it without us seeing it, so I didn't mind. He could just read it again. Shit. I just want to hear it again because I know what the fuck I heard. I ain't tripping. So he could just read it again.
Here you come.
Yeah, we can just read it again.
Go to the conclusion.
Let's just read it again.
Go to the conclusion. Why are you still scrolling up?
Because we want to see what we were saying.
Now you just wasting time. It says
we just got time, man. All we got is
concluded.
All we got is time.
Oh my God, niggas be loving to play games just to go to the end and still be proven wrong is wild.
Listen, just to show we talking about so-called recent
we know what we talking about,
and we talking about total replacement. Total replacement is out of Africa, right? What they said was built on a bunch of facts. Yeah, that ended up being false. Right?
God.
Early rigid versions of the theory asserted
We've been through this. I'm trying to get to the conclusions. I don't want you to read the same.
Okay,
part.
hold on. Since you abroad, you dig what I'm talking about? That
now I'm abroad because I want to stay focused.
Yeah. You acting feminine.
That's wild.
You acting feminine.
Asked you to read the conclusion. If anything, watch this. If anything, you acting like a broad because I asked you to go to the conclusion.
Why
you trying to go to
What's
everything?
up, the name calling
Why you can't be quiet?
How is that acting like a broad? I asked you to do something specific, and you're trying to do something else.
I don't care what you asked me to do.
Oh, that's what broads do, right? But I'm the broad.
Broads always want you to do what they want you to do.
This shit is fucking wild.
Yeah, you.
Come on, y'all. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to the information, y'all. We ain't nobody know.
Let's get back to the information.
Y'all the only two on here name calling. Then y'all want to get back to it.
He don't even know his own theory. He don't even know his own theory that he touting.
Go ahead and read it to
He's
yourself.
standing on it. Watch this. Debunked. Early versions of the out of Africa theory relied on flawed methodology. They use specific, isolated modern groups like the Mbuti or the San as ancestral baselines to construct linear evolutionary trees, assuming a single point of origin within Africa. So they assumed it.
Okay, you skipped
right?
over the part.
So
You
that's
go
an
up a little
assumption.
higher then.
Hold on. Here go the methodology. This is how this is the science of it. This is what debunks that bullshit crap that he talking about.
So how is it still the leading if it got
because this is
wild.
That's what they wanna. That's what
This
they
is wild.
wanna.
If it
Because
got
they're
debunked, it has to
assuming.
get replaced with something.
Because
so how is
they're
it still the
assuming.
leading thing?
Yeah, it's just
You're
what they
just
regurgitate.
contradicting yourself all over the place.
Now the modern population geneticists, modern, right? Remember this came around in the 1990s. Modern population geneticists shifted away from simple, and then the Human Genome Project wasn't done until 2003. So it's only been 23 years, right? So don't let him trick y'all with that. Oh, you don't have new science. We totally got it. And it debunks every one of their
current.
And
It's still current. We just read that it's still current.
And it debunks your out of Africa claim.
How if it's still current?
It's not.
It is. We just
It's
read
not.
it from
It's
your
been
boy
debunked.
Kyle Page. He just pulled it up and showed that it's still
Hold
the
on.
leading.
I'll show you it was debunked in
This is
2023.
wild.
Watch this.
This is
Modern
wild.
population
on my
geneticists
page.
shifted away from simple linear trees
Oh my
for
God.
sparsely connected hominin graphs. When they was wrong on the first one, they crafted up another one, right? Linear trees toward sparsely connected hominin graphs and demographic coalescent modeling. By sequencing high coverage genomes from highly diverse, geographically widespread African populations and utilizing computer simulated evolutionary scenarios, they tested whether a single regional population could produce modern human diversity. The findings, he wanted to get to the findings. The landmark genomic study, such as May
to everything but what I asked for.
2023, the 2023 study led by the researchers at McGill University and UC Davis demonstrated that a singular linear branch in East or South Africa could not account for modern genetic diversity. Instead, the data best fit a model of continuous gene flow between at least two distinct, weakly structured stem populations moving across the African continent.
Moving across
over,
where?
Over
Hold on, wait. Where was they moving across? Wait, where was they moving across?
That debunks your whole point.
No, wait. Where was they moving across? It tell you right
They're
here that they continue gene flow between the two weak distinct structures, right? The stem population moving across Africa. So the origin is still Africa. The first theory that they thought with the singular linear. Hold on, let me finish. Because the first model was the singular linear. They thought it was just one group. So we know what a singular lineage is. So we know that it wasn't a singular lineage because we know it was other different hominids in Africa. Hold on, I didn't cut you off. I let you read. Hold on, I didn't cut you off. I let you read. Now, I didn't cut you off. I let you read. Are you gonna have some decorum? Are you gonna have some decorum?
Read this.
Are you gonna have some decorum?
Come out on the verdict.
Are you gonna have some decorum? Because I was talking.
You didn't have any.
I did. I let you read the whole thing, and then I asked questions.
I'll show you.
I let you read the whole thing, and then I asked questions. So stop lying, bro. Now, they thought that it was a single linear, meaning just one lineage of people in Africa, right? So that model was proven wrong when they found there was multiple lineages in Africa, right? And then it showed you in your verdict that the two other lineages that they found continue to move across Africa. That's what it said. Why are you trying to move the screen from that? You said your shit didn't conclude that they still was in Africa. Why are you moving it? Can we get back to that?
We're showing you the whole idea.
Can we get back to the part where they still concluded that the origin was Africa?
Hold on. Here go the verdict, y'all.
See how you
This is what he's trying to tap dance away from.
That shit is so fucking funny.
Listen, this is what he's trying to tap dance away from.
No, you're tap dancing away from where it said this whole thing right here. Africa.
Look, that this whole being across Africa.
Right there, it tells you that they still went across Africa. It was two strands that they found.
Right? It was proven debunked.
The singular model was
debunked.
The singular model was not the whole thing. You see how you playing games?
Yeah.
They specifically tell you the singular, not the entire theory, just the singular, where they thought it was a singular lineage.
Yeah, it's been debunked.
See, you playing game. Al, do you understand what I'm saying? I feel like he capping, and I want you to be honest and and don't be biased right here. Do you understand when it says that the singular lineage part, that they was just thinking that it was one lineage of humans in Africa? Can I talk, brother? Damn.
No, because I wasn't done.
Do you agree?
I wasn't
actually
agree
done. That? I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You get punched on
now. You want me to go ahead? Now, do you agree that when they said it debunked the singular point of origin, right? Meaning that there was one lineage. You agree that they just mean that was thinking that it was one group of people that everybody populated from, rather than multiple different hominids on the continent of Africa, right? Or do you disagree with that?
No, that's what it. That's what that said right there.
Yeah.
Right. So when they said that the part that got debunked was the part where they hold on, I'm not done. I'm still talking to him. Hold on.
It disagree with you.
Hold on. So now if you agree with that, hold on. I can't get it in or what?
No,
so now, if you agree with that, then you understand that they were only saying the only part of that got debunked was thinking that everybody came from one group of humans rather than multiple populations. Because later in there, you see that they told you two areas didn't pan out, but two did, and those Africans continue to flow across Africa.
Mm-mm.
Right. And
we're speaking of the origin. This is on the origin. So it told you 2 regions didn't match up and 2 did that continued to move across Africa.
And
so how is he still not concluding that the origin is Africa from his own source? I don't
understand. Because he's saying if they was wrong about that in science, there's a possibility that they've been wrong about the whole.
Time. And they already proved that they was wrong.
That's all we saying, and that's why we're saying there's more than just that one argument.
Listen, having a possibility, for something else don't make it wrong. That just means that it's open if you find something else somewhere else that can overthrow that. But that don't mean
that's what actually and that's what I know, but that's exactly what that's the point that we was making though.
But its own source shows that the origin was still in Africa.
I see what you're saying.
2 strands.
I see what you're saying. But what he's saying is that
he disagreed with me that it said that.
No, it said the data best fit a model.
That says that it's still from Africa. He still disagrees and says that model is wrong. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, and
but that's not what the source is saying. That's just him disagreeing with his source, right?
That's what he's saying. Yeah, but that's what he's saying.
Right. But that's okay. But I'm telling him his source disagree with him, and he's disagreeing with his source.
No, he ain't. What he said. That's not what he.
That is what he's saying. He's saying he don't agree with the source.
He's trying to twist my conversation up. We understand it. He just don't.
He literally just said he don't agree with that. When the source said that the two strands still moved across Africa as the origin, he don't agree with that, right? So he's disagreeing with his source. Brother, you disagree with this portion right here, right?
Brother. You don't understand what it's saying.
So do you not disagree with that portion that we was just on where it said the strands?
No, I don't disagree with that it says.
Then how are you saying the origin is not Africa then if you don't disagree with
this? Because it doesn't say the origins is Africa.
We're talking about the origin of Africa and it told you the 2 strands didn't verify.
Talking about the out of Africa theory. Catch up, Mustard.
The out of Africa theory is talking about the origin of mankind. What
but
is he talking about?
It's been debunked.
Oh my. Okay, I see.
And we're showing you how they did
I'm beating my head against a brick wall right here.
Yes, beating your head against a brick wall and
this shit is wild.
Sonetta gonna be mad at you.
Sonetta don't run me, nigga.
He do.
I never said he did. I never said he did.
$20. Why the hell you be mad at me for being over here?
$20.
I didn't say he was gonna be mad at you for coming over here. I actually think he sent you over here. Thought you was gonna try to beat
nigga, I'm in California. That nigga in New York. You think that nigga up this late to call me to tell me to jump on your goddamn show, nigga?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
And then you also think that if he did that, I'm a nigga that take orders from another nigga to do that.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
Okay, let's straighten that up then.
I appreciate you.
Let's straighten that up then.
I be trying to be funny.
Yeah,
I shouldn't have said that. I was just trying to be funny, and that paint a narrative. Yeah, I agree with you. I apologize for that, saying that, man. I was just trying to be funny.
I know, but I haven't been funny with y'all back all night. I'm sticking to
the information. No, we sticking to the information too.
And all type of shit. I still stick to.
No, I was just saying you was kind of acting like a little feminine.
No, you called me stupid. He called me slow.
I called
me slow. You did. You is slow.
Y'all both called me.
I did call you slow.
I called you one name. I said you were stupid. I apologize. I ain't called you.
I apologize for calling you stupid.
For that.
You know,
but you was a little slow.
I know how to stick to the information regardless to the ad hominems. You know why? Because look, I know how to stick to the information because I come from the toughest environment.
I'm not.
See the difference?
I'm not apologizing for objective reality.
I didn't ask you to. I didn't even ask you to apologize at all. I just stated the fact.
There you go. Well, what you crying about?
I didn't. Who said I was crying? I just stated the fact. Hold on. See, now you painting another narrative. I never was asking for an apology. I just stated a fact. You felt the way about the fact.
I showed you
so
it ain't
you apologize.
Your fact been debunked multiple times.
You see how you pulling red herrings? He trying to go back to that when I was talking about the fact that y'all disrespected me, right? No, you jumped in conversations. We was just talking about y'all calling me names. And you agreed that you did that, and you apologized for it, even though I didn't ask for it, right?
On.
And then you try to move the argument.
Okay, move on then. Why you keep bringing up old stuff?
No, that's the topic we was just on.
That's not old. Talking about
we literally was just having that conversation.
Origins out of Africa, and you trying to debunk the idea that the genetics for everything come from everywhere.
I'm not trying to debunk nothing. I'm telling you what the facts is.
Well, then what you talking about?
I'm telling
You
you
ain't
what
got
the
no
facts
facts.
are, and you disagreeing with
I
your
already
own
debunked
source,
your facts.
even though
You
your
ain't got
own
no
source
facts.
is debunking
You
you.
ain't pull no facts.
The facts is right
I
here, and it's
debunked
debunking
everything you
you.
said. The whole out of Africa theory been
Your
shot
own
cold.
source just debunked you.
It didn't.
It did.
All right.
It
Ain't
literally
nobody
told
else
you
see
that the
that.
origin was Africa.
Why ain't
still.
nobody else see that? Why
Al
you the
said
only
that.
one that seen
Al
it?
agreed.
Why
It's
you the
only
only
three of
one
us
that
here.
seen that?
It's only three
Why
of us
are
here.
you the
2 out
only
of
one
3 of
that
us
seen
agree.
that?
Listen, it's only 3 of
Why
us
are
here.
you the
2
only
out of
one
3
that
of us
seen
agree.
that?
2 out of 3
Why
of us
are you
agree.
the only one that seen that, bro?
2
Answer
out of
that
3 of
question.
us agree. Al, do you
Yes,
agree
sir.
that his source still said the origin was Africa through the 2 people that moved across Africa? Or am I tripping?
It said, man,
He said
it
that
said
better fits a
that
I'm not
theory.
asking you. I'm not asking you, Kaz. I'm asking him.
Oh my God.
it
Did
said
his source not say that it found 2 strands that moved across
Here,
Africa
just read
during
it
the
again,
search
bro.
of
I'll
the
put it back
origin of
up here.
mankind? Did it not say that?
You ain't gotta go through all them changes,
We're
bro.
not talking to you. I'm talking to him. Why you
You ain't gonna
jumping in?
go through all them changes, cuz.
So did his source not say that? It's a simple yes or no.
Hold
If it didn't, just say me no.
Hold on.
Al, did his source say that? Can you speak?
Hold on. I'll just put it back up there.
Can you speak, Al? Did his source say that or not? I can't hear you.
Do you want to read it for yourself?
I can't hear you, Al. Your mic is on mute. There
can you hear
go.
me?
Now
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Can you hear me
I
now?
can hear you now.
My bad,
Yes.
my bad, my bad. Man, the source said, let me get it back up here. The findings, the landmark.
No, go to the part that I'm talking about. Don't read his part. Go to the part I'm talking about. He trying to throw you off like he been doing. Don't do what he want. I'm just trying to show you something.
It's
Go
a
to the
whole
part where it talked
paragraph.
about the 2 people that
gotta
they
read
found,
the
or the 2
paragraph,
strands.
Don't
I
tell
can't,
us what to read.
I can't move. I can't move it.
I'm asking him to go down because I know this is his source.
Hold
I'm
on.
asking him to go
It's
so
right
you
here.
can go
Read
to the
it,
part
bro.
that. No, this is not the
Read
part
it.
I'm talking about. He's trying to
Hold
show you
on. It's
something
right
else.
here.
I'm trying to take you to the
Just
part where his
read it.
source said that they found 2 structures in Africa that continue to move across the continent of Africa. He's trying to show you something else. This is not the part I'm talking about. I don't know why he's doing this bullshit. I'm not dumb. I know what he's doing. Go to the part I'm talking about, and then you can show him this.
Kim Netter, can you do me a favor real quick? Can you still, man, Big Kaz's argument for it, so I can just make sure you understand what he's saying, what his argument
He
is?
is saying that the origin is not Africa, even though his source is saying it is. And you just heard him say it. He said his source didn't say that. So can you go down to the part where your source say that so we can just get past this?
Oh my God, bro.
Because I don't think that was. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that was his argument.
Yeah, man. He just like slow gas. I keep telling you.
That is his argument. If he's telling
That
you
is
that
not
people
my
sprouted
argument,
up,
Negro.
hold on. You can respond after me. Damn, we
How you
can't
gonna tell me
fucking
what
talk
my
at the same
argument
time.
is?
We can sing at the same time and be heard. We can't talk at the same time and be heard. Now, if his argument is that people sprouted up out of the ground in different countries, he's arguing for separate origin stories.
I'm not.
Whether he's saying those words or not, because there's no way that people can sprout out of the ground in another country and be biologically related to somebody in another country that sprung out of the ground in their own country. There's no way. It's scientifically impossible. The only reason that all humans are 99.6
unless it's all one event.
Hold on, I'm still talking. The only reason that humans on Earth are 99.9% related to each other or share the same DNA is because we all have one origin story. If he's saying that people sprouted up out the ground in other places, they are not related to us biologically as humans. They have their own origin story, and they're only biologically related to the people that sprouted out of their ground. So that's arguing for a separate origin story, whether he's using those words or not.
Now, let's reason through something. Let me take you through an early reasoning session. I know you can help me reason through this. Now,
he's still refusing to go to the part though.
Hold on.
That's what we put the screen back up for, so we can go to that part. Just want to make note that he's refusing to do that.
I'm gonna see if I can't help you still man his argument with me. Now, check this out. Is there we see first that there's 2 out of origin arguments, right?
No.
Or there's two.
No, it's
out of
one
origin
theory.
one. It's one.
One
It's
theory
out
that
of
had
origin
multiple
one,
testing.
or out of origin one and out of origin two, right?
We're on
One
5.
theory
Right
that had multiple testing.
We're on
Okay.
number
It's not a
5.
separate. It's not a
Now,
separate. It's not a
when they
separate.
when they
Theory.
they
Yeah,
It's one
formed
theory
how-
with
they
multiple
formed
testing.
they formed them all at the same time, or as they found new evidence,
They made new ones.
they made new.
No, it's not a new
theories.
theory though. It's the same theory with testing over time.
When they
Same
so
theory.
It's
so with this testing, when they make one claim and say this is it, when they find new evidence, they change it, and this is what
They
makes
never
it
say in science. They never speak indefinite, so they've never said this is just that. It's always a possibility. They don't ever speak in absolute.
Whoa! Now we're getting somewhere, because you just said possibility. While ago, we had a problem with me saying possibility, but I think you know where we're going to.
No, my argument with your possibility was saying that it's possible without a source, right? Without any evidence, right? Without any archaeology, without any genetic testing, is why I argued against you saying it's a possibility.
You don't gotta argue.
Yeah. I
See
go back to logical.
With the out of Africa theory, we have
my
evidence
justification.
and
My
and
justification.
materials to test.
But my justification for that is these are logical proofs, and my logical proofs actually outweigh your authoritative proofs, because as we're proving here, when we see that this
I
theory,
disagree.
I know it, man, but I'm going to tell you my justification, and we're gonna always disagree regardless.
No, but you telling me your justification overthrows something. That's just your opinion.
I'm not telling you to throw, and that's what we're supposed to do.
But you literally just used
Kim,
those words.
That's what we're supposed to do, Kim Netter. That's what we're supposed to do when you disagree. You don't understand when you disagree, you're supposed to tell your justification of why you disagree.
No, I understand the justification, but what you said was.
I haven't even gave my justification.
What you said was. Hold on. What you said was your shit overthrows mine.
It does.
Not just telling me you
because
disagree.
with logical
You
proof,
said it overthrows it, so that would mean you have proof.
Yeah, it's logic overthrows it.
This is your opinion that you're saying is overthrowing something that has evidence. Hold on, man. I'm not even talking to you right now, man. Just take a break.
Beat up, bro.
Take a break. Well, sit back and watch. Take a break. If you telling me that yours is overthrowing mine, that means you have hard evidence, right? Not just your opinion. Opinion can't overthrow facts. You have to have facts to overthrow something that has been established as a fact. Do you agree with that? Or are you saying opinion can overthrow something that has facts?
I told you these are called logical proofs. When we find something that keeps changing and has the ability to change, and we're dealing with possibilities, then this is where it steps back into the realm of the thinking that we call logical proofs. Because you said
logical proof overthrow facts.
Once you go to the facts and the facts keep changing, when you're saying it's facts, but you're saying that the fact has changed and we're agreeing that it's changed, but then you keep going back trying to say, I'm trying to prove to you that no, that's not what Cosmine is arguing. What he's arguing is that it changed and there's a possibility that this could have happened. That's
what he's arguing. That's what he's doing. That other people sprouted up in different countries. He said that.
He said it's a possibility that they had, that they did.
No, he didn't. He said they did.
Oh my.
Brother,
okay, now maybe I'm wrong.
Did you not
maybe
say that? Did you not say that people did sprout off the ground in other countries? Because I asked you, I said, where did these people in the other countries come from? You said they came from that country, not possibly came from that country, not possibly sprouted out the ground that country. You said they came from that
Aboriginals
country.
Are aboriginal to the land they from. Yeah.
Right. So not possibly, right? They are.
None. Ain't
Okay.
no possibility.
But he said you were saying possibly, so he was misunderstanding your argument.
No, you misunderstanding. He understood.
So, because what he's saying,
he's making a definite statement. He's not making it a possibility.
But it is a possibility.
No, but not. That's what you saying. You arguing against him because he's saying that that's what it is. He's not saying that's a possibility.
I know it, but that's what we would listen though. Do you understand that that's his, now? Do you understand that that's his point of view? Listen, do you understand that? No, because you think his argument is that he got a proof that's indefinite, and he doesn't. That's not what he's saying. He's saying
making
this is
the claim as if he do.
That's his proposal. This is why he's saying your thing is a theory, just like his is.
No, it can't be just like mine, because mine have evidence. His don't.
But your evidence been being debunked.
So how is it the same? If mines
Because
have bodies, mines have fossils, mines have genetic testing, mines have migration maps. Hold on. Mines have a plethora of evidence. All he has is a hypothesis with no evidence. So how could you say that that's the same as what I'm bringing?
Because why?
That's disingenuous to say that.
Because that's for you. It's not disingenuous. It's actually critical thinking. Because
so how are you calling it the same if you don't even have evidence?
I'm telling you that
I showed you evidence.
You didn't. You didn't. You told me what you told me what you believe. You didn't show me no evidence.
No, I showed you the verdict that the total replacement was debunked and falsified, and that the single point.
Okay, so why did they still conclude that they found two African strands that moved across the continent then? So why did they conclude that they found two structures of strands that moved across Africa still if the whole theory was debunked? You just making up shit.
It was. Listen, they had to rewrite.
Oh my God. So do you agree that the theory was debunked with his source right here? Do you agree that this theory is debunked with his source right here, where it still tell you that they moved across Africa?
You know, it says it fits
How
a
is it
model
debunked if
of
they
that.
proven it
There
right
was
here?
no model of it at the time. This is what you're misunderstanding. There was no model of continuous gene flow at the time. This debunked it. Right? See, in the landmark genomic studies, I'll read it again, such as the major 2023 study led by researchers at McGill University and UC Davis, demonstrated that a single lineage,
the singular lineage, you make sure you pay attention to that. That the singular lineage part,
right?
Not the whole theory. They telling you which part got debunked, but you're trying to make the whole theory, the whole scientific theory, not this one portion. You're taking one portion.
Now listen to me. Now listen to me, Kim Netter. Listen to me. Hold on. Listen to me.
Statement over the whole study.
Now hold on, Kim Netter. Listen to me.
This shit is wild.
Listen to me, Kim. Hold on.
2023.
Oh, let me ask you a question,
wild, bro.
Let me ask you a question.
I never heard no wild shit like this.
Kim Netter, can I ask you a question? Now,
go ahead.
As you said, a part of this got debunked, right? We see that it got debunked. So what did that make them do? Did that make them go restructure what they believe might be the possibility?
They didn't just go and restructure. They did more testing and found more lineages in Africa. That's how that got debunked.
Oh, and they never tested.
Do you understand?
How long this is me. This is me. I know you not. You answered the question. No, you ain't. But you answered the question, and you keep on trying to talk.
How you gonna tell me I was done?
Because I know you was done. You answered the question that I asked.
I was still going.
You don't. There's no need to still go. There's no need to still go.
I'm done.
You did finish the sentence.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
Jumped in right as I was speaking.
Right as you finished.
How are you telling me I'm done if I'm telling you I'm not?
Because you're trying to go.
You believe that what I said. You believe from what you heard me say that you can conclude what I was trying to say.
I haven't concluded anything. I still have a series of questions. I have a series of questions to finish. You were finished with that question. You were finished with that question. You was about to give a justification that wasn't needed because you know that the things that you're reasoning. You trying to reason with something that don't need reasoning with. Kim, come on, let's get to it.
That's wild. So now, hold on. Y'all just gave me y'all shit.
I thought you said stop saying. Hold on, let's stay on it.
Hold on, no, because you just gave me yours and said when you have these type of arguments, give your reasoning after, right? And you just told me that I didn't have to give my reasoning now.
Kim Netter,
you just argued to give me your reasoning.
Kim Netter, you know where this fits to go.
This is wild.
If you just answer the questions.
No, this is wild. You literally just sat here and argued me so that you can tell me your reasoning to why you feel like your opinion overthrows
I haven't given you my reason because you haven't even answered the question.
No, you literally sat here and argued to tell me that.
That's what I'm saying. You have a problem with thinking you know what
we can understand,
and your comprehension is kind of low.
Giving you my reason, you told me you don't need it now.
I wasn't asking you for a reason. Stop telling stories
the
like
whole
that.
thing is
What
when
are
you
you
told me
doing?
that your
Your voice
opinion
is
of
loud
critical
and you think that
thinking.
you
Hold
make
on, you told me your critical thinking overthrown the facts, and then you said in order for you to
Hold
establish
on.
that,
We was
hold
going
on, you
through
said in
there and
order
we was
to
trying to make
establish
stop
that your
saying
critical
hold on,
thinking
man. Because this is
overthrows the
getting boring,
facts,
man. And
you
I'm about to
said
be
you
done.
had to
I'm about
give
to
me
be
your
done with this.
reasoning.
Because I'm about to be done with this. If you can be quiet and listen to it and answer the questions and
I'm
say, okay.
literally speaking, and y'all
Put him in
speaking
the
over
back,
me.
bro.
You're not
If
literally
this your
speaking.
channel and you
Somebody
just don't
asked
want
you
me
a
to talk,
question.
just say that. Because it's like y'all want me to listen to y'all, and
We
as soon
keep
as I
asking
speak,
you
y'all want to
questions.
jump in, and then I can't talk.
Because I asked you a question, you answer the question, and then as soon as we get to the next question, you say you weren't finished answering the question. When you
You
were
wasn't
finished
asking me
answering
a
the
question.
question.
I was breaking down something from his source, and then you jumped in on me.
No, you wasn't. That's not what was going on.
Oh my
The
God,
exact
y'all
moment that
wild.
was going on.
Y'all
You
wild,
wild.
bro. Y'all wild. I'm gonna listen to you because obviously whatever I'm saying, I don't get the floor, right? Just y'all just get to talk. I understand it's your show. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I ain't talking to you, Cosmo.
Now listen, I apologize.
What the hell you think you doing?
Hold on, man. Y'all, hold on. I apologize if you feel things ain't going your way.
No, it don't gotta go my way. It's not my show. It don't have to go my way.
I believe that we should be fair though, and so I hope it's
But
being
y'all
fair.
not.
And of course, you feel like that if you was getting punched on. You say you didn't
No,
have
you
your
literally
mouth
told
here.
me that
You'll
this
say
is why
I
you're
hit
not
you
being
before
fair,
you
and I
put you.
can give you an
You'll
example
say,
of why you're
see
not
what I'm
being
saying?
fair,
I
right?
can't even finish. I can't even
That's the
finish.
same shit I said. I
can't
couldn't even
finish.
finish. Now you saying now you're making
But
my
you were finished.
argument.
I'm not
Now
making
you're
your
making my
argument.
argument.
You're making an argument into something that wasn't even an argument. That's what you're doing.
Right.
Now,
No,
listen,
the whole problem is you
stop
told me
saying
that
no
your
because then you're
critical
making another
thinking.
argument.
No, you told me that your critical thinking
Come on, man.
overthrows facts,
Listen,
and you said
that
you
ain't what I
have to give
said.
me your
That's not what I
reasoning
said.
for it.
I said
And
let's
then when
have
I
a
was giving you
critical.
my
That's
reasoning,
not what I
somehow
said.
reasoning get through out the
That's not
window,
what
and
I
I'm
said.
giving you mine. That
Yeah,
is
That's
what
not
you
what I
said.
said.
Trash.
Because
That
that's
is
not
what you
what I
said.
said. That's
That
not
is
what
what you
happened.
said.
That's not what I said. That's not what happened. You're gonna
That
come
is
over
what you
here
said.
and you're gonna keep saying things that isn't true. That's not true.
That's a fact.
You said that you now agree with Out of Africa 2 instead of Out of Africa 1. Why do you now agree with Out of Africa 2 instead of Out of Africa 1?
What?
Why do you agree with Out of Africa 2 instead of agreeing with Out of Africa 1?
Because they got something wrong. Who the fuck gonna keep going with a mistake?
Okay, now.
Nigga, science continues to upgrade. When they found out that the model that they was going with was inaccurate, they did more research and found more research that proved what they thought was wrong, and that it was multiple lineages in Africa, different type of hominids and not just one. So of course, if the whole theory was based on one singular lineage and they found multiple lineages, obviously that theory has to get thrown out.
Okay.
That's easy. So now when they
Oh,
finally show you that there's multiple other lineages that they show you in his own source that went across the continent, how are you now saying that the whole theory is debunked when they specifically gave you the
I'm not
one?
saying that. I'm not saying that.
Because that's what he's saying. I'm
That's
saying
not what he's saying. This is what I'm trying to.
Hold on.
That's
See,
not
look,
what he's.
when he's talking, y'all want the floor, but somehow everybody could talk over me.
Man, ain't nobody talking over you. You've been talking for 5 minutes. I asked you to answer the question. You done tried to answer it in 3 different ways because you know you about to get punched up.
Talking. Now you want
You
to
a lie?
exaggerate
That's a
5 minutes.
fucking lie.
Niggas is crazy.
That's a lie. That's
Y'all
a lie.
niggas
You
is
haven't just started talking, Kim Netter.
So I've
You've
been
been
talking
talking
5
and saying the
minutes.
same thing. Yes.
That's a lie. So let's rewind the tape then. Bet $1,000 and rewind the tape when I wasn't talking for even 3 minutes.
You haven't let nobody else get a word in edgewise. You've been talking over everybody.
Man, we've been
for
going
a
back
straight
and forth,
hour.
and I'm the only
Look,
nigga
you're doing
arguing
it right
to get
now.
the floor.
You're doing
I'm
it
the
right
only
now.
nigga here arguing
You're
to get the floor
literally
respectfully.
doing it right now. You have
I'm
no.
doing exactly what y'all doing to me right now. I'm the only nigga that's had to argue to get respect to talk without being talked over.
You a
Ain't
child.
that wild?
The thing is, you've made arguments because you think you have to argue to get respect because you're making arguments that nobody's arguing. This
When
is
I
the
flat
problem
out
that we
ask,
have.
can I speak without being interrupted? It's not being respected. So do I not have to argue for it?
Well, you can leave.
Well, if you asking to speak, that means somebody already speaking. And why you asking to speak? Let them finish.
No, I'm talking about while I'm speaking, I have to then ask y'all to stop cutting me off. That's what I'm talking about. Not me cutting somebody else off to ask if I can speak. That's not what I'm talking about.
Doing all the cutting off all night.
That's not what's going on. You asking questions, you stopping, you answering 3 times.
You're
You
stopping
saying the
me in the
same
middle of
thing.
my question. You're telling me I'm done.
No,
You
because you're
literally did that
finished.
like 4 times and told me you done, and I was
You
arguing,
won't
telling
even
you I
let him
wasn't.
get
Because you
word in
was.
edgewise
Because
No, I
right
you
wasn't.
was
And I
done.
literally was telling you that I wasn't, and you're
You
concluding that
are.
I'm
You
done.
just
That's what
disrespectful
you're
and you're
concluding.
ignorant. You're
Because you were
ignorant,
done.
loud,
No,
I
and
I
know you
wasn't.
was done because you
How
never
you gonna
added
tell me
anything.
I'm done talking
I'm
when
gonna
I'm
tell
literally
you
still
because
talking?
when I let you do it, all you did was say the same thing you said 3 different ways.
No, I
This
did
is how I
not.
know you was done. Yes, you
No, I
did.
did not.
Every time. Yes, you did.
No,
And
I
you're
did
gonna do it
not.
again. You just did it again. Yes, you
Same
did.
thing you just did again.
Just again. All you did
No,
was
I
switch the
didn't.
words to say the same thing that you said. This is why I'm telling you I know you was finished. Because all you're gonna do is say the same thing in different ways, and you don't have to.
It's crazy when y'all niggas get proved wrong. Somehow I'm just tripping and y'all
Nobody's
got
being
shut me
proved
up.
wrong because this ain't nothing that can be proved wrong because what you ain't answered yet, what
This
you
shit is
did,
wild.
but once you seen what you
Y'all
answered,
still
you
haven't looked
understand
up
where it
if
was
the
going.
scientific theory is a fact either. Y'all still haven't did that when I started with that. Y'all somehow beat all around that. Nobody still
Yeah,
wanted
we
to look that
definitely
up.
looked it up. That's exactly
No, y'all didn't.
what
Y'all
we
never
argued.
asked that question. You
But that's
never looked
exactly why
that
we
up.
looked it up. We didn't have to ask that question to look it up. He just
Exactly,
pulled up
like I
the
said. So
he
then why you
pulled up
say
the
you looked
source
it up?
because he pulled up the source. It didn't have to ask the question. All he had to do was pull up the source that said it. You don't have to ask
He
questions if you
said
know the
that
source to go for.
he said that the out of
Listen, man,
Africa theory
dang,
is
this
not
boy is
based on
slow.
facts.
This
That's what he
boy is
said.
slow right here.
I did not say
Pulled
that.
up anything
Stupid.
that proved that it wasn't.
It's a
Okay, so can we
scientific
finish?
theory. A scientific theory is based on facts, silly man.
You said it wasn't, silly
You're
man.
lying. I didn't say that.
Oh
Nobody
my
as
God.
intelligent
You
as
said
I
it's
am
just a theory. If
would
it's
ever
just a
say it
theory,
is just a
hold on, if
theory.
it's just a theory, it can't be
That
built
means
on
it's not
facts.
proven.
If it's just a theory, it can't be built on facts.
Was
Yeah,
out of Africa one?
theory
Was
is
out of Africa one a
fact,
theory?
but a theory isn't truth.
It was a scientific theory.
It's not scientific truth. It's just
And
a
Y'all
so
still
why did
haven't
they
looked
make?
that up.
And so why did they make number two?
Y'all still haven't
So why
looked
did
that
they
up.
make number two? So why was there
Because
out
they
of
got
Africa
something
theory?
wrong. I already said
Okay,
that. How many times you
now,
want me to say it?
now,
Now you saying the same thing over
because
and over in different ways,
every
right?
time because now
Now
you
you saying the
because
same thing
see
over
what
and
I'm
over in
saying?
different
Because
ways,
every
right?
time I get there,
Now
you won't
you
let me
saying the
finish.
same thing
No,
over and
because every
over in
time I
different
get there,
ways,
you
right?
won't let me
You asked
finish.
me that question 3
Because every
times.
time because you won't never let me
Now you
finish. After
doing
you
what you
get there,
claimed
you've
I was
never
doing.
answered.
Look at the
You've never
hypocrisy.
answered it. There's
This
no
is wild.
hypocrisy. There's no hypocrisy. What you
You
doing
doing the
is you
same
mad
thing you
because you
claimed
know
I
where
was
it's
doing.
going. What you
all right.
doing is you mad because you know where it's going.
I'm not
Now,
mad. If I
you
was mad,
just
I
said
would have
Just
left.
shut up and let
now
him
you
do it.
just said that they had
Bro, if I
something
was
wrong.
mad, I would have left, bro.
Shut
You
up.
just
I don't
mad
be
because
mad
they
and
had
stay here
something
Who
and
wrong.
is
listen.
mad? You
What
emotional
you're
right
doing is you mad because you understand that
You
you said
assuming
that
I'm mad.
they
That's your
now. You
said
mad.
something
opinion.
wrong.
You big mad.
What you're
You
doing is
assuming I'm
You
you
mad.
can't even
understand
stop
that
talking. You're
they got
mad.
something
You
wrong.
haven't
You're
stopped talking in the
totally
back, and we
upset.
not even talking to you. Me and
You
him talking,
upset.
and you still haven't stopped talking.
You
What the hell are
upset.
you talking about?
I'm gonna be
You
real
you
So it
quick.
hurt.
sounds
Just
like
let
you
others
mad.
I'm
turn.
talking about your hurt feelings.
That's your opinion.
This is amazing.
So what? So are your feelings.
This is past
It's all right,
amazing.
Kim.
So are your feelings.
I know it, man, and it shouldn't
That
be,
shit only
but
real to
that's
you.
what I am, man. I'm amazing.
I didn't
Now
say you.
listen,
I said this. I was talking about this discussion.
I
yeah,
am
I'm
a
this. If you didn't know, my name is this.
Nah, I was talking about this discussion.
Yeah, I
yeah.
am this discussion.
Okay.
Now
I don't
listen,
see that. I don't see that in your name. I
I
just
know
see
it.
Man,
how.
You don't see a lot of
my
things.
middle
That's
name.
why we're trying to show you, and you
That's
won't
really
be
my middle
quiet so we
name.
can show you. Now listen,
I've heard everything y'all said. Y'all trying to stop my
now
argument.
you have it.
No, you
Yeah,
haven't.
yeah, I
You
have.
haven't
You
got
wouldn't
that
let him
I've
get it
heard
out.
y'all.
That's why he
because
had to
we
repeat
still on Africa 2. Now we agreed that they changed Africa out of Africa 1 because they was wrong about something, and then they came up with out of Africa 2.
But you know what?
And
You
we
know what's the crazy
understand,
part?
and we
In
understand
understanding
that,
that, y'all
and we
still trying to beat
understand that,
around why they
and we
changed it, right?
understand that, and we
But why y'all
understand
beating
that,
around why
and
they
we
changed it?
understand that
It was
No,
they
you
wrong.
don't
might be
understand because you
wrong.
beating
We
around why it got
understand that they
changed.
might be wrong
You don't
about
understand
out
though, because
of
you beating
Africa 2.
around why it got changed.
I knew that
All
they
you
might
trying
be.
to point out is
I knew
that
that they might be wrong about number one.
All you trying
So
to
I know
point
they
out
might
is that
be
it might
changed
got
about number
changed.
two.
You're not pointing out why it changed.
Yeah, see, this is where we're gonna get to it. Y'all can tell we're getting to the meat of it, man. So I'm gonna have to go and let you get on up out of here. I'm gonna let you go on and get up out of here so I can go and explain it, because you know where it's going. So, like I said, when Cosman initially came on, Cosman said he disagrees with the findings because they found things wrong with it. So this automatically gives Cosman a right to make his own assumptions about it. They come up with another one because that was wrong about one. Cosman understands that they could be wrong about 2 also. And Cosmon sees why they could be wrong about 2. So Cosmon don't stop and wait for them to say they wrong. Cosmon automatically says that they wrong because he does his own research and say that has a possibility to be wrong too. Then Cosmon forms his argument and his findings about what he then believes could be what it is, because this other thing that they have has a possibility to not be right because it's not 100%, just like number 1 wasn't, even though they thought it was. This is the problem Kim Netter is having. He's one of them people, I bet you, before he was a Dahomey, he was probably a Christian. He probably turned to Hebrew Israelite and then to Kemet. You see these people jumping around all the time.
Yeah.
They don't even understand how to say, yeah, I disagree. They'll start crying trying to make you see what they see. I'm not going to see that incoherence. You can't make me. That's called mentally transmitted infections. I'm immune to those. You can't get me to believe that this is what you were saying is what this man was arguing when I'm sitting right here listening to his argument. He telling you, no, that ain't what I'm arguing. You saying, yes, that's what you argue.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's why I just, when you figure out you arguing with a fool, it's just time to be quiet.
Man, Cosmon, you know me, man. I be trying to be like as unbiased as I can and say, but when I see things and people's reasoning, because you know how I am, I deal with logical proofs the most. Yeah. I don't disagree with no science or nothing, but when it get down to it, if science ain't answering it, we're gonna try to answer it logically.
Right.
And to logically look at this stuff and to see that he already changed from number 1 to number 2 and say he still agree with the out of Africa theory, but number 1 was wrong. You saying, well, all of that could be wrong. That's all you saying. I believe. Now, this is my assumption. And so you formed your own argument of about what could have happened because you have found things that point to that. Mm-hmm. These point to experimentation to try to find this. This is what they don't understand. This is not saying this. This saying I can point to experimentation where we can try to find this, just the same way that they did with the out of Africa theory the first time.
Right, and that's why I showed that it had been debunked. Not only the first version, not only the second version, not only the third version, but the 4th version been debunked too. You did when we are on out of Africa number 5.
We on out of Africa number 5.
You did what I'm talking about. This ain't what I'm think I know. This is what I don't know for sure. You did what I'm talking about, and even a regular AI search just show up with just like it did. It'll show you the first why, and I showed it. Tell me how and why it was debunked. When you did what I'm talking about. It gun holes in all 4 of the topics because they just tweaked them after, you know what I mean? The first one was proven wrong. They tweaked it, and then it's a singular line. They tweaked it again. It was multiple line. They tweaked it again. Now, they said wasn't nobody out there. They just went out there and repopulated. Then they found out that it's Neanderthal, Denisovan, and Homo erectus. Genetics out there, so that blew out of Africa number 3 out, and then genetic drift stopped the out of Africa number 4 theory, right? Because it would show a predominance for Africa for everybody if that was the case. They showed that it's more variation in the population than between all people. You dig what I'm talking about? So
no,
that debunked number 4 with genetic drift. That can't prove that we didn't come over there into Africa. You dig what I'm saying? They can't prove it. Somebody came here.
Wait, somebody came here or sprouted up here? Sound like you changing.
They can't prove nobody came here.
I thought so.
And there is a man indigenous to every
God.
So how you saying it's 5 out of Africa theories and they all got debunked, but it's still the leading theory in science? But you say you also agree with science. And outside of that, you got other stuff like the Bryce et al. Study. You got the Tishkoff study. You got plenty of other studies that show that Black Americans descend from Africans directly from the continent. Even if you don't want to agree with the out of Africa theory, but you claim you agree with science.
Mhm.
Why is all the genetic studies that are public studies, not these private little 23s and me's, right? We talking about public studies. Why do all the public studies say that Black Americans descend from Africans, even if you don't want to
Well,
believe the out of Africa theory?
actually,
If you agree with
no.
science, I was talking to Al. You can
Oh,
answer second.
okay. All right.
Oh, wait. Yeah. See, there you go again. You trying to push something on me that I never said.
No,
All I
I'm
do is
asking a
put both.
question. I didn't
All I
put
do is
nothing
put.
on you. I just asked
All
you
I,
a question.
all I do is push both sides of the argument. This
But
is
I'm not
uninteresting.
pushing nothing on you. I just asked you a simple
Okay.
question. I didn't
Yeah,
say
yeah.
you
That's
said
this is
anything.
that's uninteresting to me. Like to even answer that, I don't really deal with those
Wow.
things. I just like.
But you just
No,
said you
for
agree
real.
with science. Now I can't ask you about a scientific study and
You can ask me all
give
you
me an
want.
answer.
You can answer all you want. All I said is it's uninteresting to me because I agree with science. So,
Okay, so if you agree with science and I'm asking you about a scientific study, how is it uninteresting to you?
because if I agree with it, why would you ask me about it?
Well,
I agree with it.
you never said that you agree with these studies. You just said you agree with science. That don't mean you agree with all studies in science, obviously, or you would agree with the out of Africa theory. So I'm asking you about a particular study if you agree with them.
Correct. And I told you it's uninteresting to me when I have my views because
So you
those
don't
things
know if
don't
you agree
answer
with them
anything.
then because you haven't checked them out. Just say that.
I agree with science. Is it
But
science?
have you checked out these specific studies that I'm talking about?
I
For
told
to
you
have an
they're
opinion on
uninteresting
those?
to me. I did not just tell
Okay.
you they're uninteresting to me.
Okay.
I could have swore that's the first thing I said.
That's
Was you
because they're
trying to start an
uninteresting. That
argument?
don't mean you hadn't checked them out. If they're
Yeah, yeah.
uninteresting, that would mean you had to have read some of it to find out you're not interested in it, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely not. You can look at something
Then
and
how
say
do you
I
make
read
that
that
determination?
because it doesn't deal with the things that I'm interested in.
Then why you helping in the conversation about the out of Africa theory? Because that's the topic.
Because you were saying that he was arguing something that he wasn't, and I was telling you that wasn't what he was arguing.
Well, let me
Do
ask
you
this
remember
then.
that?
Well, let me ask you this. I do remember
No,
that.
he don't
Just to
remember
answer
it.
your question, I do remember that. Now, if somebody tell you that we know the origin story that we've all been going with since we've got the science, right? Which was the out of Africa theory, right? You do agree that that is the ongoing study, right? The out of Africa theory for the origin of mankind, right?
That is one of the ongoing studies. Yes.
No, that it's the only study. There is no
Oh,
other
no,
studies.
I won't. I
They
won't
have
agree
people
with
that make claims. There's no other studies.
What
I
the
would like
fuck?
to see the study.
What a
If it
claim and a
is.
study is two different things. What do you
I
mean?
know that's what I'm telling you.
Studies
It's
are
claims.
studies are to
There isn't any
wait.
other studies
Do you
that are
not think that
claiming.
other people? Do you not think that other people are making hypotheses because of that they don't believe in the out of Africa theory?
Where's the studies at with the proof then?
With what proof? I never said anything about proof. I said studies.
Well,
Do
if
you
they're
understand
doing a
what
study,
studies are?
wait, if
Studies
they're doing a study, they're trying to prove something, right?
trying to, but they're still
Okay, so
doing
I'm
the
asking,
studies.
where's the proof
They're
that these
doing
studies
this.
came up
They're
with?
doing the studies.
So they haven't had proof yet.
They're doing the studies just because,
Okay, so they don't have proof yet,
your
then.
studies had proofs that wasn't right. Maybe
Okay,
they
so I'm
making sure
asking
they
you, do
studies
they?
are. Listen, I'm telling you, they making sure that their studies are correct before they make claims,
Okay,
so
I
they won't have
understand
to
that.
go
So
through
no, they
number
already
2,
made the claim.
3, 4, and 5. They
No, the
haven't
claim
made
is already made.
No, it's called a hypothesis.
That's making a claim.
That's not making a claim. That's making a hypothesis and trying
When
to.
you make a hypothesis,
no,
you're
I'm done.
claiming that something is
I'm done.
possible. When you make a hypothesis, you're claiming the possibility of something.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that
Okay,
it
so
happened.
that's
I'm saying
making
it's
a claim then.
I'm saying it's a possibility. No, I'm making a hypothesis about something.
That's
That's why it's
making a
called a
claim
hypothesis.
because
No, it's
what
not.
a
It's making a
hypothesis
hypothesis.
is.
It's called making a hypothesis. No, it's not.
Yes, what a
It's
hypothesis
called making.
is, though. Okay, let me talk. I heard you. What a hypothesis is breaking down the possibility of something. So that's making a claim. If you're
That's
telling me
not
that
making a
this is
claim.
possible,
That's
yes,
not
it is.
making. No, it's not.
Okay, I guarantee you, if you ask in Google right now, does a hypothesis make a claim to something? I guarantee you it's a part of it. You want to bet that?
Man, I hate proving people wrong about stuff like this. This is just absurd. A hypothesis is called a hypothesis because it's a hypothesis. If it was a claim, they call it a claim.
Yeah, but we're not just talking about a hypothesis. We're talking about a hypothesis that is claiming to overthrow the Out of Africa theory, right?
I never said that. No, stop trying to see what I'm saying.
Hold on.
That's what I'm saying. There's no
you
hold
know,
on.
this
Stop
is the
telling me
crazy
hold on
part.
after you
All right,
asking
I'm
me
gonna
a
let you go
question.
so I can go.
And then
Go
when you ask me a question and I tell you that that's not what I'm doing, you insist that's what we doing. You making arguments out of things that
Okay, let me
nobody's
know when I
trying to
got the floor
argue.
so I don't cut you off.
Yeah, because you're making arguments out of things that nobody's trying to argue. And when I tell you no, that's not what I'm saying. You saying wait, you're saying, and then I tell you again, no, that's not what I'm saying. But you trying to tell me why do
Okay,
you
so
have
what is
this
your claim?
problem?
So we can
I've
get
never
clear.
made a claim. That's what I'm
Okay,
telling
so
you.
if I'm telling you that the Out of Africa theory is current and you're telling me that people are making claims that it's not, what are you doing?
I didn't say people are making claims that it's not. I said
What did
people
you
don't
say?
agree. I said people don't agree with that, and so
And then
they
you
make
said
other
studies.
they make other hypotheses and do other studies on the things that they think could happen. Since the Out of Africa theory has so many inconsistencies, that's
So
what I
if they
said.
disagree with the Out of Africa theory, they're making a claim that it's wrong, correct?
Oh my gosh, this y'all see how this man is doing this?
No, if somebody
Trying to get somebody to make a claim, they make a
that's just like
hypothesis.
this.
They make a
Look, that's like this.
hypothesis.
If I
They don't
tell
even
you,
deal with it. They don't even
look,
deal with it anymore.
no, look,
They
watch
just
this.
say, "I
I'm gonna
don't
give you an
believe it." They
example.
make a hypothesis.
I'm gonna give you an example. I was talking, you cut me off, but I understand it's your show. If you want me to stop so you can go, just say that. But I was talking, right? So I'll give you an
No,
example.
actually, I was talking. You started talking, but go ahead.
We can rewind it and I can prove you wrong on that, but we ain't
Stop
got to make that
lying.
argument.
Now you
So
can't.
look, if I tell you the sun is blue, and you tell me I don't believe the sun is blue, you claiming I'm lying. So if I'm telling you the Out of Africa theory is the current fact and the ongoing current in the mainstream academia, and you saying that people are making claims to the contrary or having studies to the contrary, then they're claiming that that theory is wrong. By default, even if they're not saying I'm making a claim, right? By default, you're claiming that it's wrong if you're telling me you're doing a study to basically prove it wrong.
Claiming that your theory, and that's why I say you be trying to move goalposts and throw red herring. Claiming that me saying that I don't agree with you, and then me making a claim about a scientific theory are two different things. This is not what we're talking about. You're talking about two different things when you're talking about claims. When I said that I don't agree with you, or we're really talking about Cosmo said that he don't agree with you. Yes.
Well, you don't.
He's not agreeing with you.
Well,
okay?
You don't either.
Okay. Now,
don't just put it on Cosmo. You don't agree either.
Now, when somebody don't agree with you,
true or false?
Shut the fuck up.
I just want to know because you
can you shut the fuck up?
Don't disagree
shut
the same
fuck
way.
Up. Can you shut the fuck up, please?
I could
For
be
just
quiet.
1 minute. Could you be quiet then, please?
Thank you. Go ahead.
I shouldn't even have to say that. Don't say thank you because you don't care. You're gonna continue doing it because you're getting punched on. And I told you to bring your mouthpiece. If they didn't tell you to bring your mouthpiece, you wouldn't have brought your mouthpiece.
Y'all punching on yourself. I'm just letting y'all do it.
As we said, we sit here and all of us make things, and people say, "Oh, people don't make this claim."
See, now it's we. You said it was Cosmo. Now you're saying we. I'm getting confused.
You would get confused. You know how I know? Because you just ain't got it. Just ain't got it. Now, I know you'll get confused because you're confusing yourself. It's okay. You come from the toughest in vitamins. All y'all need vitamins over there. Mentally disturbed. They pass mentally transmitted infections to each other. And when you come over here and get some coherence, it bothers you. You can't be tired. It's like you got Tourette's. If somebody make a claim about something and I agree with it, they make Out of Africa #1 and I agree with it. And then somebody come back and say, yeah, Out of Africa 1 has been debunked because of this right here. But if we do it and we formulate it like this, we can start looking for it and studying it Out of Africa in this way. Then we say, no, this didn't work. We'll study out of Africa this way. So during the time, let's just say I'm another science, and I say, at the beginning, I told them that the out of Africa didn't work. Now, when they first formed it, I believed them, and so I stopped my studies. But when I seen they was wrong that first time about it, I started forming my own. And at this time, I would be a documented science. I started forming my own scientific experimentation and hypothesis, and start trying to study these things. And so, while you over there doing the out of Africa theories and going and saying at the end when you say, because of this, we have come to the conclusion that this is how this happened. Not proven, just the most logical thing that seemed to have happened. But we know it might not be right because science never claims to prove anything 100%. I know this. Everybody knows this. Even my man Kim Netter knows this. Now, Kim Netter is having a problem understanding that when we're doing scientific experimentation and it ain't working the first time, at some point, somebody gonna say, I don't even want to do the experimentation on that. They can continue to do it. And so you can go on through number 4, number 5, number 6. Cosmon's point that he was arguing from the first when we had the disagreement was that he doesn't have to agree with that because some of the experimentation has failed. And so he proposed another way that it may have happened. I don't know if Cosmon proposed the experimentation, but I know he proposed the hypothesis, not a claim, a hypothesis. Now, you and Cosmon start talking, and Cosmon said something different when he was talking to you. But me understanding Cosmon, I still think he was saying the same thing. I could be wrong, and maybe not. But the thing is, you keep trying to jump from, is this what you were saying, to is this what you were saying? No, you got to be saying this. No, I'm saying that Cosmon said he don't agree with that. And that's all I'm saying. He disagrees with you. That's what I said. Cosmon disagrees with you. That's my claim.
Did Kim Netter fall asleep?
Nah, he was on here. He on here. I think he might have just
y'all
jumped.
know I'm right here.
Oh,
y'all
he was in the
keep
back.
putting me on back and forth,
He was
man.
on-
Y'all know I ain't went nowhere.
No, you. When I came in, you was in the back.
Yeah,
I
I
had
Put me
looked.
back there.
Yeah, I
He
had
put
him
me
in the
back
back.
there.
Yep, I had.
Oh,
him in
what
the back.
happened? I just got here. I don't know what happened. I'm sorry.
I was
Kim
beating them
Netter-
up, and they don't like that I was beating them up. So every time I want to talk, we ain't getting no order because he running the
He
show.
left
So
his
he running it how
mouthpiece.
he want to. I ain't
He
mad
left
at him.
his
Let
mouth.
him do
He
that.
left his mouthpiece. Cosmon hit him. I told him, sit down a minute. Let me find your teeth. He didn't want to sit down and let me find his teeth. He keep trying to box without that mouthpiece and keep getting
Nah,
punched.
what happened was I can
And he
catch you
won't
up.
keep
Now,
his
what
seat.
happened
Keep
was
see right there.
No,
See how
no,
I'm trying
don't
to
cut
talk
him
to you?
off. He
See how I'm
hosting
trying to
tonight.
talk
It's
to you?
his show. You got to
And
respect
that's
the
what
host for the
that's
night.
what he keep doing. And to his side, we did it a couple times to each other, but we've been
a
in here long
couple.
enough where, yeah, a couple times, and it don't
Let me
seem like
know
it
when I
because he
got the
keep doing.
floor, man.
See, just that right there, and I got tired of that right there because I couldn't never get out my point and my proof, my logical proofs on why he's wrong and that Cosmon can disagree with him if he wants to. He don't think Cosmon has the right to disagree, and so.
Oh yeah, you know everybody's voice deserves to be heard here, even the pseudos or the people who are wrong. That's what makes us great when you're right, you know? Without the other side being who they are, you know,
You wouldn't have
the
nothing, man.
scholars couldn't be the best man.
Come on, man.
We wouldn't even
I
have.
just want to know when I can speak, so I ain't stepping on nobody's toes.
Yeah,
So
not
just
yet,
put me
not
back.
yet. You talking? Well, you talking? Ain't nobody. You said that
Well,
while
people was quiet,
then
so
ain't
I
nobody-
figured that's
well,
when
you
I could
said
say
that.
it, right?
Well, see what I'm saying? You said that. Nah, you was wrong, Doc. See, like just like you've been wrong about a lot of stuff tonight. You asked us to tell you when you can speak, and ain't nobody said you can speak. So hold on, hold on. Now let me quit playing with you, Kill Netter. Go ahead, Kill Netter, man. You know it's all sport.
No, y'all funny as hell over here. I think y'all the pseudos. If y'all think I'm pseudo, I think y'all pseudo as fuck. Because I can tell you now, let me tell you what happened, right? This is the problem. Cosmon don't know he's arguing. Hold on, see now y'all jumping
No,
over me.
wait, let Kim let her go. I missed
Damn, he
all
been
of
doing
this.
that
He about
all
to
night. Both of them
after
been
he go,
doing
you
that
get to
all
break
night.
it down.
I'm
And
glad
tell
we
me
got
what
some
I
order
missed.
now.
I was just grocery shopping. Tell me what I missed.
Now, what happened was Cosmon is over here arguing for separate origin stories, and he working with slow gases, so he don't know that, right? When I tell you it's one origin story, and the origin story for human comes out of Africa, and I asked Cosmon, I said, where do Black Americans come from? He said, America. I asked him, did we sprout out the ground? He said, yeah. He said, Europeans sprouted out the ground in Europe. He said, everybody else sprouted out the ground in their own country. So if everybody is sprouting out the ground in their own country, then everybody got separate origin stories and not just one origin story. That means all these different people are different species and not all connected by one mitochondrial or by one chromosome or by one genetic line, right? If all these people are just sprouting up on their own in these different countries, that's separate origin stories. But he don't understand that's what he's saying when I'm telling him that's what he's saying, even if he's not using those words, right? So he pulled up a source that said that they thought it was a singular lineage and that portion of the actual theory got debunked because they end up finding multiple lineages in Africa, right? And then his own source also said that the two weaker strands or forms that they found still spread across Africa. It gave us two regions that it wasn't possible in. And they said that the other two spread across Africa. But somehow he said that his source is still not saying that the origin is in Africa. That's weird. And he don't understand that he's arguing for opposite origins. So do you agree that if people tell you that people sprouted out the ground in their own country, that they have separate origins, or is they still part of the out of Africa theory? That's to you.
That's crazy. That whole question is crazy.
What happened? Niggas leave. That's wild, man.
Yeah.
Oh my God. This is crazy. You gonna tell me you back? You back?
I'm back.
So did you hear me?
No, I hit a button when I was trying to put this food in the refrigerator.
Man.
My bad.
I don't mind starting over.
Yeah, start over
for me. This question terribly.
No, don't worry. The man want to know. We got time, right? Like y'all said earlier, we ain't got nothing but time. Don't rush now, nigga. Don't rush now, nigga.
Big screen
I'm
again.
using your own logic against you, nigga. Don't rush
make you
now.
big
Now,
screen
what
again.
happened is Cosmon is saying that Black Americans sprouted up out the ground in America. He's saying Asians sprouted up out the ground in Asia, Europeans sprouted out the ground in Europe, Africans sprouted out the ground in Africa. He don't understand that when he's saying that all these different ethnic groups got different origin stories for mankind. I'm telling him that that's what he's arguing if he's saying that. Do you agree that if somebody is telling you different ethnic groups popped out the ground in their own country, that they have a separate origin story from the rest of mankind? Do you agree with that? Or am I tripping and mishearing what he's saying?
No, but you said a separate origin story from the rest of mankind. All of that sounds like, to me, it sounds like he's making it one origin story. But
I'm asking you how, if they sprouting out the ground in their own
I hear
country,
what
they're
you're
not connected
saying.
to the other people.
I'm about to acknowledge all of that because I've heard the argument before.
And I would like for you to show me how they genetically connected if they popped out the
One,
ground.
I'm not saying it happened. One, I didn't say I agree with him or that it happened.
And that's where he gets wrong. That's what he gets wrong.
I'm asking you a question.
Tim Netter, let me answer. You don't gotta hold my hand. That's probably why Oli was getting frustrated.
It is because he just to tell you, you know what you're saying when you saying something totally, but he just to try to make.
No, I'm making sure I'm giving him clarity with my question so he know exactly what I'm telling him.
I ain't even asked none of this.
Give me a chance to get it wrong for you to keep over clarifying.
Right,
that's probably what was getting to everybody.
Right.
As you asked, if you probably asked the question one time and kept doing that. That's but to me, that's I don't know. I've heard that when evolution has been broken down, the whole origin story with one person popping up, or like that's some old Adam and Eve style ish. But you from Kemet, so you shouldn't be buying into any biblical narrative, which every narrative out of religious stuff tries to do an Adam and Eve and populate the whole planet from two people, which is incest. So the only logical conclusion is, since we know that you can't populate the whole planet off of two people without having without mutations and genetic deformations and all of that stuff, would be for there to be what you call multiple origin stories, but I just call that the origin story. Granted, it may have happened in multiple places, so that's why you're attributing each pop-up or each whatever out the water to a whole nother origin story. It's not. It's just a story of the planet. But we've been so locked into this Adam and Eve populating the world off two people that when you hear people popping up from all different places, it sounds crazy. But now that I'm actually pointing out that it's biblical, you actually probably scratching your head like, actually, he's right. That shit do sound stupid. And I was still trying to attribute it to, leave that stuff with the religious people. You're not religious.
Can I respond?
Of course, yeah.
Now, I am not from Kemet, nigga. I'm a West Central African, born in America, nigga. Just like the rest of you niggas. I study Kemet.
Yeah.
Never claimed to be a Kemite. Never claimed to be related to none of them niggas up there. So let's get that straight, for one. For two, I ain't coming out of no biblical shit. I'm coming straight out of science. And the science don't say that the people that populated the earth was related to each other one for one, like they was daddy and mama or cousins and nothing like that. It was separate lineages of people in Africa, different type of hominoids that came together and had these kids that spread it across the world. Not that it was one lineage. That's the part that got debunked in the Africa theory. They thought it was a one lineage thing, and they found that it was multiple. Am I talking or is you talking? Thank you. Please be quiet.
Yep, let him finish, y'all. Mute out so he can finish.
Because now what got debunked in the actual theory was that they thought it was one lineage, like how you said, some biblical ass Adam and Eve bullshit, right? That's the part that got debunked in the theory, and they found through doing more research that it was multiple hominids that had different lineages, different Y chromosomes, different mitochondrial DNA. Those groups together populated the world, not just one single lineage. That ain't never been my argument. And I'm not no Christian.
Hold on, no, this is between me and him right now.
Let me
Cosmon,
let
me deal with him.
I ain't ever been no Hebrew. I'm a Black American that grew up in church just like every other Black American. And now I got old enough, I figured out the Bible was bullshit at about 17, 18, just like the rest of us, right? So I ain't never coming from that type of theory shit ever.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you the whole Bible bullshit, and it got a couple of historical moments in it. That's it.
Can I go to
it's
the
not a
part,
history book? Go ahead.
I want to go to the part where you actually acknowledge different origins by acknowledging different, what did you call them?
Hominids?
Multiple different hominids.
Right. But
so what are you, hold on, now I'm going to ask you, hold on.
Go ahead.
I'm going to ask you the same question you asked Cosmon. Are you acknowledging multiple origin stories? Like,
no, I'm acknowledging multiple lineages in one space, not in different countries. The origin story ain't about the people. Specifically, it's more about the people and the land. What land did they come from first? The group of people, not just the one. He's arguing that separate groups of people popped up out of other lands, right? And that is totally untrue. And we know through science, all humans are 99.9% genetically the same. And it's the 1% that make us all different, right? So how could these people sprout up in these different countries and be genetically connected to us with no genetics, no lineage has ever been connected with, no other humans but the humans that popped out the ground? How could that be possible?
It doesn't sound, well, I hear you debunking something. I don't know. But I don't hear you actually offering up the correct answer either. I don't know, though. All of it is a mystery to me. I don't think that we'll ever know. But I know that everybody coming from two people ain't it. I know you just acknowledged multiple different hominid species, and I'm assuming each hominid species has their own origin for that specific species, correct?
Right. On the
continent. So you are acknowledging, hold on. So you are acknowledging multiple creation or whatever origins.
But keep it in context, though. On the continent of Africa, he's saying that people have origin stories outside of the continent. That's what I'm arguing against.
They do.
I understand that different lineages
Everybody
of hominids
has their
popped up
own
on Africa.
origin story
I
for what they
understand
are.
that. It's multiple different type of hominids that popped up
Everybody
in the
don't say they
continent of Africa. Am I talking to you? Now I understand that it's multiple hominids in Africa. That has never been the argument. I'm arguing against other hominids springing up out of the ground in other places and not being related to these other Africans that we know the real origin story of.
But if they came out of the
I don't
water
know.
the
I
same
think
way,
that
it's
because you
not.
think that they from somewhere else that they not related. When there's only one
If
family,
they
the human
spring out the
family.
ground, how if
Bro,
you spring out the ground in Africa and I spring out the ground in America, how is we related? How do we share lineage or genetics? How?
you part of the human family.
Right, but how do we share genetics if you sprout out the ground on a
I
separate
didn't say that.
continent?
I never made that claim. I'm just
No, I'm
saying
not
that.
saying you're making a claim, but this is
Okay.
his claim, and I'm asking you, how could we be connected genetically if we popping out the ground on two different continents? We couldn't share genetics, right?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that because I would go to evolution. Because
How would we share genetics if we
hominid,
popping out the ground?
what did the early hominids come from? I don't know.
They
I don't have.
evolved from
But
other
again, like
mammals.
we don't really know. It's speculation. Even if we were
No,
to
they
go to
evolved from
science,
other mammals on the continent.
even if we were to go to science, science doesn't even make sense of this yet.
No, science point back to the early mammals that we evolved from.
So they
The only
say we
thing,
popped up out the dirt.
No, they
no, it
don't say
doesn't
that.
say that.
But that's
It
what he
don't say
keeps
that.
saying.
See, that's
But
what you say that. You say that
Yeah,
pop out the
I'm
dumb
just
shit.
saying
I
they
don't say
say
that.
we come from a single cell amoeba-like structure, and then we evolved into something else. So
Then how is we all
basically,
related
we
if we
came
popping
from
up on
out the
different continents?
waters
That's your
and
argument.
then came to land. But there had to be some type of genetic genome there that had the capability to, if you're going with evolutionary theory, that we started something small and over time turn into humans. You dig what I'm saying? The possibility for all that to happen had to already exist in the genome.
Right,
Or
and when it happened on the continent of Africa. It didn't happen in America.
that's an assumption. I can't argue
Or
an
on no other
assumption.
continent, or we would have the evidence to it. And if it did happen, we ain't nobody been able to prove it yet.
Listen, I'm just saying.
So we're not gonna argue no possibilities.
Science hasn't even been able to prove it yet. And see,
that's what I just said too. Like
yeah,
so,
yeah.
like I mean, what he's saying hasn't been proven, but ain't nothing else came about to like say that. Well, this is what it is. Like we don't know.
So how come all humans on Earth can trace their mitochondrial DNA back to Africa, no matter what your origin is, no matter what your ethnicity is? How can everybody on Earth trace their mitochondrial DNA back to Africa if that's not the origin point for all modern humans?
I mean, you put a lot of assumptions in there, but it's
That's a
okay.
fact. You can Google that. That's a fact.
I want to be able to respond, but we gotta just slow down.
No, I'm just
because
saying,
I'm not debating and I'm not even amped up about this at all. I'm trying to like just slow pace it.
My bad. I've been dealing with two people that's been over talking me and shit, so I'm a little hyped. But
Yeah,
if you
I'm
don't
not. I
believe
ain't gonna
me,
do you like that.
we can do a quick Google search and check that all humans can trace their mitochondrial DNA back to Africa, no matter what your ethnic group is.
Yeah, and in response to that, that just may be all that science can show us right now. That doesn't mean that that's necessarily all there is to know, just because that's what we know right now.
I agree. So why argue
10 years from
possibility when
now,
we got
we
the
may
things
find
that
a
we can
fossil
prove?
that go back. 10 years from now, we may find a fossil that go back to Pangea, for all we know. And then they populated the one landmass. Like we
I
keep
highly doubt that
assuming.
one, but I hear you.
I mean, I'm throwing stuff out there though,
I hear
because
you.
my whole point is that what's actually happened hasn't been proven. And then, like, if we believe in evolution, what are we saying? That one thing changed into a person, and like, there obviously had to be multiple for them to procreate. Like, so
I said that it was multiple lineages. They found that through doing the study. They thought it was a singular lineage. They found out through the study there was multiple hominids, and that's how we got that. And they can even show you the cluster of the hominids that all was together before the 80,000 years in the migration out of Africa before the Homo sapiens sapien. They
Hey,
can
but
show you
look, but
all of
when
that
they
in the study. Hold on, they can show you all of that in the study of the clusters and the grouping. Even all of the Africans from all across the continent, they can show you when all of them was clustered up and all of their genetics was down in the lower regions of Africa before it spread it out. They can show you that through genetics and through the migration maps.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm wondering, why is we arguing things that are possibilities when we can tell you what we know for a fact today?
Yeah, what we know for a
I don't
fact,
understand. That's
what
right. That's why.
what we know for absolute fact is when those people came up out of Africa, they met people along the way already indigenous, aboriginal to the land.
Do you
So
also understand that
wouldn't
through
it
the
matter if they
Neanderthal
went into
study?
Europe? 1 second. Wouldn't it matter if they went into Europe, Central Asia, Asia, East India, wherever, the Arabian Peninsula, there were already people there.
Okay, and I can explain.
And
Go ahead.
that alone debunked out of Africa 1.
That's not true. You conflating stuff because if you check the Neanderthal study, you can see in the Neanderthal study that the Neanderthals, who were Africans first, migrated outside. They migrated outside of Africa to Eurasia and was isolated for about 20,000 years. And through the migration of that, they genetically diverged. They genetically diverged into what became Neanderthal, Denisovan, and so forth. Then, once the second group
Science
of Africans,
don't say that.
hold on. Science do say that.
Science, no, it don't. Back it up.
Hold on. You cutting me off.
Source
you can
it
tell
up.
me that when I'm done. Hold it. Take notes,
All right,
nigga.
all right. I'm just saying when you do it,
hold
source
on.
it up.
Take notes. You don't even got to say all right. You could just put the lips together. Look. So now,
just source it up when you're done.
Okay, that's cool. You don't even got to say that. Just take notes, nigga. Now, through the Neanderthal study, and I'm gonna put these studies in the back chat since you think I'm just capping. Through the Neanderthal study, you can see when the Neanderthals traveled out of Africa first, they was the first group of Africans to travel outside the continent. They made it to Eurasia. They became the Denisovans and so forth over there. After the 50,000, 80,000 year, when the Africans who stayed on the continent became Homo sapien, and they migrated out, they intermingled with those first group of Africans that became the Neanderthal, and they had intermingling, and that's how you got the backflow of the Neanderthal gene into Africa from the Africans that migrated and had kids over there and came back. That's how you get the backflow. That's why small traces of continental Africans carry low percentages of Neanderthal genes. So when you're talking about they traveled out and ran into other humans, those were still Africans that migrated out first, and through the genetic divergence, they became a separate ethnic group. And that's a scientific
That's actually
fact.
been debunked.
No, that has not. You
Yes,
say
it
anything
is.
been
The
debunked.
returning
Go ahead.
DNA theory. Yeah. The returning DNA theory debunked.
Show us that.
You show us.
You the one making the claim that it's debunked. You show
us. Just like
I'm
you
not
said.
gonna prove your
Take
point.
notes.
You the one making the claim, so
Take
prove
notes.
it. You're making the
I made
claim,
a
so
claim.
prove it. I don't supposed to
I
come
made
up
a
here and
claim
prove
that
your damn point
that's
for
just
you.
a
Where the
theory.
hell that happened at? Who the hell do that?
I'm just saying that's a theory.
No, what you saying is a
Yeah,
hypothesis.
because
What I'm telling you
science
is a
actually
scientific
shows
fact.
that
Show it.
Africans
Debunk
have
it.
almost none to zero.
Let him
You heard
respond,
me
Kim
say
Netter. Let him
almost none.
respond, Kim Netter. It's
That's
his
what he's been
turn now.
doing all night.
We got to take turns.
That's what he's been doing all night. That's why I just punch on him and be quiet.
All right. Now you just heard
And
him say
I understand his frustration though, because he's trying to, that's what they know. So I do understand his frustration. But
no, listen, you just
I'm in
heard him
belief
through his
that their
own
knowledge only
words.
goes so far.
But you just
see what
heard
I'm
him
saying?
through his own words say that Africans on the continent carry little to none. When I literally just said they carry low percentages because of the back migration, and this nigga said they didn't back migrate, and the continental Africans have little to none. How the hell? Hold on, you jumping in? Take notes, nigga. Take notes, nigga. How you gonna then say that it only has little to none if you said they never back migrated and that it's been debunked? You just debunked yourself. Niggas is weird.
I don't know. I just think all I'm saying is I know what they saying they know, and I'm saying what they know is limited, and that's not the end of the knowledge. That time goes back way further than that, and science can only show us so much. The same way science can only show us so many fossils. shit deteriorated and broke down. Like
found.
we can't see all the fossils of everything that ever lived on Earth.
I agree. We only can talk about the ones we have found.
Yeah,
And right
yeah.
now, they might find one in America tomorrow. They changed the whole game.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying.
But if they haven't, we can only go with what we got and fuck a possibility until it become a fact. That's how I rock. Because I understand a lot of shit could be a possibility. I'm not gonna run around in the world living off possibilities. I'm gonna run around on the shit that we know is provable, nigga, until a nigga disprove it with another fact. Until
Absolutely
those
right.
possibilities become facts, I'm not fucking with them.
I respect it.
But okay, let's just debunk the whole claim, right? The back migration of Neanderthals, no. The physical back migration of Neanderthals into Africa has not been proven or revived. Rather, it remains debunked.
Wait, you heard how he said it, right? I didn't say the Neanderthals came back. I said the Africans that went over there intermingled with them, and some of those Africans came back carrying that genetic. I never said that hold on, take notes. I never said that the Neanderthal itself came to Africa. I said the Africans that migrated out secondly intermingled with those people, and some came back
through
hold on. And I said some came back carrying the Neanderthal DNA. That's what I said. I never said the Neanderthals themselves.
I want to ask a question.
Just take a break and listen. I never said the actual Neanderthal itself was ever on the continent.
Yeah, we talking about his descendants.
You just lied.
But if you're gonna debunk him, Cosmon, just at least debunk him. You know, don't tell him it's been debunked. Show him.
I thought, it's not showing. Oh, my bad.
Oh no, yeah, your screen ain't sharing.
Oh, my bad, cuz.
And Kim Nutter, okay, I'm just trying to understand because I'm not here to debate. I'm not taking Cosmo's side. I just think it's unsubstantiated right now. I do think more stuff is going to come about in the future to change what we know right now. I think what they know is limited. But when the Africans left to mate with the Neanderthals, how did the Neanderthals get there?
Get where? To Eurasia?
Wherever you said the Africans migrated out of Africa and then they came back with Neanderthal DNA from mating with Neanderthals wherever they went. Wherever these Africans went to, how did those Neanderthals get there?
That's what I just told you. They were Africans first who migrated across to Eurasia. They was isolated for about 20,000 years over there without no other contact.
But they not in Africa.
Hold on, sir. Just take notes. Then after the 20 or so thousand years of isolation, and that group became a separate ethnic group from the group that they left on the continent, and then the second group that they left on the continent became Homo sapiens and traveled out, they intermingled with those Africans, those early Africans that left that became Neanderthal. And through those admixtures, some of those Africans came back to the continent carrying that Neanderthal gene, which is the reason you see some Africans on the continent have very small percentages of Neanderthal DNA. It's really simple.
These boys will twist your words all the way around, man.
I'm not twisting nobody's words. I'm telling you about what I'm saying. How am I twisting somebody's words?
Whatever.
Niggas just be making up shit.
Hey, whatever.
How you saying I'm twisting his words when I'm telling you what I'm saying about the back migration? How is that twisting his words? He's not saying that they had a back migration. How am I twisting his words?
Listen, brother. To say not any admix. First of all, you can't prove that. All right. The Neanderthal.
Your screen showing, Cosmo.
Okay. The Neanderthal gene is not found in Africa anciently because it was never there anciently.
Of course not anciently. I said that already.
God damn, man.
This dude is wild.
This guy said they came from Africa. So he gotta be saying every single one of them, because we don't see any of their ancient genetics in Africa where the major population centers were. Right? We don't see them. They are people that come from Eurasia. They're indigenous to that place. You dig what I'm saying? So
No,
we don't see a
we don't dig
migration
it.
in the sense of massive groups of people going out of Africa, right? But what and then once they, let's just run with the idea that it was, we're still seeing that when they got there, there is a people already there, totally different genetically, totally different. You dig what I'm saying? So if you're saying that makes them different or whatever, I'm saying they're aboriginal to the place that they're from. So even though we're made of the same things, DNA genetically wise, culturally, and by where you are and what you eat, you would look different. That doesn't mean the things that make men up are different. Hydrogen is hydrogen, carbon is carbon, right? This is why it's only, I think the idea that there's even multiple races or that the race was made in multiple ways is is false. I think that would be one event. I'm just saying, just like y'all saying it must be a possibility that it was just one or two people in Africa, right? I'm saying there's a possibility that it was multiple people, right? Everywhere, anywhere man could live, right? And by where he was at, so is his color. That would go to show why genetically the human race is 99.9% the same, because it had one origin. Even though you can have many origin stories. Yeah, I mean, people got different languages, different cultures. You know what I mean? Yeah, the story is going to be the same, but the point is that it was one origin in their story. Right? So, the fact that there are many versions of the one event, you know what I mean, told from different points of view, does not denote or refute the fact that the origins of human was one event. That's all I was saying.
That was a whole bunch of Gil Gab and BS, but you still didn't show us what you was claiming, how it's been debunked or that it didn't happen. Because I'm about to give you the primaries right now in the back chat.
Oh,
so
okay.
We can kill that BS you talking about.
All right, we can I was just pulling up.
Kill that right
They say you got to know this stuff off the top of your head. You know what I mean?
I told you it off the top of my head. Now I'm going to give you the sources. I told you it off the top of my head.
This is why I'm saying, you dig what I'm. Nobody is making definitives here. You dig what I'm saying? Nobody is making definitives. Over thousands and thousands and thousands of years, yes, some mixed Neanderthals probably came back. They're trying to explain that as modern human back migration.
Host, do you see that record in the back? My bad, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted him to see it so he could check it out.
It says, no, the physical back migration of the Neanderthals into Africa has not been proven or revived. Rather, it remains debunked.
Well, that's because your question was fallacious. Ask it if Africans traveled to Eurasia, admixed
and
with
became
the Neanderthals. Hold on. And then,
hold on. If
wait, I'm about to tell you what that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, science is going to say yes.
Can I tell you?
We don't even got to look that up. Science is going to say.
So why are you acting like what I'm saying is not true? Then by
because
trying to show what you were showing.
We don't see people changing into other things.
Oh my God! This guy's crazy.
Neanderthal ain't like modern.
Host, do you see the primary in the back, host?
Yeah, we lived alongside them. They not necessarily us.
Host, do you see the primaries and the verbatim quotes in the back?
However, the presence of Neanderthal DNA inside African population is a proven reality.
Copy and pasted it, so I gotta repaste.
My bad.
It says, however, the presence of Neanderthal DNA inside African populations is a proven reality.
That's what
Science
I said. I
explains
never
this.
said that
Hold
the
on, brother.
Neanderthals themselves
Science
went there.
explains this via modern human-backed migrations carrying the DNA, not traveling Neanderthals.
That's what I said.
Right, and but that would include the mixing children that you claim are moving back. I'm not against the idea that some of them could have moved back, but what I'm telling you is there is no proof that these people came up out of Africa and became Neanderthals when
That's
there
not
are
true.
no
I just
Neanderthals in
put the
Africa.
sources in the back chat. If you want to go in the back chat and copy them and put it in your chat and ask if they accurate, you can do that. But don't sit here and claim it's.
but I'm
But don't
just
sit here.
bro. You can read.
Listen, don't.
Yeah,
Don't
no
sit here and
African
claim it's not true.
Neanderthals.
It's on the screen.
Okay, read the source then, right there.
Well, you read it. It's your source.
I'm on my phone, so it's real tiny.
Okay. I'll read
That's
it.
why I had to put
Primary
it in the
record
back
number
chat.
1. The early dispersal of divergence, primary citation. Lemmingly et al. I don't know if that's a. This has.
Yeah, et al. They always put et al., but you can always ignore that. The name is Lemuel. Et al. is like etc. Like because other people probably was working on it.
Okay. Recurrent gene flow between Neanderthals and modern humans over the past 200,000 years. Science, 2024, verbatim quote. The initial wave of H in admixture occurred 250 to 200,000 years ago and represents an early dispersal of modern humans from Africa. This early dispersal is broadly consistent with the fossil record, both within and outside of Africa.
Can we pause on that one first? Now,
Yeah.
It said that the early dispersal came out of where?
Out of Africa.
Okay, because he said that they never came from Africa and that the Neanderthals wasn't Africans first. He made it like they popped up.
Oh yeah, he got his own
Out
claim.
the dirt.
He do got his own claim, and I wasn't
I
necessarily
that's his claim.
defending
I'm
his
not saying
claim.
that's no claim. I'm not saying you is
Okay,
either.
yeah.
You was just here so we could both get an understanding. I'm just using you as a medium in the middle.
So hold on. Just so I'm clear, we do understand the Neanderthals predate modern humans, right?
I
And so
said that
you're
they was
saying
early Africans.
I don't see that. Where does it say that the Neanderthals are early Africans?
Can you read it to him again? This source is all about the Neanderthals.
The early dispersal of divergence, primary citation. Well, let me ask that, because actually, when it gets to the bottom of this, I told it verify your sources and give me an objective breakdown. I didn't read any of it yet. I'm trying.
No, I know. We just
gonna
read
all
what
learn together.
what I'm claiming first, right? We just read it what I'm claiming first, did the breakdown come after. But he's saying that this is not talking about Neanderthal. So I wanted you to go back to where the
I
quote
didn't
started.
see that.
Okay,
Oh yeah,
that's why I want
it
him
says
to read
recurrent
I want
gene
him to
flow.
read the title of it so you can see what they
On
talking
the second
about.
line, it says recurrent gene flow between Neanderthals and modern humans over the past 200,000 years. Science 2024. Verbatim quote. The initial wave of H and N, I'm assuming that's humans and Neanderthals. Yeah, that the initial wave of H and N admixture occurred 250 to 200,000 years ago and represents an early dispersal of modern humans from Africa. This early dispersal is broadly consistent with the fossil record within and outside of Africa. That was the first primary source. But like I was saying, like it still necessarily doesn't negate his point. It just shows they can only go back 250,000 years.
No,
if we go back 300,000 years, is he right?
Wait, I mean, this is why I negate his point, because he's saying that the Neanderthals were never Africans that left Africa first and became Neanderthals over there. This source is showing you that this early population left 250,000 years ago and became that over there. And when you go down further, you're gonna see how the back migration came back.
That's not what it says.
That's not what it says.
Can I read this to you, Kim Nutter?
Go ahead.
Recurrent gene flow,
and this is what they
let me read it aloud, and maybe I'll hear it if I'm wrong, because I think I understood it different.
Really show you.
And I'll ask ChatGPT to tell me anything about this source that you want. But it says
you ain't gotta listen to me.
Let's just slow it down. I'm not trying to be right. I'm trying to get it right. So I just want to take my time.
I know.
Okay.
In the case.
Recurrent gene flow between Neanderthals and modern humans over the past 200,000 years. Science 2024. Verbatim quote. The initial wave of humans
And is that an arrow? Human Neanderthal admixture occurred 250,000 to 200,000 years ago, represents an early dispersal of modern humans from Africa. Now, here's the thing. It doesn't say that the Neanderthals left Africa. It's saying that people left Africa and made it with Neanderthals, and that, like, it could be that. That's how I think Cosmon is reading it.
I understand that that's how y'all reading it, but when you get to the breakdown, you're gonna see what I mean.
Okay, yeah, we just take our time. You want me to keep reading, or
too much on this point? We're gonna see at the bottom.
You want me to go to primary record 2, or what?
And then get to your breakdown after that, because your breakdown gonna explain it to you perfectly.
Okay. Is there any questions you want me to ask ChatGPT about primary record 1?
After I see what your breakdown, because your breakdown might answer the question that I might have. So, yeah.
I kind of want to skip primary record 2. I only want to focus on one thing at a time.
Show you the backflow. The record 2 show you the backflow. You can't skip that one and go to the breakdown without.
I understand. Thank you for telling me. The backflow of Eurasian African gene flow primary citation. Lu Chen, Aaron B. Wolf, Wen King Fu, Leming Li, and Joshua M. Aki. Identifying and interpreting apparent Neanderthal ancestry in African individuals. Cell 180, number 4, 2020, page number 677 through 687. Verbatim quote. How it be blowing? Hold on, before I go into this, where did you get this from? Because people be
direct study.
It blow my mind with people. I think that was you who did that last time too. I think you posted a source back here, but I'm like, well, where's the link? Like, where's the article at? Like, where are you copying and pasting this from? You just got this in a text document on your desktop? Like,
yeah, I got shit that I already be having that I researched that I save in my notes. So when I have moments like this, I could just copy and drop it in the back.
If you got all of that, you should have the associated link.
It's tell you what study it come from.
Very true. So you can easily type it in and save that link right at the bottom of your paragraph.
But I don't be doing it like that. I just get the verbatim quote and the source so you can read it. And if you don't believe it, you can just put it in your chat and say it verified it. So that's real easy.
You know, these niggas lazy, man. If you
I know,
got that link,
I do the work, so I just give you the source.
Okay. If you actually want people to read it, they'll get the link for them because they lazy. They just gonna, you know. Okay, but I'm gonna keep reading. Identifying and interpreting apparent Neanderthal ancestry in African individuals. Already read that verbatim quote. First, we determined that the Neanderthal ancestry in Africans was not due to an independent interbreeding event between Neanderthals and African populations. Let me read that again, just so that way I know I'm understanding it right. First, we determined that the Neanderthal ancestry in Africans was not due to independent interbreeding event between Neanderthals and African populations. So that's already sounding like the Neanderthal gene is in Africans because they left Africa. Now I see where it's probably about to go, but let's get there. Migrations from ancient Europeans back into Africa.
Ooh, ancient Europeans.
But it says back into Africa though. Like it's insinuating that they left Africa to become them ancient Europeans. But I continue. Migrations from ancient Europeans back into Africa introduced Neanderthal ancestry into African population.
So that means they weren't there.
Oh my God.
Well, it's actually okay. So
he's not understanding that they became ethnically different over there. That's why that gene you don't find in Africa prior to that, because they became that gene over there. But keep reading the breakdown. I'll show you all that.
That's not what it actually said.
Okay, let him keep going to the breakdown, and then we argue.
It says migration from ancient Europeans. Right.
The Africans became the ancient Europeans because
hold on. So we know that they're Europeans. Back into Africa, right?
But now I want you to stop there, though, Cosmon. Why would it say Europeans, the European DNA back into Africa? When was European DNA ever in Africa for it to go back?
Now that's an assumption, but
it is.
But let's remember what we're talking about. We're talking about after an event where these people admixed. But the ancient stock of Europeans, which is Neanderthal, introduced Neanderthal ancestry into African populations it couldn't have been there in the earlier years because
it wouldn't have been introducing it.
That's what I'm telling you. The early Africans that left became genetically different over the course of the thousands of years they were there.
I say that's an assumption.
Hold on, I didn't cut you off. Now, after the modern Africans went over there, shared DNA and came back, that's why they calling them ancient Europeans, because the Africans that went there are the first people to be Europeans after the genetic divergence.
That's an assumption.
But the source don't
Well,
break
let's
all
get to
that
the
down when we get to
breakdown,
the bottom.
and I'll ask ChatGPT anything that both of you gentlemen want about this source, so that way we can get to the bottom of it. So let's finish reading it so everybody can hear it, and then whatever Cosmo want me to type in about it, I'll put it in and ask, and the same thing for Kim Netter. Next, it says, where did I leave off at? The ancient Europeans back into Africa introduced Neanderthal ancestry into the African population. Second, this human to Neanderthal gene flow involved an early dispersing group of humans out of Africa, occurring at least 100,000 years ago. Before the out of Africa migration responsible for modern human colonization of Europe and Asia. So they're saying that people migrated out of Africa, and that's what was responsible for people populating Europe and Asia.
That's what I said.
And then I said, give me an objective breakdown of accuracy of the source and what it says. I put that in there when I copied it in there. Okay, then it says, yes, both sources are legitimate, peer-reviewed primary research papers, and the quotations you provided are substantially accurate. However, there is an important distinction between what the papers directly demonstrate and what someone might infer from them. Bottom line, the two papers support this general picture. Modern humans and Neanderthals exchanged genes more than once. Some modern-day humans left Africa substantially earlier than the later expansion that produced most present-day non-African ancestry. And some populations carrying Neanderthal ancestry subsequently moved back into Africa.
What I said.
But they do not demonstrate that the entire human population left Africa. Well, we knew that. We didn't think they left it vacant.
They had to throw that in there because they know people would fuck it up. That's why they said some people would infer to be different. So they just clearing that up just in case niggas say
some people infer like, they left like it was a drought. They had to leave.
I just want to point out.
I never heard that.
I just want to point out that it's not Neanderthals leaving out of Africa. There are humans leaving out of Africa and meeting Neanderthals in Europe.
No, the source just showed you the breakdown.
I'm about to ask it that though. Don't worry about it, Kim Netter. We're gonna ask it that. Yeah, get your questions formulated instead of arguing with them, and we're gonna put it into the AI.
All right.
Yeah, I just want to know, do humans turn into Neanderthals?
Go ahead.
I don't know.
Okay. Now it's actually giving it's giving a breakdown of each quotation, and it gave it did what you didn't do, Kim Netter. It gave me the link to the actual sources.
That's fine. That's fine.
You know, no, it's okay.
My sources was accurate, so I don't always give a nigga a link when I know I'm giving you an accurate
I appreciate you. As long as they accurate, I can't be mad at you because I know how to get to them. I just know
I don't give niggas journal article summaries. I give you the primary and the quote from the primary with the
you honestly cannot be mad at that. You're doing a lot more than a lot of these people.
All you can ask for is the link so you can go to it fast, but you can't say a lot made it up.
Because sometimes it'd be hard to find, and if you don't drop that link, some people they'll never go to it. They just gonna listen to y'all. But if you actually put the link,
name of the study, so you could just put the name of the study in, and it's gonna take you straight to the motherfucker. You ain't gonna need no link.
Yes, sir. Hey, I got a spot open in this tournament. You want in? I got one spot left. That $1,000 tournament.
What's the tournament?
If you
I don't even know about it.
Here you go.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
Well, it kind of depends on when it's gonna be, because I know for sure I'm about to probably end up with this second job that I just did this interview with today because he liked me. So I mean, it kind of just depends on when it is and if I got time after getting this second job, honestly.
Okay, if you debate, you wouldn't be debating until September, August.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah,
August, September, you would be having your first face off at the end of September or like in the beginning of October.
Yeah, I might be able to work that out. I just got to get into the second job and see what the schedule looking like, and then I could probably pull that off.
Okay, yeah, you got about a week to let me know because I'm making sure it's one spot left, and I don't want to put no low official in there or nobody who a rookie. You got primaries and shit, so I would love to have you around. Yeah, just let me know. I was gonna play the rules, but we ain't even got to go through that. It's 2 12-minute rounds, 10-minute question and answer round for the third round. You got a 3-minute intro and a 3-minute outro. That's how the debates are set up. But yeah, let me know after you check that interview out. And where were we at before I did that? I think I cut you off.
You was reading that it broke down each quote that I gave you.
Okay, let's get back into that. I got you. Primary record number 1, Lee et al. Science 2024 citation. I don't need to read that again. This is absolutely a real paper in Science published July 12, 2024. The authors analyzed whole genome data from approximately 2,000 modern humans and 3 Neanderthal genomes. The quotation, I already read that. Assessment accurate. The paper identifies 2 periods of modern human to Neanderthal gene flow. The first is approximately 250 to 2,000 years ago, while another occurred 100,000 years ago. The important notation is H to N, H arrow N, Homo sapiens to Neanderthals. So this is not merely saying Neanderthals contributed DNA to humans. It is saying that some population ancestral to modern humans contributed to DNA of Neanderthals. Mm-hmm. Oh, shit. That's what he was saying the whole time.
I kept trying to tell him that.
That's what you were saying the whole time, right?
Yeah, he just don't
Okay,
get it.
I'm just making sure I ain't tripping. Yeah, that's what he was saying the whole time, cuz. I'll continue to the second.
And that they started in the continent of Africa before they went to Europe, which we also established.
And then when we get to the bottom of this, I'll let Kaz get his chance to ask AI anything that he wants about your sources.
And all the questions I might add.
What does the 250 to 200? What does the 250 to 200,000 result actually mean? Why does it say Ka? Okay, this is where precision matters. The researchers aren't saying all modern humans were outside Africa 250 years ago. They're saying that their genetic modeling detects an early dispersal of modern humans from Africa that subsequently exchanged genes with Neanderthals. That doesn't necessarily, it doesn't say what the first one was saying, but we know that happened. And there's a sequence of events. So this would be the second sequence.
Didn't you say it said an early dispersal of modern humans from Africa?
It says they're saying that their genetic modeling detects an early dispersal of modern humans. Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. So it does say what the first one said. Damn, I missed it. Thank you for catching me on that. I'll be slipping sometimes.
I can't see it, but I'm listening hard.
Definitely listening. I definitely was about to take a point away from him there. He deserved.
Oh no, I'm listening hard as a bitch over here.
Wait, hold on. Before we get done seal clapping, it said that modern humans from Africa that subsequently exchanged, so they were already modern, and the Neanderthals were already there. It doesn't say that these modern people turned into Neanderthals, and then
Let
some
me-
more.
It
modern
actually does.
Hold on, let me help him out. 'Cause I
It
think you
doesn't.
missed the part
Well,
where it already established that
yeah.
they came from Africa first.
That was
and
on
then that the
quotation
modern,
1.
and the modern humans that they're talking about are Homo sapiens, because by the time we became Homo sapiens, even though that happened 80,000 years ago or so, those are modern humans.
Right here at the bottom, I'm gonna highlight it for you because I missed it at first and then I reread it and I caught it. He didn't have to tell me this one. He caught me on that second one though. This one says it is saying that some population ancestral to modern humans, the people in Africa, that's who they talking about, contributed to the Neanderthal DNA. You see what I'm saying? Not only did the Neanderthal DNA come back into Africa, this highlighted part says that the modern hominids contributed to the Neanderthals' DNA.
And that's
is what he
after
was
they
saying
already
the
left
whole
Africa
time.
first, and now some of the flow is coming back.
They sit there for at least 20,000 years. Skin color changes, diet.
Which I also said.
Like it's funny because I studied a lot of this. I had a debate against Suave Boss, who actually has a debate tonight.
He said people don't change over time, though. That's what his claim was.
Well, then I can see why he's going to want to. Why this? You know,
he was literally arguing that, and whenever
I don't
go
know.
back
I didn't
to
say
halftime
you
to
said.
Yeah,
watch it,
I don't.
Y'all see when he
I
said
don't.
it.
I'm not
It was way
disagreeing with
earlier,
that. The only thing that I disagree with is if that Neanderthals are aboriginal, indigenous to Europe, right? Then or if
No,
they
you said
aren't,
they popped up out
right,
the ground,
Well,
though.
they can't listen. They can't be the aboriginal people of Europe, right? If they come out of Africa.
Yeah, they can. Aboriginal just mean the first
They can't
people,
be the original
basically,
people,
to
bro.
be on that landmass. Yeah, you can.
They can't be the original people.
Indigenous don't mean or Aboriginal
Indigenous
don't necessarily. I corrected myself. I'm correcting myself.
Hey, I'm so happy you made me look this up, bro.
Yeah, look, don't
Good
worry. I
looking,
got
bro.
plenty more where that shit come from. Now, when you talk about
I gotta say
Aboriginals, Aboriginal don't mean that you always was on
It
that
means
land.
descent from the original.
Yes, the original people are the Africans, and when you the first people,
no,
hold on.
No,
I didn't cut you off. I did not cut you off. If you disagree, take notes and tell me when I'm done. Hold on, I'm going. You hold on. Can we get some order? I was going, and now he feel like I'm cutting him, and he want to cut me off. So let me finish, and then you can respond with your disagreements. I don't care if you disagree, but let me finish now, because your first argument was that they popped up out the dirt over there. That they was always there, and we just showed through the primary source that they came from Africa. They was not always there. They was not springing out the ground like you said all these people did. We just showed that.
All right, you said.
Hey, we just had two of the homies on the panel at the same time. Seven Asar was up here for a split second. He dropped down. There you go again. Oh man, today is the legendary day, man. Shout out Seven Asar. I'm definitely hip to you, brother. Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. Pleasure to have you here. Any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you heard so far before we pass it to Cosmo?
He talking to you, Seven.
My apologies, brother. Peace. It's an honor to be on here with you. No, I actually just hopped in, so I heard my brother Kim Netta talking a little bit about Africa, but I haven't heard too much of the conversation at all, to be honest. So if you guys could just build a little bit, and I'll jump in. I'll put my hand up if I had any questions after that. So you guys can go ahead and proceed to build. I'll sit back and listen for a bit.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Cosmon, did you want to respond or
relay
your new claims out after reviewing this information, and then we'll let Kim Nutter respond?
There was. I wasn't even arguing what he talking about. My whole point is that we've never seen an aboriginal, right, to a landmass that's from another landmass. You dig what I'm talking about? If you're an aboriginal Asian, right, you're original Asian, however you want to see descent from the originals, right? You're from Asia. You never become American. I don't care if you was over there 1,000 years. You're never American. Your genetics, especially if you keep breeding back with them same people, are always going to be Asian. If you're from Africa and you keep interbreeding with Africans, you don't turn into an American, even if you migrate over here.
Okay.
Can I respond? Can I say something, Kim Netter, before you go?
One second. My whole point that I was leaning to is that there's an aboriginal to every landmass, and they tend to be brown. Right?
Okay.
That was my whole point. Well, how we got the Neanderthal? I'm not a Neanderthal. I'm a modern human. I ain't got no Neanderthal DNA. You know what I mean? So
I want to ask a couple questions.
ahead.
I'm not going to do that, though, because I'm going to let these gentlemen actually enjoy.
No, go ahead, bro.
And I really said that unless my name is on the flyer, I wasn't going to push back on nobody. I'm going to just play host. But he did say that. When he said that you said people don't change, I think he was paraphrasing, because you didn't say it verbatim right there, but you just explained it. That people don't change.
Right.
Who
Earlier, he made the claim that you said people don't change, and you were denying it to me. You were saying that I didn't say that. Anyone, I never said that.
And
he was
then
like,
he
"Yes,
just
you
broke
did."
down that people
And
don't
then
change.
you literally, and then I didn't know whether you were right or wrong, but you literally just broke it down how people don't change.
No, I'm saying an aboriginal African is an aboriginal African. Don't change into something. An aboriginal American is an aboriginal American.
Okay, and going to the part how even if they go somewhere else and be there for a long time, they still
Right.
the same thing as before.
Especially if they're interbreeding with their population from where they are. You dig what I'm
Even
talking
though
about?
they left?
Never change into anything else.
Okay, now watch
And
this.
they never stop being humans for 1 second.
Okay.
And I don't think
Now
that's what he means when he said it. Okay, let me shut up. Go ahead, Kim Netter. You
Okay,
can
go watch
explain
this.
for
He
yourself.
claimed that these people don't change, right? Because earlier, his whole argument is because I asked him, "Are Black Americans indigenous to America, or like, was we
yes.
always here?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Then how did we get here?" Then he said, "We popped up out the ground." So then I asked him. So okay, just chill. You can correct me if I'm wrong later. So then I asked him. I said, "Well, what about people in Russia or Asia and all these other places?" He said, "All those people popped up out the ground right where they at, and they always been there, right?" But we just showed that that's a lie. And he said he'd never seen it. We just showed him, and he used Asians as an example, which was bad for him. When we just showed you the original Aboriginal Asians were the first early Africans that migrated out over there, and through genetic divergence, being isolated for over 20,000 years, they became the Aboriginal Asians. We just showed that. Who the source? So he said he never seen it. That means he just ignoring everything we read to him. And that's a fact. Because we just
you land your plane, Kim Netter?
Yeah, I landed my plane. So we literally just proved it, and you verified it through the chat that everything I said and gave you was accurate. So I don't get it.
Are you done?
Yep.
Okay. That doesn't refute my point. My point is that everybody, there's a brown Aboriginal everywhere else in the world. Everywhere. Whether you say he African, don't matter. Right? Doesn't matter. It's just a term that they use.
What about Alaska?
My claim is it's nothing but religious ideology, papal bullshit, doctrine of discovery. You dig what I'm talking about? Novo Terra, that pushes the idea that nobody was in America or that an Asian person was. You dig what I'm talking about? And the people who was, and just like nature shows that everywhere else, the Aboriginal, everywhere else tends to be a dark melanated man. Why wouldn't it be the same for America? That was my answer to your question.
So we could prove something.
You said one thing that was deep, but I don't think your conclusion followed. But I like how you said, why the hell would they go to America and say it's a Chinese man there instead of calling him an American?
American.
Well, man, hey, that was fly. That was some fly ish right there.
It wasn't even called America at the time, so that wasn't even fly.
No,
That
I
man
mean
didn't
I
even
know that
speak for
too
the
as well.
land.
I know that too as well, and I
So how
and
how you feel
I
like he
actually
got
know
that
the
off?
answer, and I actually know the answer,
So how
but
you feel like
just
he got that off then? Come on,
Man,
man.
it
a
wasn't
good
a point. It
person who
wasn't like
might
he debunked nothing you said. I just thought it sounded
I'm
good.
I'm
Okay, now
just
pull
I'm
up
just
your
saying
thing, and
he
I want you
asked
to
the
ask the
question.
question
How would I
real quick
how
so
would
I
I
can prove him
how
wrong
would
on
I
something.
show that I was Aboriginal? I said the Aboriginal everywhere looks like me.
Okay, and I'm about to prove you wrong because you feel like these Aboriginal people that's dark skinned
There
always
you
been
go.
in that land where they was at. Now, ask, can an Aboriginal African or could an indigenous, let's start with indigenous, ask, can an indigenous African migrate out to a land and become the Aboriginal population there? And then also we can ask after that, what's
Well,
the definition?
he never got to ask his actual point, because what
Well,
if
he didn't
AI
have one.
what if
That's why.
AI say it's wrong?
Well,
And
he
we
didn't have one.
then you save yourself a lot of looking up anything. You just stay right there.
Well,
Uh,
well, he says
My
he didn't
point
have a
is,
question. I just
my
figured I
point
could
is,
just beat him up some more.
and listen,
I'll let
my
him go
point
now.
is that there are Aboriginal people everywhere,
And they all can trace
right?
their
And
mitochondrial DNA back to
my
Africa.
my thing is that they
That's the
tend to
crazy
be
part.
melanated.
And
You want
all
to
of them
ask
can trace
AI
their
that?
mitochondrial back to Africa because all those
Yeah, I
people
mean that's an
migrated
assumption,
from
sir.
out of there. No, that's a
That's an
scientific fact that
assumption.
we can
Well
prove it.
then,
We can prove it.
you got to prove that they had the boats 250,000 years ago to get to America, because there had to be a brown Aboriginal here too.
what am I asking? Are there
You started right. You could have let that. You could have let that. But we could just ask: do all the Aboriginal people across the globe trace their mitochondrial back to Africa?
I like
He
No,
that.
said they
no,
all popped up there
science.
first.
Listen, if
That's
you
actually
test,
the perfect. That's what I was
okay, go
trying
ahead,
to put
ask the question.
down. Like, because I was
Yeah,
trying
he
to
said
figure
that.
out how
He
to
said
say,
the
like,
people.
are there
Yeah, he said the
Aboriginals,
people
but
popped
that
up.
didn't
So
come
let's
from Africa. But he
and
put
then
it
ask
way
for the
better.
primary source to prove it too. Ask the question and then say, "Give me the primary to prove it." At the end of it, so it's gonna tell you yeah first, and then it's gonna prove it with a primary and a verbatim. Make sure you ask for a verbatim quote too, so it can give it to you.
Are there Aboriginal people from every continent that can trace their why? Wait, what?
Mitochondrial DNA. I think they just put like
I think the question would be answered
Y
to
DNA or something
all,
like that.
because of course there are going to be certain people modernly
Back
that
to
will come.
Africa. It'll correct you if you spell it wrong. You don't got to worry about it. It's gonna correct you because it's gonna know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, wait, Cosmon, you said put all DNA or just the Y
Yeah, I
chromosome?
mean, because that's a question that everybody knows. Are there Aboriginal people from every continent that can trace their history back? There's people who are called Aboriginal that can trace their history back to Africa. You dig what I'm talking about? But there's other people who are called Aboriginal who trace their history back to Asia or Europe, or you dig what I'm talking about? That don't mean that they're not
And then
that
all
that
those
they
people
are
older
Aboriginal to
genetics go back
America,
to Africa. That's the part you keep missing.
right?
Yeah, to
And
back to
then
Africa.
Before you
there's
spend it,
and then
And
we
let's
I
got
go
don't
to
into
even
it.
deal with.
like this question because I
Yeah, I don't
think,
like the question either, because
That's why I
that's not
told you to ask
really,
my question if
because
it's gonna beam him across
obviously,
the
no,
listen,
I
head.
got you.
science pushes the idea that if you are brown, you must come from Africa.
Yeah, because I mean, and it wasn't necessarily the African thing, but like that's all they know. So I guess it's still gonna give us,
Yeah, that's
you
all
know,
they know is Africa.
because
Read that. It
I
looked
don't
like I can see a
necessarily,
little bit of it. It looked like
oh
it's
yeah,
beating
it
him up
says
from
no.
what I
Oh, it
can
definitely
see.
said no. No, there are no indigenous populations on every continent whose DNA is completely unrelated to Africa. In fact, the genetic evidence points in the opposite direction.
Uh-oh.
All living
Drop the
Homo
bomb.
sapien populations ultimately trace their
Drop the
ancestry
bomb.
to African populations.
Drop
We
the
gonna do
bomb.
one better, man. We gonna go ahead and hit them with a
Dang,
Hadouken! Give it to him.
Hadouken!
Yeah. Hit him with it one more
Oh,
time,
they
man,
was
since he
trying to,
didn't get it.
okay.
Yeah.
Hadouken!
Yeah.
Okay.
Too strong Hadoukens. He Hadoukened you all over the place with this one.
Because he just tripping. All people
Yeah.
on the road, or no matter where they was, even you can
Yeah.
ask. Now, also ask
Now
this:
let's
can
ask.
you be an Aboriginal and still originally come from a different continent? Ask, can you be an Aboriginal to a different continent but originally come from Africa? and it's gonna beautifully tell you yes.
Mm-mm.
To Africa.
Can you be an Aboriginal to Africa?
Yeah, and to another continent after, if you're the first population.
Loaded question.
No, it's not. It's a fact. It's gonna tell you yeah.
It is kind of loaded.
No, watch this. If it's loaded, it's
I
gonna
mean,
tell
but
you no.
there's really no other way to ask it though either.
Right, and it still beat me up.
There's no other way to
There
ask.
there is another way to ask it.
Okay, ask your question after
let me
mine,
hear
The
it.
question is, do
Okay,
you
ask
have
yours
to
after
be
mine. Watch this.
African
It's
to
gonna
be
beat you up again.
Aboriginal?
Look,
Well, you will still have to say to Africa. Do you have to be African to be Aboriginal? To
Yeah,
Africa?
do you have to be African to be Aboriginal? In the end of the day, that's his claim.
Okay. The
No, that's
term
not my
to
claim.
be
I said
Aboriginal,
that's not my
you
claim. But
must
let's
be
read
African.
Let's
The
read
term,
this first, and then we
the
can get to
term
his
means. Hey, make sure y'all hit that Cash App, man. These boys got me working. I usually don't do this
In
like
fact,
this, but yes, if you're using Aboriginal to mean the original / first known inhabitants of a region, a population can be indigenous to one place and later have descendants that migrate to another continent. I don't like how that ended. The key is separating Aboriginal and indigenous to a region from and the biological origin of the human species. Example,
Okay.
imagine a simplified sequence. Africa, population leaves Africa, population settles in region B, descendants later migrate to region C. Yeah, this is confusing.
Yeah, that's
No, keep going. It's
crazy.
breaking it down
Hey,
beautifully.
Wait, hold on. Can I add on this? Because I think I can break it down in more simpler terms than what you're reading.
And
Because
when
I
you
see
done, can you share my screen?
Yes, sir.
what I believe that's what you guys should pull up is the migration map. Pull up the archaeological, anthropologic, scholastically migration map, and you'll see where all of these people, where all humans migrated from Africa and the regions they went into, right? And how some of them came back to Africa. Those people who migrated. Hold on.
Wait, real quick.
Those people who migrated.
Go ahead.
Those people who migrated. Some people will write that those people are aboriginal to those places they migrated, right? Like the people who migrated to Australia, right? People who migrated to South America, North America, across the Tongan Islands, and all of that. Human beings migrated to all those places from Africa. Now, you could claim that when those people got to those places, they're aboriginal to those places. But what you just read told you that exactly what I just said. They started in Africa. And some people, when they follow the migration and those people settle into those places for thousands of years, they label those people Aboriginal. But that doesn't mean that they sprouted up from that place. What it means is they migrated there and settled in for thousands of years and became a different people through ethnogenesis.
Let me lay this behind you, right? If you're the first population somewhere, say we Africans still on the continent, and we migrate across the water to Europe. Once we've been in Europe for so many years and we set down roots, right? And we will then become the indigenous population there, which will also make you the Aboriginal group there, because there's no other people there but you guys. So you are the Aboriginal group on that land. And if anybody else come there after you, they the second group, right? They're not Aboriginals. They will become immigrants, and then their kids will be native. But when you're the first population, it don't matter where you come from first. You are the Aboriginals on that land.
Well,
that's how
to
that
be
works.
the first population, you'd have to prove that.
Well,
I'm just saying it's an assumption. You know what I mean?
It's not an assumption. Hold on,
Seven. Because I just proved that the early Africans were the first group of Africans in Eurasia, and they became it just told you that they became the ancient Asians, and that they back migrated to Africa, and that's how the gene flow came back through the people that had it. So we just proved that to you.
Well, not only that, not only that, there's a body of evidence that has been collected by archaeologists and anthropologists, and they actually created a migration map.
Yeah,
what evidence? Wait, I'm about to say that. What evidence do you have to contrary that? Give me some hardcore tested evidence to contrary the migration. Show me the fossil bones of those places that people sprouted up. Show me the language that sprouted up from that place without being connected to Africa. That proof is bared on you because they already provided it.
Well,
you need to provide yours.
Okay, well, simply like he brought up that migration map. You know, one thing the migration map shows is that people migrated from Siberia, right? And many times they try to claim that these Siberian people are the indigenous people of America.
They got genetic
It's a falsehood, and what's already been debunked. And I'm looking for my.
They got
I'm looking for my.
prove it.
Well, his name is Ellerslev.
Do I gotta give you another primary?
He's I'm trying to find it right now.
No, I said, do I gotta give you another
and
one?
then hold on, his name
is
Ellerslev Willisley, and he is a geologist and a climatologist from Russia, and he said, regardless to how you first of all the passing of the Bering Strait was an impossibility. And he said, regardless to who you believe the people is, and regardless to how you believe they got there, they didn't get there through the Bering Strait. So the whole idea that that this out of Africa theory is just being shot in the head by its own ideology, that people migrated from Asia through the Bering Strait. So,
one scholar can have an opinion, but when you're talking about issues like this, you have to look at the consensus. And when you bring out one scholar to battle the consensus, you lose, especially if that scholar doesn't have a strong enough argument to contend with the consensual view, the tested, peer-reviewed information.
Yeah, this already done. It's already peer-reviewed.
But that's one scholar. What is the consensus on migration?
The consensus is that he's correct.
Let me ask you a question. What is the consensus on the migration map?
That it's incorrect.
That is not the consensus.
Yeah, that is the consensus.
That is not the consensus.
Revised.
Type it up.
It's been revised. They got a whole.
What the consensus is? Well, let's check. You said that's not it. Let's check and see.
Yeah, so it's been revised.
Is that the map is not true?
Yeah. Hold on. It's been revised because they don't do the Bering Strait thing anymore. They say they came across on these little marshy, kelp beds. That's the whole new thing now. And but then you got other people that are showing Southeast Asian influence in South America and stuff. So it's going against many of the ideologies of the early dispersion, man.
That boy be making.
Yeah, I need for you to show that a revision debunked the map. I need you to show that that map is no longer consensus. You're making a claim, so show us what there's no consensus of what a migration map is.
Hold on,
I just put two primaries in the back chat for the Siberians. If you want to pull that up and put it in the chat too, and you can show that they were the actual first indigenous population here on these lands.
Guess what a Siberian is in American?
What is it?
It's a Siberian. It's an Asian.
You know those people was here before they called this land America?
No, they wasn't.
I was just about to say those.
We brought them.
So you telling me
they primarily start coming here in 1806.
If you saying there was no people here, then you saying Christopher Columbus actually discovered this land?
I'm saying he saw niggas here. He didn't see them.
You said it wasn't nobody here though.
I know. I said it. We was here.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Remember, I told you I'm Aboriginal.
Well,
I'm from here. That's the whole point. You was trying to get me to prove.
Well, you can't prove that. That's funny. I hear your claim though.
Yeah, I'm just saying Africans don't even become Africans till they come to America.
You could take the name African from them if you want to.
Yeah, I mean they don't have
the
it.
Europeans came up with.
They don't use it.
Hold on. But we know that
that's
they have
a lie.
indigenous. Hold on, we know they have indigenous. Hold on, we know they have indigenous tribal names that they called themselves.
Yes,
and those people that called themselves those indigenous tribal names were still on that same landmass that is now called Africa
calling
today.
Themselves African.
Don't matter. They were still there.
Yeah, I'm just saying
Just
they
like
become.
what he's saying is
people
just
wasn't calling themselves Americans, but
they
they
become
were still
black
here.
when they come here too.
But you're wrong that they don't refer to themselves African. First of all people
No, he's
around the
talking about
planet.
before the term was created.
Okay. Well, yeah. It's crazy to say something like that.
Right.
I mean,
That's like
you're
trying
making
to take our said.
anachronistic claims. You're making claims about
That's what he's
today
been doing all night.
in the past. You can't do that.
Show me
He's been doing
who's
that all
calling
night,
themselves
or all
African.
morning, I should say.
There's so African people in Africa don't refer to themselves as African in 2026.
Today they do.
Okay, so because Africa is not a word that was in use in the time that you're speaking. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah,
why would they refer to a term that didn't exist yet?
Yeah, because it's been applied to them.
But all terms have been applied to people
just like
relative to their time.
Term that been applied to you, but it doesn't mean that's who you are. Just like
It's
color was
it's
a
funny you want to call
applied
himself
to
an
you, but it doesn't
Aboriginal
mean
though,
to you
but that name
who you
didn't
are.
exist.
That's
the name
African.
Aboriginal didn't exist
One
back
mic,
then
gentlemen.
either, though.
Continent of Africa. They called if you're from the area of Nigeria, they call themselves Nigerian or Ipa.
No, they didn't, because that's a European name.
Or something
See,
to that.
you
to
killing
that
yourself
term,
now.
right? I'm talking about today.
Real quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
All right. Now,
Back to you, gentlemen.
all right. So now, if you would be so kind as to pull those two primaries up on the Native American people or indigenous people that came.
We're not Native Americans, brother.
We ain't talking about you because we know you.
Oh,
you
yeah,
African.
okay, yeah.
You African.
Native
So
Americans
of course we
come
ain't
from
talking about
Siberia.
you. You African. So we ain't talking about you. We talking about the real indigenous.
Right, we talking about the
people to America.
Siberians.
Yeah, the real indigenous.
Yeah, not Americans.
Yeah. Because it's funny that they was trying to use the Luzia woman at first to try to say she was black and all that until niggas did genetic studies in there. All that shit got shut down.
You saying they did a genetic study on Luzia?
They did it on the surrounding bodies that they found that they can find.
Yeah, man, who 8,000 years younger and not generally even connected.
And they found that they were still in the same lineage.
and they the distance from Detroit to Memphis. They found the bodies different. And they 8,000 years
younger.
younger.
Still can't debunk the fact that all of those people came
they're not
from
even the same people.
And you still can't debunk the fact that them people
Yeah,
came
they're
from
not the
across
same
that
people.
ice.
Luzio is not Luzia.
I didn't say Luzio.
Yeah, well, Luzio is who they
why
tested.
you bringing that up? I didn't say that.
Luzio is who they tested. They never tested.
All right, just when we bring up the records, we're gonna see who those people
They
is.
never tested
because I guarantee
ever.
you, when they test Black Americans, they don't find that your genetics.
Do you know
was
what
indigenous
panel they
here.
test Black Americans against? Do you know the name of the person?
What's the name?
Right, you should look this up. He was a mixed European. Hold on, he was a mixed European and African, and they're claiming that indigenous Americans would be kin to him, and they run our blood to next to his panel and wonder why we don't find any African.
What do you say to African ancestry that don't do no Europeans and still connect African Americans through African?
I'm just saying, pull that up because once we, I'm not scared of DNA. I love DNA because in DNA, right? What part of DNA is, and if you pull up any of the sites, right, there's going to have a part where it says science, right, and what was actually detected and found And what people never do, they always show you the little estimate, the guesstimate that they give you, but they never go to the DNA that was actually found in by the
Well,
science.
you know, it's crazy.
And
You
what
haven't
it don't
showed us
ever
one
say
source
is
that
with
you was
all this
correct on tonight
African,
or this morning.
especially for melanated Americans, they never seem to find that African genetic that they trying to tell you that you are.
Well, you haven't proved yourself right with one source yet so far. You've been getting
He
beat
hasn't
across the
even
head.
pulled up the consensus that he spoke about earlier.
I know.
You see, people like him, they talk, and then when information is presented to them, they talk around that. And then when it's time for them to present the information, then they talk to they talk
So when
to obfuscate themselves from presenting. And now he's talking over me. You guys been talking. I haven't even been able to speak without interruption. But now this brother want to interrupt me because he's been exposed of being sourceless, of having a weak argument, and now he wants to be disruptive. I think, brother, what you need to do is do a little bit more study and come up with a more sound argument for you. But you're gonna have difficulties in that because the facts are gonna break up your narrative. And the real thing is you need to just be honest and acknowledge truth and facts, and don't live in a land where you want to believe something, because belief is, although it's powerful, it can also lead you down a road of ignorance.
Hey, you gotta get that Yoda flame too.
Yeah,
cause we flaming niggas over here, man. You gotta
I'm down here. Get the fire sound. Some fire
gotta get
sounds.
that Yoda flame, cause we flaming niggas.
Oh, okay,
man.
I got you. I'll get that for you. Just so we all come over here.
I'll come over here and build with you more, brother.
You gotta get the homie don't play that. You gotta get the homie don't play that. If you want what for us? I was just saying, just to add to that, get that Yoda flame, you know.
I got you.
But he still ain't showed us a source that prove what he said yet. I'm waiting. I'd have gave
doing a lot of talking.
I'd have gave 4 primaries already, actually.
If I was at home, because I'm working right now, I'd be on my computer showing some sources as well.
Worry. I've been beating him up since 1 this morning, man. I've been having fun over here. I couldn't sleep. I found it live. I said, let me go beat somebody up. They was double teaming me at first, so they was feeling good. You know, they thought they was doing something. That's why I said anybody to watch it back and check what I was saying, they won't see that these niggas was just capping. So I wasn't worried about them jumping me and all that. I stayed here. They got put in the back a lot. It still stayed, so I can come back.
I got off work
knock them across the head again. Because see, I got somebody that was being fair, that was going to actually show what I was asking. They was making claims, and they would pull up their chat, and I would tell them to ask this question specifically, and they would never ask. They were saying that the out of Africa theory is just a theory. I told them that it's a scientific theory that's built on a body of facts. They didn't want to look that up. They try to argue that, they got debunked because they said that it wasn't a single linear line and that got debunked. And I told them, I said, I agree with that, because when they was doing the research, they found that all people didn't come from one lineage. They found that it was multiple hominids on the continent of Africa that we all share lineage with. And that's why the singular population line got debunked. Not the whole theory. He tried to claim that the whole theory is debunked and that they got 5 out of Africa theories, he said. He was saying some wild shit.
But that's when you're not doing proper researching. You're researching to support your narrative. You're not researching to find the truth.
I know. Remember when I told you I was over here beating up some people on the Ladinos and the Bazales? That was him I was beating up. This is his second beat up he done got from me. This is second lump.
Hello.
We hear you, whoever that is. We hear you.
Oh yeah, that's Oli. You know who it is.
I don't. I can't see who's talking.
Just like you said. Just like you said. I'm glad you said that. Like everyone said when he came in, it seems that you was on the ropes. That was the second round. He conceded the 3 points that I was making. Just like he just said a while ago. He said he agreed with that. That point that he was talking about was the first point we was arguing. Now what happened after that, I don't know. But he was the punching bag earlier. So let's make sure we get that
3 points if you only told us about one.
You only just told about one.
But you just claimed that I conceded to 3. So why won't you tell us the other 2?
Well, I don't need to tell you the other two because I wasn't trying to tell you the other two. I was talking about you conceding to the point that you just agreed with.
The point that I
But anyway, the
conceded to
point
is
that you
just a
could,
scientific
hey,
fact.
long as you know
can't
you
argue
conceded,
against.
long as you know you
No, look,
conceded,
the thing is you
no,
can't argue
look,
against. Okay,
long
I
as you
heard
know
you
you
said it 3
conceded.
times. You said
So
it
we
3 times.
skipped,
I
and then
repeated
we
for you.
switch, and
Now,
then we switch topics. So that's the
but
point
you
he
don't
got
want to
beat
talk
up
about
on.
those topics. I just
The
asked
point,
you to discuss those two.
those weren't
You
the
don't
point.
you didn't
Those
want
weren't
to.
the point.
So
You know what I
Those weren't
mean?
the
They
topics
was
that I
over
was
there. They
trying to
over
do.
there giggling. Hold
so now
on.
watch this.
They over there
That's how
giggling.
you punch on.
When I
Let me
did
pull up. Let
concede
me
to
pull
that
up
point,
this source. I've been
hold on, I
punching
was
on old
talking,
boy
bro. Why
all
y'all
night.
trying to bully over me
I
now?
don't even know
Now,
this other dude, but I guess I
agree
gotta
with
show
your
him up
point,
too.
when I did agree with your point, it's because it's just a scientific fact. I never
That's
argued
called a
against
concession.
them. Hold on. I never argued against that it was a one linear thing. I wouldn't even argue that. I
It's called a
understand that it was
concession.
never one lineage of people that we all come from. I understand the out of Africa theory and that it was multiple hominids. So of course I'm going to agree with that. Why would I argue against that? That's like a mute point for you to even say that. That's something anybody would agree with if you actually understand science. You couldn't
Why
sit
would
here
you
and
have? Why did
argue.
you have to
Yeah,
agree?
hold on, let me
Why did you
finish,
have
man.
to agree
Take
with it?
notes. Let me finish. Take notes. Now you couldn't argue that we all come from one lineage when the actual study
never
itself
tried.
showed that it don't. You would
Never
just be
tried to.
making that up on your own and just forcing
Never
a
tried
lie.
to.
Like, why would I
Never
argue
tried to.
against that? It's
You
crazy.
wouldn't.
So why would you
You
try
did.
to say I conceded to what you
You did.
said as if
You
I
conceded
already
3
just didn't
points.
agree with the
As I
study?
said,
I didn't
you bet.
concede to what you said because I
You
was never
conceded.
arguing against it. I just
Long as you
agreed with the
conceded to,
study.
that's
No,
what you're
I
saying
didn't
now.
concede to
You
what you said
conceded.
because I
You
never argued
conceded.
against it. I just agree
You
with the study. And you trying
you
to make it
conceded.
sound like I was arguing against it as if
Are
you
you
made a
done?
point that I
Are you
already didn't
finished
agree
yet?
with. That's
Yeah, because
weird.
you was in here lying before I came back in here. Are you
Anybody can run
finished?
it back. I
Are
ain't
you
told one
finished?
lie.
Are you finished yet?
No, I'm still busting heads.
Well, he stepped out the ring just like you did when you conceded them 3, and
I
then
ain't
we
never
switched the
step
point.
out.
Yes, I
Y'all
know
put
you
me in the
didn't.
back.
I know you
I
didn't.
never left.
I know you didn't.
I never left.
You
Y'all
was
put me in the
done.
back.
I was done. The bell rung. The round was over. We went to a different
Y'all
point that you
left.
start
You
arguing.
left.
No,
I stayed the whole
you didn't
time.
have your mouthpiece after I punched you.
Bro, y'all was trying to overtalk
You
me and y'all was
no,
putting
we
me in the
wasn't.
back.
You got
Y'all
beat up.
made me
Tell
submit
them.
to stop
Tell
talking
them the
so that
truth.
I
You
didn't
just
get put in
conceded.
the back.
I ain't gonna even argue with you because you already said.
Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers.
Everybody understand how it works when you on somebody's
I take
panel and they use their
I take
power
the
against
concession.
you so that you can't
Let's
talk.
move it
That's
along. We're
how
gonna
y'all.
move this along.
Hold on,
Cosmon, you
let me
got a
just finish
screen
this.
share?
Let me
Yeah,
just finish this.
please.
I ain't gonna take no more
You
than
know what
10
I mean? I
seconds.
just wanted to debunk
Everybody
this
know
whole
how it is
thing.
when you on
You
somebody
dig
else
what I'm
Hold
panel.
on, hold on, homie. Let's let Cosmon go. Let's switch the energy for a second and
I
move it
was
around.
already in
Yeah,
the
you
middle of
dig
it.
what
I
I'm
said just
talking
give me
about?
10
Don't nobody want to
seconds.
hear that
It's
shit.
all
We moving on. We
gravy,
moving on.
man. It's trust me, it's all love,
I've been
man. We
whooping
know how
them
this
up. I
go
guess
every
they gotta
day.
say something.
We,
I guess.
you
Go
know,
ahead.
if sometimes stuff just best move on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man, you
just
conceded.
Cosmon, it's on you. You got a screen share. It's not sharing though. Sorry about that. There
you go. Now look, they were so gung ho on this, walking across this ice corridor. You dig what I'm talking about? But I'm sorry, they make the same mistake that most of the people who regurgitate other incorrect ideas. They never take into account when, right? So when was it possible for this to happen? And was it even possible? And what the science is proving is you're wrong, and so is your migration map, sir. New study has challenged the popular theory that the first ice age humans who migrated to North America arrived by land bridge connecting Siberia to Alaska. Hold on, let's drop down here. Evolutionary geneticist Eski Willerslev, however, believed there was one aspect of the conventional theory that required further investigation. What nobody has looked at is when the corridor became biologically viable, says Willerslev, director of the Center for Geogenetics at the University of Copenhagen. When could they actually have survived the long and difficult journey through it? A pioneer in the study of ancient DNA who led the first successful sequencing of an ancient human genome, Willerslev specializes in extracting ancient plant and animal DNA from sediments to reconstruct ancient history. According to a recent profile in New York Times, Willerslev and his colleagues have published a series of studies that have fundamentally changed how we think about human history. and a new study published in the Journal of Nature, co-authored by Willerslev, may lead to a rethinking of how Ice Age humans first arrived in North America. Right? The study's international team of research traveled the dead of winter to the Peace River Basin in Western Canada, a spot that, based on geological evidence, was among the last segments along the 1,000-mile corridor to become free of ice and passable. At the crucial choke point along the migration path, the research team took 9 sediment cores from the bottoms of the British Columbia Charlie Lake at Alberta Spring Lake, remnants of a glacial lake that formed as a Laurentide ice sheet began to retreat between 15,000 and 13,500 years ago, right? So let's just drop down a little bit, right? The bottom line is, right, is that this is what Willerslev said. The bottom line is that even though the physical corridor was opened by 13,000 years ago, it was several hundred years before it was possible to use it. Willerslev says that means that the first people, or what they claim was the first people entering what is now the U.S., Central and South America, must have taken a different route. Whether you believe these people were Clovis or someone else, they simply could not have come through the corridor as long claimed. There is compelling evidence that Clovis was preceded by an earlier and possibly separate population like Lucia would have been from, right? Lucia would have been from an earlier population than Clovis, right? They call them Amerindians, whatever. There's compelling evidence that Clovis was preceded by an earlier and possibly separate population, but either way, the first people to reach the Americas in the Ice Age times would have found the corridor itself impassable, adds study co-author David Meltzer, an archaeologist from Southern Methodist University. So you did what I'm saying? Yeah, that it's rewriting everything that we thought we knew. You know what I mean?
Did you just comprehend what you read, brother?
I sure did. Did you?
It didn't say what you claimed. You claimed that they that the map had been debunked, and this source was going to prove that the debunction of the map. It didn't say nothing about debunking.
Yeah, it doesn't have to say the
migration
map.
map.
The theory, hold on. If the theory that produces the map is debunked, well, guess what's wrong with the map?
The theory wasn't debunked. That was one scientist's opinion. If you read the article says one scholar says that he captures the popular women. Hold on, the popular theory. So there's already the popular theory is the consensus. It didn't say he debunked the consensus, and now what he says is the consensus. You're citing a source and making a poor argument, and the source is not supporting your argument. It didn't debunk the migration map.
Listen, it actually does, and the people see it. The bottom line is, even though that the physical corridor was open 13,000 years ago, it was several thousand.
But but look at, he's also giving you a theory. He's not showing you no evidence. He's telling you what could be. That's why it's not consensus.
This is old news.
But you're missing the point of the article. The article did not debunk the migration map.
It does.
It didn't do what you wanted it to do.
Yeah, I mean,
okay. You keep claiming that it does, but the article doesn't say it does.
You haven't showed it was real ever. Right?
What do you,
since this
the article tells you there's a popular view from the
whole theory.
The article tells you the popular view.
I don't care how you think
the migration patterns, brother.
Get there through no ice bridge.
The argument is, you're missing what the article is saying. Your comprehension is very poor. It's unfortunate that you can't even read an article and understand what it's saying because you want it to fit your narrative.
You're getting punched on with your homeboy.
I'm not getting punched on at all.
And listen, and what I've noticed is both of y'all doing a lot of emotional
I'm still pretty.
Because
I'm still pretty in here.
Thing that I've done
you ain't landed not one blow.
Is force up everything that I've said.
So I haven't.
Right, you didn't even know this existed. This is a decade old.
I said.
And
This
I
is
gave
a
primary
decade.
sources.
And I told you they had to
I didn't challenge anything that you said in that article. I didn't challenge anything. The only
It
thing that
don't
I
matter.
challenged that it did
Challenge him.
not
I didn't say
debunk
nothing.
the consensus. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
So don't
Consensus
try to
is
create
that
a
they didn't
narrative
walk
of what
over
I
here.
didn't know because I didn't tell you what I know.
Yeah, it
Only
don't
thing I
matter.
told you that I
It don't
knew
matter what
is
you
that
know.
you
You didn't know
didn't.
this.
Only thing I
You
told
didn't
you
know
that I
The
knew
fact
is that you
is
did
you
not
didn't know
prove
this, and you were
that it
arguing from a point of
debunked
ignorance,
the
like you are
migration
right
map.
now.
You didn't do
You're in
that.
a pit of
And now you're
cognitive
talking over me.
dissonance,
I let
arguing
you
from a
talk,
point of ignorance.
but brother, I
Right?
let you talk and you presented your
Brother,
information.
you haven't
I didn't
let me
interrupt
talk.
you.
You haven't.
But
You
now
did.
you want to talk over me because it's hurting you so bad. It's hurting you so bad. You
He
can't
did let
stand
you read
to
your
hear me
whole
talk
article,
for
and he didn't
30
say nothing.
seconds. For 30 seconds, you can't even let me talk because you getting cut so bad, right?
Wait, can you put that back up there? I got some sources that I want you to run through there, man, to prove that the indigenous people from Siberia, and I got a 2026 source to show you that the Outer Africa theory is still current and going in 2026 from
a whole
July.
new version of it.
From
Yes,
July.
indeed.
No, it's the
Indeed.
same theory. It's
No,
not
it's
theory
not,
number 1,
brother.
2, or
It's
3, or
not.
4.
It's not. We proved that it's
You
not the same
tripping.
thing. Remember 1 and 2 have already been debunked.
It's
So
the
how is it
same theory. It's just continuously being
it's
tested. What are
just
y'all
being
talking about?
reworked and reprocessed every time they figure out they're wrong.
Science
That's
always
what theory,
keep reworking
scientific
shit. That's what
theory
science do.
That's what science
will
does,
change when
but
the
it hasn't given us
information
proof
change.
that anybody.
Yeah,
That's what
It
science
hasn't given
do.
us
It
proof that
updates the
everybody.
information.
It hasn't given us proof that everybody in the world is African, sir.
Host, can you pull up the primaries that
That's
I
what
put in
it
the back?
hasn't
You can
done.
either pull up the
That's just the
Siberian one
It
theory.
shows
or the one that shows
it
the Outer
shows
Africa
more
theory is
evidence
still
that
current.
that is true than what you have presented. You haven't presented enough compelling evidence to show opposite. You over here telling me what they didn't prove.
I showed compelling evidence
give us
that
no
your out of Africa
primaries. He
theory,
gave us
which includes,
secondhand,
hold on 1 second, your out of
objective,
Africa theory includes the Siberian
opinions.
crossing, right? Debunked.
That's not a primary.
It does. It
That's not a
debunks it, and it
primary.
is a primary.
That's a
It's from the dude
secondhand.
who did it,
It's a
right? He
secondhand.
did the study. You dig what I'm talking about? He from Copenhagen. He really does this. Y'all just talking and y'all hurt because you're getting punched
How
on
I'm just talking.
by somebody. Hold on, this information is a
decade.
decade. Hold on 1 second. This information is
I'm
a
about to pull the
decade
timer out
old,
for y'all.
and y'all didn't know this. It's a decade.
Well, yeah,
old,
he
and
wants
y'all
to just
didn't know
talk
this.
and talk and talk, but he ain't proving nothing.
I
And he
already
keeps saying
proved
that he's proving it, but he ain't showing
Already
it.
proved it. Already
You
showed
did not
it.
prove it.
Your
You
eye
did
is
not.
black. You can't see it.
His source did not address nothing
Your eye
7
is black. You can't see it. Yeah, you
Your
can't
source
But
see
he
it.
wants to talk his
nothing
way
he
around it,
said.
though.
Right now.
He wants to say, yeah, it did.
My
Yeah, it
jab
did.
is nice. I got a
His
real
source
nice
didn't
jab.
address nothing you said. I don't see
Keep
how
you
he
up
beat
off
you up
me.
with. That's
You dig what
wild.
I'm talking about? I just
It's
debunked your whole
hilarious.
out of Africa theory. Listen, if one part of your out of Africa theory is incorrect, I'm assuming all of it's incorrect.
That's an assumption. Like you
Right.
just
None of it
said.
is incorrect. You didn't prove nothing
It
incorrect.
is. It is.
You just assume
the
when you
Bering
assume,
crossing,
you make
the
an
Bering
ass of
Strait
yourself,
crossing is
man. You should
incorrect.
know that. When you assume, you make an ass of yourself. You should be old enough to know that.
Nope. It make
That's
an
why
ass
you
out
still
of you
doing it
first.
then, because you still don't
Real
know.
quick,
That's why
we
you still
have
making them mistakes.
Real quick, we have Omar Muhammad to the stage and Babylon Don to the stage. Let's pass it around one time.
Yeah,
I think
salute,
we
man. Hey,
had
look, I gotta
Babylon
get up
Don
out
up
of
here
here anyway,
first.
y'all. Hey, A1, you could do something for me real quick, bro?
What's up?
Hey, man, breathe in, let that light in, y'all, man. I'm Cosmon. I gotta shoot up out of here, y'all. Peace.
Peace. Yeah, he got to go
Had to run him off the block. We had to run him off the block.
He gonna show up tomorrow with a sling on his arm.
He did the same thing when I beat him up on the Bozales and the Ladinos. He was trying to tell me Ladinos are Symphonic Jews and all that. And I tried to tell him it's two separate Ladinos, the actual Ladino people and the Africans that are being called Ladinos. He was trying to make them synonymous and be the same people. He didn't want to separate it. But we pulled up the records and bust him all across his head. Now he got beat up twice.
And that article, it had questions, but the article clearly did not outline, it debunked the migration theory or the out of Africa theory. It's just ridiculous for him to use that and try to craft a narrative to prove his point.
His
It
source
shows
was
poor
talking about
scholarship.
indigenous people from Siberia. It didn't talk about Africans at all, that I heard.
He jabbed his way on up out of there. That's for sure.
Talking about he got a nice jab.
Yeah. He was throwing punches the whole way out.
He was punching himself in his face. That's what he was doing.
Was throwing feathers the whole way out.
Fighting for his life over here.
Omar, man, you don't want to say nothing. You don't want to get beat up over here, Omar, man.
Oh man, peace to my brother Omar. That's my brother. Leave my brother alone.
That's my boy, but we beat him up everywhere.
Nah, I'm gonna protect my brother Omar. That's my brother.
That's my boy.
It's on Babylon Down first. Let's let Babylon Down go first, real quick. Babylon was up here first. Go ahead, Babylon.
Well, no,
quick.
I don't know if you want to let me go first because I gotta go back to sleep, man.
Go ahead. He ain't come off.
Yeah,
mute,
yeah. I had got up and I had it on your channel before I went to sleep. Y'all still going. My thing it rung. I had to get up and take my medicine, and then I just heard y'all brothers kind of talking a little bit. But I did hear something. I just want to quickly address it. I just noticed how people use the scientific, the consensus, and I notice how people use that when it benefit them, and then when it don't benefit them, they never bring up the consensus. So I just want people to be more consistent, because, like I said, you can't use a consensus because it benefits your argument one day, and then a week later, 2 weeks later, you in a different conversation, and somebody hits you with what the scientific consensus say, but then now it's not good enough. You don't want to accept it. But 2 weeks ago with another subject, now you want to accept the consensus. And I'm gonna give a good example. I hate to move the goalposts because I think what those brothers was talking about was, did something originate somewhere in Africa, or does every landmass has its own indigenous person or being or whatever, you know what I mean? So to give a demonstration on what I'm talking about, during the whole Jabari and the Reggie thing. Now, the scientific consensus is out. Now, I'm not talking about what I think, what Jabari think, what Reggie think. When it comes to the ancient Kemetic people, when it comes to the Netchers and the Netzeru, what the consensus say is that those people actually thought that they were literal and real. That's what the consensus say.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what I find. This is why I brought it up. During this conversation, I was kind of going in and out of my sleep too while I was waiting. While I was waiting for my turn. I just heard people. Oh, I think it might have been my good brother Seven Asar, because that voice is very detailed. You know what I'm saying? I always joke around with the good brother, but my thing is, like I said, during that whole thing, during a lot of those conversations, I believe maybe once or twice during that whole month of the debate, all the side conversations, Reggie doing his own thing, his own, show, Brother Jabari doing his own thing. But like I said, that is the consensus. But now all of a sudden, the consensus 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, the consensus wasn't good enough. But for if the ancient Kemetic people actually thought that the Netters were literal and real, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, the scientific consensus wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough. But now all of a sudden, to debunk what Kyle's was talking about, now we can ironically use what the consensus say. Because now the consensus stands in your favor, and now somebody want to mention it. So I just think we need to be more genuine across the board. We can't use a consensus one day when a consensus agrees with us, and then conveniently a month later, now the consensus don't agree with you in whatever topic it may be. Now, you either don't want to mention it or you disagree with the consensus. So I just want brothers to be more. That's why whenever I'm holding conversations, things like that, I never say, well, what I like. Nobody has ever just called me out there saying, well, this is what the consensus say to prove my point. I just gather the evidence, let the evidence ride, and leave it at that. I don't ever say, well, the consensus agrees with me on this point and that point, because depending on the subject, as we move and we rotate through different subjects, there's sometimes the scientists, the consensus agree with me, and there's sometimes it don't. So I just can't pick and choose and elaborate, because one day it agrees, and the next time, depending on the conversation, it disagrees. So let's just be more precise. It's either no matter what the conversation is, the scientific consensus always hold weight over independent thought and independent research, or it has to be, you know what? Who cares what the scientific consensus think? You drop your information, I drop your information, and let's see which makes more more common sense. But that's all I just want to say.
Please,
of course,
let
shout
me
out to my
respond
good
to that.
brother.
Hold on, I
Hold
had my
on.
hand up the whole time. I want to beat him up first.
Of course, it's always love and respect. My good brother Asar 7. He's a good brother. I like the brother. We have the little disagreements, but genuinely, he's a good brother. I really have no gripe against him.
Yes, sir.
I think I probably dialogued a few times with Kim Netter. He is solid, and he a good brother too. So I don't have no ill will against the brothers, man. I just want to kind of say that. Like I said, I didn't hear the whole conversation. I was catching bits and pieces of it, and
better get you, boy.
but I mean, but for the most part, it kind of sounds like the information. The thing is that Kim Netter really didn't need the scientific consensus to back him up, because his standpoint made more sense. And then once he pulled that article, I understood the first time when he pulled the article what the article actually meant. But A1 did his due diligence, because he said, yo, I want to listen to learn. Which once Kim Netter started breaking it down, A1 was like, oh, that's what it means. So on this one, I kind of sway toward Kim Netter, especially once he brought out the article. I mean, it deaded everything.
I'm gonna beat you up real quick.
You know what I mean? But before I let you cook, hold on. Before I let you cook, I understand where Kaz is coming from, because where Kaz is coming from, he's saying what a lot of researchers and new evidence is actually saying, to lead a revolution to debunk this, to debunk the something straight crossing or whatever, if I'm not mistaken. So there's nothing wrong with thinking out the box or grabbing sources that kind of push the evolution of information, by the way. But that's all I just want to say, brothers. Thanks for giving me the floor.
Okay. So now I gotta go back where you started with the debate, right? Because you said that the people believed, and you used the census to say that people be using the census when they agree with them, and when they don't agree with them, they don't use it. In this debate, it had nothing to do with what the people believe. The title was, are the netters literal? Not if the people of Kemet believed it, not if the writers who wrote the scripts believe it, none of that. It just asks flat out the question, are they literal? And when you look at the definition of literal, it tells you that it is without exaggeration, and exactly how it's either written or explained is how you're going to see it. And if it's not how you seeing it the way it's written or explained, it's exaggerated, which makes it not literal. And when you talk about it being real, Jabari argued that it's real, because in the definition of real, you have things like existence and things of that nature that do not have to have a physical, tangible body in order for it to be real. And that's why he argued that they're real and not literal, and they're also not actual, because when you talk about things being actual, in the definition of actual, it tells you that it's contemporary with you now, or it's a current fact. So that means it would have to be right now. If it's actual, you should be able to see it right now. So that's why Jabari argued that they're not literal and not actual. So when you look at those two definitions, you'll see that Reggie just lost that debate. And had Reggie would have been standing on his square like Jabari did in that debate when they discussed the title, Jabari explicitly said that I don't want to use the word real in this debate. Reggie agreed. And Reggie didn't like the word literal, but he didn't argue to get rid of the word literal so that they could find a better word to debate where they both would have agreed. Reggie disagreed with literal, and he said himself that I knew he was using a modern word and I was going to use it against him later. And then he argued that he was playing games because he used the modern word and he lost the debate. So Reggie knew what he was doing. He thought it was going to play in his favor, so he didn't say nothing, and he let it slip through so that it can be the title, and he agreed with it. Then when the title beat his ass, he argued that, oh, he's trying to use a modern word to define the ancient people. But you agreed to that modern word as the title of the debate, and it did not ask if the people believed it. So good try, brother.
No. Hold on, brother. I'm not. And I'll be brief because I gotta lay back down. So I'm not fighting that. What I'm saying is, like I said, from the original debate until to about maybe the seven or eight after conversations and shows that they had. So I know what the debate was about, but then it turned into something different, and then a lot of people start asking, well, the
You
hell
know
with
that was after Reggie lost. He tried to change it into
no,
if the people believed it.
I get that.
That's how that
but
conversation changed. I just wanted you to
but
know
like I
that so you
said,
don't just say it changed. I want you to know how.
the majority of the after conversation was, what did the ancient Kemetic people think? Which was different from the debate, and I know that now.
Who brought that to the table?
Listen, if Reggie was smart, that's what they should have agreed on. Because
If he was smart, right?
Because at the end of the day, who cares what I think? Who cares what Reggie think? Who cares what Jabari thinks? What did those people think who created these things? And what did they like I said, the priest and the average Kemetic citizen, what did they think? So I think that should have been the majority of the title, but I mean, who am I? You know what I'm saying? But
let me respond to something you said, Brother Omar, because before you go, I want you to hear this because
go ahead,
I
brother.
believe you've been misinformed. I want to hop on 2 points. The first point is you claim that it was a consensus in the Kemetic community that the Neteru were real, that the Neteru were real and literal, right? That's what you said, right?
No. So no, I said according to the Kemetic people.
That's what I'm saying. You claim that there was a consensus that scholars were saying that the Kemetic people believed that the Neteru were real and literal. That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's
no, that was not the consensus. See, you haven't been in the Kemetic community. I don't know if you're not in the community at all, and you're not really abreast on this information. You really don't know a lot about it. So I'm going to educate you. How we got to if the Neteru are literal is because Tahuti came on Sinetta's show. And he said that the Neteru were literal. And Sinetta said, who's been around Kemetic people for decades, I've never heard a Kemetic person ever say that. Because the consensus wasn't that the Neteru were literal, that there were beings walking around, right? They never considered that. This is where it started. The consensus was that the people believed that the Neteru were real. The word literal, that's why Tahuti wouldn't use the word literal. That's why he didn't debate. Reggie did. Reggie hopped on that English word literal because Tahuti was smart enough to know that you can't use, by the definition of the word literal, you can't use that in the same breath when you're talking about the Neteru, when you're talking about existence, when you're talking about something that's non-imaginary, when you're talking about something that's concrete, when you're talking about something that people feel is tangible. That's what real is. That's how they describe the Neteru. That's how the scholars describe the Neteru. And you can't describe the Neteru without metaphor, without allegory. So by the definition of that English word, they could never be literal. I will argue that the ancient Kemetic people did not believe that the Neteru were literal, but they were real.
Determinatives.
Because literal
really,
means without
go ahead,
exaggeration
brother.
or metaphor, Brother Omar. And even if you talk about venerating a human being, venerating an animal, a plant, a statue on a wall, or an ideogram, they're all surrounded by allegory, even if they're literal
People
things.
didn't believe it either because they had determinatives to distinguish between the two.
Hold on really quick, brothers, because I don't want to get in something circular. I got to lay it down. I'm just going to land my plane here. See, the thing is, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it in an average term to where a little kid can rewind this back and say, oh, I understand, because I'm tired of all the fancy words. What I'm saying, according to the consensus, what the average Kemetic person thought, they really thought that they really believed in these gods had damn dog heads.
You're wrong, Omar, and you can't show no consensus that showed that. You can't show that. You're talking that, but that's what you believe, but you can't prove it.
We can have a conversation.
But I don't want you to assert that that's the consensus, because you haven't shown that it is. I've told you that the consensus was opposite.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Wait a minute. I proved opposite of your attack, because I showed you where this conversation started, Omar. It started with Tahuti. So let's not get it twisted.
Determinative to determine what was literal and what was not. They literally have a stroke in the Kemetic language to let you know when they're talking about something literal. So they had the concept for something that was literal and stuff that was not, which is why they use symbolic shit to represent the netters, right? Or they would have just put the literal stroke on it and said they was literal.
Well, even before they used those determinative, brother, they still contextually in the text showed you when they were talking about divine forces and when they were talking about something literal. So they understood the concepts of something that was real and something that was literal.
All right. I understand. So just to address him, that first of all, he's talking about they had a stroke. No, that was a stroke for people that listen. That was a stroke for the people of royalty to be able to understand. What I'm talking about is listen.
Omar, you don't know this information, brother.
Hold on. So you tell
average Kemetic citizen
let me jump in here. So
the average person was illiterate. What are y'all talking about?
The
average citizen.
Let me jump in here.
I'm talking about the average citizen. The average
people who was dealing with it. We know the average citizens didn't read.
Listen.
And they still didn't think they were
the average
literal.
citizen couldn't even read it. Hold on, just listen. The average citizen couldn't read it. Hold on, let alone had access to even see or access to those texts.
So why would they think they literal when they can never see
it? So hold on. So if I show you a glyph with the middle stroke under the netter,
listen.
Wait,
listen,
but look,
brother.
even if the common people couldn't
y'all
read,
are
they should
making
be
it
able
like
to see the netter in
every
real
Kemetic
life to say
citizen
that it's
could
real,
read
but they never
meta-nature,
seen it
could
either.
write it, to understand it. Like every Kemetic citizen had the Book of the Dead, had the 42 laws, like they had it in their home, like we have things, like we have
So if
access
they don't
to
even
things
have
today.
the literature,
And
how
they
you claiming
didn't,
they think they literal if they don't even have the literature?
Y'all are painting the fantasy, man.
beating yourself up.
Y'all painting the fantasy, bro. Hold on, this is will do, because like I said, I don't want to make it circular, man. I took my medicine, man. I'm getting drowsy again. I gotta get up. I gotta get up in 4 hours. Look.
That's the punches.
Look,
That's the punches.
go ahead and get that
rest, bro, because I'm gonna go ahead and get in.
Look, brothers.
Man, come on, man.
This weekend, this weekend, y'all are more, than welcome to come back on A1. He'll gracefully, and he's always respectful. That's my good brother. Y'all, my good brothers. Both of y'all are more than welcome to come back this weekend, and I'll have more time to dive into it. I'll have some information ready. Hopefully, y'all will have some information ready, and we're not going to debate. What we're going to do is we're gonna have a conversation, and we're going to build.
No,
if
I'm gonna come back at
that's
bam
okay.
bam, nigga, with my goddamn stick, and I'm gonna bust you up, nigga. That's what's gonna happen. You go get that work.
because you're making up stuff, right? If the common people didn't have the text, right, and they couldn't read the text, how could they understand that it's literal, right?
No, that's a
That's
red
false for one.
herring.
That,
All right.
hold on real quick. That's false for one. And then secondly, how could you say the common people believe they literal? If they did, they would have been seeing them throughout the city. They would have been seeing these bird head deities and all these sun head deities and stuff. Nobody's seen none of that to claim it was literal. You're just making stuff up.
No, so that's a red herring. Whether it hit
Thank you.
text or not. Literal pertain to letters, right? That's what the word means. It means letters. So you have
No, it does not.
in Greek. Hold
Literal
on,
does
yes, it
not
does.
mean
Hold on,
letters.
hold on. Shut up, shut
No,
up.
What
let
the
him go.
world?
Let him go. Let him
Let me
go,
finish.
y'all. Even though he
Hey,
wrong.
I
Let me
just
get
want to
this
tell y'all
out.
brothers
So
good
let the
night.
brother
Cause I'm
finish,
finna
man.
get
For real.
hold on, y'all. I just
pass
want
it
to
to
show
You
you,
gotta let the
Babylon.
brother
listen.
finish. Ain't no hold on.
So
Yeah, no, brother, I'm finna go to sleep. So I just want to say, brothers, it's good talking to y'all. Have a good morning or good night, wherever you at. Y'all brothers continue to do y'all thing, and much love, brothers, man. I gotta lay it down. And much respect, A1, man. I love all y'all though. Good night, brothers.
yeah, so
Peace,
literal,
peace,
yeah,
family.
come on, peace to everyone. So look, get that out the way. So look, literal pertains to letter, and etymologically, the word means letter, right? In Greek, it will be grammar. And guess what? In ancient Egyptian, it'll be medu netter. So pertaining to the medu netter is these things exact what it's saying. And
Nah.
pertaining to the meta netter,
Can we
it
get a source
is
on that?
exact how it's saying. Because
Can we
Why
get
you
a
up here
source
trying
on
to
that?
scam us, brother? Why we got a scammer up here trying to
No,
we
scam
can
just
look,
us?
just look
no.
it up.
What
Just
the
give us a
definition of
source.
the word
Brother,
literal?
just
No, can you
listen,
It's
give us a
just look,
ridiculous.
hold on.
primary?
We ain't gotta
Hold
do
on,
the
seven. Hold on,
scamming thing.
seven. Just
We can
can
just
you
look
give
it
us a
up.
primary,
Is the
please?
metal netter? We can say, is the metal netter literal? We can just do that. Because if the metal netter is not literal, you can't read it. Because
You still
those
scamming.
because all those
We
That's
all
understand
that
that the
nonsense.
hard work
language
that
is
the
literal. We're not talking about the
Egyptologists
language. We're
labor to
talking about the
decipher it
forces
means
and the
that all
concepts
that
and the
it means
principles.
something else. So what you thought you knew about the metal netter ain't what we know.
Listen, we
And
understand that the
not only
writing
that, if
is
you open
literal,
up
but we're not
any
talking about the writing. We're
encyclopedia
talking
on
about the
ancient
net to the
Egypt,
rule.
it's going to tell you that
Just
the
let him
gods
finish,
walked the earth.
and then correct him.
Yeah, if you woke up, if you open up any encyclopedia on ancient Egypt, it's going to tell you that the gods walked the earth. Any encyclopedia, this is in a encyclopedia textbooks. It'll tell you this. In
That's wrong because the
the
text don't
Egyptian
even
gods,
attest the
right?
word
And
God.
they talking about the netters. So
When you make a
You can't
statement,
even
we
attest
supposed
the
to say that's
word
not true
God in
because
the
that's not true.
records.
yeah, well, go ahead, Babylon.
Yeah, that statement that you made, the last statement about any dictionary you open up or encyclopedia you
Yes,
open up,
yeah,
it's gonna
cite
say the
them.
gods walk the earth. That's not true. That's not any. And the main thing about that is
I'll
that there
pull
were
you up one
You
right
sound
mythological.
now.
choppy,
There are
Babylon. You sound real choppy. We can barely hear you.
okay. Well,
Nah,
Nothing,
you
mute
make it
nothing.
out.
y'all.
Even though
Y'all
you're a
mute
little
y'all
choppy,
mic.
we can make
No,
it out
no,
though.
mute y'all mic. Mute y'all mic and then see. Mute y'all mic. Okay, now
We,
am I choppy still? A1.
yeah, you still
Yeah,
choppy,
you
but we
still
can hear
choppy.
you. We can
Okay,
make
I'll
out
go
what
out
you're
then.
saying though. It ain't really a problem, but it is a
No,
little choppy. But we can make it out.
I have
We can make
a
out every word you're
encyclopedia
saying.
on ancient Egypt, and I'll show you what it say.
It don't attest the word God, and if the word God is in there, it's pseudo. I can tell you that right now. You
No, it
cannot
ain't. That's
use.
Yeah,
not so, bro.
Hold
Many
on. Let me
Egypt,
respond to
bro.
you.
The
Hold on. Let me
Neteru are
respond to
known
you.
as gods,
Hold
as
on.
deities,
Let me
as divine.
respond to
What
you.
are you
Hold
talking about?
on.
That's
It's
a
my turn.
European.
Everybody
That's a
shut us up
European
when you was talking. Hold
definition
on,
of what
seven.
they did,
Hold on,
what
seven.
they
Hold on,
believe.
seven.
Bro,
Hold on, seven.
African
Hold on. Everybody
African
shut us up.
Egyptologists use the
Hold
word
on,
God.
bro. When you was
Mario
talking, we
Beatty.
all shut up, bro. We all shut up when you was talking because they asked us to give you the
No,
floor
y'all
now, and you
didn't.
done.
Go
Yeah, we
ahead,
did.
bro.
And then you gave it to Babylon yourself. So now, if you find a word God for any neter or neteru that is false and it's anachronistic, the word did not exist in a time, nor did any scribe in Africa ever write the word God. So if you calling them gods, that's a lie. And if you look at any actual scribe to do the research in depth, they'll tell you that you can't use that word, that it's a modern interpretation. Why they always put it in brackets, because it's a modern day gloss. It is not an actual attested word in the records. You can't find it. It don't exist.
You done?
Yeah. It's my turn now.
Oh,
It's
go
my
ahead.
turn
Go
now
ahead.
because
Go ahead.
I haven't spoken.
Go
And
ahead.
it's funny that people talk about these talk about the Kemetic people, but don't really know the history, right? You talk about what they read, what they wrote, and what people read, but you don't understand that scribes wrote these texts, and only particular people were able to read the text, right? That's why the majority of the people were illiterate. How the people were able to retain this information was they displayed the text through plays, stories, funeral ceremonies, right? Ritual ceremonies. And that's how the people were able to absorb the text, the common people. But the people
Through
who actually wrote
symbolic.
it, the scribes that actually wrote it, they did not look at how we're trying to use these English words to create understanding of Kemetic concepts, right? Literal, right? And the word real, right? These are English words that have definitions. And then you had a brother in here who tried to scam us and say that the word literal meant letters, when we can literally, let me, not pun and not intended, look at the definition of literal, and it will say nothing about it being letters. It will clearly tell you that it's about what's written and what's said without exaggeration or metaphor. That is the definition of what literal is. That is the definition. Brother,
Hold on, he's talking. You can't
finish.
hold him on to jump
Finish.
in. Wait
I'll
till
land my plane pretty soon. I'm not going to be long. I'm going to land my plane soon. So you become disingenuous when you try to redefine a word. You become disingenuous when you talk about a people but don't know the history, right? You become disingenuous when you come up here and try to outline the understanding of Neteru off of European forethought. So do some more study and research so you can have a better argument. I'll land my plane.
Okay. So when you said about the literal part, right? It's literal because it pertains to the letters, to the words. That's what makes it literal. It pertains to what's written. Hold on. It pertains to what's
without
let him go, Seven. Let him
that's
go,
what make
Seven.
it literal
Let him
because
go. Let him go, Seven.
that's what make it literal because it uses letters and words. That's what makes it literal. The metal netter literally has someone pointing at their mouth, the glyph. And we can go to I think it's the Gardner N7 glyph. My brother, good brother of mine, damn, I'm forgetting this. Yogi always bring this glyph up. And it has the netter with the literal stroke under it. This is what I'm saying. Y'all brothers need to study more, right? So I'm gonna get that information, and I'm gonna get the information in the encyclopedia. But in far as the word God's African Egyptologist, that's not European. And this is another thing. Just because something is anachronistic, that don't make it false. That just mean that you're using something that wasn't around. You're using a concept that wasn't around during that time. For instance, a lot of people talk about rape and people being misogynistic, and those terms didn't exist during the time that most of the time during the ancient time that we're discussing. But through the characteristics in what's described, you can say that. There's nothing wrong with you saying that, but it'll be it wouldn't be the correct term for it. It don't mean that it's not
then if it's not correct, then it's wrong.
No, it's not the correct term for it. It's not the correct term for it.
You don't know how to apply that word, brother. You misapplying the word.
Hold on, Seven.
Look, all right, here y'all go again. Go ahead. I'm finna bring up my information. Go ahead.
Okay, so why use an incorrect term when we know there's a term that best describes the word that we're trying to use? Why the hell would we go to an anachronistic word from a westernized people to try to describe what the Africans said when the word don't exist in their language? And if you try to define it in English, it don't even line up with God. That's why you can't use God. It's best described as forces. energy of the
Wait,
natural
hold
world,
on.
right?
What's the definition of God?
What is the definition of God?
See, that's what I'm saying.
Because I'm
You
gonna tell
can't
you
even
what.
you
Wait,
can't
what? I'm
to
gonna tell you
make
where
that
you're wrong. Wait,
statement
I'm gonna
though.
tell you
But
where
hold
you're
on,
wrong.
yes,
Hold on.
the
It was
God, the
my
word
turn. I let
God
you
is
jump
your
in and ask your question real quick. Hold on now.
Go ahead.
Now, because this is where you're wrong. Because when you look at the term God, people try to make God literal. See, that's your problem. Because these Europeans try to tell you that Jesus is literal and that
No,
the
we ain't
God
talking
is
about Jesus.
literal.
No, no,
Hold
no, no,
on,
no,
hold
no,
on,
no.
hold on.
Let's
I'm
stick
telling
with
you
the
what. Hold
word
on,
God. The
hold on,
word
sir. I am
God
sticking
means
with. Hold on. It's not your
supreme.
turn. It's not your
Go
turn,
ahead.
sir. It's not your turn. So I am sticking with the word God. I'm telling you where the background and where this type of thought come from when you get God. It come from people who try to make their God a literal God through Jesus, to say he walked the earth, to say he ate like man, slept like man, and sinned and did all these literal things that people do when that is not provable. So when you try to use literal for ancient Africans, it don't work when you try to use the word God. It is anachronistic and you can't line it up. You can't attest it with one word that was written by the scribes. That's why you translate it. And when you translate the language, you only translate it in the words that exist in their time period so that it's contemporary. You don't go outside of that dynasty. You don't go to 10 years later and use a word that fit. You use the exact word that they could have used in the definition for it. That's how you get an accurate reading. When you start putting all this Western shit on it, you change the whole cosmology and the meaning of the text, bro. And that's
All
a
right.
fact.
Let me jump in because I agree with y'all and disagree with y'all on different points. One, I mean, necessarily, I wasn't even gonna say nothing until you just said that, Kim Netter, about the Western thing. Because in Greek, Netter is translated to Theos. So, but I wasn't gonna say that until you just said it was Western and all of that. But I disagree with GD and Capone. They did believe that they were real, but not in the sense like physical, like in the sense like that you want to, their spirit is alive. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Look. Oh, my
They
bad,
believe in
Adrian.
the
and I
sense that
still don't.
freedom is real, that in the sense that courage
Yeah,
is real,
yeah,
in
the
the sense
spirit
that
of
love
freedom. Yeah,
is real.
yeah,
All of that
yeah.
is real,
Hate
but it's
is
not
real.
tangible. You
It ain't
can't touch
literal.
it.
Now hold on. We going y'all done? Or
Hey, can I respond? Let me
Yeah,
respond.
I'm done now. Yeah, let's let Hercules get in
go
here,
ahead,
and then
Hurt.
we're gonna go to Babylon Dawn after Hercules.
All right.
Yeah, Hurt.
So
We was in
yeah.
here beating him up last time. I beat him up. He ran off again. Go ahead, Hurt. And I'm
So
All
still
right,
on you for
everybody
letting you do
got the
what you let you
memo
do
after
last time.
Hercules.
But go ahead.
Everybody got the memo after Hercules, Babylon down. So just let the
all right.
brother go, then I'm gonna go.
So yeah. I mean, uh, G. Capone, you have to understand that when we talk about the word God and from the traditional African sense, it doesn't equate. And the reason that they saying that is because the by definition of what you call that what the Europeans call or consider God or a God is something that's external and that's uh, far off away from us. And from the African point of view, that is not how they view the divine. The divine isn't external; it is internal. It is a connection that's with us. So it's not some being that's out, far away in space somewhere that we can't know or cannot see. It is a being that's connected with us that we've always been connected to and is a part of. So that's why when that's the difference when the Europeans came into Africa and they was and there's so many testimonies of this. When they came into Africa and they first had contact and they was trying to understand people's religion, they will always ask them, yo, what is your supreme deity? What is that? And they give them the name, say, oh, Olodumare. And they said, oh, well, that's the same thing as our God. That's a God, the same thing as that. But Olodumare is not the same thing as the Western understanding of their God. It is not the same. You can't equate it. So this is
That's
why
just. I'm
that's
sorry.
why they're saying that you can't say God because when you're saying God again, this connotates an entity that is away from you, that's far off, distance away, and that's not how African spiritual systems work. And so that's the difference. And for me, when we talk about literal and figurative, these things being literal and real and stuff like that, I mean, it's both. It's not just one way or one thing. Because if you have to actually go around people, African people in their tradition, and you will see it. Kids grow up knowing this stuff. they grow up knowing the ephah, knowing about the orishas, you know what I'm saying, knowing about the obensor. They know all this stuff as growing up. You know what I'm saying? They may not be able to read, but by the time until they get older, but they know the stories and they know this stuff. So for them, yeah, this stuff is you can say it's real and it's literal and stuff. But we know it's figurative at the same time. You know, Jehudi, you know what I'm saying? What is it? It's a bird. What I forgot the kind of bird, but it's a bird with the beak that filters out that stuff in the mud. It filters, you know what I'm saying, the food from the mud. That is figurative. The drawing is figurative, but the action of what it's doing is something literal that actually happens. It's filtering what? The chaos. You can say the chaos in society and stuff. It is a representation of stuff that's going on in the world. So for me, I'm looking at it I wouldn't say, I wouldn't lean one way or another, because that's not that's not the African way. That's not the traditional way. It's not always either or. That's a Western concept. This either or. One thing has to be, it's binary. It has to be this or it has to be that. That is not traditional way, and you can see it in other African traditions. So that's why Diop said that if you truly want to understand Kemet culture, you got to look in Africa, look other African societies, and it'll explain the Kemetic culture. So that's my take on it, man.
And I think that what we also have to understand is when it comes to the Netaru, the concept is much wider. The concept is much wider than the view of a European-centric view of what a god is, right? Europeans don't venerate their gods where human beings become gods or animals. That's all paganistic to them in the view of what a god is. The ancient Kemetic people didn't look at the Netaru in that fashion of just one god. It surrounded many different concepts in how the Netaru were applied, because it's principles, concepts, forces, and energies. That's how the Netaru are described by the consensus scholars of the Kemetic or Egyptologists, Kemetic scholars or Egyptologists. That's how they describe the Netaru. So when we're talking about trying to apply English words to ancient African concepts, you have to make sure that you're applying the English word correctly to the concepts. We cannot use the word literal because their concepts are surrounded by metaphor and exaggeration in every aspect. The word real correlates more with how they looked at it if we're just looking at the definitions. And when the brother talked about the word literal has letters in it, it was such a futile argument, because of course it has letters in it. It forms words. It's literally telling you that the word is defined by what is said or written without exaggeration or metaphor. You have to read all the words to get the comprehension of the definition. You just don't say it says it has letters in it. What type of comprehension do you get out of a definition by saying something like that? You have to read the whole definition and then retain the comprehension. And
That's what the word means. That's
exactly
what it means. It means letters.
It's supposed to be on Babylon Don, though. We skipped
no, it
him.
does not mean letters.
We skipped him, y'all. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Babylon.
I'm here. Yeah, man, it's a lot, man. A lot of people done spoke, but I'll just say, like, on the word of literal letters, he confusing that with the word literary, because letters are syntactical, and when you say something is literal, it's dealing with the meaning, right? That's the meaning of the word. That's what it's dealing with. The meaning. That's what literal means. It's dealing with the meaning. And I already said before that if you want to know the meaning of a word, you got to deal with its use. You got to know how the word is being used. And that requires you to know how the word is being used in context. So on that note, I'm going to read the definition of literal. It's a short definition, just for everybody so we can all know. The literal meaning of a word or phrase is exact, basic, and real meaning. It didn't say literal mean real. It said it's real meaning. Let's go back and read it again. The literal meaning of a word or phrase is.
Go to the
It's
definition of
exact,
what the word literal means, though. You're
bro. I'm,
kind of
I'm reading it. I'm
complicating
reading
it
the
there.
Seven, let him
definition
do
of
his thing.
literal,
Seven, let him
and
do his
you
thing.
interrupted me. What the hell are you talking
Yeah,
about?
and I'm
I'm
next
on Google. I'm reading the
unless A1
definition
hit.
of literal.
Yeah.
No, you're
Yeah,
not.
okay, you
Seven, let him do his thing.
literal. The literal meaning of a word or a phrase is exact or basic and real meaning. This is what literal means. This is how you use it. So it's exact, it's basic, and it's real meaning. So literal is only dealing with the meaning of the word. It's not dealing with the literal thing. That when you say a meaning, can a person mean something? Yeah, when they say something. But a person or a rabbit or a cat or a dog, they don't mean nothing. So you got your categories mixed up when you say literal. I went on the thing and I talked to Reggie and I told him this already. I spoke to him on the show live and I told him that that's what literal means is in response to the word meaning. I also told him that when you have a debate and you say are the material literal, that's only half the debate. You got to have an affirmative and a negative. And so if you don't have alternative literal or figurative, because that's the opposite to literal, you have to say figurative. Now one person can argue literal and one person can argue figurative. But if both people gonna argue alternative literal, that's an impossibility because both of them have to have the same viewpoint that the material are literal. Because that's the question, the debate. Are the material literal? So I know everybody see that. You need another part to that to say, are they literal or figurative? Is it right or is it wrong? Is it true or is it false? Like that. That's how you do stuff. So you can't have a debate with one side. It's a one-sided debate. Okay. Now
Okay,
the
I
next
thought you were
thing.
done. Go ahead.
Now I'll let you know when I'm done, bro. The next thing is that when we talk about literal, it says this. It said it uses words. You see, I said it's about meaning and it's about use. The next sentence say it uses words in their usual way without any jokes, exaggeration, or metaphors. That's another word that's been thrown around. So I think everybody get that sentence. But metaphors and similes, that's not synonymous with literal. Real is not synonymous with literal. We just proved that it's real meaning, but not literal means real. Like the real thing. Real means real being. Like Coca-Cola used to say, ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. Like that. That's the real thing. So real relates to things and true relates to meanings. You can say a meaning or somebody say is true, but you can't say a person themselves is true. You can say a person themselves is real. You see that? So you got to get your categories right, and that's what's happening here. You want to argue the whole thing, but then you don't know how to use the words. You want to use any words you want to use. So therefore, other words like symbolic come up, which shouldn't come up. I heard Reggie say today it's not a symbol, it's a sign. Now you got signs and symbols coming up. Then you got words like actual. It's either actual or it's factual. Now you got actual and factual coming up. Y'all don't know where the argument gonna be. So y'all just
Okay.
calling out words, man, like we talking about something, and the only thing we talking about is nothing. The last thing I'm gonna say is this right here: is that when a fact, somebody mentioned on this thing that what a fact is and a theory is. Hey, one, this between me and you, because I think only me and you really understand this right here, as far as this is concerned. A fact, A1, I just want to put this on the record and you can look it up later, A1. A fact is observable evidence. I'm going to say it again. A fact is observable evidence.
I
Okay?
agree.
And repeatable experience.
I
Okay,
said that
and
when I said it.
repeatable experience. I'm talking, bro. I know you agree, but let me. I said A1, and I'm trying to get some out because I want to be clear to the people that's out there that my thing don't get confused with everybody else's. A fact is observable evidence and repeatable experience. A1. A theory, a theory. is testable experiments and reasonable explanation. A theory is testable experiment and reasonable explanation. They a fact and a theory are not the same thing. Colloquially, people call a fact a theory because they feel like the theory is supported by so much proof, so many facts, observable evidence that they call them the same thing. But doing that is a misnomer. Okay, now whoever want to talk can go.
All
I have
right.
much
So
more to say,
no,
but y'all
I
go.
already said I was after him. I put my camera on, waved my hand, all that. Right. I ain't gonna be too long. Now I'm gonna start
Oh,
where he
I saw you. I
ended
saw
at.
you.
I'm gonna start where he ended at because he mixed up the last part, right? I agree what he said on the fact, what the fact is, but he fucked up when he got to the theory and what it is. A theory, colloquially, just means like a hypothesis. You just telling us what you believe it could be. But a scientific theory, which is largely different, my nigga, is built on a body of facts that have been repeatedly tested and proven. And we can look up that definition and easily prove you wrong. No problem. Now I'm going to backtrack to what A1 said earlier when you said that they used theos for netter. That's what the Greeks did. Now, when you look at the Coptic, which is the last language of Medu Neter, the final stage of the language, they didn't use theos. They used naughty, because naughty better describes the netter, right? Because when you use theos, Theo can be a person that's the lord of their land. He don't even got to be a god. He could just be the lord of his land. He could be the lord over his women, and they call him Theos. That title is loosely used. So when they translated it from Greek into Coptic, they translated that word as naughty because it's more closer to the word netter, and it makes more sense than to use that than to use Theos. Now, just to go back to what the other brother said earlier, now when he was trying to say that the letters and stuff are literal, right? Because the letters are literal, that don't make the actual netters literal. The netters don't live inside the book. They're wrote about and talked about in the book. So the words in the book can be literal. But when you're talking about the netter rule, the
Oh,
things
so I
that
was
live
right.
outside, hold on. You were right that the words and the letters are literal, but not the netter rule. The debate was, are the netters literal, not the words that was written in the book. So you're trying to conflate the two and make it seem like it's the same thing to try to make a point to make it like you was right. I agree that words that are written are literal, but if you're trying to say that because the words are written that make the netters literal, then that's where I'm getting off the bus with you, and I'm gonna let you crash by yourself on the dummy test because you're wrong as hell if you saying that. And
All
I'll
right.
land right there.
Wait, somebody's showing something.
I just want somebody to pull up the definition of literal, because what that brother did with the flim flam scam.
We finna get to it. It ain't on you, bro. You just went.
Okay.
Y'all not finna go twice. So
I didn't just go. It
you
was a whole
went
bunch of people
before
talking
Babylon.
before me.
You went
Oh
before
yeah, yeah,
Babylon
yeah.
done.
It's on it really it's on you. GDN.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. So man, y'all saying so
Because
much.
all the
So
Kemet people went, but y'all was actually talking to him. He was supposed to go after
yeah,
go ahead.
yeah. Let me respond to these brothers real
He the
quick.
only Hebrew, the lonely Hebrew up here right now.
If I can
So
Now
remember,
I see
right?
why he think like that. I ain't
No,
know he
hold
was a
on. No,
Hebrew.
no. We not putting no presuppositions on that. Let's deal with
He done
what we
problems
talking about,
already.
right? Literal. So I use the etymology of the word literal, which goes back to the word liter, which goes back to the word letter, pertaining to like literature, right? In the Latin. And I said in Greek it would be grammar, and in ancient Egyptian it would be medu netter, right? The After I did that, I wasn't making an etymological fallacy there. A1. I know you gonna call it out. I was just showing that the word derived from a phrase, a concept meaning letters, right? And so now we could better understand what the current meaning is. You know what I'm saying? The given with the suffix added. So the word is literal. right? And it means the brother Babylon Don read it, he said that the words or the phrase is exact. So let me ask y'all this one question. Well, two questions, because I gotta say the question within the sentence. So the thing is are the letters
Please let me
literal? So
address him.
now when I say netaru, right? When you say netaru, it does it mean netaru? Because if it doesn't mean netaru, then that makes it not literal. You see what I'm saying? Those was rhetorical questions, by the way. If I say if I say are the netaru literal, and you're in the stance that you're trying to make is that they're not literal. When I say netaru, it's not supposed to mean netaru. It's supposed to mean something else. Now let's get to this God thing, right? The Egyptologists that worked in the field, even Dr. Mario Beatty, when he mentioned the Aten, he said the sun god. He literally said that. No pun intended. No. Yeah, pun intended. He literally said that in his teachings. When Reggie brought it up, he literally said the sun god. So that's not no Egypt. That's not no European way of thinking. That's grammar. That's word. That's ways that you could better understand what he's talking about. That's how we communicate. That's using the English vernacular, right? So we can stop all this. Oh, this is European. You use European language all the time, every day for your communication. If you didn't, a lot of people wouldn't know what you were saying.
Right, but the topic ain't just
but
communication.
hold on. So let's get back to it. So
Please let me respond after he finished talking.
What a God is a supreme force, a supreme power, rather. That's what the word netter means: power or force or strength. Notice the glyph.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Hold on.
You say it loud as you want, it don't.
Notice the glyph. The glyph for a netter is an X. You need power to swing an X. You need strength to swing an X. Or some will say that it's a flag. If it's a flag, there is a debate whether it's a.
You ain't even proven that it's an X. Fact. So now keep going.
Hold on. Listen. Some say that it's a flag. So if it's a flag, it's still the wind. Okay, let me give you what I know about the flag. It's a flag on the pole, right? If it's a flag on the pole, it's showing the flag blowing. What happens when the flag is on the pole? The wind blows at it. The shoe, which is a netter, a force, right, blows at the flag. So it's still talking about a force. It's still talking about power. So this is what I'm saying. And I'm gonna land here is that yes, they are literal. The dream stele talks about Zep Tepi. Now, if you open up, like I say, if you open up any encyclopedia, it's going to take. Matter of fact, I got something right here. I just asked AI, and I'm from the land right here.
Tepi come from the 25th dynasty.
Oh, now Zep Tepi. No, it don't.
Okay.
What?
Zep Tepi is on the dream stele, Thutmose the fourth.
Okay.
What are you talking about? That's not the 25th dynasty.
No, don't say that and laugh. Pull up your source again.
That's not the 25th dynasty. That's like the 17th dynasty or something like that. So
I'm just ready to respond.
Tell them, brother. That's right. They be laughing, but they don't pull up no source.
So look, it's like in ancient Egyptian mythology. Look, I'm gonna show you what I wrote. I'm gonna tell you. I said the Egyptian gods walked the earth. Now watch this. In ancient Egyptian mythology, the first time, or Zep Tepi, referred to the primeval golden age when creator gods and divine rulers walked the earth and lived among mankind before retreating to the heavens or the netherworld. So, and I gave you my primary. I said the dream stele. So I'm gonna land there.
Yeah, A1, Can you do me a favor and pull up I'm in my car, or else I would be pulling up all kind of primary sources on their behind. Pull up the definition of literal, because the etymological origin of a word isn't the definition of the word. You
What
just talk about
dictionary
the
you want?
etymology origin.
What dictionary?
You can go to Webster's, you can go to Britannica, you can go whatever
Okay.
dictionary,
That's perfect.
English
I'm
dictionary.
already on Merriam-Webster, so here you go.
Can you read that definition for me?
The definition says, according. Let me get back to the screen. Where'd it go?
Woo, that's a
I'm gonna
cut.
respond.
Oh, read that.
John gonna respond after
Read
this.
that.
Read it.
According
I want you to read.
with the letter of the scriptures, adheres to a literal reading of the passage. That was A. 1A. 1B is adhering to fact.
Okay, then that's not the go to Encyclopedia Britannica, because I don't know what the hell that
I
is.
didn't even know that they said that in Britannica,
So
bro.
far, my definition holds. So far,
I
my
did that
definition
research.
holds.
Hey, look, I'm
Let's
gonna let y'all know. Hold on.
Let's buy another newspaper. Let's buy another
Everybody that said I
newspaper.
was wrong, I want to let y'all know I did not know that
Hey,
that was in Britannica.
number C is the literal truth, free from exaggeration or embellishment. I think that's what you're looking for.
I said that too. So that's the third one that holds. Let's go. That's the third one that holds. So now let's let him look in another newspaper because he don't like the newspaper we
It's
just
seven
read.
turns still.
Dang,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
everybody talking over at me and didn't want me to talk. That's the Merriam-Webster dictionary of literal, of the term literal.
I'm
That's what
sorry.
you're saying?
What was the question?
That's the Merriam-Webster dictionary of literal.
Correct.
Okay. And it doesn't say without exaggeration or metaphor in it.
No,
it does. That's C. That's the third definition.
Okay. So that's what the definition is. Even when you're talking about the words is what is talking about the concept. See, you keep talking about words, right? But words, if you got to have words to create a concept. If I'm talking about a Neteru, if I create a comic book about Spider-Man and I'm telling you the story, it's got words in the story. Is Spider-Man literal? No. I'm talking about a fictional person. So you got to understand the context and what they're trying to deliver to you in the comprehension of it. So when you say that literal means just words, that's not true. Literal means words as it is, without metaphor, without exaggeration. And the Neteru, by definition, is surrounded by metaphor and exaggeration and allegory and all of those other things. So when you try to claim that the Neteru are literal, but you don't want to use the definition of what literal is, right? That's why I say it applies more to real than literal. Because look up the definition of real, A1.
Even calling them
Didn't I just go through this though, y'all? Didn't I just explain this? I just explained real and all that.
Well, it's going to have to be explained over and over again because people are playing games.
No,
The
I
white
brought
man
this up
exposed.
long ago on
The
Rhetoric
white man
Frontier.
exposed.
I brought this up long ago on Rhetoric Frontier before the debate even started.
But you cannot say it's literal when it's surrounded by metaphor and exaggeration. You can't do it.
Even to
But
call
brother,
them
can I
letters.
respond to that? Can somebody
When
respond?
somebody
Look, hold
point,
on,
when the
look.
metal
Even to
glyph
call them
point at his
letters.
mouth for speak,
Look.
does that mean?
Look,
Does
man,
that
even to
glyph
call them
mean what
letters,
it
that's a concept.
what is in
That's
that?
Yes,
Listen, to
yes,
call
it
them
does.
letters is a concept that man made up. So even to call them letters is a concept, which makes
That's
it
retarded.
allegory and
That's
symbolic.
nonsense.
So they cannot be
Letter
literal.
is not a
It's a
man-made
concept.
concept.
Okay, hold on. We about to go back to passing it around. We can't have a 6-man argument. That's not gonna work.
Please
That's not
read
gonna work.
real, the word real,
So
because I asked
everyone,
you
can
to
I
look up the
start
word
by
real.
responding
Can
to
you
all the
please?
people that done said something to me?
Landing my plane. A lot of people got to talk and engage with A1. I'm almost landing my plane because a lot was said. So please read the definition of real. Please.
Okay. Yes.
Why is he reading real if real is not even in one of
Just chill
those?
out. You about
Oh,
to see.
all right,
Just chill out.
all right.
I just explained the real. It was real meaning.
Having objective, independent existence.
Exactly.
Okay.
Keep going.
Not artificial, fraudulent, illusory. being precisely what the name implies, occurring or existing in actuality, of or
Keep going.
relating of or relating to practical or everyday concerns or activities, behaving or presented in a way that feels true, honest, or familiar, and without pretension or affection or
Notice nowhere in
Those two
affectation.
would sum up.
Affectation. My bad. I said the wrong word. Affectation.
you haven't
Those
got you
two
haven't
was
got
Affection.
women.
No, it's
Let
not
me say
affection.
this. You
I
haven't got
want to say
to.
that.
You haven't got to where it says without metaphor or exaggeration. Nowhere is
Because
those
that's a
words in the
made up.
definition, right?
That's made up.
Right?
Literal
That
What you
you
mean?
pertains to
laughing, but that's
letters.
Hold
real.
on, y'all. It's
You
not your
confusing the
turn. It's not
definition.
your turn.
You
Not
guys
your
are
turn.
talking before I could land my plane and finish my point. So we see that literal and real has two separate definitions, as the brother did outline. But what he didn't focus on was that literal has without exaggeration or metaphor. The Neteru are surrounded by exaggeration and metaphor. The definition of real doesn't have exaggeration without exaggeration or metaphor. It has everything that the Kemetic people believe in. They believe they exist. They believe that they're as you would use the term real, that it's
Familiar.
something that's tangible to them. They believe that, right? And so it doesn't have to have metaphor or exaggeration for it to be real with them. But it's got to be without it to be literal. I'll land my plane.
Is it on me now, A1, or should I wait?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I really,
All right,
yeah, I think
go
it's
ahead.
you and GD and Capone on the same side. So go ahead.
Yeah. So look, man. First of all, I don't believe or even use definitions because it's something called the Socratic method, where Socrates would go
Oh
around and he
my
would ask
goodness.
people the definition of words, and nobody could define the word. So then they would just be stuck. So you don't really know the definition of a word because you look in a dictionary, right? A dictionary for a definition. A dictionary just gonna give you diction. That means a description of what it means. It does not mean that it's gonna tell you the definition of the word. You get the definition of the word by using the word and knowing the meaning. Definition is meaning and use, like I said. Now, when I told y'all earlier, like literal, I said that I got to go back to my definition right quick. I said that literal. I'm there. I said that literal. The literal meaning of a word or phrase is exact, basic, and real meaning. It uses words in their usual way without any jokes, exaggeration, or metaphors. You can check definitions and details in a standard Merriam Webster dictionary entry. That's just where A1 just went to a standard Merriam Webster dictionary to check what I just said. And the brother been saying the whole while that's not the definition. I'm not reading the definition, but that's the full statement that I was reading. Now, so and then on the thing about something being both literal and being both literal and figurative, I guess is what he's trying to say.
I
Yes,
said
a
real.
thing can
I
be
didn't
both.
say figurative. Don't change the word.
Okay,
Use the
what you
word I
say?
use, real. I use the word real
Okay.
versus
I
literal.
said I guess. All right, I got it. So first of all, that's a misnomer because the opposite of literal is figurative. So you can't say literal and real. Real
What?
is real and true. No, I'm talking now. I got it. I'm just
Rare.
letting you know you're making a categorical mistake. So now, when you
You
said this literal and real, it can be literal and real. Yes, two things. A thing can be literal and real. You can use something in a statement and it be literal, and you can use something in a statement and it be used for the real. But that doesn't change anything. You have said nothing to us by saying it's both literal and real. That's just like saying it's raining or it's not raining outside. It's raining or it's not raining. It's true. No matter what you say, that's true. So when you say it's literal or not or real at the same time, that's true. It's just like it's raining or it's not fucking
I never
raining.
said it's
But
literal
it's
or real
enough.
at the same time. It's literal versus
It's
real,
a,
brother.
it's a
Please get it right.
tautological.
Get it right.
It's a tautological. It's a tautological statement which makes it a fallacy. is wrong.
Yeah, you're arguing a different.
Go ahead.
You're arguing a different.
You go then. If you want to interrupt, go ahead.
You
You
have a
talk.
different argument in your head about what I said. What I'm telling you is you can't apply the word literal to the Neteru. This is my argument. You're focused on these words and what the definition is, and you're not staying in pace with what the argument is. The Neteru are surrounded by metaphor and exaggeration. You can't get around it. Their concept,
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You want the attention? Can I? Okay, let me ask you a question. Because I see you just want the attention. So let me ask you this: when you say you can't make the Neteru, what you say? I can't do what? Make
The
your statement.
Neteru cannot be literal because they are surrounded. What the Neteru are is surrounded by metaphor and exaggeration and allegory and all of that. That's what the Neteru are.
Okay, I got it. I want to respond.
Created by man, yes.
Okay, so the Neteru are not surrounded by anything. A word is surrounded by its context, by its content, because you're using the word in context. So the content is around the word, not metaphor, allegory, and all that. It's according to what the word is and how it's being used in context. If the word being used, if the word being used allegorically, then it'll have those things around it. If the word is being used literal, then the word will not have those things around it. So I'm telling you, you're just trying to make a straw man argument, a red herring, and mix two things that's already separated in everybody's mind. And then you
Obviously,
say I
you
keep
don't know what
interrupting
the
you,
Neteru
but I
are.
can't get my sentence out. But you say I'm interrupting you, and I let you talk last time and said you go ahead since you interrupted me. And now this time I got to do the same thing, argue over people and talk over people in order to make a point. And then y'all may like I'm the one long-winded. But you go now, go.
Obviously, brother, you don't know what the Neteru are.
Hey, real quick,
You
let me
interrupt me and say that.
let me
Let me just say
chime in
this.
real
They
quick.
interrupt me.
Yeah,
And
he
notice
don't
this A1 that the
concept
whole
was fashioned.
conversation that turned toward correcting Babylon done and proving Babylon done wrong. We no longer talking about whether the situation is literal or figurative. When I
You
made the
told me
statement, my
you went
statement
to
was
start
so
talking.
cutting. My statement, this nigga can't even shut up. My statement was so cutting that these niggas done turned their whole thing to everybody came on here and said, I'm gonna correct Babylon done. Wait, I pull up this. I'm gonna correct them on definition. I'm gonna correct them on this. Nigga, y'all straight crazy. And last thing, I'm gonna say this last thing. When he said that the scientific definition or scientific theory, that's exactly what I gave. Was a scientific theory. Was the proposed definition of a scientific theory. But guess what I did? I made it my own because I'm smarter than Merriam-Webster and AI. So let me read my definition one more time, A1, please. It's the short definition for fact and theory because I want you to see, because I told you last time that everything be based on four and how I base it on four and how I know my thing is original. So this is a fact is observable evidence. That's the first E, observable evidence, and repeatable experience. That's the second E, observable evidence and repeatable experience. And I said a theory is a testable experiment. That's the third E, and a reasonable explanation. That's the fourth E. Okay, so when I tell you something, you can put that shit in a book and call it truth. I ain't messing with that stuff that they talking about. Now y'all go.
Are you sure?
Hey, real quick, let me address something
Every
since
time somebody asks
I've
that,
been
they
on
be
here.
scared and ain't got nothing to say. Every time somebody asks that.
Oh, I got a whole lot to say. I just want to make sure I'm not interrupted and when told I could talk.
Hey, real quick.
Well, you need to
So,
talk to your homie about that because I ain't been the one interrupting. Go ahead.
there
You
were
got the
some
floor.
good points brought up, especially definitions. Like the basic leveling of the field is to use a dictionary, whether it be Webster's, whatever the
Thank
case may
you.
be, Cambridge, Oxford. So, in order to grasp, the concept of what we're arguing and whether the Neteru are real from a standpoint of being literally real or they're real in reality. And that's why I brought it up months ago on Rhetoric Frontier before the debate started. That lets you know, that indicates that one, we talking about the same things over and over again, and it goes back to the whole thing starting over Reggie's envy of Jabari. Seven Nassar went through the whole process, the whole timeline. He's been a part of it from the jump. Others have been a part of it from the jump. But if you follow the progress of the whole conflict, it started with Reggie having one side that was polar to Jabari's. And then after the debate, all of a sudden, the Netcheru become literal and figurative at the same time based on Reggie's side. So we have to think about that. And I want to add one last thing. We know for a fact that African teachings are figurative. So if we know that African teachings are figurative, they're layered with metaphors, symbology, and meaning, how come all of a sudden when we get to the Netcheru, they suddenly real, or they're no, not real, but they suddenly literal now? How can African teachings be figurative, but then the Netcheru be literal? That don't make no sense. And we distinguish reality from literal by looking at the definition. So the Netcheru are figurative and real, but not literal. And I land my plane with that.
All right.
That's facts.
No, go ahead, Hercules.
No,
No,
I'm
I
just
was gonna
agreeing with
say.
that because African teachers are figurative. Period. So that's I don't know why we.
That's
get caught up in these
100%
arguments.
facts. That's
So go
that's
ahead.
why you can't use the word God when you talk about the netter. That's a European. Even if you have Egyptologists trying to use that anachronistic word to appease the Europeans or the Western minds that's reading what the Neteru are about, that's their interpretation of the definition of it, of how they wanted to teach the Western society.
What about
But that's why
deity?
you have
Is that
Semitic
better?
scholars.
Is
That's why
deity
you have.
better?
Hey, let me say one more thing before it
Uh,
gets too far. Let
I
me
don't
say
even
one
know
more thing.
deity.
So the way we talk,
Oh,
even today,
deity is better. So they was
hold on,
deities
man.
then.
Hold on. Even the way we talk today, we use a lot of shortening slang. We use a lot of shade. We use a lot of figurative speech. African American vernacular English is a continuation of some of the syntax that survives in Meta Nature. So again, we talk and we use
Mute your
figurative
mic.
slang speech all the time. So how can it be that all of a sudden are figurative and in that same context?
All right. So what the brother was saying about this this didn't start with Jabari and Reggie. Y'all keep saying that. This started with Inky and Jabari. Inky
No.
said Inky had the debate with Jabari and he brought up a definition and it said literal and he in the connotation of that word was real and exact. And when the debate didn't go Inky way, they forced Reggie hand to jump into the debate to state the fact that Jabari was lying about the word literal being real in his act. So that's what forced them to have a conversation. That's why this brother Tahuti right here had that's why he said months ago he talked on the Rhetoric Frontier, because that argument happened way back then. It's not that we're talking about the same thing. The argument is evolving. That's all it is. The argument is evolving to it became its own thing. It ain't that we talking about other things. We're finding out that people don't understand definitions, connotations, and deconnotations. That's what we're finding out. We want to attach our own meaning to things when words are defined. That if you don't like the definition, then read the connotation. Right? Connotations is other definitions of said word, other ways that people define this word. Right? Deconnotation is the word that the way the word is defined. Right? So So now with the word literal, it's pertaining to letters. It's pertaining to the word that's actually written there. Now, like I'm gonna bring this up again. I'm not gonna let y'all run from it. If the word netaru is not literal, if the phrase neter is not a literal phrase, then we're not talking about a netter then. You're not, you get what I'm saying? You're not, it makes it ambiguous. When it's not ambiguous, it's exact. They had figures, seated figures, and if they gods, deities or whatever, they had figures that show that they're a seated deity.
First, let's address
so y'all
the.
trying to run and say, "Oh, God is European, God is anachronistic," and all this. These are words we're using the English language. If that's the case, everything that we're saying. Hold on. Listen, I'm sure y'all red herring. If that's the case, everything that we're saying is anachronistic because we all explaining this in the English vernacular. Come on, man. Go ahead.
Okay, brother. Brother, where you got wrong is the timeline with this whole literal netaru. I've been there every step of the way. This all started with a discussion that Tahuti thought was a debate against Jabari. And he had this discussion with Jabari's then wife at the time, who is a Metanetra scholar who disagreed with Tahuti. Reggie also joined this discussion, who disagreed with Tahuti originally. And then we flash forward to when Tahuti tried to claim that he won the debate, and we start discussing it again. And Reggie comes in and says he's changed his mind and he now agrees with Tahuti. So then they start going back and forth. This is all before Inky. Inky wasn't even in the picture at the time. But then Inky comes in the picture and piggybacks off of what he saw Tahuti and Reggie saying. And then he goes after Jabari. Right. And then Reggie decides to take the debate against Jabari. And now we're here. So you were totally wrong about the timeline about how this started. Anyone who thought that the consensus that the Netaru were literal before, he was partially wrong. And anyone who thinks that the Netaru was consensus as literal before Tahuti had said it, they wasn't following the community or the conversation. Right. So if you were there, you would know how we got here. And we got here because Reggie totally went against everything that he was practicing and talking about for almost 20 years. And someone like Tahuti changed his mind, or it was just the fact that he hated Jabari so much that he just wanted to be in opposition. So he changed his whole view on the Netaru. And I'll land my plane there.
Hey, real quick, let me address this and say this real quick. So one of the key ways that our enemy will try to derail our Kushite Kemetic revival is to tell us that our spiritual teachings are lost and whatever interpretation we come up with is just our own that we made up. And that's definitely false because, again, we have scholars. We also have oral traditions that survive from Kemet. Obviously, they're not fully intact, but oral traditions are the filler for whatever is lost from Kemet. But I just want to say that to let you know that we cannot fill in spiritual interpretations with Abrahamic ones. So we have to be careful with that. And a lot of this comes from the Abrahamics trying to make a false equivalency with gods and a Netaru, and we cannot have that happen.
Bro, so you saying Abrahamics is Elohim's. What are you talking about, bro? Nobody making a false equivalent with gods. No, we're not. This is how these words are defined, translated in the English language. What don't y'all understand? Y'all are using the red herring, talking about, oh, they not gods. Oh, they not literal. Oh, that's not when you look this stuff up in a textbook. when you get an Egyptologist to define what these things are, this is what they're saying.
Can we respond? Now, can I respond to that? The reason why,
Wait, hold
the
up, hold
reason
up.
why you somebody,
You're correct.
huh?
You're correct on that, Capone. Capone, you're
Bro,
correct
hold up.
on the
I'm
translation.
already talking.
No,
You hold up.
hey, Babylon.
That's crazy, dog. That's crazy. I'm talking. No, I'm not holding up. Don't
I know you
excuse
can
me or
say it.
nothing.
Go ahead.
I can be just as cordial or just as crazy as y'all are. That's crazy, man. It's one mic, but you go now, and I'm gonna go after you. Go.
All right, you're correct on that. The translations we speak in English, but the point that we're trying to make is that true. If you truly want to understand their culture, we would have to speak an African language. You would have to speak Tree or Yoruba because it is in the languages themselves where context is lost. It gets translated to English. That's where there are things and they're just concepts and I learned this through martial arts. I had to write a paper on forms doing katas and forms and stuff. All right, and I was watching a video of a Japanese Okinawan master say that if you truly want to understand how to do katas, how to do forms, you have to speak in Okinawan tradition, Okinawan language. And it baffled me at first. I said, wait, what? And he was explaining that there are concepts and words and ideas in Okinawan language that don't translate into Japanese language. And so that's the same thing with African languages. You know, there are concepts and ideas that when people translate them to English, when the Europeans translated the stuff, it loses the context. And so that's true for most of the African languages. It just can't be directly translated into English. So you have to understand the language and the culture and understand what's going on. That's why they said we were saying what we were saying. That's all. But
I agree with that.
you're
I
right
agree
when
with
we're
that.
translating using the word to translate it as God because we speak in English and that's a concept that we can understand. So you would just use that word and we understand what you're talking about. But for those of us who actually studied it, you know what I'm saying, the culture, we understand that word actually doesn't translate to their idea and their concept of what they vision. So that's what we're saying.
Well, I'm gonna
Okay,
let
brother.
Babylon
Since you
down
stuck right
there.
there, yeah,
I
thank you.
agree.
So I just want to comment on what you said. So, and I'll say that I agree with a lot of what the previous brother just said. However, what I don't agree with is just always saying that it's from one language to the next. That's not true. Some words can be translated from one language to the next and can be taken in context. Even an anachronistic word, like the other brother said, like for instance, black. If you want to relate that word, if you got the right context, then it can be used. It's nothing absolute. You're being too dogmatic about the whole situation. The next thing is that when you do make the statement that you can use God and overlay it for like the Tiru, the Abrahamic religion, the Hindu gods, the Buddhist gods, so on and so forth. No, you can't. And the reason why you can't do that or give the Nichiru or try to give them a name like God or any other thing like that other than the word Nichiru that they call is because I would ask a question, but I know y'all play too much, so I just do it rhetorically. If I was to ask somebody what the Buddhists worship, they'll say some people say nothing. Some people say Buddha himself. That's good. I say what the Hindus worship. Some people say Krishna. Some people say Shiva. Some people say Vishnu. Some people will say monkeys, cows, snakes, Damballa. All right. Then I say, well, then what do the Arabs worship? That person say, well, they worship Allah. You can't see him. He interact with man only with Muslims though. Things like that. Abraham religion. Oh, he's just for Israel. He's just for the Jews. He loved them. He sent his son. All of this. None of those stories, none of that trash has anything to do with the Nichiru. The Nichiru can't be put in overlay in not one of those situations with not one of those so-called gods and be called the God. So cut it out. Now, y'all go.
Well, I'll say this. if they couldn't, they wouldn't be translated as such. They was defined and categorized
That's a
and
good statement.
classified as such for a reason. The same way that they classify species. You know what I'm saying? These are uh, disciplined professions that's making these classifications, right? So anything, all the stuff that you just mentioned, all the other deities, they all fit in the same category. This is why this is the same argument. For example, this is the same argument that they make about primates. You know what I'm saying? They have all these same characteristics. This is what makes a primate. So, in the term of a deity, the Netaru fits in that the same category. It would not. It's not a categorical error. People are making it a categorical error because you have Egyptomania. You have an attachment to it. You make it more personal than just critical. You know what I'm saying? So
No, I
and
don't
that's
know
one
what you're
thing.
saying.
Now I
Agree.
want to get to this thing. So because y'all be throwing these other red herrings and y'all be moving the goalposts with this stuff. When y'all try to talk, when we say that they walk the earth, we're not talking about as flesh and blood men. You know what I'm saying? We're not talking about men and women. That's another thing. They wasn't talking about men and women. They're talking about entities that manifested in physical reality, basically. They're not talking about somebody walking around with a bird head or
Can
somebody with
somebody
a
make
feather on their head. That was just to show that they wasn't human. That's what that's to show. To show how divine, and we all want to use the word divine all the time, but that's a Germanic word, right?
who is
A
y'all and what
European
do
word,
you?
right? They were showing you that they were netters, right? Not what's the word? Adama, right? Or no, I don't even know if it's Adama in ancient Egypt, but they were showing you that
GD and Capone.
that they wasn't
GD and
made
Capone,
from
real
the clay.
quick.
They wasn't made from the clay. Now this is so I'm gonna leave with this example because I'm getting off track. I'm gonna leave with this example right here. This is a rhetorical question. Did the Netaru emerge from Nut?
All right, so
No.
GD and
Now,
Capone. The
now,
problem
now,
is,
hold
hold
on,
on,
man.
you
That
asking the
was
question, but you won't
hold
give
on, that
nobody
was a
the room
rhetorical
to answer
question.
it.
If the
So what is the
answer is
question?
yes,
You
then they
paused.
The
are
answer is no.
literal.
The
If the
answer is
answer
no.
is
The
if
answer
the
is
answer
no.
is
They came
yes,
from the children of God.
then that
They
means
came from the
that's
children of
literal.
God.
I'll
Hey,
No.
end with
GD and
that.
Capone, real quick, since you already asked your question, let me say something. So you call us being anachronistic, right, for using the
My
word
apologies
literal
if it's
or
too loud for you
figurative?
guys.
Is it?
What happened?
All right, how about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
You
can.
good. You loud and clear, brother. Go ahead. You good.
All
You loud
right.
and clear.
So the problem is if you accuse us for being anachronistic for trying to interpret or articulate the word or the meaning of real and literal, then you have to be consistent and use Kemet instead of Egypt and Neteru instead of God. And that's what I'm saying with y'all. Y'all, and I'm not saying y'all as in specifically one or two more people on this panel. Y'all as in GD and Capone, and specifically the Abrahamics who want to push back. Right, most of the pushback comes from Abrahamics. You do have some Cometics pushing back, and some non-religious pushing back. But GD and Capone, this is for you. If you're going to say that we're being red herring, anachronistic, what do you think you're doing when you refuse to acknowledge um, the divination system as Neteru instead of God, and you refuse to acknowledge Kemet for being Kemet instead of
or for being Egypt instead of being Kemet. You committing the same red herrings and anachronistic mantra. So we
Wait,
need
now,
you to
can you
keep that
repeat
in
your
mind.
question again to us so everybody can get your question? Just
I
repeat the
use
question.
ancient Egypt because ancient
Let him ask
Egypt.
the question.
Oh, go
Let
ahead.
him ask the question again. We can't do two things like that, bro.
Yeah, you're
Please
right.
ask your question again, brother.
Well, no, I'm saying it's a statement. I'm saying if you are
Oh,
going
present
to,
simple.
it's a
Okay, go ahead.
possibility clause. If GDN Capone is going to say that somebody is being anachronistic or red herring for trying to define literal and real and figurative, then you are doing the same thing when you call Kemet Egypt instead of Kemet and call the
Big fact.
Neteru gods instead of Neteru.
Big
So I
fact.
just want to add that.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that they was anachronistic. Uh, just because you use something anachronistic or anachronism, just because you use that, it doesn't make what you're talking about false. It just means that that word didn't exist during that time. Not to say that that definition or that concept didn't exist. One thing I want to say about the Reggie and them thing real quick, right? Because I addressed that. One thing about Reggie now, about the whole beef and everything, are y'all understanding why Reggie turned on Jabari? Because Reggie worked with with elders that was bringing this information or the to people, and he feel that what they was doing, that like they was doing it for the people, and what people started to hijack what they was doing, and they made money off of it. They grifted. He said, what's it called? Dr. Ben is the one that showed y'all how to go to Egypt and how to navigate through there and everything, all of that nature. That's why he feel disrespected. And he been holding that stuff in for a long time, and now it finally came out. So he feel that not just Jabari, many others. So it probably didn't start with Jabari, but Jabari is picking up from the people that he learned from, right? So Jabari Reggie is he's opening up a bigger can of worms by identifying this and showing this, and that's all it is. He just showing like, man, they've been misleading the people for a long time, and you can see the results of it in Jabari. You can see the results of it. And go ahead.
All right, brother. Go ahead and let you plane now. Okay. Anybody else got it? Anybody else want to go?
Oh wait, no, hold on. Since everybody quiet, I want to say this last thing. When I was talking about them walking the earth, right? A lot, when we talk about if they real and actual, people start thinking, oh, these people with bird heads walking around. Oh, they must have tribal masters. No, that's not what it is. I'm telling y'all, they're not talking about human beings.
But the problem with you saying it, you gotta show us. You can't say you telling us. It's not show and tell, it's show and prove. You can tell us all things that the people didn't do that, and you just making conjectures. And when you talk about Reggie, we can't check none of that out. We got to go to ask Reggie, ask him if he feel that way about the elders, about everything you saying. Everything you saying is just
he did a whole show about it. That's how I know about it.
It's too subjective for we saw the show too. But it's too subjective for anybody to actually comment. It's just an argument for argument's sake. It's just opinion.
I can tell.
Because listen to me, brother. What you arguing is Reggie and Jabari. You arguing a point. You're not arguing the facts. The fact is, are the Nibiru literal? That's what the facts are. It might be an interesting show to talk about Reggie and to talk about Jabari, but they're not here. And how they feel about it is not even the question. What Reggie thinks about the Nibiru is not the question. And then when you say like, hey, the Nibiru, they didn't wear a mask and they didn't. That's all. That's you saying that. You got to show us or it ain't even worth saying. It's just
Yeah.
like
Hey,
So
real
words.
quick, let me show you how you know somebody is gatekeeping, right? So months ago, there was a discussion, and Reggie doesn't like the spiritual, practical side of Meta Nature and the Kushite Kemetic legacy. So his argument was
mm,
there's no word for science
hold on, I'll be
and
right
or
back.
spirituality. So with that being said, you see, he left. With that being said, there's a book called Spirituality Before Religions. Spirituality is unseen science, science is seen spirituality, and it's by Professor Kaba Kamine. So while he was arguing that there's no word for science that exists, right there in this book, um, Kaba Kamine gives us Tep Haseb, which is a uh, equal concept to the word science and the scientific method. Meanwhile, guess whose name is also in that book? Reggie Marbury. And that's what I'm saying. While Reggie Marbury will do his thing with academics and the master teachers and the elders, he'll come back on these platforms and gatekeep out of envy, ego, validation, whatever the case may be. And that is the root of this whole argument. And I just want to land my plane right there.
Okay, brother, you said Tep Haseb is what Professor Tremaine said. Because see, I just want to say, did he say exactly what those words translated in from the in Kemet, from the Egyptian language?
Yeah, so it was a equivalency. Tep Haseb means the method is a scientific method that he translated to be equivalent to the word science or the scientific method.
Okay, with all due respect, I want to add something to that. I don't want to take nothing from it. I just want to give you another word for that, okay? You know from Zup Tepi, so you know Tep, you already know what Tep means, right? And then you get Tep Heseb. And Heseb means to calculate also. I'm a mathematician,
Correct.
that's
You
why
also
Heseb.
have, yeah, correct. You also have the word Sia. There's a lot of words that you can relate to the word science or scientific method or to contemplate or brainstorm. Sia is more of a brainstorming or storming, heavy thought type of action verb. But yeah,
Yeah,
all this. So I said that to say that that's evidence that Reggie is gatekeeping because he'll argue things that are already published in the book while his name is in the book.
yeah. Sia, Heka, and Anubis. Even Heka is among that. Magic. Even Anubis. And to be honest, they don't. But now we talked about words and we talked about anachronistic words. But last night we talked about how words come straight out of Egyptian into the English language, meaning they pass through all those languages, but it's almost uninterrupted. We can see that it's an Egyptian word, right? And so
Correct.
one of those words is alchemy. And anybody could Google it. I Googled it myself just to make sure that this statement would be true. If you Google the word alchemy, it'll tell you that alchemy, the original word, is from Kemet. It'll tell you that. And it'll tell you that alchemy gave birth to modern science. And my example of how alchemy gave birth to modern science, and I'm gonna stop right here, I promise it, so somebody else can talk. But my example to that was right now they got a hadron collider and different things like that. And what they try to do is to find different elements to add to the periodic table. And a black sister, I don't know her name, but she just got awarded. I think she was in, I don't even want to guess where she was, Tennessee, somewhere like that, somewhere South Texas. But she just help figure out a new element and put one on an elemental chart. And one of the things about that, the scientific thing that I'm going to point out, is that the base elements that they use to find other elements or to make new elements to add them to the chart. The base element they use is lead, and that's the same base element for transmuting metals into gold in alchemy. I'll stop right there.
Yeah, that's definitely good. A lot of meta nature does survive in English words, which is why I only use the anachronistic allegation on terms. I use it if you're gonna hold me to being and I'm not saying you, I'm just saying in general, if anybody is gonna hold comedics or me to a standard of being terminology or using the correct terminology, then in their argument they have to do the same thing. You can't call me out for being anachronistic, but you call Kemet Egypt. That doesn't make sense. That's the running fallacy and the running problem that anti-comedics emit is while they try to discipline us and audit us on everything, here they are doing a whole bunch of things incorrect. And like I said before, Oreos and anti-comedics don't get to audit comedics.
I agree with that. I agree that that the word, if you hold somebody to that standard, then they may as well learn to speak their early Kemet or the Egyptian language themselves, because every word they use to say anything in Kemet is going to be anachronistic. Every single word, because they speak in English, and that just seems so. You know, it seems like a hostile escape. It seems like a way just to get out the argument, because it's some truth there, and somebody would be running if they do that.
That's what I notice. I notice a lot, and I notice about everything is all about theatrics, fun, and stuff like that, getting your views up. But I notice they do that a lot. That is their go-to. They need an escape, so they'll nitpick on here and there, and they'll hold us to higher standards than they hold themselves. And I'm like, okay, so first of all, you holding me to a higher standard than you do yourself. That should show you something about your whole entire worldview.
Yeah. No, no,
GD and
I
Capone, when
didn't.
you gonna come home?
I'm already home, brother. You know what you talking about. But
And you see what I mean? When I ask him something in figurative form, he go back to literal. That's the number one go to is to do a literal argument to somebody
You,
who's trying to wake
no,
you
I
up.
caught the figure. I caught the figurative speech. I said I'm already home. I'm already where I'm supposed to be at, bro. You know what you talking about?
but he said he was using it as a figurative form of speech, and you took it literal and said
No,
you
I
already
didn't.
at home.
I took it the way that he said it, which was figuratively.
He took it figuratively. He was talking about he at home with the
Okay.
Israelites. That's how I understood it.
Um, all right.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you was talking about you already at home, kick back with your feet up,
Yeah.
got you a bottle of Hennessy cracked open.
So that show you how much context mattered in, because if he was saying that right there,
That's
then you got me too. You got me on that. That show stuff you was talking about figuratively. You literally you literally sitting at home.
man.
Hey,
Look,
but at
yeah.
least you got
So
a lesson
that's
on
why I
the
said.
difference
That's
between the
why
Neteru.
that's what you say. Go ahead.
You got a lesson on how the Neteru are. They figurative, and you know they figurative because we talk to each other in a figurative way all the time. We do it all the time. So that's an indicator that not only is the Neteru figurative, but the way we see things in reality is figurative. And we do it so much that it's easy to confuse the
That's not true.
reality of the matter as being literal. But
But
we
that's
have to
no
make
different
that
than
distinction.
we're not the only people that do that. That's what I'm
We're not the
saying.
only people that do that, but you
It's
get the
not. Hold
point of
on.
what I'm
Not
trying
only
to
that, just
express.
because we have a just that's not the only that's a human thing. You know what I'm saying? Because comprehension of spirituality, that's a human thing, right? Using figurative speech that's human.
Okay, but
But
what
we
set of
don't just
humans would have done it
hold on, hold
first?
on. Hold on,
If we
don't.
know we
But
were
you
the
know,
first humans to teach everybody how to speak,
Let
right,
GBN
and
finish
all
though.
that.
GBN was talking though. You gotta let him finish.
no. Y'all can go ahead because I was trying to. I'm pulling up this in my encyclopedia that I have right here, Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, where it
Yeah.
says
Now
that
what?
the gods walked the earth, and it talks about during the time of Zepteti, and it referenced the dream stele and other artifacts. I was trying to pull it
Okay.
up. The
Stop right
exact
there. Stop right there. Stop right there.
passage.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Let's just say you got it pulled up and you show the text where it say the gods walk the earth. Now, in the context of what you said, let's say it's true that they believe that they taking it literal that the gods actually really walk the earth. No symbolism, no metaphors. They actually believe it. They exact, right? Let's say that's true. Now, what happens when I pull up a statement that reads, and they didn't worship the Nibiru like that. The Nibiru were figurative. No one can worship, like the whole argument we already know. I ain't gonna go through it. What you say to that? What say you to that? If I could pull up the exact same opposite of
And
what you're talking about.
this is why they get the whole thing. This is why they call them gods because they have the same worship
Nah, but that's not the answer to my
as
question.
other
That's my question.
gods or said deities, meaning cults, sacrifice,
Bro,
honorific names. What else? They name their children after them. They feed them. They do oblation, temple service, prayer. All these things. This is why they call it religious text because it's all in the same category. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's all in the same category.
you said earlier that it ain't no category. Now you saying it's all in
I
the
said
same
it's not a
category.
category
You claim
error.
you
It's
claim
the right category
I'm
that it's
talking,
in.
bro.
That's what I'm
You're
saying.
gonna interrupt me like that though? Hey,
Oh,
is there nobody in the room?
my bad, brother. I
There's
thought we was
nobody in
having
the room.
back and forth. Go ahead.
We are, but you didn't give me a chance to finish even one statement.
You got it.
Yeah, so like but there are categories. And I explained it's a categorical mistake and an inferential error. Anytime you make a statement, anytime you're talking about anything and using language, you using categories and you using inferences. You gotta instantiate an axiom and you gotta substantiate a property. That's just what it is. Or unless you're not saying nothing, it's nonsense. That's what's called communication. That's what enables me or anybody else to comprehend or communicate back to you. So, like the brother was saying, bro, to the other brother on the line, what's your name, brother? If I can ask,
Tahuti.
Tahuti.
Tootie. Tootie, it's something called the language game. You should look it up. I always recommend this to people. A guy named Ludwig Wittgenstein, he's a philosopher and a linguist, and he a logician. He wrote about language games and about how somebody can add something. For instance, this is just one example. How somebody can add something, for instance, in a literal way, and then somebody take it and use it figuratively, or somebody add something in a figurative way, and somebody take it and use it literally. It seems like that. It's called the language game. So, and that brings me to this point. When we're talking about science or physics and metaphysics, physics can't talk about metaphysical things. Physics can only talk about physical things, observable things, things that can be repeatedly tested or experimented on. And metaphysical things can't be put under none of that type of scrutiny. So when you have an argument with an atheist and you talking about something metaphysical like God, then you making both of y'all making a categorical error, and the whole conversation is nonsense because the person that's dealing with science and physics can't even talk about metaphysics, and the person talking about metaphysics would be playing a dumb language game if they tried to talk about physics and use God as comparing it to something physically observable when God is nowhere near that, according to them. Using that God concept.
GD and Capone. You already got Check Antijote's book, right?
Yeah.
Which one?
I got two. I got African Origin of Civilization and it's another one. It's another one. Not barbarian.
Civilization or barbarism?
No, not that one. But I got
Okay,
African
because I was
Origin
gonna
of
say,
African
Check
Origin.
Antijote
Yeah, good.
outlines the nature of the Neteru in civilization or barbarism. But I asked that to say this. So since you already got what you say two of Check Antijote's books, you're already trying to inject yourself into the Kemetic setting. Why don't you go ahead and buy you a dashiki and go ahead and be Afrocentric and Kushite Kemetic? You already got a dashiki? Any type of African garb?
Bro,
Like that.
my African garb is in my skin, bro. What?
Okay,
Like,
that's
bro,
good.
this
I
is
like that
why
answer. I
why
like that
y'all try
answer.
to
The point
listen, bro.
is,
This is not an initiation thing, right?
Yeah, please let this be a good point,
We
bro.
want to read what people talking so I can have a better understanding of trying to understand what they're talking about is don't have nothing to do with me putting on a dashiki and doing some and doing some traditional stuff. That has nothing to do with that, bro. It's crazy.
okay, but at least you know I put forth the effort. And you can't say I
That's,
didn't try to get
that's
you
crazy.
to wake up. And that's all it was
But
about. I'm just trying to get you to wake up, man, because
but
you got your foot in the door. A lot of you Abrahamics got y'all foot in the door because y'all trying to inject yourself into the Kemetic setting.
no, it's not that. It's just all it is that what what y'all are
Some people.
doing with this it's called comedicism, right? That's what it's called. And y'all are just from whoever was the earliest ones to teach it, because they opened up the tombs in what 19 probably close to the 1800s, probably like what when Champion opened up the tombs, when they go into the tombs, what was that, like 1900s?
No, there
In
was
the
an 1800.
1900s, right? In the 1920s, after the Great Depression, Egyptomania spread throughout the whole world, right? By the time they opened up King Tut tomb, it got wrapped. So in the 60s, it was a duty for people to teach a certain way. See, that's why you got to understand the history, the history of how these things get out. And that's where Dr. Ben comes from that area. Dr. Ben, Sheikh Gia, and others, they come from that era, right? But within that era, you always have others who don't hold true to what the goal was, because you find it's different ways to skin a cat. So they find ways how to make money off of certain things, and
Okay,
that's
guys.
what Reggie is exposing. And I can't believe that y'all can't see that. It's just y'all still enamored by the teachings and everything.
Did you
These
hear
was
what I said about
real
the book?
literal.
Spirituality is unseen
These was
science.
real literal, and they behave just as any other deity, any other divine force, any other said God.
Well, let me
They
ask you this,
worship.
GD
They
and
had
Capone.
worship like God. They had
Hey,
kingships
are
like
you
God.
there?
They gave kingship. They gave protection, advices. Um, the, this is what it means that they even created,
Let me ask
right?
you this, GD and
Hold
Capone.
on, hold on. Listen, bro. This is what you
Yeah,
need
you
to
want to talk.
understand,
So,
so you can
A1,
come
you
out
got
of this
A1.
spell. Go ahead, y'all got it. I was just
So
hold on. I just want to say this though. This
A1.
is what y'all gotta understand, so you can come up out of the spell of the grift. Because if you
Not
don't
y'all. You
understand
talking
it, they're
to
gonna always be able to take money from you by giving you a statue of Tahuti, saying this is this much. You know what I'm saying? Why would you need a statue when Tahuti's supposed to be in your mind? It's supposed to be your
That's
thought.
crazy,
So
GD and
real quick,
Capone. That's
GD and
crazy.
So if you
Capone, you
I'm
understand
said you
that
sorry,
side
on the
with.
African
Hold on,
level, no
GD and
one can
Capone.
never hold on. If you understand that on the African level, on a conscious level, no one could ever grift you for money. You can never make
Didn't I
a
just
merchandise off of something that you already know. This
GD
is the
Capone?
point. Y'all got it.
GDN. Didn't I just say it's a language game? And if it's metaphysical, you can't take it and make it physical, right? So if a person buys a statue and that statue got sentimental value, that statue got ancestral value, that statue got spiritual value, none of that can be measured by your scientific standard of they getting grifted, they getting cheated for their money because they bought a statue. The statue in itself is worth the money. It's been carved, it's beautiful, it's made out of material. They paying for the cost of the statue like you pay for everything else.
My phone is jacked up. Oh, it's trying to go dead. That's why. I wonder why this phone is tripping. No, I heard you, bro.
So you side with Reggie, right? GD and Capone. That's what you said.
So what I'm saying is, you gotta understand when someone of Reggie's age is going to bat like he is about this topic, is either two things, either about money or it's personal. And he's taking a personal vitriol against this because he feel like it's been a disgracement. Right? They're making these, you gotta think these shrines, all these shrines that they built, that they didn't and all they did, they just the students become worse than the teachers, right? So because
So
why?
yeah, it's
Because
interesting
the
that you
price of
say that.
go
That
ahead.
he take his stance based on something that happened personally,
Look, think it
based
like
on a
this.
personal grudge. Hold on, let me finish.
Go ahead, go
Based
ahead.
on a personal grudge, right? And that's why I brought up, and Seven Azar touched on it too. That's why I brought up Reggie's name being in the book that outlines meta nature terms for science, all while he'll argue on these platforms and say that there is no Kemetic word for science. So that's an indicator about this whole theme as far as the debate
Well,
goes. His whole
science is
behavior
just
patterns,
knowledge.
you can see them.
Science is
So
just
I don't
applied
know why you
knowledge.
so and that's why I said you side with Reggie, who's Kemetic, but it's ironic that you only side with Kemetics who dispute or push back against things that are really Kemetic or unapologetically revolutionary. And that's what I'm saying. That's where the line gets
Well,
drawn
it's not
and the light
unapologetic.
bulb comes on as well. The spotlight is on because now there's a pattern that we can see. You will only
No,
side with a Kemetic when they disagree or want to push back with the likes of Jabari or any other serious Kemetic just for the sake of trying to discredit that Kemetic, right?
no,
That's why I went
no.
through
It's
what I went
about
through
the
last
truth,
night.
bro. Go ahead.
And that's
Go
why
ahead.
JJ 7000 is trying to get me into debating him about a debate or a topic that he already lost and that somebody else already won. We already had two debates
Well,
on this
topic
topic, but
is
y'all still
debated.
talking about it.
But
And
well,
you
topics get
ironically
debated.
side with a Kemetic who disagrees with Jabari.
That
And we
shows
can't
you
even
that
really
I'm
call
that,
Reggie a Kemetic. We can just call him a Kemetic enthusiast, right? Because even if he has an expertise level at translating meta nature, the fact that he doesn't want to actually practice what he is learning means that he is not really a Kemetic practitioner, but more so of an enthusiast. See what I'm saying? Now, on the other hand, here's the difference. If a person doesn't have formal training in translating meta nature, but has some experience with translating it, and he decides to practice the art, that makes him a better Kemetic expert than Reggie in totality. In totality. And I don't have to explain that because if you focus and be an expert at
So
one thing,
this
but
is
I'm a
the
jack
thing.
of all
Hold
trades
on, hold
in
on.
multiple others, that gives me the edge.
So this is my elder, one of my elders told me that how people back in like in the 80s and stuff, how people got enamored by the Egyptians. He's like, we all thought we was Egyptians and stuff. He's like, when they start showing us all the gold and stuff and everything, we got all enamored by that. But the whole time they was stealing our stuff right before our eyes. Like they'll let you see the gold and the shiny things, and the whole time it's a back door, right? So what I mean by that is that the Egyptian way of in this conversation, the Kemetic way of life, right? Their culture is much more than just the regalia. You know what I'm saying? Than just the unks and the in the priestly wear and you know what I'm saying, the regalia in the what else, and just saying hotep and all that. It's more than that. You got to understand, when someone that came in and milked the game, right? That's what it did. They milked the game and they made the consumers. We understand we are the biggest consumers, and they made merchandise off the product, knowing that people, us being consumers, will buy it. Their own, even if it's the cost of their own people who are trying to get out of impoverished situations. So this is a grift, bro. It's a money grab, right? When what you supposed to have been learning is the language, right? Understand how to translate the actual glyph from the wall and explain it that way. Not just the depiction, not just the picture, the art, the actual what's written, the script, the actual script, the metal net.
But I'm saying, by making that statement, you make it seem like it ain't nobody that go to Kemet and do that. Read the glyphs and translate them and write books and everything. We got thousands of people that do that, and you act like that don't happen. What you talking about?
No, I ain't saying that. I ain't saying that it don't happen. I ain't saying that they don't do it.
Yeah, that's exactly what you were saying. You were saying
That's
they
a
need to
part, but
go,
hold on.
get the glyphs and they need to read them, and you made like that's a problem. And I'm saying that's not a problem because that's always happening every day. That's how they got translated in the first place.
But if you look at it in the whole, right, you gotta look. You stop looking
And
at
my
stuff
other point
narrow
before you
minded.
make
You
that
looking at
point,
it narrow minded. That's a portion. That's a section of someone's class or a shrine. That's a section that you're gonna learn the meta. But the majority, that's like if we had a chart of a shrine of one of these new age shrines in they section. The learning the metal netta will probably be 10%.
okay, I got a question. I got a question for
Understanding
the
the
other brother.
symbol, looking at the symbol and the statues and everything, they gonna make that they gonna drill that to you, because now when you see it, you're gonna want to buy it.
Who gonna drill that to me?
It's merchandise.
Who gonna why I'm gonna want to buy it? What make you think I'm gonna want to buy it? You're not gonna want to buy it. I'm gonna want to buy it, but you're not gonna want to buy it. They're gonna push it on me, but not on you.
Yeah,
everybody else stupid, but you the only one know that what they doing, and it's a
because
grift,
if you
and they selling
understand
us
the
statues, and we buying them, and we don't. It's a straw
No,
man. It's a
I'm
red
not.
herring.
I'm not
It's a
saying that
useless
though, bro.
argument.
I'm
It's
not
moot.
saying that. I'm saying if you're aware that you won't buy it. That's all I'm
No.
saying.
Hey, I got a question though. I got a question. I got a
But
question. I got a
no.
question.
Look. Hold on. Let me make my point again. The dashikis and everything. You know what I'm saying? They gonna make merchandise off that. You know what I'm saying? You gotta understand that you African. Your DNA is African. They can't take that, nigga. They can't take that away from you. You see what I'm saying?
Nah.
You gotta understand that. If you don't understand that, then anything that's African, they can just put it up and make you want to buy it. And you will buy it because you're a consumer.
If you believe that, then
You
that's
live
good.
in
Now can I ask the question? Because you keep repeating the same thing.
It's called supply and demand. Go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, cool. Okay. So now my question is, do either one of y'all speak Medu Neter, as y'all call it?
Do we
I
speak
don't
Medu
speak
Neter?
it. I don't speak it fluently, but I translate it and I communicate it as much as I can when I can. So
Okay.
that means it's domestic communication among other people who practice and learn meta nature.
Okay, so you don't speak it. That's what I thought. So now the next question is this right here. Is that, did you hear me when I said earlier that it's called ni Kemet or ni Kemet? In Kemet or Rini Kemet? I'm sorry. In Kemet or Rini Kemet? Did you hear what I said? That means Egyptian language. And when I said
Ernie
that,
Kemet?
yeah, that's how you say Egyptian language.
Ernie,
Ernie, RN, RN. The regular R, the letter R, the letter N, say the letter
So
R,
are
and
you
then
saying
say the
that
letter N, in Kemet. Or you
right?
could
So
say re in Kemet. Okay, that means Egyptian language. Now, I want y'all to stop being
you making that
anachronistic,
up.
if you will. Okay, whatever you say, Dumbo. I want y'all to stop saying Medu Neter because you don't speak the Medu Neter. You don't read the Medu Neter.
Yeah, but you made that Ernie Kemet stuff up though.
Okay, just look it up then and shut up. Don't tell me I made it up. Prove me that I made it up. Show me that you can't find it nowhere in the TLA and nowhere in the Egyptian language, and then come back and say that nigga made it up. But you just sitting here and don't speak the language and saying that means absolutely nothing to
No,
me.
so they called the people the Remich, right?
No,
But you're not saying
no,
that
they
the
didn't.
Remich, the Kemet means the black land. But you
No,
said
it don't.
the word Kemet was in that phrase that you just used, and you saying that means Egyptian language.
Okay, let me school you on something. You ever heard of a homophone? Words that
Yeah,
sound alike and have the same meaning?
they have
Have
different
you ever
meanings.
heard of a homonym? Have you ever heard of homonym?
Yeah, words
Words that spelled
that have
alike
different
and
meanings that
have
have
similar
the
meaning?
same spelling.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Then if you have, then the Egyptians wasn't dumb to that. They spoke a language. And so it's according to the context in which you use the word kemet in. The word kemet can mean complete. The word kemet can mean black. The word kemet can mean a lot of things. It's according to what you're using it in the context. And when you say kemet means black land, kemet ta. Kim Ta means black land. You see that? Kim means black. Ta means
Yeah, but you
land.
didn't
That's
say
black.
Kim. You said
I'm
Kemet.
talking. I'm
But you
talking though.
said
I'm
Kemet.
talking though. I'm talking though. I'm teaching right now. So that's Kim Ta. So that's black land. So then, like I said last night, it's got a determinative on that word on the charcoal or the alligator skin, black alligator skin, black burnt charcoal. The hieroglyph for Kim is a black burnt charcoal or a black burnt alligator skin, right? So then that's Kim. Now it's followed by owl, which is a secondary M, which is just for pronoun, for pronunciation. It's just phonetic. It's not supposed to be used in the word. So you just say Kim right there, right? But then that's followed by the bread loaf, which is the letter T, or gives you the
T.
T phonetic sound.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
then
you
now
have
you
the
get Kemet.
determinative of the land.
Now you get Kemet. After that, you see Kemet. Then you see two people seated there, a man and a lady, followed by three strokes. The man and the lady mean people of
People.
Kemet. People, I'm talking,
Well, the
and
three
the three
strokes
strokes,
make it mean people.
and the three strokes makes it plural. It don't make
Plural.
it mean people. It makes it
It makes
plural.
the people. It makes the man and the
The
woman
people mean
plural. That's
plural.
what the
And I'm
three
talking
strokes
enough,
mean.
and I'm not gonna talk over you, bro. You're being stupid. That's
Bro,
ridiculous.
I'm telling. Hold on. I'm just
No, I don't need your
interjecting.
help. I don't need you to
You
tell me
do this
nothing. I'm
yesterday,
talking.
bro. Listen,
You can talk
I'm
after
just
I talk. You can talk after I talk, though. You got it, bro. You've been talking. You can talk after I talk. That's how the thing works. So, nevertheless, you got Kim there, you got the M there, the owl, you got the T there, you got the two-seated people, you got the three strokes. Now, you say Kim means black. Let's finish the sentence then. Kim means black. Ta means land of the black people, right? Plural, right? So then what does black refer to? Does black refer to only the land, or does black refer to the people? That's the question that's being posed in Kemet. Because you don't speak Medu Neter, so I'm trying to teach you how to have the argument so you can stop saying stupid stuff and keep repeating the same thing. So that's the argument right there. I know you didn't get it, but that's the argument.
You think I
All
don't know
right,
the
GD and
argument
Capone, real quick,
about the black
GD and
land,
Capone.
about if the Egyptians was black and all that? Bro, come on. What are you
No,
taking
you don't know
GD and
the
whether
Capone,
words
bro.
you don't know
Kemet?
whether the
Focus,
It's
people
plural.
in
GD
the
and
So hold on.
room.
Capone.
You
So
don't know
when it's
whether the people
GD
in
and
the room
Capone,
when it's
bro.
are
Kemet, it
described
has
as
a
black
land.
or
It
if
has
it's
a
just
land.
described as
It
black
has a
land.
determinative for a land. That's why I
You
said
don't
the
know
black
if the
land.
black
I wasn't
land or if
talking
it's
about
black
the black
people of the
people.
black land.
I wasn't
You
talking
don't know
about the
if
people
it's
of the
black
black
land
land.
or
I was
black
talking
people of
about
the black
Kemet,
land
which
or black
has a
land of the people.
determinative
You don't
of
know because
which
you
has a
don't speak
determinative
measurement.
of a
You don't
land.
speak
That's how you know
ancient.
that it
You
says
don't
the
know because
black
you don't speak the
land,
language.
referring
You
to
just
the
talking out the
fertile
side of your neck
soil.
because you
Then
don't
you
speak the
have the
language.
Kimi, which are the people of the black land. See, you getting the words mixed. This is what I'm saying, and I don't think you did this purposely. I just think you just misspoke. So you have the
Hey,
No,
real
you
Kemetu.
just
quick,
don't
GD
speak the
and
language.
Capone.
Go
Let
Hey,
ahead.
me
can
ask
we
you
Go
a
let the
ahead.
question, GD and
conversation grow?
Capone.
And you stop
Go ahead.
jumping in with that right there?
Go ahead,
Because you
King.
see me
GD
having
and
a
Capone.
conversation. I let y'all have it. So let me
Y'all
and Jimmy
having a
have a
mixed
conversation.
conversation that's based on a sidebar and a false teaching
You
moment.
need some attention
So
seeker. You
GD
got
and
attention seeker
Capone,
behavior.
listen to what Babylon said. He just said that there's a lot of people translating and speaking Meta Nature, right? And
Nope,
then he
that's
went
not
on to
what I said.
say
I corrected myself and
he
said
went on
early
to
timid.
ask if we read and speak the language. So with that being said, GD and Capone, what is your issue with interpreting the Neteru as the committee you wants us to see him?
Wait, say that last part again.
I said, what is your issue if we know that Meta Nature has a way for you to learn it, speak it, and write it? Why are you pushing back still so hard when it comes to defining the Neteru and distinguishing them from gods?
Because they fall in the categories of gods. Because the Egyptologists calls them gods. The African Egyptologists calls them gods and deities. There's no separation. The Hindu gods, I'm pretty sure the Hindu people, they probably make the same argument about the Vedas, right? They don't argue when you say that it's gods, because that's the English way.
That's
Well, let me
semantic
ask you this question,
trash.
GD and
making
Capone,
this
That's
since you paused so
making
semantic
long.
this
Let me
okay.
ask you
garbage.
So
this
I
question
answer your
since you paused so
question.
long. Do
I answer
people
your
who
His
question.
believe in
question is
something
garbage.
think that that
GDN.
thing is literal?
That
What you say,
question
Babylon?
garbage.
Wait,
That
hold on,
question is
please.
garbage. His question is
Do you
garbage.
think? Hold on,
It's
we're not
semantic
worried about
rhetoric.
the
Well, you
glory
gotta
hound
pick
moment
out
right
who you
now.
want to argue
Because
with,
Answer the
though.
I'm
Who
talking,
you
question.
want to
bro.
Answer the
argue with?
question,
Because we
GD
don't
and
want to be.
Capone.
If two niggas wrong, two niggas wrong. And he trying to cut me out because he know he wrong. That question
You
is
gotta pick
semantic
out
Well,
garbage.
hold on.
Because
If you're
want
gonna
to
use
argue
that
with.
word,
when
I'm gonna
you
have to push back with come.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it. Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
All right, GD and Capone. Oh, he gone. He left.
Yeah, but your statement was still garbage though, bro, because you got him arguing over God, and you know that's just being semantic. God in any language, even if they use God, Egyptian scholars or Egyptologists, if they use the word God in the place of Neteru, you should know better that they would be using it in the context of Egyptian gods as the Nitiru. They're using gods to refer to the Nitiru based on what the Nitiru mean, and not gods in based in what Abrahamic religion mean, Muslim mean, Judaism mean, nothing mean. It's based on what the Nitiru mean. But you'll rather have that Abrahamic conversation or that semantic argument. And I want to ask you, bro, why are you ducking? What's up? You on the phone with somebody who can have a high level conversation, and you've been ducking. You scared you're gonna get proved wrong or something? What's up?
So anyway, that's subjective. If you say that question wasn't this and it wasn't that, it's subjective. And we also keep in mind that when we talk to Abrahamics, we have to break down things in a certain way to where these Abrahamics can comprehend and understand it. So that question, while you got some subjective and adverse opinion about it, that question actually shows him that if we have a translation in meta nature, right, from the Europeans, and then we have another translation from Africana Studies who puts it in better context, the question is now for the Abrahamic to answer why it's taking so long for him to understand these concepts. Ain't nothing stupid about that question. Even if you do think it's stupid, that opinion would be personal to you. It would be personal to you. Mm-hmm. Nobody else would find it stupid. And your next question was why I was running. Y'all gotta stop with this itching for a debate, trying to compete for validation, trying to say things for clout. What defines running? And that's what I'm saying. What defines running? Because you asked me a question. You asked me probably about maybe one or two questions since you've been up here.
I'll tell you what defines running. You want me to answer
They was closed-ended questions.
Now.
But being that I want to give more explanation on a closed-ended question, you say I'm running, and then you the first one to use a term, a derogatory term, right? Use the N-word.
Come on, man. You gonna land that plane away.
So now the question is, why are you so aggressive, and why are you arbitrarily asking me a question about me running when I haven't left the panel yet?
Good, you asked me a question, so now somebody else could talk. Goddamn. Okay, now, bro, when you asked the other brother, GD and Capone, you asked him about the Medu Nature, and you after I had told you that Medu Nature is the incorrect word. So you want to stick to stupidity. That's the first thing. And you can call it derogatory all you want, but if you're being naive, you're being naive. What you want to be called if you do something wrong. If you're right, you right. You wrong, you wrong. I don't know why y'all niggas come on here and try to make like y'all the goddamn little league football coach, and y'all gonna take everybody out for pizza whether they win or lose. Nigga, you lose, you go home. You don't get pizza. Okay? Stop that millennial talk with me, because it ain't gonna make you take no high road with me. You gonna stay here and be solid, be a man, or you can leave. That's how it works, bro. because you ain't being a man right now. When you asked GD and Capone about the language and about the word nature, and he kept going to the word God, and I made it clear. I said, bro, you got to understand that God is, that's a categorical mistake. God can mean anything to any group of people out there, the Hindus, everybody. That was clear. So then when you kept letting him run to that, and I know you know better, I said on the thing, I said, you just want to argue. And that's why I call your conversation and your statement stupid. Now you go.
Okay, again, that's subjective. And since you want to use the word nigga, I'm gonna have to call you a coon. Because as a revolutionary, you should know way better than to call somebody any type of term based on you disagreeing. So, but anyway, you said that meta nature was an incorrect term. Nobody says that. Nobody till this day has come up on any panel, has
Exactly. You learn
published
something new
any
every day.
academic paper to say that meta nature is the incorrect way to identify the Comedy U language, no matter if it's written in written form or in spoken form. Now, yes, I would agree that in spoken form, it should be called another name, but for
Well,
now,
then be
we have
quiet
to
then
use
if you
meta
agree with
nature,
that, because
and
you
for
agree
you
with me.
to
That's
pinpoint
silly.
that and push back about that and create a false teaching moment about that just shows how feeble-minded you are and how eager you are to compete for validation, have false teaching moments, and try to get a debate. I understand you eager for a debate, but there's different ways of going about that. And then you brought up masculinity. What does manhood and masculinity, even if I did ask a question in an unfavorable way, or I asked a wrong question, or you think it was stupid, that has nothing to do with manhood and masculinity. So you just talking up here, you just trying to compete for validation. You kind of knew, you egotistical, but you know what I'm saying? I have no problem with it. I'm just letting you do what you do, because I know the show calls
Exactly.
for
Freudian
theatrics.
slip. Yep, you made that Freudian slip, and I know you doing what you do. It's not what I do. You can't do me. So that's why you made that Freudian slip. And I explained to you already, and you refused to look it up. You probably got access to a computer. You should. You own one. You could look up in Kemet, and you could have found that out for yourself. But you'll rather stay stuck on stupid. And then you will say, hey, I agree that it should be called something in another language. Exactly. Because you agree with me and you know I'm right and you're wrong. And you want to stay stuck on stupid. The next thing was you said, I call you nigga. Yeah, I said nigga. I also call you bro at the beginning. You didn't mention that. You just want to nitpick, nigga. Now, the next thing, I don't debate niggas like you. I debate my equal. You're not my equal. I did come up here to teach you because you needed me to teach you. And the next thing, that word salad you spewing out, ain't nobody eating that. Okay? Ain't nobody eating that alphabet soup. Keep it to yourself. All that trying to narcissistic, arrogant, conceited, egotistical, trying to name, bro, bro, go ahead with that, okay? That don't bother me. That all that tell me is that you lost the argument and you don't want to talk about nothing to do with Ernie Kimmett or Medju Nature or about the word nature being used literal or figurative. What you want to talk about is Dr. Reggie, Brother Reggie, and Dr. Jabari Osazi, because you're a fanboy. Go ahead.
Okay, so for me to be a fanboy of a scholar, um, is
And
not
all
really
you do
that
is
bad.
walk off of what I
Hold
say.
on. You
You
want me to
take the
finish?
last
You want
word
me
I
to?
say, and
Hold
that's
on.
the
Hold
only
on.
thing you
It's my
fucking
turn
know,
to
bro.
talk. You've been
That's
complaining
lame.
all panel about people interrupting you. Now, when it's my turn, you want to chime in because it's starting to cut. So first of all, when you call somebody a fanboy, right, and you do so just by the simple fact that they reference scholars or a prior debate in a conversation that's talking about a debate, that's very disingenuous and egotistical. I'm gonna have to lay it on you again. And you are being coony, right? You are being very coonish. You're being a stupid coon to say that you won an argument, right? Where you initially agree with somebody, and then you come back and you say you're teaching somebody something. How do you win an argument when you say you're teaching somebody something? It can't be both at the same time. And that's why I say tone down the ego. You can come here and say what you want to say. If you disagree with somebody, you don't have to name call them. You definitely don't have to use the most derogatory term in human history if you disagree with them. Again, if I'm a stupid nigga, you a stupid coon. So again, if you know, like I said, no scholar out of Africana studies says that meta nature is the incorrect way of identifying the language. So even if I didn't know that and I had to go back and find it out, the expectation for you for me to do that right now in real time is kind of unreasonable, and you know that. So again, you can't win an argument when you accuse somebody for agreeing with you. Like, clean that up.
I never asked for your permission. You ain't no director around here to give no directions or to tell somebody what they need to talk about or how they need to go about it. I ain't trying to win no argument. I never said that we was in an argument or that I was trying to win an argument. I said you was ducking and dodging because you didn't want to have a high level conversation. And you took that and you overlaid it with your words of argument. Secondly, you keep calling me a coon and keep trying to be like you ain't saying certain words and stuff like that. I said I call you bro and I call you nigga. And you being a little whiny little bitch too for doing that because of the simple fact that the word nigga everywhere in the world is not taken like you take it. Ain't nobody call you no Nigger or nothing like that. And I'm not white. Both of us black. So I mean, nigga, y'all just taking stuff out of context. If you ain't from the hood, you're not gonna tell me how to talk. If you can't have a conversation with different people with different strokes and different strokes in life, and you want to just bleed your definition of what a nigga is on them in a conversation, you do that. But you ain't gonna get me to bow down to no dumb shit like that. I know what the word nigga mean. You don't. You don't know where the word nigga come from. You don't know the etymology. You don't know where it come from. On that note, since you want to correct me and you want to tell me about nigga without Googling, tell us where the word nigga come from and what the word nigga mean.
Nah, this don't turn into no pop quiz session,
Exactly.
so you can say,
Your
"Oh, I
ass
won, I
don't know.
won."
You don't know.
First
You
and
don't know.
foremost,
My
if
question. You
hater,
didn't answer my
hold
question.
on,
Can I
if
finish with my
hater,
conversation?
if
Can I finish with
hater,
my conversation?
no, you
Because you
can't
didn't
because you
answer my
asked me a
question.
question.
Can I finish
So when you
talking?
ask me
You
a
didn't
question,
answer.
that's the thing.
You
That's a
didn't
tactic.
answer.
When you
You
ask
didn't answer.
somebody a
You a petty
question
girl.
and
Take
you
up,
don't let them
get your
fully
panties out of
answer the
ruffle.
question, that's a
Get your panties
tactic.
out of a ruffle
So
and back
again,
up.
the
Because you
word
didn't answer the
hater
question, I get to
and
continue my
hater
conversation.
means the
But you
same
don't know that.
thing,
So
just
go
as
ahead, ladies
nigger
first.
and nigga would
Ladies
mean the
first.
same thing. So just because you take the ER off of something doesn't mean it
Ladies
changes the
first.
meaning. So that was stupid coon
Yeah,
talk
it
right
does
there,
change the meaning,
right?
Dodo. Fuck, dummy. Yeah, taking
Now,
letters off
so
a
here,
word
hold on.
changes
Here's
the
the thing.
meaning.
What
Taking
conversation
letters
do
off
you
of a
say
word
I'm running
changes the
from
meaning,
since we've
Dodo.
been conversing the whole
Taking
time
letters
and
off of
only
a
on this
word
last
changes the
time
meaning,
you
Dodo.
say that I'm running? So
You
when
dumb.
you came
Taking
up,
letters off of a word
when
means
did you,
changing the
when
meaning,
did,
Dodo.
what are you talking about as far as me running from a
I
conversation?
ain't answering that no more. I just told you you're running from a
Exactly.
high
So
level
now you get to
conversation
ask
and you
questions,
want to
but I
argue
don't.
about Reggie
Typical of a
and
troll.
Jabari and you a
Typical of an
fanboy and you want
egotistical
to argue about
troll.
Reggie and Jabari and you a fanboy and that's how you running. You
Nah,
using
you
that to
mad?
escape.
Because
You
one
using
thing
that to
we
escape
know,
and I'm
if you see a
talking and I'm
guy, if you
answering
see a
questions
grown
and
ass
now you in
man
your
wearing a
feelings. Go
basketball
ahead, ladies
jersey
first.
with somebody else's name on
Go
the
ahead,
back of
ladies
it,
first.
you're not gonna call them a fanboy. But
Ladies
if you
first.
see somebody citing a scholar, you call them a fanboy.
Ladies
Man,
first.
clean it up. Clean it up.
Ladies first. You clean up, lady. Now, maid. Now, like I was saying though, this dude say he can't look up the word Ernie Kemet. He say he can't look it up. So we gonna look it up for him. But
Yeah,
then
look
when
it
I
up
look it
for
up,
me because nobody said I
yeah,
can't
when
look
I
it
look
up. I
I'm looking
said
up,
even
I'm
if
looking
you
it up for the
expect me
people.
to look
You
it
can
up and
shut up.
change
You
suddenly,
ain't got
that's
nothing to say, bro.
unreasonable.
Bro, now you had so much decorum and you ain't have nothing to say. You say you don't know what the word means. You can't look it up. You can't do
Now
nothing.
you
You
creating
hopeless. You
narratives.
handicapped. You
You
disabled
so
and you can't do
egotistical, you
nothing.
get to
And now
create
you want to
narratives so
over
you can
talk me
pose as
when
a
I'm looking the
teacher.
word up.
And
Can I
then
just
all
read
through
the
this
word to
whole
the people?
conversation
Can I
panel,
read the word to
you've
the
been
people?
arguing with
Can I
nobody for no
read the
reason, just so
definition to
you
the
can try
people?
to inject
Don't
a
nobody
false
care
teaching
about that.
moment.
Can I read
That
the
don't even make no
definition?
sense.
Can I read
You
the
don't have any
definition?
decorum.
Can I
You don't
read
have
the
any
definition?
sensibility when you
We
talk. All you
don't
have is
nobody care.
ego.
Nobody cares. Can I read the definition? Okay, down to business. In ancient Egyptian language, Ar Ni Kemet, translated to the language of the black land or speech of Egypt. You need me to keep going? Or you want me to stop?
You can
Because
stop
you can
there
look this up.
because are you
You can
saying
look this
Meta
up,
Nature
little
doesn't have
knucklehead.
its meaning?
You,
What are you
thank you for
saying?
the teaching moment,
Are
because I
you
got to
saying
teach the
Meta Nature
community.
no longer
Thank you
has
for
its
the
meaning?
teaching moment.
And
Thank you for
all
the
the
teaching.
people who
Thank you
were
for another teaching
deciphering,
moment, because I got
speaking,
to
and
teach the
writing Meta
community.
Nature got it wrong? Is that
I
what you're saying?
appreciate the
What are
teaching
you
moment.
saying?
I'm telling you what I'm saying. I appreciate the teaching moment, so I got to teach the community. So I'm gonna read that again. In the ancient Egyptian language, the letter R followed by the letter N and followed by the three-letter consonant Kemet, K-M-T, Ni Kemet, or N Kemet, or Ni Kemet, right? Translates to the language of the black land or speech of Egypt. And I said that last night. It's really the speech, but the language of the black land. Then it says combining the words for mouth or speech, right? That's R. The word R is the word for mouth or speech. You really say ran for mouth, right? But you could just say the letter R because the letter R represents the mouth itself. So you put the single stroke under it, and there you have it. You have the word for ran under the letter R, because then at that point by its context that it means speech or language. Then after that it says combining the words for mouth speech R of N and Kemet. Of N is of, like of Kemet. Language of Kemet. In Kemet. Language of Kemet. Speech of Kemet. That's what the word means. But this brother say he translate Medu Neter. He say he translate words proficiently. He do this so smoothly when he want to. And I told him, no, you don't speak the language. By the answer, I know you don't speak it. I know you don't read it. You don't write it. You don't do nothing. You front. You come on here and pretend to be smart. That's what you're doing. And so now, Dunning-Kruger effect. So meaning of the terms. It's a R or RN, mouth or speech is the language. The letter N is the meaning, it means of. Kemet, KMT, the ancient name of Egypt, meaning black land. Black land. In this context, I agree. It's no people on there. It's just referring to the land. It's just saying black land. It's just saying, the black language. The language of the black people of the black land. That's what it's saying right there. For real. The language of the black people of the black land. That's what it's saying. Because the only way you can have a language is people speaking it. So right there, Kemet means black people of the black land. So now it reads key facts, usage. The specific phrase is found in classical literary texts like the story of Sinuhe. Right? You hear that word literary text? I mentioned that earlier when I said the word literal. And I said the word literal, he confusing the word literal with literacy when he takes it and says the letters is the word and it becomes the Medu Neter. I said that earlier, that he confusing the word literal with literacy. Then it reads the last part. It says language family. Ancient Egyptian belongs to the Afro-Asiatic family and evolved through various stages, including Egyptian, Middle Egyptian, Late Egyptian, Demotic, and eventually Coptic. They forgot hieratic, but we'll give them that. Now you go ahead, brother, and then you tell me where I'm wrong for teaching you that Ni Kemet is the language, and you can stop saying what you know is wrong now. Stop being stuck on stupid, and you can move on and start saying Ni Kemet and stop saying Medu Neter, because you can't speak the Medu Neter.
I'm gonna continue to say Meta Nature because no Africana scholar or conventional scholar uses that term. Also, you read a definition and it had Afro-Asiatic in it. Africana scholars do not agree that the language that comes out of Kemet is Afro-Asiatic. So you just read me a
Nonsense.
definition, called yourself teaching me about it, but then you give me something about Afro-Asiatic identity for the language. So you didn't teach me anything, and that's what I'm saying. Like, first you come up here and you say I'm running, and then you say you teaching me something, and then you say you won an argument, right? I didn't even argue back with you, but you say you arbitrarily run an argument, right? And all I did was say meta nature is a common name for the language, and although I agree that there needs to be a separate name for the spoken language, right? How can you determine that I lost the argument when you say you were just teaching me? And that's what I'm saying. Like, if you
That'd be
interpret
stupid.
reality like this, you're gonna
I'm
have
stuck,
problems
bro.
interpreting meta nature, the nature of the Neteru. And I just land my plane with that. Like, we
Yeah.
can all get along
You
without the
you crashing
derogatory
out. You ain't
terms,
landing. You
disagree.
crashing out.
You crashing out. You ain't landing. You crashing out. You need to think for yourself though.
How am I
Because
crashing out when
you
you
need to
got the
think.
most
You
rasp
need.
and the
You need to
most,
think. You need to think for
you got
yourself.
the highest
I'm
pitch in your
talking.
voice?
I'm
And that's
talking.
what I'm
I'm
saying,
talking,
bro.
and you need to
Now
back
you
up.
accusing me of
I'm
crashing
talking.
out.
You need to back
First,
up.
you accuse
You
me of
say you're
losing the
gonna land your
argument.
plane. You say you're
Then
gonna
you say
land your
you
plane,
taught me
and now
something,
you won't land it.
and
You
now I'm
said you landed your
crashing out.
plane,
That's
and now
crazy work,
you
bro.
crashing out because you said you gonna land your plane, and the minute I say you crashing out, you crash out because I say you crashing out. So you crashing out. Yeah, you
So
crashing
your
out.
agenda is to trigger
Yeah, so
people
you
now.
crashing out.
Okay,
So you
so
crashing out.
yeah,
So you
if
crashing
somebody
out.
crash out
So
after
you
you
crashing
trigger
out.
them, then
So you crashing out.
you can't
So
really
now,
evade
you
accountability for that.
triggered, and now you want to use the word trigger, and you want to use that. But I'm talking. It's not your turn. You could wait your turn, and I'm gonna finish. So now you need to think for yourself, because every time I say something at the end of my conversation, you basically repeat back to me what I just said. You came in again and said, "I'm trying to win an argument." I'm gonna repeat to your dumb self that I'm not trying to win an argument. I'm not arguing with you. You have nothing to argue with me about. You done prove you don't know the language. You done prove you don't know the difference between being corrected. We're not arguing. You're being taught and don't know it. You punch drunk, dead in the ring, and you think you still fighting. The referee done already called it over, and you still walking around, think you doing something. That's what's happening here. And then the
So
next
you
thing
wanted
is,
me to be
I'm
quiet so you
talking.
can
I am
recreate a
talking.
fictional
I am
narrative,
talking. I am talking.
figuratively now.
I am talking,
You
lame
being
brain.
figurative to
I'm
talk
talking,
about
lame
something,
brain.
and you
I know
creating a
it
story,
hurts.
and you want
I
me to
know
have
it's
that decorum
painful,
for you.
but I'm
And then
talking.
you
You
call
had
me
all the decorum
long-winded
in the
while you
world at
doing
first,
this.
and now you done lost your panties.
So
Now
now
you
you
done
being
lost your
long-winded,
panties
accusing me of
because you done got
long-winded,
straightened out,
while
and
you
you done
supposed to
lost
be
your panties.
responding to
You got
me.
to put
You
on those
creating a
SpongeBob
narrative
boxes and be a man,
that
and you
has
got
a
to
lot
back
of
down, and you
fictitious
got to allow
elements
me
in
to
it.
talk, and you
And
got to
now
allow me to
all of a
talk
sudden you
because
want me
both of
to
us can't
allow
talk at
you
the
to
same time.
talk.
You got to allow me to talk because I'm talking, and both of us can't talk at the same time. I was already talking. Allow that, brother. Not nigga, brother. Okay? So now, think for yourself. I ain't trying to win no argument. Still, you still don't give no directions around here. And you still say you agree that it needs to be another word, and I done told you the word, and you gonna stay stuck on stupid. That's all you said the last time you came on here. And the other thing you said was Afro-Asiatic. Nigga, I told you I was gonna read what somebody else wrote. I just gave a whole class last night. You should have been there. You need to go listen to the video because I taught that Afro-Asiatic is a term that they use, like Christopher Eric, who you don't know. You don't even know no Egyptian scholars. So there's no need in me calling Christopher Eric because you don't know who the hell it is. You don't know where he teach nothing.
So now
And so
you psychic, and that's what I'm saying. Look at how you want me to have decorum for you continuing on, and while you calling me stupid, telling me what I don't know.
I'm talking.
All you
You
need to
said
do
that
in
no
your
scholars,
response
you
is
said
give
that
me
no scholars
neutral
say what I'm saying.
information
You said that no
to
scholars say
change
what
the
I'm saying.
dynamics of the
And
way
now I
the
name
thing
a
is going. You
scholar
don't
and your
need to
panties
be
in a
calling
ruffle.
me names,
Get your
giving you an
panties out of ruffle, little
evaluation of
girl,
what I
and allow
know,
me to talk. It's
because
my
that
turn to
doesn't
talk.
make sense. You're
It's
not
my
psychic.
turn to talk, though. No matter what you say, it's my turn to talk. It's not your turn, it's my turn.
You said there's no scholars that will say what I say, and I just named one, and you still there gonna act
I
stupid.
said no
Christopher
scholar
Harris,
says what
I'm
you
talking
says and
stupid. I'm
publishes it
talking I'm
for
talking
it to
Mrs.
be
Lane Brain.
changed. And what I'm
I'm
saying is
talking Mrs.
practitioner
Lane Brain.
scholars,
I'm talking.
no
Boy, you came on here
practical
like a man.
scholars
You gonna turn into a
use
woman
your
on me.
word when
You
they're
gonna turn
talking
into
about
a
meta
girl on me,
nature. They
boy.
use
Come
meta
on, get your
nature.
manhood back. Come on now. Stop it. Cut it out. Get your bearings together. Come on now. So now, you say that you want to speak Ernie Kimmett, but you keep calling it Mejunetter. So you mad because you've been corrected on what it is. And the Bible, since you want to quote that and talk about that, the Bible, religious people, the Bible knows better than you, because the Bible reads that a fool hateth correction. And that's what you been. And when I said you ducking,
When did
you
I quote
ducking
the
and running.
Bible? See,
When I
that's what I'm
said you
saying. You
ducking,
got so
when
much
I said
going
you
on in your
ducking, when I
head
said you are
that
ducking
you
and running,
talking to me
only
as
a
if you was
fool
talking to
ducks
somebody 2
when the
weeks
truth is
ago,
thrown
bro.
at them.
And then
Only
you
a fool
using that
ducks
episode
when the
as a
truth
way
is
to say
thrown at
you
them.
won an argument and you
Only a
teaching me
fool
something.
ducks when
You're
the
not
truth is
making
thrown at
sense
them.
thus far. That's
Only
why I
a
have to
fool
chime in and
ducks
cut you
when the
off.
truth is thrown
When
at
any
them.
other person
You're
talks, I have
a
decorum.
because
But
you're
for
flipping
you,
and
you
dodging the
just
truth.
full
That's
of
what makes
layered
you a fool.
narratives,
See, you can call me a
egotistical.
fool, but I'm not a coon. But I can call you a fool, and it's actually literal. It applies. It's real. You're a fool.
But even
Because
then,
you're
that's
acting like a fool.
subjective. So your pushback
You're a
thus
fool
far has been
because you're acting
subjective
like a fool.
because, in
You're not a
combination with the
man
name
because you're not
calling,
acting like a
you
man. You keep
predicting
interrupting
and you
because you're
being
mad.
psychic about what I know and don't know.
You keep
So that's
interrupting because you're
egotistical
mad.
and that's crazy. Nobody's mad.
Yeah, Christopher Eric called the language Afrasian. Not only Afro-Asiatic, he changed that and he called it Afrasian. And an African lady in the audience, she said, "Hey, why did you call it Afrasian?" And he said, "Well, I know that's suspect, and I know it's predominantly African, and I know that a lot of people try to tie the Asiatic and the Levantine into it. But I mean, technically, you're right. But like it's just a word term. It just describes the way the language is. It's other words we can use, like I mentioned on the show I did last night, like Niger Congo." Like you can use Niger Congo, or you can use Nilotic Saharan, like I used on the show last night. So I gave the people the better words. I even said the better word for the term is not Afro-Asiatic. It's actually Nilotic Saharan or Niger Congo or some other river or something like that. I said. So, bro, I got my words. They ordered. I'm good. I'm gonna stay correct. You're gonna stay wrong, and just admit you're wrong and move on.
Bro, you just said technically I'm right, and then you concluded with just admit you wrong and move on. Which one is it, bro? And that's what I'm saying. Tap into reality before you talk to me. You can come up here and talk as long as you want to whenever I'm not around. But when you addressing me, you better pack a lunch. Two, you better make sense and you better be consistent. You're not gonna come in here and say you teaching me something and then I lost the argument when I never, while I'm technically being right at the same time. How are
You right.
all
I ain't
three of
teaching
those
a
things
fool.
possible in the
I'm not
same
teaching a fool.
time and space, bro?
I
Get
can't
for
teach a
real.
fool. I can't teach a fool, so you're right,
Right?
technically.
And then
Yep, you're
now,
right.
so now I ask you about the Afro-Asiatic. You say I'm technically right, but then you
No,
go
you
on to this
technically a fool.
spiel. You go on to
You
this
technically a
spiel
fool.
about how,
You
this
technically a
African
fool. A
woman
fool ain't never
stood up
right.
in the crowd. Like you doing a
A
lot of
fool ain't never right.
storytelling and you're supposed to, you winning some type of argument and you giving some teaching moment, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
You
let's
got
be
taught.
for real, bro.
You got taught because you're a fool. You got taught that you ain't learned nothing.
Yeah.
But
And you
the
think you
people out
teaching
there,
somebody because you're a
the
coon.
people out there learn something, and you hating. You so jealous. Why are you mad because I'm teaching? Because I used the word teaching. Let me
Well,
change
first
it.
of all,
I
hold
ain't,
on.
I ain't
This
teaching
all
nothing.
started
I'm just
because you
reminding
said that
people.
I'm
I
talking
ain't
way
teaching
too
nothing,
much
baby.
about
I'm
Jabari
just
and
reminding
Reggie
people. I ain't
on
teaching
a
nothing, little
subject
lady.
matter
Little
that
lady, can
actually
I talk
calls
though?
for them since they
Talk,
had the
little lady. Go
debate.
ahead, talk. Talk your
Everybody
heart
is
out.
talking about the nature of the Netcheru because
Talk your heart
Reggie
out,
and
little lady.
Jabari are having a debate. So
Talk about it,
for
little
your
lady.
intro, you had to use that and say that my manhood is in question because I'm a fanboy for
Yep,
citing
you're
two
a
people who
fanboy
had a
for
debate
real.
to put things into the proper perspective.
Oh, that's how you
Meanwhile,
took that though. You took that as your manhood in perspective.
Meanwhile, you
Wow, you
telling me
gay for
that you
real.
just beat me in an
You
argument,
gay
I'm
for real.
running, all this other things, I'm technically
You
right.
gay for real, fanboy.
Which one is it?
Bati boy now, not
Based on
fanboy.
your story,
Bati boy
this is how the
now.
story is taught. And then you said I referenced the Bible. Nobody even referenced the Bible. I didn't bring up the Bible
Bati
not
boy
one
now.
time.
Bati
You
boy now.
crazy, bro.
Bati boy now.
But
Find
also
So
for
something
the
else to
sake of
call him,
theatrics.
Babylon Don. You tripping,
okay,
man.
yeah.
Don't
The
get up
reason
here
why
acting all ghetto. This ain't the liquor
the,
store in the hood.
the reason why I call him a fanboy though is because if he gonna come on here and claim he want to talk about the Netter and keep worshiping and talking about Reggie and Jabari, I made it clear why I call him a fanboy. But he the one said I call him a fanboy because I question his sexuality and I'm calling him gay. So that's why I said it's a Bati boy.
I don't want to hear it. I didn't
I'm
want to hear it the
surprised you let
first
it go on
time.
for that long.
I didn't want to hear it the
As
first
soon as
time. I don't know why he thought I wanted him to re-explain it so he can
right.
further try to insult you over again like I'm slow.
Yo, when he first of all, let me just say something real briefly about him. And I think y'all should have saw this coming from a mile away. So he's in the live chat, trolling and being antagonistic and hostile as it is already. And then he came up here to agree to disagree, just to agree all over again. So a lot of these people, and I get it, people want to be eager to be seen and heard and debate. But at the same time, let's go about it correctly. If you know you agree with somebody on something, don't try to debate them just for the sake of debating. Like, go about it the right way, yo. And let's stop the derogatory terms. That's all I want to say.
Yo, that was unnecessary. Well, he just kept pushing the limit. But yeah. Um, some of that, folks. They got me working today, man.
Let's pause the noise for a second because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
You got the floor, Tahuti.
Yeah, I just want to say that the comedic community, whether you want to call it the Afrocentric community, we do have people that are, good teachers per se, but the way their personality set up and their energy set up is that they have to be left alone in their own lane. Um, while they provide really good teachings, it might be out of something that's personal frustration or whatever, to where they just can't communicate well, and they think every opportunity to communicate with somebody, whether they agree with you or not, is their opportunity to just take it from 0 to 100 in a matter of seconds. But that's not all the ways the case. And I come to, some often I come when somebody is saying something wrong, or I come when somebody is saying something, talking about something that's interesting. I never I never, insult people for the sake of clout. I'm doing my own thing. I got my content going. I don't need to disrespect anybody just to put myself on some type of pedestal or in a role that I feel that I should be in. But like I'm a fair person. I've always had a problem with the debate community for that very reason. It's like, we have our assets within the community. We have our polymaths, we have our scholars, our PhDs, but we always find a way to discredit them, and we got to stop, because while we're doing that, the enemy right now is advancing. He doesn't want us to know how the committee you seeing things, and if he does want us to interpret it, he wants to interpret it. He wants us to interpret it from a Abrahamic lens, and that's entirely wrong. And these conversations are important, but let's not have them be cyclical to where now it becomes to seem like it's just disruption at this point. So I say again, the conversations and topic matters need to be discussed, but let's not have it to where it's cyclical, and let's not have it to where we trying to play hot potato when other people aren't looking. Like when certain people aren't looking, the Netcheru are literal, right? But then when certain other people are looking, they become literal and figurative at the same time. Let's stop playing that game. We know what we're saying. We know what's going on. Let's advance so we can respond adequately to the current problem. And that's all I want to say.
You, what you want me to close out or something? You good?
Yeah, definitely. If nobody has any questions about Kemet or just in general, I guess we can close out.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing to talk about on Kemet today. A1, thanks for yesterday. Let Babylon Don do his thing without interrupting. Oh yeah, he talked for maybe an hour or two yesterday.
Yeah, let me add on to that. That I think Babylon done, since he thinks every time he's engaging somebody, he's teaching somebody, he needs to do a presentation or a show. I always tell these people that when they eager and they want to be combative and they want to be in the role of teacher all the time, go ahead and do a presentation. Like I said, I know people just like you. They have really good teachings, but they're egotistical to the point to where they think everybody is trying to either debate them, argue with them, or needs to be taught. And that's not always the case. You can meet and come across people who know just as much as you do. Um, and to say that and to tell somebody what they don't know and do know, that's egotistical, that's psychic. Nobody knows what somebody doesn't know until they actually explain things and their knowledge is present. But other than that, like Babylon done, I hope you improve as a person. We want to see you make content, right? If you think you teaching somebody, make the content. Actually, email some master teachers so they go change the title of Meta Nature to the word that you think is correct. That would be more of a better approach than to come up on a panel and expect somebody to change the way they learn and teach in an instant. That's very unreasonable. So if you stand 10 toes down on that, go ahead and email Infundiji, Rockheady Amen. That way they know that you're right. You've taught them something and the term needs to be changed right away. So, and I land my plane with that. Thanks for having me, A1.
No doubt, brother. No doubt. You already know. I do have a presentation coming up. I do got something coming up on Kemet soon. Myself, everybody else been getting their Kemet off. I'm saving the best for last, of course. Damn, where's that flyer at? Oh no. Oh, there you go. Ha 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 ha. How do I share my screen? Yes, yes. Be on the lookout for my presentation coming up soon. Committee U, the ancient Egyptian name for the people of Kemet, a historical, linguistic, and archaeological investigation. Um, by the end of, hopefully at the end of this, I'm going to break down what Committee U actually means, how the word written is, how it's written and translated. Did ancient Egyptians identify as black? And what does archaeology and ancient DNA reveal? So yeah, be on the lookout for this coming real, real soon.
Soon as in today, at the end of the day, or soon as in.
I got a face off tonight.
Okay, that's what's up.
He said at the end of the day, I don't know when I'm gonna do this, man. I'm backed up like 6 presentations right now. Remember, I was supposed to do the science is racist. I got them all. I could, a little bite real quick. I go in on this though. Don't worry about it. Nothing too crazy. What else? What else I got? I got to do this COVID one. I did that one. I did that one. I did that one. I did that one. I ain't do my LaShawn Quadash one. I'll get to that one day. I was supposed to, this one already got the flyer up. Scientific racism, evolution, and the self-correcting nature of science. Yeah. Coming soon, man. It's already done, I just got.
That's good. We're gonna be looking forward to them, man. Especially the sciences racist face off and the Committee U, man, because we've been going over that for a while now, man. What's going on with the word Committee U? Why you don't like it?
I ain't say I ain't like it. I'm just doing an investigation on the word. I'm gonna show you what the sources say.
All right.
And I'm gonna leave it up to the people on that one. I ain't gonna come and beat y'all up. I was gonna come and beat y'all up, but I'm like, you know what? It don't always got to be about violence.
Yeah, man. I love to bring up the part that day when AI said Committee U means black people, but that's what Afrocentrics say. I can't believe the AI spit that out.
Where was I at that day? That's crazy.
Yeah,
I ain't hear that.
But all right, man. Thanks for having me. I'll tune back in another time.
Bet. Have a good day, man. Appreciate you for pulling that. We're gonna end with some songs from Titans Radio. Remember my motto: treat your smile like your money, and never let them steal it. We out of here. Peace.
Pressure inside of my spirit, they thought I would bend, I just held in my lane. They said the things I believe with delusion, I waited on truth, now they talk like I'm sane. Told you that I was the one, who would not move the same. Silent, never undone, so burn while I rise with a flame. Put up with love in the cut, heart in the front, what's up, I had to sign off on my ego, looking up that scene, I'm on my day ones, on a new wave, pouring more faith in my cup. Treating my peace like a ghost, safe, locked up, can't touch, yeah. I know they play with me, speak on my name to see if I'll break it. I let them talk in the breeze, they be posting up lies, but my soul never stays with it. Them acts a paper thing, yeah. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their words at you, but they can't break your spirit. Truth don't shake and my soul won't trade it. Peace of mind is the crown I wear. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their doubts at you, but they can't come near it. Heart stay safe when your mind's awake, and I keep my peace 'cause no learning the highways. It's quiet thinking when I'm in the right lane. Ignore the bright lights in the driveways. So I've been getting to it, it don't stop. We stay ready to go. I'ma take my Titans with me wherever I go. Don't forget about me, don't forget about me. I know. Y'all playing games, this ain't an arcade. Late night debates hit like a buffet. Yeah, feelings who we on me, wanna talk, yeah. And talking too fast gon' get you sparked, yeah. My team sourced up as long as you know. My hitters hit your hitters if they pseudo. They ask how everyone know what my name is. Cause I stay hunted on the same shit. Yeah, history and logic going so hard. I built this from the bottom, made my own start. Yeah, wake the neighbors up, we be going so hard. I love this game, I gave it my whole heart. Yeah, V12 in it, it got horses. My phone ring, they want sources. Unload the clip on, turn them to corpses. Heard I'm trying to copy my recipe, that is hopeless. Yeah, hood luck, think that hating gon' work, tell them good luck. Titan gang or don't bang, throw your hood up. Gang, we got the knowledge on tap, could get you hooked up. They like A1, look at all this wisdom we done cooked up for the community. Coliseum of arguments. You know, I know. I'ma take my Titans with me where I go. So don't forget about me, don't forget about me. Y'all playing games, this ain't an arcade. Late night debates hit like a bar face. So don't forget about me, don't forget about me. I know. Debate or die, we flexing for sure. I'ma take my Titans with me where I go. So don't forget about me. Y'all playing games, this ain't an arcade. Late night debates hit like a bar face. So don't forget about me, girl. I know.
All this knowledge on the flow. I've been golden from the go. Let these pseudo scholars know. Baby, welcome to the show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait. Show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding leases in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light, enlightening. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want to smoke, get excited. Bring your primary source.
I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts. Even though I tried, I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I'll find the incoherence. Book you every time. Recognize I can see the fallacy before the sentence finish. You confuse a strong opinion with a reason proposition. You keep reaching for conclusions, but your premises are missing. Then you hide behind your feelings when the logic need a mission. I don't argue with a person, I examine what was stated. Define the terms, expose assumptions, then determine what was weighted. Is it valid? Is it grounded? Can the structure be defended? Or you built a house of cards and got offended when it ended? I don't need to raise my voice, I let the contradiction speak. Every claim has got a burden, every burden got a receipt. You can decorate confusion, you can dress it up in pride, but a polished contradiction is a contradiction every time. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. lies, listen close. I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. I recognize the dodge when the question make you nervous. Changing subjects every minute doesn't make the answer surface. That's a straw man, that's a false choice. That's an argument from fear. That's a claim that keeps on shrinking every time the fact is near. You can quote 100 scholars, still authority ain't proof. Tell me why the argument is sound. Take me underneath the roof. Show the beam, show the frame, show the function of the claim. If the meaning keeps on changing, then the word is just a game. Recognition over belief, coherence over applause. I don't need a crowd behind me when the reasoning is flaws. Time reveals what can I stand, nature limits what can be. If your worldview breaks beneath this weight, don't put the blame on me. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies, listen close. I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. They want mystery to rescue every gap they never filled. Then call questions disrespectful when their explanation gets grilled. But a question is a mirror, it reflects what you provide. If the answer disappears, there was nowhere left to hide. I recognize the bad at first, they claim and then retreat. First they speak in absolutes, then change the meaning when we meet. First they tell me it is certain, then they say it could be true. Then they say nobody knows, there's 3 positions, pick a view. I'm not chasing every bird just because it... Who you talking to? Who said what? Who told who? Who built the frame that you looking through? Who you talking to? Talking timeless while you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said that? Who told you existence started? Run that back. Every worldview crack where the pressure at. Who you talking to? Who you talking to? Who said what? Who taught who? Who built the frame that you looking through? Who you talking to? Talking timeless while you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said that? Who told you existence started? Run that back. Every worldview crack where the pressure at. Yeah. Who you talking to? Every line of treasure you only find in the mind, my mind. And you know I work in the mines. I don't charge a dime for you to stay out of mine. 2 times, we on time. Every line got another line, hide on behind the line. You hearing bars, I'm hearing structure and design. You hear a punchline, I hear ontology align. Who said reality started? Talking outside existence while existing to argue. Smuggling sequence in your sentence unconsciously. Then call it timeless when I ask what the process be. Who you talking about? Half these worldviews fall when you walk them out. Everybody got answers till you chalk it out. Incoherence disappear when you map it out. I studied Heraclitus flowing rivers in motion. Parmenid's frozen, I can see both in the ocean. Can't build a frame, but the frame still folded. Trying to define the world while the mind still holding it. Aristotle looking for causes and categories. Nietzsche killed guys, but couldn't kill reality. Heidegger staring into being and anxiety. I'm just asking what makes existence intelligibly. Who you talking to? Talking time, that's why you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said what? Who built the worldview that you standing on? Everybody sounding deep to the ladder gone. And they looking real nervous when the pattern drawn. I slept these haters in they face with this one. Wait, I missed one. 2 times. We on time. Every line of Jim, they only find in the mind, my mind. You know I work in the mines, digging through mines while I'm digging through mine. Blue collar, philosopher, coffee cup thinker, still plotting possible worlds while the clock getting thinner. Whole room talking loud, I just watch and consider, cause the loudest in the room usually know the least in it. Who taught you that? Who said existence got a border where the proof at? Who talking outside reality and still attached? Using logic from existence just to move back. That's incoherent. I ain't even gotta raise my tone. I just let the contradiction sit there on its own. People wanna skip structure just to chase the throne. To the worldview collapse and they standing there alone. They want a war record. I gave them world pressure. Every verse another hidden room in the architecture. Every line another layer underneath the texture. You hear rhythm, I hear systems trying to fit together, and I ain't culturally inappropriate, intellectually inappropriate, I'm coherently inappropriate, yeah. You hate the conclusion, but the structure still hold. That's why the room get quiet when the logic unfolds. Who you talking to? Talking time, that's why you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said that? Who taught you existence started? Run that back. Every worldview crack where the pressure at. Who you talking to? OLEE on a late night broadcast. Hourglass. OWL. Only world logic. OLEE. Only logical explanation of existence. Know the ledge.
Philosophy, philosophy, philosophy.